Chapter 750, Light and Salt 6. Thunder Resonance Valley is a newly risen sect that suddenly appeared a few years ago and expanded its power. You can say they mainly train lightning path methods and sword path methods, but in essence, they are a cult that worships a transcendent true immortal. Centered on the lightning sword high person of the human race, they aggressively proselytize without distinguishing between the heaven tribe, earth tribe, or mortal races. In everything they do, they keep pulling in nearby dragon veins with formations and are reducing the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy everywhere. Kugugugugu. Together with Gu Ryan, as they transfer to a place called Thunder Mountain in the Earth Tribe territory, Will Ryong's party listens to her explanation. If they were only depleting the heaven and earth spiritual energy of a single region, it would be inconvenient, but bearable. But whatever they are trying to do, they are depleting the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire Earth Tribe territory. At this rate, the Earth Tribe territory's heaven and earth spiritual energy will drop to the level of a decaying corpse realm. At that grave voice, Will Ryong asks, looking puzzled. That aside, Senior Gyu, why is such a heinous evil god's cult still left alone? Even in the Earth Tribe, there are esteemed ones at the star-shattering stage. And just looking at you, Senior Gyu, it seems you could trample someone like the lightning sword high person or whatever as is. In the end it is because we are the Earth Tribe. Gu Ryan clicks her tongue with a cold sneer. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the vast cold realm, which was originally in the sun and moon heavenly domain, moved to the earth boundary heavenly domain, Sacred Master Baek Woon, who originally held the Sacred Master position, disappeared, and the will of some transcendent true immortal took the Sacred Master seat. Unlike Sacred Master Baek Woon, that true immortals will truly takes a completely hands-off stance, not interfering no matter what happens in the vast cold realm. Aside from restoring the name of the realm from bright cold, Gungan, to vast cold, that true immortal has done nothing in this world. Thanks to that, the esteemed ones who were formerly bound to duties and obligations under Sacred Master Baek Woon are not particularly staying in the vast cold realm now. Pardon? But the Heart Tribe territory also has 3 esteemed ones, and there is even a person called the Final Heaven esteemed one of the fighting ghost race. The originally sly Heart Tribe spy bastards, whether their main body is in the vast cold realm or in another middle realm, find it easy to exercise power regardless of distance, so we have to set those ones aside. When the Heart Tribe comes up, Gu Ryan's expression worsens, and toward the puzzled Will Ryong, Co Jiang suddenly sends a voice transmission. I looked into it before I came. They say Senior Gyu was a cotton plantation owner who worked the mortal race as slaves, but when one of the mortal race awakened as a Heart Tribe and fled, she suffered an injury. Oh dear. Clicking her tongue inwardly, Will Ryong brings the topic back. If so, is there some relation between being of the Earth Tribe and being unable to subjugate Thunder Resonance Valley? The true immortal. Gu Ryan continues. A sect that clearly has a true immortal as backing. Even if it is a race of a middle realm, no one dares touch it. If it is a middle realm that has a Sacred Master, the Sacred Master on their own keeps even sects backed by true immortals from crossing the line. But the true immortal who currently rules the vast cold realm does not care at all no matter which sect crosses what line or how far. If it were ordinary matters between sects, clans, or races, it is possible to respond at the Heaven Tribe or Earth Tribe level. But in the case of a sect with a true immortal as backing, Gu Ryan's eyes grow dark. Unless it is a faction backed by a true immortal as well, if things go wrong, there is absolutely no way to deal with the aftermath. Gu Ryan bitterly glares at Thunder Resonance Valley's main headquarters, Thunder Mountain, and mutters, "We are the Earth Tribe. This world is ruled by heaven immortals. And since the immortal beasts who support the Earth Tribe mostly are beings of the faction after death, unless we have the help of the Heaven Tribe, who are far more likely than us to receive the support of heaven immortals, there is no answer. And, for that reason, even if it is because you bear the orders of heaven immortals on your backs, nonetheless, I extend deep thanks to you members of the Radiant Spirit sect who have come to help us." At last, they arrive right in front of Thunder Mountain and look up at it. "Have you come?" Quorum. Then, as they arrive in front of Thunder Mountain, thunder roars and someone appears. A race whose entire body is made of wooden logs. It is the tall tree race. Flinch. And, seeing that tall tree race, Will Ryong cannot help but be startled. Esteemed one. My name is Slaughtering Heaven, esteemed one Guk Gwang. I am the one who requested support from the Radiance spirit sect for the subjugation of Thunder Resonance Valley. From Guk Gwang, who introduces themselves as the Slaughtering Heaven esteemed one. Wu Ryong feels for some reason as if she can exert strong influence over them. More precisely, it is not influence, but rather the feeling she once had when looking at family slaves or dogs raised in the household when she was in her clan. It is a distinct sense of treating someone beneath her. What in the world is this? As an esteemed one, they should be in the same realm as master, so why do they look so easy to face and feel like someone beneath me? Just then, while she feels puzzled, her eyes meet Guk Gwang's, and their eyes shine. You must be the representative of the late-stage disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect. Somehow it feels as though your fate itself resonates with mine. Do we share a connection? Of course, you come from the Heavenly King, heavenly domain where that one resides, so it is only natural we share a connection. It seems so. In this subjugation campaign, I leave it in your care. Everlasting Sword Spear. Amateus Buddha. Guk Gwang and Wu Ryong exchange greetings by speaking the folk religious names of the divinities they believe in, and soon the explanation of the operation begins. The current Valley Master of Thunder Resonance Valley, the Lightning Sword High Person, seems to be continuously transmitting the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Earth Tribe territory in the vast cold realm to somewhere else. And in exchange for repeating such transmissions and proselytizing, they seem to be receiving power from an evil god. By power, what kind? Things like special authority or divine power. However, the reason I urgently requested subjugation from the Radiant Spirit sect recently is because, from the information I obtained while infiltrating Thunder Resonance Valley, there are signs that they are trying to summon something terrifying into the vast cold realm. Something terrifying? The divine banner of the god they enshrine in Thunder Resonance Valley. They seem to be trying to bring something called the Heavenly Lightning Banner into this land. And if that Heavenly Lightning Banner is truly the one I know. Shiver. The body of esteemed one Guk Gwang trembles. The Valley Master Lightning Sword High Person will instantly rise to become a star-shattering esteemed one, and Thunder Resonance Valley will sweep across the entire vast cold realm, proselytizing the doctrine of their evil god to all of the vast cold realm and turning all into fanatics. At those words, Wu Ryong realizes the danger of the matter. It is not without reason that the star-shattering stage esteemed ones were mobilized. Though she is separated from her master for now, due to the insidious scheme of the GI clan's clan head, their group was to originally conduct the subjugation of Thunder Resonance Valley together with esteemed one Beck geometry. Considering that even one of the vast cold realm's esteemed ones, Slaughtering Heaven esteemed one, is taking part in the subjugation, a total of 2 esteemed ones were being mobilized just to destroy a sect whose sect master is, at best, only at the integration stage. Carrying out the missions of the Grand Cultivator Association for 10 years in the vast cold realm has been beneficial. She realizes that the Grand Cultivator Association has actually been considerate towards them. If they had recklessly charged into Thunder Resonance Valley without even their master, they surely would have suffered a great setback. Perhaps some of them may have even lost their lives. Through cultivation and missions over the past 10 or so years, Wu Ryong rose to the Grand Perfection Integration stage, and Xiao Jiang, by diligently hunting criminals and devilish cultivators of the vast cold realm, quickly built the axis through the heterodox axis foundation and rose to the Grand Perfection 4-axis stage. Xiao Jiang's progress as everyone expects, but none can help but be appalled at Wu Ryong's speed of growth. A being who had just entered the early integration stage rose to the Grand Perfection Integration stage in only 10 years? This means that the being either is the clone of a true immortal, or they carry on their back an immense fate beyond imagination. The reason the Grand Cultivator Association decided to help them after only 10 years is perhaps because they perceive the possibility that Wu Ryong might be the clone of a true immortal. However, rather than such things, Wu Ryong contemplates what she gained from this journey to the vast cold realm. Rain, sunlight, heat, cold, wind, time. The formulas of various omens, which the Radiant Spirit sect did not exactly teach with passion. By continually contemplating and repentantly enlightening herself on those basic formulas, she made them her own in 10 years and attained grand perfection of the integration stage. While repentantly enlightening, I came to understand. These formulas are not simple formulas. They are symbols containing power in themselves. She recalled the power shown by Du Ryok on her first day in the human race territory and the transcendent enlightenments shown by Han Jin, and by madly racing toward those things, she has reached this place. Had I not seen those enlightenments, I would still be lingering in the early integration stage. That I could behold those enlightenments that day is heavenly fortune. I will explain the details as we go in. Right now, time of the essence. Following Guk Guang, she infiltrates Thunder Resonance Valley and thinks, "Did Master see such things, know of them, and send me here so that I would undergo repentant enlightenment upon them?" For some reason, it does not seem to be something so simple. My fate is set to head to the vast cold realm. If so, then the being called my master is not actually the existence called Beck geometry, but fate, the heavens themselves, isn't it? The heavens are her master. Wu Ryong, feeling a strange sensation she herself has never felt until now, follows along with Guk Guang. First, their heavenly lightning banner summoning ritual proceeds in 4 stages, drawing in the nearby dragon veins and amplifying them. Amplifying spirits. Offering the amplified spiritual energy as a sacrifice to the evil god. Banner offering. Mediating between the evil god and the lightning sword high person while also summoning the spirits of lightning that aid the summoning ritual of the true heavenly lightning banner. Spirit summoning. Lastly, arranging a formation with those spirits of lightning to descend the evil god's divine artifact, the heavenly lightning banner, into this vast cold realm. Heavenly lightning banner summoning. We must interfere with them at the 3rd stage. Spirit summoning. Listening to Guk Guang's explanation, Wu Ryong's eyes gleam, and Xiao Jiang, Mu geometry, and Bai Hua look at her in puzzlement. What do you mean, junior sister? Isn't it best to ruin the ritual of amplifying spirits rather than spirit summoning? Or during banner offering? The amplifying spirits ritual is not that difficult. They can do it anywhere even if not here. If we interfere here, they can just move their base, hide somewhere else, and carry out the ritual. The banner offering ritual is difficult because it requires a place with the right conditions and the making of a consecrated site, and it also consumes a lot of materials each time it is performed, so it is a good point to interfere. But since the evil god is directly involved, that too is dangerous. However, if it is only summoning the spirits of lightning that merely represent the will of the evil god, then even if a portion of the spirits of lightning's power is summoned, it is relatively safe. The materials consumed by the summoning ritual would be astronomical. The creation of the altar to summon the spirits of lightning would also take an enormous amount of effort, and during the summoning ritual, it would be difficult for the caster to move, so they would be far more openings. At Wu Ryong's explanation pouring out like flowing water, they nod, and Guk Guang speaks. Your words are correct. You understand well. And that spirit summoning ritual is set to take place 10 months from now. What you must do is, starting today, infiltrate into Thunder Resonance Valley, become thoroughly familiar with the valley's divine powers, their actions, and their habits, and then raid their spirit summoning ritual. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. But if we are to infiltrate, by what method should we do so? How else? It is simple. I have already arranged to push for the initiation of new disciples, timed with your arrival. Guk Guang, who has long hidden within Thunder Resonance Valley and taken up an important position, speaks with gleaming eyes. You will each conceal your identities and realms and enter as chi refining disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley. At those words, Xiao Jiang's face takes on a strangely odd expression, while Wu Ryong, Mu geometry, and Bai Hua, encountering an infiltration mission for the first time, were expressions of fascination. With this, the initiation test is concluded, and by the special selection of Elder Day Guang, these 4 individuals are specially admitted. Wu Ryong of the Celestial Dog race, Mu geometry of the Heavenly Fox race, and Bai Hua and Xiao Jiang of the human race. A chi-building cultivator supervising the new chi-refining disciples entering Thunder Resonance Valley raises a register and shouts, and at his declaration, the chi-refining disciples glare, seeking those lucky ones with such fortune. They may be a cult of fanatics, but Thunder Resonance Valley is one that clearly has the backing of a true immortal. How hard is it to enter such a Thunder Resonance Valley? And yet they come in so easily merely under the status of being connected to an elder called Day Guang. And so, the eyes filled with jealousy instantly find the 4. A white-robed cultivator showing the ears and tail of a dog, Wu Ryong. A white-robed cultivator showing the ears and tail of a fox, Mu geometry. A white palace-robed disciple with flower-like beauty, by Wa. A white martial-robed cultivator with no distinguishing features, Xiao Jiang. These are the ones who catch their eyes. You are the specially selected disciples of the elders? Follow me. Since Elder De Guang has recommended you to the Inner Valley, you are Inner Valley disciples. The chi-building cultivator serving as their guide repeatedly glares at them, clearly displeased that these new disciples are entering Thunder Resonance Valley through special selection. Seeing this, Wu Ryong's group does not know what to do with the strange amusement rising inside them. Well now, hiding our realms and pretending to be at the chi refining is quite fun. Ahaha. Indeed, senior brother. If that one found out I am actually at the integration stage, I wonder how his expression would change. Mu Geometry and Bai Hua chatter and chuckle through voice transmission, and Wu Ryong, holding Xiao Jiang's hand so he does not grow too tense, also finds it hard to suppress her smile at the strange amusement of this situation. This is more fun than I thought. Hiding their realms, hiding their strength and skill, pretending to be low-level chi refining cultivators, and calling a mere core formation cultivator their great senior. The very situation itself is ridiculous and entertaining. Elder De Guang, even esteemed one Guk Guang, is amusing too. She recalls the star-shattering stage cultivator Guk Guang, who infiltrated Thunder Resonance Valley under the name De Gang and the realm of nascent soul, and she lets out a chuckle. Give your greetings, you kids. This is Elder 10,000 Laws. At Elder De Guang's request, though they are not your formal master, they will serve as your temporary master. Call me 10,000 Laws Spiritual Lord. I hold the role of spreading Thunder Resonance Valley's teachings. Greetings are unnecessary. Now then, you will soon be at the chi-building stage, so let us first go get your chi-building pills and chi-building methods. The old man who introduces himself as 10,000 Laws Spiritual Lord leads them to the library of Thunder Resonance Valley. Give your greetings, this is Eastern Brilliance. He is the keeper of the valley's library. I am the library keeper, Eastern Brilliance. Call me Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord. Do you have any particular type of method you want? Well, nothing too grand. Just basic methods would be greatly appreciated. Wu Ryong and the others accept Thunder Resonance Valley's basic chi building methods handed to them by Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord, thinking to themselves, my word, chi building methods. I've never practiced them since I was born at the core formation stage. How fascinating. I learned these as a baby since I was born at the chi building stage. How nostalgic. These are the foundational methods I learned as a child. Haha, it brings back memories of when I was 6 years old. Are they not just two cute junior sisters? Yes, senior brother. Was he called Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord? He brought this for us to practice, right? He's so adorable, I want to scratch his belly. But why are they staring at us so intently, senior sister, senior brother? Who knows? There is no way nascent soul babies could overhear the voice transmissions of integration grand cultivators. They must just be putting on a solemn act. So cute. And did you hear? Spiritual Lord. Ahaha. Even if it is just a title, they're calling themselves spiritual lords as a nascent soul. Ahaha. 10,000 Laws Spiritual Lord. Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord. Them pretending to be dignified is so cute it is killing me. Centered around Mu Geometry, Wu Ryong's group accept the basic methods while exchanging amused voice transmissions about how cute they find the 10,000 Laws Spiritual Lord and Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord, who stare at them with peculiar eyes. Chapter 751, Light and Salt 7, Azure Cloud Heart Method. Wawum. As she cultivates the basic chi building method that creates blue clouds around her with each breath, Wu Ryong feels fascinated. Is this a basic chi building method? It is fascinating. She was born as an innate core formation. From childhood, the formulas of the chi refining and chi building instinctively embedded into her spirit. She thinks it is truly fascinating that this realm, which she could reach just by breathing, someone else has to gasp for breath from the very beginning to climb up toward. How curious. Pachagic. The blue clouds of the Azure Cloud Heart Method form faint lightning. After the Azure Cloud Heart Method comes the Lightning Spirit Single Chi formula. It is a method that temporarily turns the whole body into a lightning spirit and provides an enormous affinity with thunder and lightning. The method itself is specialized in summoning what is called the spirit of lightning. In an instant, her talent sees through the essence of the method. A tool. This Thunder Resonance Valley itself is a vast tool, an altar to summon the power of the god that is worshipped here. The very thing called Thunder Resonance Valley is no different from a foothold for the power of the upper realm to descend into the vast cold realm. Do these people know that? As she looks toward the other Chi building and core formation disciples who have come to hear the Dharma sermon of the nascent soul elder, Divine Power, Wondrous Salvation, True, Lord Hio of Thunder Resonance Valley, she gazes at Thunder Resonance Valley for a long time. The doctrines of Thunder Resonance Valley, the customs of Thunder Resonance Valley, the very meaning of existence of Thunder Resonance Valley, are thoroughly analyzed by her and become assimilated into her. Wu Ryong rapidly absorbs the knowledge and wisdom of Thunder Resonance Valley. Look at that. Their name is Divine Power, Wondrous Salvation, True, Lord Hio. What kind of nascent soul stage cultivator has the name True Lord? Paha. Mu Geometry and Baiwa laugh through voice transmission while wanting to scratch the belly of the nascent soul elder, giving the sermon up front, and Wu Ryong, seeing the world through the completely new perspective of the Chi building stage she is now experiencing, feels many things. Jiang, why do you think those people do what's called effort? HM, what are you talking about? They must already know themselves. Even if they work that hard, their limit is the core formation stage, or perhaps the nascent soul stage. To reach beyond that, they would need a truly enormous fortuitous encounter. But why do they go that far, to the point of almost dying, even crawling before elders who are at most at the nascent soul stage to do so? She asks about things she does not understand. As one born as an innate core formation, instinctively feeling the power of fate and unconsciously realizing the structure of this world and her own future, she cannot understand beings at or below the Chi building stage wriggling and struggling. No, to be honest, she cannot even understand integration stage cultivators like Mu Geometry and Baiwa, who are at a realm similar to hers. Why do people all strive to escape their own birth station? You're curious why they try to escape their birth station? Yes, people all have something called fate given to them. And if you look closely at the circumstances you are in and your own potential, even without learning immortal cultivation, you can guess your fate. But why do people not examine their own fate and instead strive to reach beyond it? Seo Jiang's eyes shine as he hears the question. Well, perhaps the very act of struggling is fate itself. The very act of struggling is fate. Wu Ryong frowns at that slightly peculiar remark. Seeing the beings at or below the Chi building stage struggling, she does think they are foolish, but she has no intention of denying that free will. She even thinks that, foolish though it may be, the very act of continuing to struggle is beautiful. However, Seo Jiang's words feel somehow unpleasant. It feels as though he is saying free will does not exist. Free will. With the feeling that those words are tightly binding her chest, Wu Ryong asks Seo Jiang again. If even struggling under fate is fate, does that mean freedom does not exist? Seo Jiang stares straight at Wu Ryong. It doesn't exist. That's what I think. Wu Ryong does not understand what Seo Jiang means and bites her lips hard. But it is difficult to deny. For if the heavens hold something called fate, and under that fate all things of all phenomena are decided, then it is true that free will does not exist. And for some reason, though she does not like Seo Jiang's answer, she cannot form any logic to deny it. Life in Thunder Resonance Valley while lowering her realm is an entirely new experience. As soon as Wu Ryong, Mu Geometry, and Baiwa entered the valley, they reached the Chi building stage, and once they became Chi building cultivators, they often suffered direct humiliation from countless core formation disciples. Ahaha, so you're that famous next sword spear candidate. What is that supposed to? Oh, shut up. As a newcomer, I'm saying you should lick your senior's feet. W8. Ugh, wonderful. One of the next 8 immortals is my feet. Ooh. Baiwa gets caught by a grand perfection core formation disciple called Golden Shaking Bird, and every day she is made to wash her soft feet. Mu Geometry, with his fluffy tail for being popular, is frequently seized by female core formation disciples. At least no special harassment falls upon Wu Ryong, but even she has to run errands on her own feet, so she constantly experiences new things. Wu Ryong. Install a formation here in this part. You can draw these symbols properly, correct? Yes, Elder 10,000 Laws. She is often caught by the Elder 10,000 Law spiritual lord in order to do errands like installing formations. Running around on errands here and there, she gradually senses instinctively that some transcendent existence is taking interest in Thunder Resonance Valley on a metaphysical level. Gradually, the god is approaching. It is said Thunder Resonance Valley serves two gods. One is the god of thunder and lightning, whom she does not know well, but seems famous among the beings here. The second is a being she knows well, the devil god of Sword Mountain. Yet the devil god of Sword Mountain is not very well known, and only the group called the Colorless Faction seems to mainly worship that devil god. I don't know why, but that being, the devil god of Sword Mountain. I feel like I will face that being again this time. She ponders. For some reason, I feel like I am standing on top of the plans of transcendent divinities. The question she asked Seo Jiang not long ago about free will is because of these vast wills pressing on her back recently. If transcendent beings are arranging my fate, and I only live according to that fate, then do I truly not have free will? Free will doesn't exist. That's what I think. For some reason, Seo Jiang's words, spoken with such certainty, continue to bother her in a corner of her heart. If free will doesn't exist, then why must I keep struggling to raise my realm? Can't I just sit still in this place? As time passes, her troubles only deepen, and amid such doubts about her own free will, and within her inner heart demon, the time arrives. Kururum. Wu Ryong, along with about 100 excellent Qi building and core formation disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley, about 60 excellent nascent soul stage elders, around 10 heavenly being stage grand elders, for great grand elders of the four-axis stage, and the sect leader, the lightning sword high person at the integration stage, gather and begin the sacrificial ritual. Though called excellent disciples, in truth they are those who have deeper faith in the gods worshipped by Thunder Resonance Valley than anyone else in the valley, willing to offer their very lives for the gods. Today, on this spot, that Lord shall descend. All must greet them. Wu Ryong watches the lightning sword high person from afar, wearing a red faceless mask, bare-chested with red lower garments, reaching his hands toward the sky. His appearance seems rather grotesque. Why is he doing such a thing? Why is she, knowing she stands upon the hands of transcendent beings, here to resist their influence? Does he do such things by his own free will? If so, am I also doing this by my own free will? The lightning sword high person and the four great law protectors of Thunder Resonance Valley activate the formation. Kururum. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Earth Tribe territory heads toward Thunder Resonance Valley. Jiuing. The entirety of Thunder Resonance Valley seems to boil, and according to their formation, the heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered from the entire Earth Tribe territory rapidly amplifies. It is the amplifying spirits ritual. Sensing the scale of that enormous power, Wu Ryong falls into thought. Fate cannot be defeated by strength. Then with what does one prove oneself? To prove one's free will beneath fate, what must one do? Kururum. The heaven and earth spiritual energy amplified by the amplifying spirits ritual soon begins to be offered through the lightning sword high person to some existence. Kururum. Wu Ryong, trembling under the will of the god of Thunder Resonance Valley, the god of heavenly punishment, who sends part of their split soul to the ritual, thinks, is the only way to become an even greater existence? Is becoming a greater existence, and with that great power, guaranteeing only the free will of those beneath oneself, truly the only way. Without even thinking that the self-questioning she asks herself is questioning the essence of Radiance Hall, she continually asks herself, and undergo repentant enlightenment. Is this path I walk the right one? She, recalling the countless moments she has seen and experienced during the 10 months she lived as a Qi-building disciple, sinks into agony. More than the 30 years she lived as a proud disciple of Radiant Spirit Sect, the 300 days she lived as a Qi-building cultivator are throwing her into confusion. She is changing from the 10 months she spent as a Qi-building disciple of Thunder Resonance Valley. Kururum. Soon the will of the transcendent existence fades, and the third ritual begins. Kururum. The spirit of lightning begins to descend into the lightning sword high person, who wears a red mask. Ururum. The lightning sword high person's flesh begins to undergo lightning transformation. Wearing the red mask, he receives the spirit of lightning, dyeing his whole body golden. Red lightning turns golden, and a golden lightning spirit is being summoned to this place. This lightning spirit, after stabilizing inside the lightning sword high person, will again move its dwelling into the bodies of the four great law protectors of Thunder Resonance Valley. When thus a total of 4 spirits are summoned, it is said that the divine artifact of the god of heavenly punishment, the heavenly lightning banner, will be summoned. Remember well, there is only one chance. Before that lightning spirit enters the bodies of the 4 great law protectors, you must ambush the 4 great law protectors and kill them in one strike. I will handle the lightning sword high person. Can you do it? The ritual of spirit summoning that at last begins in earnest. Within that ritual, the voice transmission of Guk Guang enters her ears, and Wu Ryong nods. Soon, the voice of the slaughtering heaven esteemed one Guk Guang, who exchanges voice transmissions with Xiao Jiang, Mu Geometry, and Bai Hua, resounds. When the signal of True Dragon Alliance Lord Gu Ryan comes, begin the ambush at once. Now then, all of you prepare. Wu Ryong closes her eyes and counts inwardly. The feint operation with Gu Ryan, who will attack the main mountain of Thunder Resonance Valley from outside and shake Thunder Resonance Valley, is about to begin. She tries to calm herself by counting numbers, but even though she counts, is not at ease. The topic of free will is incessantly reproduced in her head and is driving her into a heart demon. The answer about free will, what is it? Finally, she stomps her foot. Quag wag wag wang. At that same moment, Gu Ryan's all-out attack begins to pound Thunder Resonance Valley's main mountain. Kugagugum. By the attack of the quasi-star shattering stage Dragon King Gu Ryan, the entire region, including Thunder Resonance Valley, shakes, and the gazes of everyone in Thunder Resonance Valley scatters at the sudden ambush. And Wu Ryong, who stomped her foot in that gap, reaches one of the 4 great law protectors. Flash. As she exudes the divine might of the integration stage she has hidden all this time, she bursts and kills in one strike the Grand Perfection 4-axis stage Great Law Protector assigned to her. The 4-axis stage Law Protector's body bursts apart, and their spirit immediately vanishes from the spot, seeking to use the function of the 4-axis stage to resurrect. With no time to even be shocked at the instant death of one of the 4-axis stage cultivators, the other 4-axis cultivators are likewise ambushed by Xiao Jiang, Mu Geometry, and Bai Hua. Under the all-out assault of the integration stage cultivators who hid among the other disciples, they have no choice but to collapse. The esteemed one Guk Guang charges at the Lightning Sword High Person. Lightning Sword High Person is charged by esteemed one Guk Guang. You all disrupt the formation. I will take him. Guk Guang summons a Radiance halberd and rushes at the Lightning Sword High Person, and the Lightning Sword High Person and the Tall Tree Race's star-shattering esteemed one, Guk Guang, collide. Jiaowang, Jiaoying. Light and lightning explode as the two beings clash. Lightning Sword High Person may only be at the integration stage, but within him is a direct apostle of the god of heavenly punishment, a spirit of lightning. Though not yet stabilized, the lightning spirit endlessly presses Guk Guang and blows them away toward the sky of the vast cold realm, and Guk Guang grits their teeth and stands against the spirit of lightning. Condemn the heretic scum who harmed the Valley Lord. Kill them. Kugagugagu. Countless disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley rush at them. The eyes of the Thunder Resonance Valley disciples are dyed with fanaticism, and seeing them, Mu Geometry and Bai Hua sneer. Mu Geometry and Bai Hua, who had no choice but to be tormented by them due to the secret operation, have their eyes filled with killing intent. Especially Bai Hua, who was caught by a disciple named Golden Shaking Bird and, for reasons she cannot understand, treated almost like a plaything, raises her integrated Dao domain as if to massacre them all, even a moment faster. It is then, Kururum. All of you be still. The attraction force spreading from Wu Ryong distorts the surrounding space and forces everyone to collapse to the ground. Quang. All existences at or below the heavenly being stage are seized by Wu Ryong's immense power and are pressed to the ground, and Wu Ryong's calm words sweep across the entirety of Thunder Resonance Valley. I am the integration stage grand cultivator of the human race, Wu Ryong. Not only I, but also Mu Geometry and Bai Hua are all at the grand perfection integration stage. Xiao Jiang has also just risen to the very beginning of the integration stage. You have no chance of victory. Therefore, do not resist, and stay still. If you do so, I shall not kill you. Ha, junior sister. You are too soft. These are heretics who serve evil gods. Can we not just kill them all? That's right, junior sister. These bastards. Have you forgotten what that bitch Golden Shaking Bird did to me for 10 months? Even if you stop me, I have to tear at least that one to death. Mu Geometry and Bai Hua, irritated, vent their complaints to Wu Ryong. But in that instant, meeting her gaze, Mu Geometry and Bai Hua freeze completely. Shiver. Do you truly need to do so? Wu Ryong's gaze is now far different from before, and only then do Mu Geometry and Baiwa realize what has happened to Wu Ryong. Insane, Q quasi-star-shattering stage. In 10 months, she reached the quasi-star-shattering stage? Has she become a monster? J Junior sister, we should do as you say? Haha, sorry. I tried to push through too much with my authority as a senior brother, right? I'm sorry, junior sister. I'll just be scratching their bellies. Mu Geometry and Baiwa, seeing Wu Ryong's gaze, awkwardly lay down 10,000 Law Spiritual Lord and Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord, who are kneeling nearby, and begin scratching their bellies. Do you even know whose bellies you are scratching right now? 10,000 Law Spiritual Lord and Eastern Brilliance Spiritual Lord only look at the two with dumbfounded faces. Of course, you would be dumbfounded. But the truth is, we were not chi-building disciples, but at the integration stage, you see? How cute. It's so sudden you still can't grasp the situation, huh? Do you know how funny it was every time we saw you acting lofty about being a nascent soul? Mu Geometry and Baiwa, to avoid Wu Ryong's gaze, treat the two nascent soul elders who find the absurd situation as if they are cute and scratch their bellies, and Wu Ryong turns her eyes and surveys the surroundings. Wu Ryong uses her integration stage attraction force to make everyone in the area kneel, suppressing them so they cannot perform any spells, divine powers, or actions. However, among those gathered here, not a single one yields to her attraction force, and they keep trying to rise without stopping. I believe I said it already. If you resist, I will kill you. Kugagum. She releases an even stronger attraction force. All around, low-level disciples cough up blood. Yet, even though she now emits an attraction force as if to soon kill them, no one here stops resisting. Wu Ryong opens her mouth. The difference in strength is immense. Her mental speech spreads throughout the area. With the 4-axis stage cultivators dead, even if all of you at or below the heavenly being stage rush in, you cannot even defeat Xiao Jiang, who is the weakest among us. At Wu Ryong's words, Xiao Jiang's expression briefly turns strange, but it soon vanishes. If you resist, you only die. I am seeking a way for you to live. Do not make a foolish choice. Do not force yourselves to rise while bleeding, just to chase some clumsy freedom. And then, she sees it. The fanatics gathered for this ritual are all, in unison, straining with all their might to resist. Quarung, Kurururung. In the sky, Gu Ryan and Guk Guang are pressing the spirit of lightning and the lightning sword high person whom it possesses. The spirit of lightning, a direct apostle of the god of heavenly punishment, is powerful, but now faced with a many against one situation, it seems to be overmatched as it begins to concede attacks. The lightning spirit you summoned cannot defeat the star-shattering, esteemed one who have come with us. Even so, will you keep resisting? Will you die a meaningless dog's death? At Wu Ryong's question, someone opens their mouth. It is not meaningless. What? It is the head of the colorless faction of Thunder Resonance Valley, a person named Tae Ryok. My ancestor was a Buddhist nun. She reached only about the heavenly being stage at a hall called Grand Nirvana Temple and lived leisurely, met a suitable connection, and lived suitably. Do. They try to rise, and Wu Ryong presses them down even harder. But she does not silence their mouth. She was abandoned by her parents. But as she studied Buddhism at the Grand Nirvana Temple, she said she had such thoughts, that if she is one abandoned by her parents, and if such is her fate, then where does the meaning of her existence lie? She said she agonized over such thoughts. Xiao Jiang, as if recalling something, focuses on their story and wears an expression sunk in reminiscence. And Wu Ryong perceives that something is changing within Tae Ryok. What is this? Something is strange. From the person called Tae Ryok, she feels an alienness that cannot even be put into words. And, as she passed away, though it is not some grand answer, she found an answer of her own. If fate has abandoned me, has the Buddhism I polished also abandoned me? Yuduk, Yudududuk. Wu Ryong shivers in shock. Tae Ryok, who is merely at the heavenly being stage, is resisting the attraction force of the perfection integration stage Wu Ryong, and is slowly standing up from their place. If the heavens have abandoned me, have the Tenghua I have drawn also abandoned me? Has the building called Grand Nirvana Temple where I have lived also abandoned me? Jiaong. And at last, Tae Ryok stands up from their place. And an anomaly occurs. Yuduk, Yududududuk. Heavenly being stage cultivators. Especially those who reach the grand perfection heavenly being stage begin to rise one by one, resisting Wu Ryong's attraction force. There may be an absolute difference. We may absolutely not be able to defeat you. But, even so, we will struggle. Even though you cannot win, even if we cannot win, we can still wear away a tiny bit of your energy. It will be nothing more than a speck of energy. Is not a great mountain, born from just such specks gathering together? Even if I fall here and die, the things I have done will not abandon me. The ones I hold precious, the Thunder Resonance Valley which I have cherished will care for the ones left behind and pray for me who has died. That alone is enough. Quong. At those words, a strange rotational force felt around them completely pushes away Wu Ryong's attraction force. The grand perfection heavenly being cultivators, including Tae Ryok, rise fully to their feet. Wu Ryong sees in their dantians a strange formula revolving in cycles. It is a heavenly circle. What is that? Is that not the formula of acceptance at fate's end? How in the world did they reach the grand perfection heavenly being stage with another formula? No, more than that. How are grand perfection heavenly being cultivators emitting this level of attraction force? Wu Ryong stares at them taken aback, and the grand perfection heavenly being cultivators, including Tae Ryok, all simultaneously form a hand seal. It happens at that moment. Flash. Heaven and earth rumble, and Tae Ryok and all of the colorless factions summon their swords and charge Wu Ryong in unison. Heavenly being stage, nascent soul stage, core formation stage, it does not matter. Every colorless faction cultivator connects with Tae Ryok, sharing his heavenly circle formula, and rushes Wu Ryong together. At that sight, Wu Ryong opens her mouth. Beautiful. Why is it so? To Wu Ryong, their sight is more beautiful than any rare jewel in this world, more beautiful than any fine elixir or dharma treasure. And Wu Ryong stretches out her hand toward the disciples of the colorless faction radiating such beauty. With my own hands, I must kill it. This beauty, there is no joy in it. Only deep regret fills her. And so, at the very moment countless disciples of the colorless faction are about to be massacred by her hand, I offer it. Kurururum. A thunderous clap of lightning strikes her ears. Wu Ryong, along with Mu Geometry and Baiwa, realizes what has happened and is aghast. The four great law protectors of Thunder Resonance Valley, who died in their ambush and went to resurrect through the soul passage, have returned and offered a sacrifice. And that sacrifice is none other than you insane cultist bastards. The lives of the vast majority of the hundreds of Thunder Resonance Valley disciples gathered here. From the four directions, the barrier of the four great law protectors, tearing out their own hearts and offering them toward the sky, unfolds, and all the fanatics within the area, filled with sincere devotion toward the god of heavenly punishment, are simultaneously being offered. Kurururum. Thunderclaps and heavenly lightning sweep the surroundings wildly. Wu Ryong widens her eyes. They are transforming into lightning. Countless disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley all at once begin transforming into lightning and are being transmitted somewhere. The disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley do not seem surprised by this sudden situation. They only kneel, clasping their hands together in prayer. Return to thee. Return to thee. Return to thee. All the fanatics, except for the 48 nascent soul elders who seem lacking in faith, undergo lightning transformation and are transmitted somewhere. Sensing an immense threat, Wu Ryong looks up to the sky. Something is coming. Return to thee. Return to thee. Countless beings raise their prayers toward the sky, and at last, when all the disciples of Thunder Resonance Valley are made to return to some existence. Kurururum. Flash. Guk Guang and Gyu Ryan, who are pressing the lightning spirit while fighting against it in the sky, are suddenly flung away. Strengthening the lighting spirit? No, this ritual is. Wu Ryong clenches her teeth as cold sweat flows. It is a ritual that summons the spirits of lightning all at once. A method that, in exchange for human sacrifice, summons countless spirits at once to hasten the ritual. You vile cult bastards. How could you do such a thing? Mu Geometry and Baiwa shout in rage and confusion at the wicked deeds of the fanatics. Wu Ryong too does not know what to do, shaken by the ominous intuition pounding against her head. Ryong, let's move. What are you saying, Seo Jiang? Her body trembles. Can you not feel it? Right now? It's not just 3 more lightning spirits that are about to be summoned. This is... Shiver. She feels a gaze looking at her from beyond the sky. That gaze is the same as when she, as a child, once received the gaze of the divine spirit of Sword Mountain. It is a god, the evil god of Thunder Resonance Valley, is trying to interfere with us. If that being just breathes a little more power into the spirits of lightning that are being summoned, we're finished. It's not the end, Ryan. What are you saying, Seo Jiang? You said it yourself. There is no free will. Everything in this world is fate. It is already fixed. Sensing the presence of the owner of heavenly punishment distorting the fate of the heavens and beginning to interfere with the vast cold realm, Wu Ryong lets out tears as she feels her brain go numb. You said it yourself. So then, how can mortal beings resist existences beyond fate? Ryong. Then, Seo Jiang takes her hand. It's okay. Even if the god of heavenly punishment descends, the fact that I am by your side does not change. The fact that I am holding your hand does not change. It is said only what the heavens bestow is fate, but in truth, we also carry our own fate. Seo Jiang brings a hand to his chest and speaks. If our being born is fate, and our end is fate, then our struggle is also fate. What? There is no free will. We cannot live as we wish. But, within absolute fate, we can still choose what shape we take. We can choose at least that much. What do you mean by taking shape? Even if you change shape, you can't escape the situation. At best, it might not make even a speck of difference. But we can change at least a speck. What meaning does that even have? All change originally begins from such a speck. At the very least, we can announce the beginning of change. Wu Ryong looks at Seo Jiang. Is it because of his youthful form? Or is it because of her genius talent? Or is it because of their master's favoritism? All this time, she has unconsciously thought of Seo Jiang as younger than herself. But in this moment, for some reason, Seo Jiang looks like an existence older than anyone else. Even if nothing changes right away, the single trajectory I swing may become the cornerstone of change. Just as the beginning of a mortal cultivation starts from the most basic act of creating the field of the heart, Dantian, through the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. I was born at the core formation stage, so I do not know such things. This time you came to understand the perspectives of those of qi refining and qi building. As you live, you will come to understand such things too. So, Ryong, let's live. Clench. As Wu Ryong unconsciously senses the transcendent divine presence and falls into despair, Seo Jiang takes her hand and raises her up. Let's live, struggling. Then, maybe, we'll be able to know more. What if, no matter what we do, there's no hope, and no matter what we do, there's no chance of living? Then, at the very least, we should try so that we can die in the shape we want. At those words, Wu Ryong suddenly becomes curious. Who did you learn such words from? At that, Seo Jiang smiles faintly, summons a radiant sword, and flies toward the corpses of the 4 great law protectors who lift their hearts to the sky and form the formation. And he lets out a single line. From Ran. Wu Ryong is confused by those words. Has she ever said such a thing? She hasn't. The Ryong Seo Jiang speaks of must be another Ryong. Suddenly, Wu Ryong thinks. She feels unbearably envious. The existence of another Ryong, who received Seo Jiang's gaze, makes her feel ridiculously jealous. I can do it too. That jealousy and that anger. Within them, she finally rises to her feet. She thinks she knows what Seo Jiang intends to do. You're going to smash the foothold for the god's descent, aren't you? Fine. I'll do it. Suat. She pushes her talent to the extreme. She mobilizes all her senses, recalling that moment when she once received the call of the divine spirit of Sword Mountain, when she severed the connection between her disciple and the god. I will sever the connection between the god of heavenly punishment and this altar. She enters into the domain of void, the other side of the plane of soul, the darkness world where everything is empty. There, she senses innumerable weaves of results. This is the thread of the god of heavenly punishment. That thread is unimaginably violent, as though endlessly transforming. It seems impossible that she could sever it, but she stirs her anger. Anger at the situation surrounding her. Anger at Seo Jiang who admonishes her. Anger at that other Ryong, who received Seo Jiang's gaze. And anger at herself. Within that anger, she grasps the Radiance halberd and draws a circle. Shikagagak. The circle she draws expands toward the 4 directions, and thus cleaves the bodies of the 4 great law protectors positioned in the 4 directions. Jiuing. the bodies of the four great law protectors, who are the foothold for the descent of the existence called the heavenly lightning banner. The altar, spread out with their bodies as its axis, collapses. The phenomenon of the whole world being covered in thunder and lightning subsides, and Wu Ryan gasps for breath. Mu geometry, and Bai Hua smile brightly. Is it defeated? It's a success. And Wu Ryan too hears their cheers and smiles. Somehow she feels as though she has taken one step further. Kururung. The body of the lightning sword high person, who presses Guk Guang and Gu Ian in the sky, falls miserably to the ground. Though Guk Guang and Gu Ryan are flung away, she knows. We succeeded? They have driven out the will of a god. An achievement that seems impossible, she has accomplished with her own hands. Junior sister. As expected of junior sister. I believed in you. Amid the cheers of Mu Geometry and Bai Hua, she controls her exhausted body and smiles. Xiao Jiang, your words were not wrong. She thinks all is thus resolved. Yujik. Bai Hua bursts apart and dies. Huh. Quang. Without even time to regain her senses, Mu Geometry is flung away by something and vanishes into some distant domain, and immediately after, Wu Ryan barely dodges a kick from some being. Quang. And that kick turns directly into a slash, grazing her and carving a massive scar into the cavern where the ritual began. She looks up at the existence before her eyes. That being wears a red mask and bears the body of a spirit shining with golden lightning. Lightning sword, high person. It is the state of the lightning sword high person when accepting the spirit of lightning. Looking at that faceless, strange existence, she realizes the being before her is not simply the lightning sword high person. No, you are who? And then, that existence utters a voice. My %, asterisk % name %, and %. And Wu Ryan's ears explode. The true name of a transcendent, John Myong, and % Kun, is a wisdom mortals cannot withstand. At the following voice, she has no choice but to abandon all hope. I am the god of heavenly punishment. Chapter 752, Light and Salt, 8. It is over. Wu Ryan's first thought is that what stands before her eyes is the owner of heavenly punishment, the being who governs the heavenly tribulations that descend upon every cultivation realm in this world, the god of Thunder Resonance Valley. They are an existence a mortal being like her cannot withstand. From the very start, she cannot understand. Why, in a ritual that summons the spirit of lightning, did the owner of heavenly punishment descend? And the god of heavenly punishment answers, I thought maybe a transformation in fate is occurring, so I descended to take a look. Quite interesting, I must say. I was read. The brain of a mortal being that moves by electrical signals. For lightning immortals, it is not difficult to read. What do you intend to do with us? Before I deal with you, I'll handle another urgent matter first. The god of heavenly punishment seems to smile, then rises from their seat and looks around at the 48 nascent soul elders who are encircling their descent body. You expected the heavenly lightning banner to come and waited to snatch it, but since I personally descended, it seems I gave you quite the surprise. Release her. She is not one to be imprisoned in your embrace and be humiliated. Seize her with your own hands. Have I not said it all along? Only that is a fate that has meaning. Until that fate comes to pass, she is mine. It seems you got excited by the generational shift of the 8 immortals and came as your main personality. As expected, you are hasty, young Red Pearl. If we suppress you here, your main body will become defenseless. How laughable. Are you saying you intend to block me right now with that cultivation? We are the ones who were taught the principle of Indra's net by them. We know the world far more deeply than you. The 10,000 Law Spiritual Lord begins to form hand seals, and the other nascent soul stage elders around them also form hand seals. By no means does our full strength fall behind you, O evil god. Kururum. Starting from the 10,000 Law Spiritual Lord, ropes of lightning extend from them and link to the other elders. Then their ropes of lightning entangle and interweave, forming a great net that embraces the cavern. Wu Ryan cannot even grasp the context of the conversation they exchange, nor does she know what they are unfolding. However, her instincts realize that that net, on a metaphysical level, is suppressing that lightning god's descent body with some transcendent power. O evil god who devoured the Lord, today this place becomes your grave. Regret for felling the Lord and not sweeping us away. It has no effect on Wu Ryan, a mortal being, but clearly something on a transcendent plane is pressing down on that descent body. However, the lightning god does not seem fazed at all. Foolish. Do you not know this place is the middle realm overseen by my friend? If I merely contact my friend, she will crush you together with this entire middle realm. That is on the assumption you can get a message to your friend. Oh, I see. So you have set it so that no connection reaches outside. Excellent. That is right now you. But still foolish. Even after living together for several months, have you still failed to notice that he is personally present? What? Even if a crisis should come that I die to the likes of you, as long as he is here, I will borrow his power and revive. What? You say that Devil God is personally present in Thunder Resonance Valley. It is a lie, merely a ruse to agitate us. If truly that wicked mountain divine spirit is personally present in this place, there is no way we would fail to sense it. Ahaha, how arrogant. Do you think he would take a form that you could find with your power? And, Quachik, Quachajajijik. From the spirit of lightning, an immense thunderstorm erupts. Kook, block it. Wait, this power, what in the world? I am not a supreme deity, but a heavenly venerable. Quong. Wool Ryong's head explodes the moment she hears the lightning god's words. Her soul throws all its strength into compressing and sealing away the dreadful information that has entered her mind so that it does not affect her. As supreme deity, heavenly venerable. In her mind, the afterimage of a black sky is naturally reflected. Upon that black sky. 10. Seats are shining brightly. Not only do I occupy a position among the heavenly seats, but I have also seized the divinity of anger and united with the seat. Kurung, Kururung. The lightning god's descent body runs madly amok, beginning to push away the net of lightning of the nascent soul elders. Though the depth of my enlightenment may not reach your former owner, in sheer power, I surpass even them. Kururung. Ku. This cannot be. How can that wretch, that bug-like bastard, draw out the power of heavenly punishment more strongly than the Lord? Even as the nascent soul elders cry out with tears of blood, the lightning god only chuckles and releases more power. You cannot defeat me. Acknowledge it now. I am your lord. I cannot acknowledge it. You are nothing but a phantom that flickers briefly like Yang Su-jin and then disappears. We do not serve a phantom as lord. I am curious what you would think if you knew how your lord thought of that phantom. Kururung. The lightning god stretches one hand to the sky, then makes a grasping motion. At the same time, the net unfolded by the nascent soul elders ripples even more. Can you even attack like this? If you had come in your main bodies and unfolded it, perhaps, but with mere clones, it is laughable. Chijijijik. Regenerating her burst head and barely digesting the immense knowledge, Wool Ryong listens to those words and looks toward the 48 nascent soul elders. Clones. Then, the 10,000 law spiritual lord sneers and shouts. Even so, we succeeded in suppressing most of your descent body's power. If it comes to this, we must even borrow the hateful power of the 8 immortals, must we not? Ho, Wool Ryong. I have known you are a disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect. At the 10,000 law spiritual lord's words, Wool Ryong flinches in surprise. We too are spies who hid our realms and infiltrated Thunder Resonance Valley to eradicate this evil god. Let us combine our strength and exterminate that lightning god together. We have deployed a formation that seals away most of the power of the evil god's descent body, so now they can no longer exert their true might. They can only face you with mere brute combat. If you too are clones, does that mean you are high beings directly connected to that evil god? Let us say it is so. Could it be? You are at least quasi-immortals of the entering nirvana stage? At those words, Seo Jiang briefly looks up at the sky and mutters, so this is what it feels like. And the lightning god turns their back on Wool Ryong and shudders. And the 10,000 law spiritual lord along with the 48 nascent soul elders make the same absurd expression as when Mu Geometry and Bai Hua scratch their bellies. Well, let us say that is so. But in the end, the J Pivot 48 lightning heavenly great immortals under the heavenly punishment supreme deity agree with that statement with strange expressions, fearing that if they speak of their true bodies, Wool Ryong will die. Supreme deity. Heavenly venerable. Wool Ryong recalls the black sky and the 10 seats beneath that sky she just glimpsed through the lightning god's wisdom. When one becomes a true immortal from a quasi-immortal, does one become inscribed upon a heavenly seat and receive the title of supreme deity or heavenly venerable? Even in the Radiant Spirit sect, Information about true immortals is considered to be poison and not passed down, so Wu Ryong has never been taught anything about the realms or the society of true immortals. Thus, she only thinks that the lightning god before her is a true immortal, and that those nascent soul elders are merely entering nirvanas disguised as nascent soul stage cultivators. I am going crazy. Well, since she is merely a mortal being who knows nothing about the true immortality, she has no choice but to think so. The lightning god, as if something is amusing, reads Wu Ryong's thoughts and chuckles heartily, and Wu Ryong glares at them at that sight. I would appreciate it if you stopped reading my thoughts. Of course, she does not expect such a request to work. Her opponent is a true immortal. Her proposal is nothing but the chirping of a chick. Stop thinking. She stops all thought and moves only by the memories engraved in her body. Sword. She tries to summon a Radiance sword. After all, her specialty has always been the sword. But she cannot. Damn. She still recalls the terrifying vision that girl with a ponytail showed her. The fear she engraved into Wu Ryong binds her hands. Even now, she still cannot grasp a sword. In the end, she summons something other than a Radiance sword. The light of the Radiance spirit sword formula gathers in her hand and condenses a Radiance halberd. She thrusts the halberd toward the lightning god before her and mutters, "Disciple of the Radiance spirit sect, Wu Ryong, I request a life-and-death duel with the god of heavenly punishment." Haha, a life-and-death duel. Life and death hold no meaning for us. But I understand what you mean, so I accept. Chiak. With one hand behind their back, the lightning god casually beckons Wu Ryong with his other hand. Immediately, Wu Ryong and the lightning god clash. Quong. Fast. Her opponent moves at lightning speed by default. Their baseline is lightning speed, and at times they even show movements reaching light speed. Fast, but not to the extent I can't respond to. The barrier unfolded by the 48 elders seems to suppress their authority. I can match their speed. The only thing left is, she gradually unites her mind with the halberd and unleashes a fierce offensive. Attack power. Chukang, chukang. Because of light speed movement, the lightning god's kicks and movements become massive slashes each time they unfold. She meets those strikes with her halberd, splitting them apart as she charges toward them. Shying. She swings the halberd and cleaves the lightning god's body in two. Quadrachik. But of course, they simply reattach their split body as though nothing has happened. The opponent is lightning itself. They are no different from a spirit of lightning. Therefore, she must find an answer that tears apart the very phenomenon called lightning itself. Wawung. Something begins to settle in her Radiance halberd. It is an immortal art. Rain, sunlight, heat, cold, wind, time. It is the basic immortal art and formula of the integration stage. The power of the immortal art various omens gathers into her Radiance halberd and begins to suppress the transcendent phenomenon. So you at least know the basics. Calling a divine skill that the overwhelming majority at the integration stage cannot even attempt basic, the lightning god releases the hand behind their back and unleashes a fierce assault at her with both hands. Knife hand, palm strike, straight punch, cloth grabbing, outer leg tripping. Countless fighting techniques unfold from their hands, and Wu Ryong, parrying and diverting their innumerable techniques, can tell. It's not perfect. This lightning god before her is not used to barehanded fighting. They have simply lived overwhelmingly more years than she has, encountered martial flows of this and that, and more or less picked up martial techniques. Compared to opponents she faced like Eugene and Jean Wu Ryong. In the realm of martial arts, the lightning god appears to have far more openings. But at the same time, as she senses their habits, their unconscious actions, the flow of movement she feels from them, she comes to realize one thing. Damn it, they are not used to barehanded martial arts. But there is a weapon they are accustomed to wielding. And the reason they do not draw that weapon now to fight her is simply because she at present cannot inflict any real damage upon the lightning god's decent body. Though, by wrapping immortal arts around her Radiance halberd, she is able to suppress the phenomenon of lightning. Even with such clumsy martial techniques, they can easily evade or deflect her attacks. Wu Ryong has yet to draw out even a fraction of the opponent's strength. More. She experiences a flashback. Not a flashback born from the threat of death, but one she herself forcibly evokes. Wu Ryong recalls everything she has experienced throughout the entire span of her life and begins to seek the breakthrough to escape this situation. And in a single instant, she finally finds it. Is this all? Can you not do any better? I shall make it a little more entertaining. Suat. She focuses all her consciousness into the Radiance halberd. Her soul is sucked into the weapon. At the same time, powerful spatial waves ripple out around her. Integrated Tao domain. Since reaching the integration stage, it is the domain she accumulated through endless contemplation and repentant enlightenment. Bright Sword Spear Star Rain World. Gongmingjin Xing Shurjet. Her domain, where countless weapons in the form of starlight rain down endlessly from the black sky, cover the whole region in an instant, filling the heavens, sword rain. For a moment, the lightning god flinches in surprise and shudders, but then they smirk. So it is nothing but a degraded version. Laughable. With something like this, of course, I do not dare reach a god. And then, the lightning god smile has no choice but to vanish. Suat. The rain of weapons that fills all of heaven and earth. That world of light rain begins to compress. Quajik. She compresses the integrated Tao domain. She recalls the duel between Han Jin and Xiao Jiang, and she begins to refine Han Jin's ultimate techniques that she saw then into her own. Quigajik. The compressed domain is honed into a blade. At the same time, the blade of the honed integrated Tao domain is directly compressed and overlaid onto the blade of the Radiance halberd Wu Ryong holds. Jin's technique, is it? To copy it after seeing it once, so this is the next aid immortal. Before the lightning god can even finish their muttering, Wu Ryong swings the halberd with all her strength straight at their body. Cut. It is not as perfect as what Han Jin displayed, but it is still an ultimate technique that slices through the dimension itself and can directly strike even the divine body of a transcendent being. That single strike, manifested by Wu Ryong's hand, thrusts toward the lightning god. Heaven and earth seem to darken for an instant. All the light of heaven and earth is, for a moment, absorbed into Wu Ryong's Radiance halberd. In that fleeting instant, Chwalak, Wu Ryong's Radiance halberd cuts a massive scar into the lightning god's chest. Yu, Chijijijik. Astounding. To pierce through the defense of this one and wound this one's descent body. Despite having just imitated Han Jin's technique and consumed an overwhelming amount of stamina and mental strength, she cannot help but sweat coldly. How in the world did that man, with such an aged body, use this technique? And even after using it, that being still, it is because, aside from the appearance of the scar, the lightning god remains unscathed. Do not despair too much. This one's strength has indeed been consumed, and so the time I can remain in the Saha world is greatly shortened. If you strike with a few more of such attacks, you may truly be able to end this one's descent body. Shiver. Wu Ryong trembles at the despair that surges up from the depths of her heart. Chiak. The lightning god takes a stance. It is not the stance of barehanded combat they have shown until now. It is the stance of holding a weapon. Spear. And at that moment when Wu Ryong realizes the weapon their stance is grasping. Quachijijijik. Now that I have even created a weapon, the time I remain in the Saha world will be further shortened. The electric current drawn out from the lightning god's body forms a spear of thunder and lightning. And the instant she sees the being before her eyes grasp the spear, she feels an illusion as if space itself is sucked into that being. The next moment, Kwang. Wu Ryong, without even realizing what has struck her, is hurled straight into the corner of the cavern. Astonishing. Since you made me draw a spear, I thrust with the intent to kill. Only then does Wu Ryong realize that she barely survived because she instinctively defended through her halberd. Dangerous. The lightning god before taking up the spear and the lightning god after taking up the spear are completely different beings. I must stop. Kwang. Before her thought even ends, the end of the lightning god's spear shaft smashes into Wu Ryong's face. Wu Ryong's head crashes straight into the cavern and is shaken violently, and in that instant the spear is swung again, smashing Wu Ryong's forehead, abdomen, and legs with the end of the spear shaft. Will you make this a little more entertaining for me? With only a few thrusts, the lightning god drives Wu Ryong to her limits, and now the spear tip points straight at her. Wu Ryong's Radiance halberd swings toward the lightning god, and in the next instant, her body having regenerated, she throws her whole body at them. Good. Let us dance. Halberd and spear clash. The two long weapons collide, seizing control of space, striking while subduing both time and space. It must not spread wide. Wu Ryong's mind and soul focus entirely on her weapon and the lightning god's spear. Pour every authority and ability of the integration stage into this single martial strike. Integrated Tao domain, various omens, 5 elements axis, celestial energy guidance, perception of planes, the circulating power of all the blood vessels of her whole body, along with the sacred light true force she received as a reward from Beck Jean. All of her power condenses into a narrow range and surpasses the extreme. Gradually, time slows, and she feels as though she is stepping with the lightning god into a transcendent realm. Before her eyes, there is a flower. It is a paper flower, but in the next moment, she knows she herself cannot reach that flower. Her fate, the fate of light, the one that grants her heaven-bestowed talent, forbids her from reaching that domain. The fate that forbids the envoy of heaven, from entering the domains of earth, deed, and heart, Sheen. Within the darkened darkness world where all of heaven and earth are black, she clenches her teeth, feeling herself shackled by that fate. And at that very moment, the lightning god takes the stance of thrusting. Receive this. If the lightning god before holding the spear and after holding it are different, then the lightning god in a proper thrusting stance is different again from the lightning god that came before. A single thrust. The endless persistence contained within that spear of lightning. The strike of the piercing spear, tempered by refinement reaching 80 quadrillion. Entering heavens beyond the path. 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. Wu Ryong realizes her lower body is gone. She is pierced. She does not even recall what happened. The lightning god took the thrusting stance, and that is the end. Through her Radiance halberd, her integrated Tao domain, all her attraction force and cultivation. A single thrust pierced a hole through Wu Ryong. Chijijijik. The regenerative power of the integration stage restores her body, but Wu Ryong only feels emptiness. If she is healed like this, she will not die, but there is no way the lightning god before her will allow that. It is Wu Ryong's defeat. From all around, the silent exclamations of the 48 nascent souls elders can be heard. Even against a being who is spending most of their strength on the nascent soul elders, I cannot win. This is the gap between me and a true immortal. Even with death before her eyes, she feels strangely calm. If the opponent is at this level, dying is not something to regret. That being is a god. A being no different from the heavens itself. She is dying by the hand of the heavens. If it is to be killed by the heavens, she can accept it. She instinctively feels that she herself, her fate, comes from the heavens. If I am one who came from the heavens, then it is fine to die by the heavens. It's been a life she lived earnestly in her own way. Now let's rest. Wu Ryong closes her eyes as she looks at the lightning god walking toward her. She decides to accept death. Just then, a certain figure appears before her eyes and blocks the lightning god. Wu Ryong's eyes open wide. Jiang, It is Xiao Jiang. With a child's body, he has summoned the Radiance sword and blocks the approach of the lightning god. And with those small shoulders like a great mountain, he stands between the two. No. Move. Move, Xiao Jiang. You will die. It is fine for her to die, but for some reason, the sight of Xiao Jiang standing before her makes her speak with an unknown trembling and pain. Xiao Jiang. Move. But Xiao Jiang pays no heed to her words and raises his sword. Owner of heavenly punishment. I am sorry, but you cannot kill Ryong. Step back. At that arrogant declaration, Wu Ryong for some reason feels tears welling. Don't do it. Don't do it, stupid. You will die? The opponent is the god of heavenly punishment. The heavens itself. The lightning god also seems to find the sight amusing and asks, why go that far? At those words, Xiao Jiang only speaks calmly. You're not asking because you don't know, are you? Xiao Jiang smiles faintly toward the lightning god before him and speaks. Because we're friends. Wu Ryong trembles at that calm, single remark. Tears come out. The lightning god seems to chuckle at something and trade banter with Xiao Jiang, but she does not hear it. Something wells up inside her chest. Tears cloud her vision, and her consciousness domain is shaken by emotion. Friends, can one stake one's life for such a small relationship? Can one stand unflinchingly, even with a transcendent before one's eyes? Xiao Jiang, even though he must know he cannot win against the being before him, even though he must know the opponent is no different from the heavens, Xiao Jiang is trying to confront the opponent with all her strength. Just for no other reason than that Wu Ryong is his friend. At Xiao Jiang's one remark, Wu Ryong receives the feeling that the foolishness of others she could not understand becomes understandable. The cry of the colorless faction cultivator, Tae Ryok, and the struggles of countless low-level cultivators she has until now called foolish. All of that, she feels she can now understand, even if only a little. It is not that they rise under the heavens thinking they can oppose fate. It is that, for the sake of what is precious, they can do nothing but that. She understands Seo Jiang's words as well. You said free will does not exist. Once one has something precious at one's back, there is no other choice to be made. Only to protect what is precious, even under the heavens, one must never stop struggling. It is when she gains that realization. Sot, Seo Jiang, who is clashing with the lightning god before her eyes, vanishes, and another being appears. It is a familiar being. Countless glass, sword mountains appear before her eyes. Once again, a familiar voice rings through her mind. Do you desire power? And, this time, she cannot refuse as she did before. I desire it. Then, however, she knows. But, I do not need your strength. Every person has something precious to them. Whatever fate one receives from the heavens, if it is to protect that precious thing, one must struggle in whatever way they can. A person has no free will. The absolute that the heavens bestows, the absolute one is endowed with by being born from the earth. And the thing precious to oneself that becomes an absolute guide a person's life in only one direction. However, within those absolutes, if heaven and earth and what is precious ceaselessly struggle with one another and intertwine, then perhaps one can make at least a faint choice. Perhaps that may barely be called freedom. It is feeble and like a speck of dust. But all change originally begins from such a speck. I will strive. I will practice repentant enlightenment. I will contemplate my own strength, and I will advance. Before the devil god before her eyes, she rises while crying out in repentant enlightenment. As long as I repentantly enlighten myself, I have no need of your help. Begone, Suea. With those words, the afterimage before her collapses and disappears like the foam of waves. Stagger, stagger. Resisting the temptation of the evil devil god, Wu Ryong fully regenerates her body and looks at Seo Jiang, who is crossing exchanges with the lightning god. You've risen. Seo Jiang and the lightning god glance at Wu Ryong and start to match exchanges again. The moment she rises, the flow of battle instantly begins to tilt toward the lightning god. But Wu Ryong does not bother with such miscellaneous things. Chiak, can I reach it? Before her eyes is a paper flower. To reach that paper flower, she knows she must twist her entire body and hurl herself forward with a determination that surpasses even her own fate. Her focus is fixed only upon that paper flower. I will reach it. And she begins to run toward the paper flower. Before her, there is the boy who stands before a transcendent, calling her a friend. She did not know before, but now she understands. That boy has already become a being too precious to Wu Ryong as well. To protect what is precious, she decides to surpass her own limits. I will reach it. Swayawat. Grasping her halberd and rushing toward the lightning god, she sees the illusion of the paper flower drawing near. Interesting. Step aside. Tomb. The lightning god kicks Seo Jiang away with their foot and once again takes the stance of thrusting. The time of bitter training reaching 8 quadrillion seems faintly visible behind the lightning god, and Wu Ryong's eyes, nearly reaching the paper flower, gleam with light. A mortal being trying to surpass her limits, and a divinity who has already surpassed them. The halberd and spear of the two beings collide. All sound vanishes from heaven and earth. Excellent. Wu Ryong looks straight ahead. Her halberd is broken. On the lightning god's cheek is nothing more than a slight scratch, no wounds at all. I did not reach it. She knows she has failed to reach the paper flower. Truly a heaven-bestowed talent. A talent that even reminds me of myself in my mortal being days. The praise of a god. Within it, she closes her eyes. But in this world, there are realms that cannot be reached with talent alone. The place you seek to step, the place I have stepped, is precisely that. Even so, your battle was splendid. Though I am confined within the barrier of the Jade Pivot Lightning Immortals, since you have weakened my strength to this degree, this owner of heavenly punishment acknowledges you. Now then, Surung, the lightning god raises their spear. This is the end. And then, from above the pierced hole of the cavern, from the distant sky, a colossal trident made of red coral falls down. Kugwang. Only then does Wu Ryong open her eyes. Even if I only bought time, that is enough. The reason she has been trying until now to erase her thoughts against the owner of heavenly punishment, who continually reads them. It is because, from the very beginning, the Thunder Resonance Valley subjugation operation does not end with just this. From the very start, Thunder Resonance Valley gathered all the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire Earth Tribe territory. There is no way only the true Dragon Alliance Lord Ryan would come. And then, Geo, at the spot where the trident pierces, there, a redskin man of the Blood Shark race descends from the sky. Blood Shark race Integration Demon King, Gyo-Yom. Chwarara, glaring at the lightning god, whose power has fallen down to the level of the chi refining stage from fighting Wu Ryong. The True Dragon Alliance Vice Lord Gyo-Yom lifts the trident. By the subjugation order of the Alliance Lord, I have come to subjugate the head of Thunder Resonance Valley, the Lightning Sword High Person. Chapter 753, Light and Salt, 9. Kururum. Blood Shark Race Integration Stage Grand Cultivator, Gyo-Yom. At his appearance, the lightning god chuckles. Well, look who it is. Don't you know me? Twitch. At those words, Gyo-Yom flinches, but then he grips his red trident with a hard face. I know. You are the friend of the Devil King who, long ago, invaded the human race, drove the human race out of the Sky Island archipelago, and forced them to migrate into the Heart Tribe territory, and waged war across the entire Sun and Moon heavenly domain. That was you. Thinking about it now, you must have been the clones of true immortals. You may think so if you like, but is there not something more important than that? Kang, the lightning god's thunder spear and Gyo-Yom's red trident collide. That day, it was this one and this one's friend who gave you the heavenly lotus fruit to save your wife. Do you not even remember the favor of that time? Come to think of it, where is your wife? Her lifespan is running out, and she is slowly dying. My lifespan is also almost at its end, so I will soon exhaust my fate together with my wife. My wife is of the Sea King race, a distant blood descendant of the ancient Force Realm Sacred Master He Lin. Because of the restriction placed upon the Sea King race, if she leaves the ancient Force Realm and uses power beyond a certain degree, she cannot live, and so my wife grew weak. But it was thanks to the heavenly lotus fruit you gave that day that I could save my wife by breathing in the power of the ancient force dwelling in the heavenly lotus fruit. At the conversation of Gyo-Yom and the lightning god, Wu Ryong, who is recovering her strength, shudders. No way betrayal? If that is so, she might really have to die without resistance. However, but if it was only about my wife, it would not matter, yet I have children. Because of Thunder Resonance Valley who inhales the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Earth Tribe territory, my children who bear the bloodline of the Sea King race, have come to suffer the same illness as my wife. As they are mixed blood with me, they do not bear the Sea King race's restriction in full, but if the heaven and earth spiritual energy within their bodies falls below a certain point, they suffer an illness the same as my wife's. O lightning god, I know well that day you saved us and bestowed grace upon me. However, how can you so inhale the heaven and earth spiritual energy like this and give such pain to my whole family? Why do you drain the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Kwon, the lightning god, with only the strength of the chi refining stage left, flies backward along with Gyo-Yom's outcry. Because an abundance of heaven and earth spiritual energy is not a blessing. Pachajijik. Lightning flickers in the lightning god's eye. I have long held deep discussions with my friend, the one whom you call the Mountain Divine Spirit or Devil King. As a result, I arrived at one conclusion. Excessive heaven and earth spiritual energy sustains the immortal cultivation system, and because the power of the immortal cultivation system spreads to too many beings come to have excessive lifespans and undue power and come to wield tyranny upon those below. Shachijik. The lightning god rises with their spear and continues. Therefore, through sects that bear upon their backs my teaching, such as Thunder Resonance Valley, I wish to test it. If heaven and earth spiritual energy is reduced to the extreme so that even more beings cannot even enter the immortal cultivation system, if those without qualification cannot even come to possess power, whether the world will perhaps become a little better. What insane nonsense is that? It is the heart. If one wishes to hold power, then let one polish one's own heart to come to repentant enlightenment regarding what is good and what is evil. And if only the good can hold power, will the world not become even more peaceful? Nonsense. Quorum. Gyo-Yom's integrated Tao domain unfolds. The surroundings fill with a sea of blood. Nonsense, you say? How do you treat other races? Has there been a time where you did not raise mortal races under the moniker slave race and abuse them? You are all endlessly cruel to the weak, yet you spout strange words. What I mean is that peace is nothing but by your standards. Chua. The lightning god spear techniques are formidable. With only the strength of the chi refining stage, they match the integration grand cultivator, Gyo-Yom. No, at a glance, it even looks as though Gyo-Yom is hurling himself with full force, trying to bring down the lightning god's spear of lightning with a sea of blood. To Wu Ryong, it still feels as if the lightning god holds the upper hand in battle. Is that the enlightenment of a god? Quite literally, the opponent is the god of lightning, the one who wields heavenly punishment. For that reason, even though only the strength of the chi refining stage remains, their lightning still overwhelms the integration stage. Why in the world do you say lowering heaven and earth spiritual energy to make one polish the heart is for peace? Do not spout hypocrisy. It is all only by your standards. Do not recklessly judge those below with the eyes of a higher being. Oh God, do you know? The overwhelming majority of the earth tribe, we demon race, from birth have no reason, and only upon reaching the peak of the chi refining stage do we gain reason. Then only upon reaching the chi building stage do we gain complete reason. You say one must polish the heart to grow strong? Ridiculous. Then we demon race, who only gain reason and intellect upon reaching the peak chi refining stage, how are we to polish the heart? You say polishing the heart is to make us realize clearly the discernment between good and evil. But what is good? What is evil? If a chi refining demon beast, hungry, eats an ordinary beast that has not yet reached chi refining, is that evil or is it good? If a chi building demon beast skewers a chi refining bug demon on a branch to eat later, causing it pain, is that evil or is it good? Our world is of the wild. Only after gathering heaven and earth spiritual energy and reaching the transformation stage can one shed wildness and speak peacefully of peace. Yet even such is narrowly understood with the eyes of the heaven tribe. And for what justice, by your own measure alone, do you bring suffering to my children? Quararurum. Chua. A tidal wave rises from the sea of blood. The tidal wave surges over the lightning god's spear of thunder, and as the lightning god listens to Gyo-Yom's words, they no longer resist. Somehow, it feels as though the lightning god has taken a blow. I have been foolish. I am sorry. Chua. The tidal wave sweeps away the lightning god's descent body, and at last the descent body becomes a single streak of lightning and vanishes somewhere. But I am not wrong, only that I did not consider every circumstance. My method is what spreads the vast cold heavenly circle most quickly. Pajijik. That is the end. Pururum. As though they exhaust all strength, the 48 nascent soul elders, whom Ryong suspects are the clones of entering nirvana stage beings, all crumble into ashes and scatter. Swa. Gyo-Yom's integrated Tao domain is once again absorbed into Gyo-Yom's body, and seeing that, Ryong's eyes shine. Greetings, Demon King Gyo. I have heard much about you. I am Ryong of the Radiance Spirit Sect. Ah, I too have heard much. You come from another heavenly domain. You truly are remarkable. Even before that terrifying divinity, you shouted and dismantled the god's logic. It is nothing special. How could a mere commoner like me shout before the strong? It was only because I saw the possibility to win did I read the situation and spit out the words I did. It was only possible because Grand Cultivator will already shave down their strength considerably. You are painting my face in gold. Even if I did not shave down their strength, if it's Demon King Gyo, you surely would have repelled that existence well enough. All the more so as a practitioner of heaven and earth dual cultivation. She speaks, recalling that Gyo-Yom did not manifest the integrated Tao domain into his body but spread it outward around him. But Gyo-Yom shakes his head awkwardly and speaks. Heaven and earth dual cultivation, I do not walk such a grueling path. The integrated Tao domain just now, it was my wife unfolding it for me. The Sea King race, who enshrines the Xieji as their direct ancestor, once received a ritual method bestowed by the Xieji, so by classification, they are of the Heaven tribe. Pardon? Your wife unfolded the integrated Tao domain together with you. That is you Kihyok. As he tries to speak, Gyo-Yom starts gagging as is, and then opens his mouth wide. From Gyo-Yom's shark jaws, an elegant woman with blue hair, and a thin layer of blue scales around her body pops out. Hello, my apologies for the late greeting. I am Hei Jean of the Sea King race, the mistress of my husband's household. Ah, hello. Hei Jean hooks both her hands and her own chin on Gyo Yom's lower jaw and looks at them comfortably as if Gyo Yom's maw is a chair. At that bizarre entrance, not only Wu Ryong, but even Seo Jiang beside her were strange expressions. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Seo Jiang, a disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect. Hello, young hero. You look cute. But may I ask why you are inside Cultivator Gyo's mouth? Originally, among us marine creatures there are many who have unique cultures. Among carnivorous marine demon beasts such as the blood shark race, especially cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher, there are many where the head of the family carries family members inside the body. From the start, our interiors have things like the 4-axis canopy and the integrated Dao domain, so carrying them inside causes no problem. Then perhaps the sea dragon race as well? Pardon? Why suddenly? I do not know well, but the probability is high. No, it is just that there is a cultivator of the sea dragon race among my acquaintances, and that fellow also said he carries his family inside his body, so I asked. Seo Jiang finishes speaking as if thinking of something, and Hei Jean, from inside Gyo Yom's mouth, giggles and chats with Wu Ryong and Seo Jiang. Look at me spacing out. I am sorry, but I forgot I have laundry hung out, and I have been here like this. Then I will head back in for now. So later please come into my husband's belly and have a cup of tea before you go. Yes then, just like an anglerfish's light or an alligator snapping turtle's tongue luring fish. Hei Jean beckons to the two a few times from within Gyo Yom's maw, and then disappears back into Gyo Yom's mouth. Hearing the mention of laundry, Wu Ryong cannot help but suffer a major cultural shock at the ecology of the blood shark race, thinking they must have built a cave residence inside the belly. Gop. Once his wife's chat time ends, only then does Gyo Yom close his mouth and laugh heartily. Isn't she a pretty wife? In the past she was once ill, so I roamed around diligently to heal her sickness. At those words, Seo Jiang wears a somewhat strange expression and asks, Now that I think of it, when you fought the lightning god, I heard that you wandered around to find the heavenly lotus fruit. At that time too, did you carry your wife in your belly? Oh dear, how could that be? When she was ill, how could I, wandering dangerous places, carry my wife in my belly? Instead, I took half of my wife's brain and always carried it in my belly. The area where I went to obtain the heavenly lotus fruit to give to my wife is an area related to my wife's progenitor, the immortal beast Xieji, so at that time I received help from my wife's brain in real time to find the path. At the strange ecology of the blood shark race, Seo Jiang is dumbfounded, yet also fascinated. And at times when I explosively spit out venomous words, that too is greatly due to my wife's influence. When my wife flares with 1,000 flames inside, she spews out venomous words, and I simply spew them out through my mouth the same way. Then when you cursed the paired-winged race cultivator, calling the paired-winged race grand cultivator a bedwetter, that too. Pardon? No, it is nothing. It is just that your ecology is different from the human race, so I found it fascinating. I see. Gyo Yom laughs heartily, and Wu Ryong and Seo Jiang laugh together as well. Thus, the mission Wu Ryong received from the Radiant Spirit sect to subjugate Thunder Resonance Valley is successfully completed. Wu Ryong and Seo Jiang ride the teleportation formation prepared by the Earth Tribe and pass through several regions on their way back to the human race territory. As for Mu Geometry and Bai Hua, struck dead in a single blow by the lightning god or left fatally wounded, since they are at the integration stage, they will be able to revive at the cost of losing cultivation instead. We can soon return. Yes, let's go back. Let's return and proudly tell Master that we subjugated Thunder Resonance Valley with our own strength, Ryong. Then this time, even Master will. At Seo Jiang's words, Wu Ryong smiles faintly and hugs Seo Jiang from behind. I do not need it, Master's praise. What do you mean, Ryong? I think I no longer need Master's praise. She, in this subjugation expedition, smiles gently as she confirms the sprout growing in her heart. She has gained something precious. Something so much more precious that it can't compare to anything she once believed to be precious. Therefore, she no longer needs to strive for the recognition of others. She smiles, feeling her heart lighter than ever before. When we reach the human race territory, let's send the subjugation completion signal to the Radiant Spirit sect and set up a descent array so that Master can descend into the vast cold realm. With about 20 years of effort, Master will be able to come. In the meantime, let's explore the vast cold realm. All right, Ryong. Co Jiang smiles softly as he looks at Wu Ryong, who seems to have become unburdened. Human Race Grand Alliance, Heavenly Human Island. A hidden place there. Baiwa revives. Looking at her own naked reborn body, Baiwa clenches her teeth. She has died. She, a so-called genius, died in vain without being able to do anything. What are you, Wu Rai? And yet, Wu Ryong defeated the opponent against whom Baiwa could do nothing and subjugated Thunder Resonance Valley in the end. A talent that reached the quasi-star shattering stage in less than 10 years. A true genius, overwhelming herself who was once worshipped as a genius. Looking at that, Baiwa clenches her teeth in inferiority. As senior sister Baiwa. As word spreads that Baiwa has revived, other disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect who are waiting nearby rush to her side and quickly clothe her. Hurry, are you not going to move faster? Sorry. Among the disciples who ride together on the Radiant ship are those at the Heavenly Being stage and above who ascended to the vast cold realm at the request of Mugeometry and Baiwa to accompany them. Word has it that the sinister plot of the GI clan has been more or less thwarted by the Radiant Spirit sect, and their master is delayed handling the aftermath. Damn it. In the midst of her inferiority, seeing Wu Ryong's request to set up the descent formation for esteemed 1-Beck geometry, she frowned sharply. Are you telling me to set up a descent array? Treating me like her subordinate. Enough. From within her heart, inferiority rises. She cannot control it. Feeling inferiority toward Wu Ryong, she steps into a dark corridor. After all, she still must fulfill Wu Ryong's request. Just then, within the darkness, something begins to speak. Do you desire talent? It is something made of a sword mountain. Chapter 754, Light and Salt, 10. Who are you? Baiwa stares at the black silhouette before her and speaks. She feels it. The opponent before her is a being she cannot defy. If so, rather than resist, she will at least pretend to hear what the other wants and then politely refuse. Under no circumstance must I provoke that being. I am a Mountain Divine Spirit. Mountain Divine Spirit. Baiwa flinches in shock at the being's answer. She too knows all too well about the wicked Mountain Divine Spirit. Startled, she looks around to see if there is a mountain and squeezes her eyes shut. All across Heavenly Human Island, there are not just 1 or 2 cave residences built by cultivators on mountains. To begin with, the hidden area she is in is also a cave residence hollowed out beneath a mountain called Gatap Mountain of Heavenly Human Island. There is plenty of room for a Mountain Divine Spirit to intervene. Why has the great owner of mountains come to seek out a mere mortal being like me? I am not yet the owner of mountains. Yet. And also it is not I who has sought you. You have sought me. What do you mean? At Baiwa's words, somehow a feeling as if the being behind the silhouette is laughing spreads. Do you not want to surpass Wu Ryong? That one line. At that one line, Baiwa bites her lip. I can bestow talent upon you. I can give you the I. It is an all too tempting offer. Yet even within that intense temptation, she steadies her heart. But her chest trembles despite herself. I thank you for offering grace. However, I am a believer in the Amateus Buddha of the Heavenly King Heaven, a follower of light. Therefore, I cannot carelessly borrow the great Mountain Divine Spirit's power as the great Mountain Divine Spirit wishes. If I borrow your power, someday I will receive punishment from the Amateus Buddha. Please forgive me. Do not worry, child. How could I drive you into hardship? What I will give you is not my authority, but a portion of my enlightenment and talent. With such a thing, the light will never notice. However, I see. As Baiwa hesitates, only then does the Mountain Divine Spirit laugh, as if in understanding. You feel guilty that you alone will receive that power. Then, I will show you a new scene for a moment. Now, look upon the disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect in the hidden area beneath the Gatap mountain you have made. TSTS. At the voice of the afterimage, the appearance of Gatap mountain becomes transparent. It seems the Mountain Divine Spirit has briefly lent her eyes that penetrate the mountain to her alone. Before she can even be surprised at the strangeness, Baiwa cannot help but be surprised at other things. The disciples who ascended from the Radiant Spirit sect to the vast cold realm at Baiwa's order. Most of them are in their own cave residences, snorting suspicious white powder through their noses or scattering it on the floor and licking it with their tongues while chanting suspicious formulas. She, being in the integration stage, can make out the identity of those suspicious formulas. Because if she transfers the power of this being she feels right before her into a formula, they would become those very formulas. Already, they are using your power? It is so. And, do you remember their faces? Baiwa looks over their faces. Since they are only disciples at the heavenly being stage, she has not paid attention before, but now it is clearly strange. That one, he was only at the nascent soul stage until just recently. Even that child was only at the core formation stage not long ago. He has a body well suited for my enlightenment. You too can become like that. Your cultivation at the grand perfection integration stage, stagnant for decades without progress. I hold in my hand the key to pierce through it at once. But Baiwa's body trembles. She is a proud disciple of the great Radiant Spirit sect and a believer of the Amateus Buddha, a follower of light. Such a person as she cannot allow her body to be given to the wicked mountain divine spirit. Yet, the wicked mountain divine spirit's scheme finally breaks apart the deepest place in her heart. Do you not see that all of them have already accepted it? Even if one more such as you accepts me, there is no problem. They are all already doing it. Everyone is already doing it. That one phrase melts her chest all too sweetly. Do not worry. You may refuse. I will cause you no harm. Moreover, that attitude which somehow even feels kind makes it seem that perhaps the mountain divine spirit is not such an evil existence. And finally, this immortal is merely lonely. There has been no medium until now who could directly receive this immortal's will as you can. Among those there who strive to lick fragments of my power, none have directly faced this immortal's will. None less than you will suffice. And me? None less than me? That is so. Therefore, even if you refuse, this immortal will not harm you. I will only have no choice but to go seek out your friend Wu Ryong and make the same offer. What? She grits her teeth. Seek out Wu Ryong? You said I am a good medium. No, don't go to Wu Ryong. Fine, I will specially accept your power. Instead, promise me, never go to Wu Ryong. You must never lend power to Wu Ryong. I vow not to go to Wu Ryong in the form of a god. Gee good, then let me ask one more thing. If I take that white thing of yours, can I truly surpass Wu Ryong? You. And then, the divine spirit of Sword Mountain laughs. From the very moment you met this king, you had already surpassed her. Kugugugugu. Beyond the afterimage of the Sword Mountain. From that afterimage, she feels a gigantic hand reaching toward her, and soon, Baiwa feels her whole body enveloped by that hand. Her body heating up as her eyes roll back. Ah yeah, there is no pain. What exists is only the boundless joy of communion with an unfathomable being, sharing transcendental sight and talent. She trembles at the ecstasy of wisdom, refined by a transcendent being and infused into her to fit her being. Cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. A dark chamber. There, several cultivators gather, engaging in fierce dual cultivation. Wawum. Sitting in a lotus position, they press their palms against each other, chanting a suspicious formula and endlessly circulating each other's energies in a kind of dual cultivation. All 6 cultivators are at the heavenly being stage, and the power flowing in circles between them as they press their hands together is at an immense level. It is when they are chanting that suspicious formula. Chijik, chijijijik. Suddenly, the 6 cultivators see a pure white light form at their center, from which a pillar of salt grows. Oh, a salt pillar. It is a salt pillar. They have come. A salt, please. The mighty salt of the great God. They lick at the salt fragments bouncing off the pillar of salt as if it's sacred water, fervently consuming them as they gaze at the pillar. Before long, an apparition appears at the center of the salt pillar. It is the apparition of a small boy. That boy's face is that of Seo Jiang, Wu Ryong's senior brother. And as Seo Jiang's apparition appears inside the salt pillar, the cultivators bow on the spot and cry out, "Eternal life, eternal life, eternal, eternal life. We greet the envoy of the great mountain god. We greet the envoy of the mountain god. The revelation of God has descended. Oh, from God. Oh, envoy, please let us hear the jade voice of God." The integration stage senior sister Baiwa has also joined our side. Soon, centered around Baiwa, we shall prepare here the descent formation that will summon the star-shattering esteemed ones Baek Jin, Baek Un, and Baek Geometry, who have gone too far away into the astral realm to subjugate the puppets of the GI clan in the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. Inside the dark chamber, within the pure white pillar of salt, Co Jiang continues speaking, his form shown only as an apparition. God intends to act through the descent formation of the esteemed ones. Therefore, when we unfold the descent formation, we will replace the summoned target of that formation with the divine body of the God. Then will God personally descend to this vast cold realm. Strictly speaking, it will not be God's main body, but only a part of God's divine body shall descend. Yet even that alone is enough to easily pacify the vast cold realm and the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, and you shall obtain the qualifications to enter the divine nation. You shall cast off the frail flesh of humans and grasp the chance to become a higher race. Oh God, God's white thing. Make the white thing even more. Do you really have to speak of salt in that W? Fine. Do as you please. Soon the time of revelation shall come upon this land. Now then, all of you, come close to this envoy, and be baptized by the eye, so that you may better see the will of God. At those words, the 6 cultivators crawl on all fours towards Co Jiang's apparition, and Co Jiang, briefly wondering why they have to crawl in such a way, sighs and reaches out a hand to them. Before long, in the eyes of the 6 cultivators, the pure white character for supervision is engraved. It is the eye of God. A few days later, the 7 members of the esteemed One Descent Formation installation teams, centered on Bai Hua, busily go about constructing the formation that will summon the star-shattering esteemed ones. The integration stage grand cultivators of the heavenly human island, especially the Penglai Palace Lord Han Jin, lend them many resources, and thanks to that, they steadily complete the descent formation that will descend a higher existence. The formation Bai Hua installs resonates with its counterpart, scattering some of the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the opposite side into the vast cold realm. That peculiar heaven and earth spiritual energy that spreads outward while tracing a taiji in the form of twilight makes the ordinary Radiance spirit sect disciples marvel, thinking that the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain's heaven and earth spiritual energy must be unusual. Meanwhile, Bai Hua and the few other cultivators flush red and tremble as they resonate as much as possible with the existence on the other side of the descent formation. Twin holding Heavenly Domain, Heavenly Escape Realm. Deep within, a being as great as a mountain raises their upper body. Before that being's eyes, a tiny hole, nothing but dust compared to the being, appears. From the opposite side of that hole, the being comes to sense familiar heaven and earth spiritual energy. It is the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm. They wear a pure white round collar robe made of sword mountains formed entirely of swords, their face burning like a pale candle flame with a head of white horns. A faceless white round collar robe god. The white round collared robe god raises a hand to their head, then pulls something out from it. It is a single strand of that being's hair. Having plucked one strand of hair, the being places the hair on their palm and blows upon it. Kugugugugu. The hair, imbued with the power of a divine spirit, instantly gains life and becomes a gigantic dragon, then head to the front of the dust speck-like hole leading to the vast cold realm that has appeared before the mountain divine spirit, and there it breathes out its breath. On the day the descent formation is completed, the divine spirit's hair shall descend to the vast cold realm. This immortal's divine body go to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain and become the cornerstone that accomplishes this immortal's grand plan, granting a fate to the dragon-shaped existence born from the hair, which possesses power at the sacred vessel stage and above from birth. The faceless white collar robe mountain divine spirit reclines their body once more upon the throne of stars where they sit. Flash, Wu Ryong, Co Jiang, and also Mu Geometry, whose whole body was shattered but is in the process of recovering, traverse the Earth Tribe territory through the teleportation formation. Even for integration stage grand cultivators, one cannot recklessly use interterritory teleportation formations. So once they use a teleportation formation, they must wait at least 10 days before they can take the teleportation formation to the next region. Because of this, Wu Ryong ends up having no choice but to take an unexpected tour of the vast cold realm. This place is, it looks to be a place called the Light Spirit Pond of Race called the Cold Spirit Race. Co Jiang smiles brightly, as if he is feeling delighted as he looks around. Wu Ryong looks at the Cold Spirit Race, who are similar to the human race, but have slightly bluer skin and exude cold energy. But what catches her attention is the lake called the Light Spirit Pond, a gigantic lake, made literally of life force itself. Looking at that golden lake, Wu Ryong cannot help but marvel at the strange beauty she is seeing for the first time. I didn't realize it then, but now I see the Light Spirit Pond was formed from heart fragments clumping together and sinking down toward the belly, where it later pooled divine blood. Their heart ruptured in an instant, and the pieces clumped together. Just how did they get struck? Seo Jiang, what did you say? Nothing. Just letting my imagination run a little. Look, there's a guide tablet written over there, right? Where Seo Jiang points, there is an inscription about the legend of how the Light Spirit Pond was created. It is a legend about how in ancient times, when heaven immortals waged war, the bloodlines spilled by one heaven immortal fell here and formed the Light Spirit Pond. Oh ho, the blood of a heaven immortal. Wu Ryong, curious, approaches the Light Spirit Pond and buys a few drops of its water from a cold spirit race selling it and drinks it down. Wu Ryong instantly feels life force spreading through her entire body and smiles. Seo Jiang, if we infuse this into senior brother Mu geometry, I think he will recover in no time. I think so too, Ryong. Unexpectedly finding a miraculous elixir that can quickly heal Mu geometry within another race's territory, Wu Ryong buys a large amount of Light Spirit Pond water and begins sightseeing cheerfully with Seo Jiang. The cold spirit race's territory is indeed mysterious. As befits a race that handles cold spirit, yin energy and cold energy are everywhere, but thanks to that refreshing chill, countless spirit herbs bloom around the Light Spirit Pond. Fields of spirit herbs are spread all over, and if one goes a bit farther out of the territory, there is a dense jungle. It's beautiful. We should have looked around the True Dragon Alliance a bit more too. Haha. At your level, you'll soon step into the star-shattering stage, and will be able to sightsee the True Dragon Alliance as much as you want. Ahaha. Even for me, the star-shattering stage is a little bit much. I'll challenge it in a few hundred years. Chatting with Seo Jiang, Wu Ryong enjoys sightseeing as they fly through the jungle around the Light Spirit Pond. After flying for some time around the Light Spirit Pond, Wu Ryong suddenly sees ahead the unique cold energy of the cold spirit race clashing with fearsome yin energy and ghostly energy. Someone is fighting. Let's go, it'll be fun. Thinking it will be interesting, Wu Ryong tucks Seo Jiang at her waist and flies toward where the battle is taking place. There, two groups are engaged in battle. Over there is Black Ghost Valley. She spots a familiar banner on one side and flinches in surprise, then realizes that those fighting on the other side are the native forces of the cold spirit race and feels puzzled. Soon after, the cultivators of Black Ghost Valley notice Wu Ryong's presence and brighten with smiles. It is a Grand Cultivator of the human race. Lord Grand Cultivator, please come here and hear our grievances. At those words, the faces of those on the Black Ghost Valley side brighten, while the faces of the cold spirit race natives darken. What is going on here? Greetings, Lord Grand Cultivator. I am a Black Grand Elder of Black Ghost Valley, Wei Zhou. But you, are you truly human? In truth, my parents are ghostly creatures from the Nether Ghost realm. My father is of Jiangshi origin, but since the body that serves as the base of Jiangshi is that of the human race, I am more or less treated as a member of the human race. Looking at the burly man who introduces himself as Wei Zhou, Seo Jiang's eyes shine. Black Ghost Cultivator Wei Zhou. Nice to meet you. I am Seo Jiang, a fellow disciple of Grand Cultivator Wu here. Nice to meet you, Lord Grand Cultivator Seo. Wei Zhou glances at Seo Jiang, who is carried at Wu Ryong's waist, sees that he is only at the early integration stage, and pays him little mind before grinning at Wu Ryong instead. Since he possesses a cultivation that is a half a step beyond the Grand Perfection 4-axis stage, he apparently does not wish to show much courtesy to Seo Jiang, who is only at the early integration stage. This guy, did he fall for Wu Ryong? Reading Wei Zhou's attitude and intent, Seo Jiang smirks, and Wu Ryong, perhaps sensing a bit of Wei Zhou's attitude as well, twitches her brows, steps back a pace, and speaks. Indeed, it is good to meet you, Wei Zhou. So, what are you doing now with the Cold Spirit Race natives? We purchased land in the Cold Spirit Race territory to open a Black Ghost Valley Cold Spirit Race branch within their territory. It was land the cold spirit race themselves sold cheaply, saying it had been ruined hundreds of thousands of years ago. But when we actually developed the land and tried to establish the Black Ghost Valley branch, they opposed us to death. This land is land we of Black Ghost Valley purchased legitimately, yet no matter how many times we explained, they refused to vacate, so it came to a clash of force. Did you perhaps smash all the houses of the native forces living here and tell them to get out? How could that be? They are people who believe the old superstitions of this land, and they are doing this because they claim some nightmare is buried beneath it. They are doing this because they believe a legend that if the power of that nightmare awakens, the cold spirit race will be destroyed. At Wei Zhou's words, the cold spirit race side shouts loudly, "Do not lie, you ghostly creature bastard. If you were truly only building a branch, we would have stayed still. But did you not deliberately seek to awaken the nightmare sleeping beneath this land?" What nonsense! And whether I do awaken the nightmare or not, this land and everything in it is something I obtained through a legitimate transaction with the cold spirit race Grand Cultivator. Who are you to stop me? That nightmare must never awaken. Lord Grand Cultivator, please hear our words. Our cold spirit race, hundreds of thousands of years ago, suffered under the dreadful nightmare and, ridiculous talk. Hear me. Since Lord Grand Cultivator has arrived, now is the time. Pour it. When the cold spirit race tries to say something, Wei Zhou seems to watch Wu Ryong's reaction, then gives an order to the other disciples of Black Ghost Valley. At Wei Zhou's order, the Black Ghost Valley disciples form hand seals and summon something. One disciple flips the earth with the earth escape technique, and another, through water element spells, guides the water they summon to flow precisely down into the overturned ground. It is the water of the light spirit pond. Seeing this, the cold spirit race natives cry out with eyes flipped. Insane human race bastards. Hear me, everyone, sweep away those lunatics. Quarrerum. 5 great perfection 4-axis cultivators on the other side unfold a 4-axis canopy and unleash powerful cold energy. It is a clear killing move, and since the Black Ghost Valley side has only one 4-axis grand perfection cultivator, Wei Zhou, normally that one attack should have blown them all away. However, seeing that killing move, Wu Ryong has no choice but to stretch out her hand and block it. Lord Grand Cultivator, you must not. Chwererur. And then, driven by the Black Ghost Valley disciples, the light spirit water from the light spirit pond they summon finally falls all the way down into the deep underground. Wu Ryong furrows her brows. Did you use me? I apologize, Lord Grand Cultivator. For this matter, Black Ghost Valley will compensate. Yet if this succeeds, the pitiable ghostly spirits who unjustly lost their bodies and wander within Black Ghost Valley can obtain salvation. Please show leniency. It is just when is about to draw out the Radiance halberd to deal with Wei Zhou, who tries to slip by with only an apology. Grand Elder, it is coming. That has opened its eyes. Kugugugugu. Wu Ryong suddenly widens her eyes at the tremor that rises from the deep underground where the light spirit water was poured down. It is unmistakably the wave of an integration stage cultivator. And in the instant she comes to that realization, Quarrerum, something bursts out from the deep underground. It is a puppet in the form of a hunchbacked old man with the wings of a bee. Clang, 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 clang. Strange circuits flow across the puppet's surface, and along those circuits the power of the light spirit water seeps in, awakening the puppet's strength. Inside the puppet, countless mechanical devices begin to turn and activate. Seeing this, Wei Zhou lets out a scream of ecstasy. It has come out. At last. At last we succeeded in excavating. Nightmare. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lord Grand Cultivator. With this, our Black Ghost Valley can take a great leap forward. What? Can you not speak clearly? What is that puppet? Wu Ryong frowns at the puppet radiating unmistakable integration stage fluctuations, while Xiao Jiang slips down from Wu Ryong's hold, his eyes tinged with a look of reminiscence. So that is buried here too. Wei Zhou throws back his head in mad laughter and speaks. From the ancient era of hundreds of thousands of years past, it is a legacy of the 3 great disasters that once swept across this vast cold realm. The existence who reached star-shattering through the power of puppets alone, the relic of the 3 great disasters, the Mad Lord. With this, Black Ghost Valley and the human race can turn the Heaven Tribe's 2 heads into 3. Clang, 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 clang. But before Wei Zhou even finishes speaking, an ominous clattering rings from within the puppet, and a red light bursts out. The crimson glow gathers in the puppet's eyes, and from its mouth erupts a voice. Ew. Udertowa kan mayam thisabord nataf tegray telder joyan how dare an ignorant barbarian with no attainment in puppetry awakens mind the savage way. Ew. Thief who activated the device without proper authorization shall be punished chijijijic. Punish, nish punish punsi, chijijijic. At that grotesque sight, Wu Ryan glares at Wei Zhou. You claim this is safe? Celestial energy shows me nothing but visions of it attacking us. Haha, please do not worry. Through the method my father taught me of seizing the circuit, if it's me, I can make that puppet into my very own body. I will show you. Beneath there, other than that one, there are many integration stage puppets buried. If I succeed, Black Ghost Valley can mass-produce the integration stage at Quam. Before Wei Zhou can finish, the hunchback puppet with bee wings smashes its fist into Wei Zhou's face. Jiuing. Wei Zhou is struck and sent flying far away, and the disciples of Black Ghost Valley, who lost their boss in an instant, fall into panic. Yu, I shall turn you all into the soldiers of the fortress. Factory, activate. Kugagagugagu. At the puppet's voice, from deep underground comes the roar of something starting up, and a violent tremor shakes the ground. Xiao Jiang, as if recalling unpleasant memories, speaks with a bitter expression. That is a general puppet with administrator authority, right? Ryang, let's retreat for now and request aid from the Cold Spirit Race Grand Cultivator. A general puppet is extremely. Step aside, Jiang. But Wu Ryang, with the face of someone who has found an interesting toy, draws out the Radiance halberd and tempers the integrated Dao domain into its blade. A relic of the ancient disasters, is it? Shall we see what it can do? Clang. The general puppet opens its mouth and spews out a light beam, and Wu Ryong, smirking, deflects the beam. So this is the acclaimed power of the so-called three great disasters of antiquity. Immediately after, having its attack repelled, the general puppet opens its mouth again, and through the summoning formation inscribed inside, calls forth something. Quang. Right after, Wu Ryong is struck by the combined assault of 50 integration stage Grand Cultivator class bio puppets summoned from the hunchbacked puppet's mouth, and like Wei Zhou, has her limbs smashed apart and sent flying far into the distance. Chapter 755, Light and Salt 11. Clang, clang. Xiao Jiang looks at the hunchbacked puppet standing before him for the first time in a long while. Was it the 11th cycle? The first puppet the Mad Lord sent to apprehend Xiao Unhian. That puppet was that very hunchbacked puppet resembling the Mad Lord. According to the Elder's order, the plan to occupy the bright cold realm shall begin. Commence collecting. Materials. For factory operation. Chijijijic. Materials. Found. Early integration stage Grand Cultivator. Begin capture. Chijijic. Begin. Chijik. Shishishishishi. The hunchback general puppet keeps crackling and staggering, then reaches out a hand toward Xiao Unhian, and Xiao Unhian reaches out his hand in return and sends a voice transmission. Authority, Wonderfully Mysterious Fortress Main Castle's General Puppet. Unit Name, General Xiao. As a general puppet of the Upper Fortress, I request transfer of administrator authority. And with Xiao Unhian's words, the transparent circuit he emits connects to the general puppet. Soon after, so that the others watching them do not suspect anything, the general puppet and Xiao Unhian begin to converse by voice transmission. General Xiao. This is an unregistered unit name. It is a unit that was rapidly constructed at the Upper Fortress. I also bring the command letter of the Wonderfully Mysterious Fortress's main castle. Wawum. Through Xiao Jiang's body, Xiao Unhian assembles information entities he obtained long ago at the Wonderfully Mysterious Fortress and hands them to the general puppet. Chijijic. Confirming the unit name and orders of the general puppet, General Xiao. Possessing acting administrator authority of the Castle Lord. Mad Lord Zhou Yan. From now on, the administrator authority of the Wonderfully Mysterious Castle's mass production integration class puppet production factory branch is transferred to General Xiao. Mass production integration class puppet factory. At that terrifying name, Xiao Unhian clicks his tongue. So after building her to the star-shattering stage, he made these and scattered them all over the vast cold realm. If he had been given a few tens of thousands of more years, the integration stage puppets, mass-produced, Under the Mad Lord might have swarmed over the vast cold realm like a cloud of bees. Seo Eunhyun shudders as he imagines hundreds of billions of mass-produced integration stage puppets blanketing the vast cold realm like a swarm of locusts. No matter how great the gap between the star-shattering stage and the integration stage is, if hundreds of billions of integration stage puppets are mass-produced, it could be dangerous even for sacred vessels. Moreover, considering the Mad Lord's genius and disposition, there is no way he would command such a huge number of puppets with mere attrition tactics. He would have devised some plan through the puppets without fail. If the Mad Lord remained alive, the insane act of pushing aside the Sacred Master through hundreds of billions of integration stage puppets and installing the wonderfully mysterious fortress in the Sacred Master's seat might have been possible. That is the might of the being called the Mad Lord. What was always frightening about the Mad Lord was not the powerful puppet, but the factories the Mad Lord created. At first, he mass-produced heavenly being stage puppets, then four-axis stage puppets, then integration stage puppets, and after she was built, he might have even attempted to mass-produce star-shattering stage puppets. If Zhou Yun's goal was not Yun's play, but rather to confront Seo Huiol, then surely that would have been the case. All of that is now just a memory too. Seo Eunhyun, using the administrator authority, cancels the integration stage puppet mass production plan of the mass production integration class puppet factory, eroding the underground. Now this puppet factory will only operate for the purpose of repairing the approximately 50 integration stage puppets here. If a few tens of millions of years pass like that, just as spirit fruits, spirit woods, and spirit stones develop spiritual nature and become part of the Earth tribe, these fellows too might join the Earth tribe. Thinking that someday such a day might come, Seo Eunhyun, leaving out about 3 integration class puppets, embeds a prophecy within the remaining puppets so that no one can detect them. Originally, these puppets were not within calculation, so it wasn't planned, but if they are defeated and the next enders arrive, perhaps it will become another arrangement to give to them. The prophecy and command that Seo Eunhyun embeds in the puppets are as follows. Someday, if existences from an otherworld come, protect them, and if they possess a certain qualification, serve them as your owner and be loyal. Leaving an arrangement so that, at roughly the core formation level, one can become the owner of these puppets. Seo Eunhyun smiles faintly. The term otherworld does not mean merely another middle realm or heavenly domain, but a completely different world, so it will one day help the enders who come from another world. Memories with the Mad Lord that he never expected to recall flashed through his head. Back then, they were so heartbreakingly painful it felt like death. But as always, wounds turn into nostalgic memories once time passes. Now, both the Mad Lord and Seo Huiol are nothing more than one of his nostalgic memories. By administrator authority, I command. From this moment, after recalling memories for a while, Seo Eunhyun looks toward Wool Ryong flying from afar and issues orders to the 3 puppets remaining. The Hunchbacked Puppet, the Supreme Tiger Race Puppet, the Western Flame Race Puppet. Wool Ryong grits her teeth. It is humiliating. I let my guard down. She should have listened to Seo Jiang's words. She never expected such an ability. Even her short-term foresight, through celestial energy, failed to read it. I was overconfident, without thinking properly about the functions of puppets from the beginning. It has only been 2 months since she repelled the god of heavenly punishment, who resides at the apex of the immortal cultivation system. Because of that, her confidence rose too high. As she quickly returns to where she originally was, she bites her lips hard. Please let nothing have happened. Please. And then, finally returning to her original position, Wool Ryong feels as if her insides turn upside down. Baduduk, what are you doing? She growls as she sees puppets placing Seo Jiang, disciples of Black Ghost Valley, and the Cold Spirit Race natives all into machine-like devices and violently extracting heaven and earth's spiritual energy from them. Can you not see? I am collecting power sources. Power sources? The life force of integration stage grand cultivators, including 4-axis stage and heavenly being stage cultivators, is in itself an eternal power source for puppets. By extracting power from them, I am going to begin the operation of my factory. Let him go. What? Release, Seo Jiang. Boom. In an instant, Wool Ryong grips the Radiance halberd in her hand and charges at the puppet. The Radiance halberd collides with the hunchback puppet's arm, and Wool Ryong cannot help but be startled. This guy. Why Yang? The 50 integration stage puppets that ambushed her have disappeared, but the hunchback puppet is still summoning the power of those 50 integration stage puppet comrades with one arm. And that is not the end. Clang, clang, clang. The Supreme Tiger Race puppet, the Western Flame Race puppet. The hunchback puppet draws the 3 powers formation, each forming a hand seal. Heaven can. Earth, D. Puppet, Kugagum. In that moment, as if the form of the 3 great ultimates appears within their 3 powers formation, an overwhelming amplification of power erupts and crashes down upon Wool Ryong. Cool. Even with her dimensional / wrapped with her integrated Tao domain, Wool Ryong realizes she cannot resist at all before this power, so immeasurably massive. Quang. Immediately, Wool Ryong is flung away together with her integrated Tao domain again by the force of the puppets. The dimensional / compressed with the integrated Tao domain is advantageous when facing the absolute power of transcendent beings, but against a mass attack of overwhelming numbers beneath that, it is not so useful. Then what must she do? Unlike the lightning god battle, this time I must release my power. But she furrows her brows. Damn it, 3 great disasters? Just what kind of bastards are they? Even if she releases her full strength as a quasi-star shattering stage cultivator, she does not think she can overcome that amplification of power. The Mad Lord system puppets possess such absurd performance that even she cannot dare to reach. Not compression. That is why she does not release power, but instead once again focuses her consciousness into the dimensional / this blade mounted on the halberd. Keying. She does not spread it wide. Rather, she hones that sharp energy to the utmost and sheaths it over her own body. She makes the Radiance halberd and herself become one. Patsts. Wool Ryong's eyes shine. I will force those things into close combat. The divine power of this dimensional / compressed by the integrated Tao domain can cut through everything. But though it can cut everything, it cannot defend against everything. Therefore, it is useless against puppets that summon such brute force and rain down brute bombardments. Therefore, she wraps that sharpness around her entire body. She becomes the halberd itself. She feels as if her mind itself is becoming a blade, and in that moment, she realizes something. From here, if I take just one more step, it feels like her mind, her soul, itself will truly become a blade. It feels like she will become a woman of iron. But she is afraid to reach that realm. If I become iron, will I still be able to hold Seo Jiang in my arms? To become unable to embrace the one she likes. She is incredibly afraid of that. Not yet. I can't reach this domain yet. Instead, Chwat. She takes one step closer toward the paper flower flickering before her eyes. I will come a little closer to there. Woo-woom. Her consciousness domain, for an instant, becomes a blade. Kagugugu. Keeping her consciousness domain turned into a blade as it is, she drops down upon the 3 puppets below who are drawing the 3 great ultimates, and at last, Geo. She directly cancels out all the beams they emit and arrives before the hunchback puppet that is extracting energy from Seo Jiang and the others. Hand over Seo Jiang. Crush the intruder. Wajijik. There is resistance from the hunchbacked puppet, but her arm, having become the halberd itself, pierces straight through the puppet's barrier and arm and every defensive motion into the puppet's interior. It reaches the place that appears to be the puppet's power core. Wajijik. And at last, after she crushes the power core, she grinds up the remaining 2 puppets in an instant and approaches Seo Jiang. Quang. Rescuing Seo Jiang, who had been briefly contained inside a strange test tube-like device, Wool Ryong embraces him and speaks. It's okay, Jiang. I'm here. Ryong. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. Wool Ryong feels as if her chest is tearing apart. Why is it? Why is it that even though it is another who is in pain, her own chest aches? She does not know the reason, but she at least knows this much, that it's the heart of a person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is okay. You still protect me in the end. Thank you, Ryong. She resents her own heart for melting away at that single phrase. But she can tell. As long as Seo Jiang exists, I can avoid becoming iron. As long as Seo Jiang exists, she can remain human. That truth leads her into deep relief. And along with that truth, Wool Ryong realizes something. So that is how it is. She discovered someone who will keep her a person. This is, in a sense, the key to crossing into the star-shattering stage. Thank you, Jiang. As she embraces Seo Jiang, She knows that even if she finally crosses into the star-shattering stage, she will not scatter into dust, but can remain human. Kururum. The Ruins of the Mad Lord are, by Wu Ryong, driven even deeper and eroded into the underground. Now, no matter how much light spirit water is poured in, those puppets will never emerge again. To try excavating something so dangerous without even properly assessing the danger. The cold spirit race, quite literally, almost faced annihilation. I am sorry. Wu Rong scolds Wei Zhou. It is the truth. If 50 at the integration stage suddenly appeared and swept through the surroundings, the cold spirit race would have literally been destroyed, and even the nearby heaven tribes would have been swept in the disaster. Even more, if those insane puppets had succeeded in activating that thing called a factory. I don't want to imagine it. The fragment of the three great disasters would likely have descended upon the vast cold realm. But I thought I could control the jock. At Wei Zhou's excuse, Wu Rong slaps Wei Zhou's cheek. Enough. If you make any more excuses, I will execute you on the spot as the representative of the Grand Cultivator Association. With that one reckless act, you placed not only the cold spirit race, but the entire heaven tribe in danger. However, be grateful that, at Xiao Jiang's request, instead of imposing capital punishment, it will end with only dismissal from the elder position of Black Ghost Valley. Yes, Lord Grand Cultivator. Perhaps cowed by Wu Ryong's fierce scolding, Wei Zhou lowers his head, and Wu Ryong turns away from him, intending to return to the light spirit pond. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiang approaches Wei Zhou and asks him a question. By the way, you said your parents are ghostly creatures, correct? That is correct. Are your parents well? Yes, since both of them are ghostly creatures, their lifespans are far longer than those of the human race. Their relationship is still strong. Thanks to that, I have many younger siblings. Haha, that is a relief. Take this and pass it along when you meet your parents. This is... Wei Zhou receives the pouch handed by Xiao Jiang, and as he checks the contents, he makes a puzzled expression. What is inside is nothing but a simple lump of salt. If you say it is from a connection from the days of the Order, they will understand. It is an elixir fitting for your parents who are ghostly creatures, so just show it to them once. Yes, thank you, Verurk. As he looks at the salt, Wei Zhou suddenly becomes confused about who the being giving him the pouch of salt is. By the way, the distinguished one's name is, huh? And at last, he scratches his head with a strange feeling. Who did I just meet? Yin Yang. He forgets that the one he has met is Xiao Jiang. Information about the being called Xiao Jiang seems pulled out of his mind. I don't know. At any rate, though I don't know what it is, judging from the energy it gives, I should bring it to my parents. Their bodies are weak lately, so they will be pleased if it helps replenish their vitality. Wei Zhou looks at the receding Wu Ryong in the distance and gives a bitter smile. He does not spare a thought for the boy by Wu Ryong's side and only feels a pain in his chest. I want to look good to the Grand Cultivator, but life is not easy. Wu Ryong glances back at Wei Zhou and asks Xiao Jiang, why did you go and give an elixir to that punk-like guy? She does not know what Xiao Jiang gave him, but judging by the spiritual energy she senses, she guesses it's an elixir. It's just because he resembles a friend I knew when I was younger. If it's when you were younger, that's when we entered the Radiance Spirit sect together. Even younger than that. What? Why don't I know about your childhood? TSK, you rascal, Xiao Jiang. Wu Ryong needs Xiao Jiang's soft cheek, and thus they return to the human race territory. Kururum. A dark heavenly escape realm. In that heavenly escape realm, some dragon-shaped existence is transforming in front of a descent formation that connects to the distant dimension of the vast cold realm. Wriggle squirm. That existence is one that is influenced by the ideology, emotions, and thoughts of the great God who gave birth to it. And the reason it is transforming now is because the God who gave birth to it is immersed in some particular thought. Squirm. At last, that existence transforms into human form. It is the form that the one who gave it birth believes to be the best for unfolding martial arts. According to the thoughts of the transcendent who gave birth to it, the dragon-shaped existence takes a certain movement. It is a handblade. And then, the voice of the transcendent existence shakes the heavenly escape realm. Through the handblade, crush the heart, and send it down toward the Dantian. A certain existence gazes with a transcendent sight toward the light spirit pond in the distant vast cold realm and mutters. That figure looks as if, by looking at the traces of damage on a corpse, they are thinking about in what manner the opponent killed the corpse. Downward strike. And then, the single strike that smashed Vast Cold's heart in one blow, bunched it up, and sent it down to the Danteon. The existence who traces back along those traces and analyzes them defines the identity of that single strike. The dragon-shaped existence takes a posture of bringing the hand blade down as if bringing a sword down. However, the transcendent existence seems dissatisfied, as if thinking something over. Then, at a certain moment, the transcendent seems to figure something out, and their eyes shine. It is not just a downward strike. This is woo-woo. According to the consciousness of the transcendent existence, before the dragon-shaped being that moves like a puppet, a flow of attraction force arises. Swishak. Aiming at that flow of attraction force, as it brings the hand blade down, something astonishing happens. Kukwagwagwang. Just like that, a part of the heavenly escape realm's dimension is cut away and a massive scar is made in the void. Is this the technique of the Emperor? The transcendent clicks their tongue and closely observes the technique they have reconstructed. Attraction force that any cultivator at the middle boundary or higher can wield. A decisive technique of adjusting the direction of that attraction force and swinging an attack to match it. Considering that the downward strike's power is magnified by the addition of attraction force, it is literally the orthodox form of a downward strike. And the transcendent recalls the traces on Vast Cold's corpse and senses the dangerousness of this technique. A technique through attraction force can be resisted with attraction force. But it was impossible for Vast Cold. It was at the level of just taking the hit as it came. If so, it means that if one stands before the being they are thinking of, one cannot use attraction force. The opponent is the owner of fate and attraction force. To face them, attraction force alone is not enough to deliver a decisive blow. Therefore, their eyes shine as they speak toward the void. Are you prepared? From the distant void, a sinister wind blows in, and the Empress of Ghosts, who leads vast ghostly energies, responds. Prepared. Now, if we help Yun and together with the shadow of the artificial Gandhara, engrave upon the world, this will forever be the space where enders can inscribe their arrangements. I see. They nod at her words, then gazes at the pale pink existence who is constructing the artificial Gandhara outside Mount Sumru, gathering the gazes of the Radiance 8 immortals. She too seems prepared. Then now, let us gradually begin the preparations. Kagugugu. The transcendent's gaze turns toward the distant Vast Cold realm, toward Wu Ryong, who, together with the being named Seo Jiang, has returned to the human race territory and is preparing for the star-shattering advancement. Now, the arrangement of this immortal has taken its first step. The arrangement that will surely become a help to the distant future existences, and the key that will be the greatest aid in facing the great mountain supreme deity, Guak Am. At the same time, while crafting the arrangement that may perhaps become a way to strike at the owner of fate, the god of Sword Mountain rises from their seat. Pay away it. From the center of the god of Sword Mountain, the silver-white light that resonates with their divinity, brought by the fifth seat of the Radiance 8 immortals, the sword spear Heavenly Lord, bursts forth with light. At the center of that silver-white light, a faint black shadow appears, and that shadow rather looks like a black snake biting its tail. Inside the black snake biting its tail is a wheel of starlight, and within the wheel of starlight rests a white, 3 great ultimates, like a radiant halo. Now then, before facing Great Mountain, to fully seize the Radiance mantra, shall we wage war against Radiance Hall? Kugugugugu. At the declaration of the divine spirit of Sword Mountain, behind them, red, blue, purple, pale pink, and dark red lights begin to line up. Kugugum. At last, the great divine spirit of Sword Mountain, who for years shut themselves away in the heavenly escape realm to leave behind their arrangement, begins to step forth beyond it. TSD. But why is it? The being called the Wicked Mountain Divine Spirit shows a measure of control over the power of the black snake biting its tail, and they even seem as if they are eroding part of the domain of light, inheriting the lineage of Salt Mountain and eroding the power of Radiance Hall. That existence looks as if they are transforming into some transcendent being who unites light and salt. Let us advance. It is 7 days until the end of Radiance Hall. The red light cries out in excitement, and the presence of the divine spirit of Sword Mountain begins to spread outside the heavenly escape realm. It pervades the entirety of Mount Sumuru. Come, O light. For now, I am light and salt. Seeing that declaration, among the lights that follow them, some rejoice, but some voice concern. It is the purple light. But is it right to face them again so soon? Even if only to unravel the two northern dipper sealing immortal flags embedded within this body. But the divine spirit of Sword Mountain exudes confidence as they mutter, "War must be waged." With the weaving of arrangements stabilized to some degree, the divine spirit of Sword Mountain declares a proclamation of war toward the forces of light. Though the mortal being Wu Rang does not know, beyond the vast cold realm, in a distant world, above the plane of true immortals, with the cry of the evil devil god, war thus begins. Chapter 756, Devil Lord 1. Center of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Palace of Radiance. Inside, 8 colossal giant gods of light sit around a round table, holding a council. That devil immortal has declared war on us. What a madman. Are they saying they will face us before facing the great mountain supreme deity? It must be an unspoken protest asking us to draw the northern dipper sealing immortal flag. That must not be allowed. We must aim to use poison against poison between the great mountain supreme deity and that devil immortal. We cannot carelessly loosen that one's leash. Then what shall we do? Must we expend all the god-killing spears we have accumulated before even fighting the great mountain supreme deity? That is not right. It is an inferior strategy. The gazes of the 8 immortals turn to the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who take on the military strategist role of Radiance Hall. What should be done, Sword Spear Pearl Jade? It is too early to use our hidden stratagem. Therefore, weakening the opponent is correct. At Sword Spear's words, all nod. What is the best method? At Rain Dew's question, Pearl Jade answers. Name. Name? That mountain divine spirit currently has no immortal title. There is no currently naming supreme deity to begin with, so it is a difficult situation to compose an immortal title. Therefore, if we instead confer an immortal title upon them and fix their attributes, we can weaken them. What is the current situation of the seed of naming? The great net immortals of the naming immortal Tao who were in hiding are struggling to ascend to immortal Lord. Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, can you temporarily occupy the naming seat? It is possible. However, I will have to go on an expedition into the inner immortal domain of the naming immortal Tao. Immediately after the council, go to the immortal domain of naming and occupy the naming seat. After that, if the mountain god invades the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, we will lure them here and forcibly bestow a name upon them. The Council of the Radiance 8 Immortals. There, they thus conclude to confer a new immortal title upon the mountain divine spirit through the naming immortal Tao. Then what name should we confer upon them? We must attach a name that is antagonistically weak to light. A name that, when receiving light, can melt them down violently suits them. In that case, a name containing devil, Wo, is good. Right? All devils, Mo, lose their power before clear righteousness, Zheng. They are currently an immortal beast king. We also need a name that degrades the power of immortal beast king. In truth, only their realm is of heaven-earth great net. They are in essence a governing immortal. We must pull down the rank of that governing immortal. We cannot drag them down blindly below great net immortal. Even by the power of names, it is at best uncertain whether we can pull them down one step. Then, let us grant them the title of Lord, Jin. Though it is an honorific too grand for a heaven-earth great net, it will be enough to drag their authority, which is to some degree at the governing immortal weight class, down to the immortal Lord level. Then, for now, do we all agree to attach the name Devil Lord Wang? Agreed. Agreed. Thus, in the Council of the 8 Immortals, the shackle and name to be attached to the divine spirit of Sword Mountain is decided. Weakening their power is one thing, but if the name does not fit them, in the end that one can shake off the power of the name themselves. We must include a name that is not awkward for them, one that explains their identity. Mountain must be included no matter what. That mountain spirit bastard. At least one more character is needed. What symbol do they have? They go around taking the wheel, salt, and glass as their symbols. For the Earth tribe, it seems their symbol is a spiraling candle dragon. How about Candle Mountain Devil Lord? Attaching the character Candle, Ju, that is. Good. But if we do so, it will overlap with the immortal title of Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. The domain of Torch Candle will become important. Can you handle it, Torch Candle? At those words, the newly appointed Torch Candle Heavenly Lord clears their throat as if lacking a little confidence. In fact, after the naming supreme deity war, the one who wielded the heavenly void furnace, anchored it in the head realm, and then died is the torch candle heavenly lord again. So a new torch candle heavenly lord has been selected once more. In such a situation, being given another burdensome role immediately makes the new torch candle heavenly lord appear flustered. At that moment, the sword spear heavenly lord steps forward. That one is a being who wields the sword, Jang. Then let this immortal divide the power of my symbol so that sword, Jan, enters into that one's immortal title. Such a thing, sword spear. This means as much of the power of the immortal title weakens them, that much of your power will be pulled away. Will you be fine? This lord is the martial force of Radiance Hall. I am a being that does not easily collapse. Do not worry, Rain Dew. Sword spear. Ow. Oh, sword of Radiance Hall. Rain Dew lets out an exclamation in awe of sword spear's sacrifice, and the other Radiance 8 immortals also exhale silent exclamations at their sacrifice. You need not do so, sword spear. You are our martial strength. Your sacrifice may instead become an even greater threat to Radiance Hall. However, even at everyone's dissuasion, Sword Spear shakes their head. It is fine. This immortal is the vanguard of the Radiance 8 immortals. In every dangerous matter, I have always gone ahead. This time is no different. Chiak. Wu-wong. When the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord stretches out their hand, silver-white light extends from their palm and gathers in the void. Then, centering on Sword Spear's light, part of the light of the 8 immortals also gathers and engraves a certain name into the void. Sword Mountain Devil Lord, Jan San Mujin. That is the shackle of the 8 immortals created to weaken the immortal beast King Seo Eun-hyun and his new immortal title. It is the Mountain Divine Spirit's new name. Torch Candle. You head with Great Sun to the immortal domain of naming. Kagugugu. The Great Sun Heavenly Lord and Torch Candle Heavenly Lord rise from their seats. Shortly after, they sweep their hands through the void, and before them unfolds a completely different otherworld. A world of the immortal Tao of the naming seat that only those who tread the naming immortal Tao can enter. It is the naming immortal domain. Suat. Yet, though they are not ones who walk the Tao of naming, by the power of the Radiance 8 immortals they ignore the rules and step into the naming immortal domain. Immediately after, the 8 immortals rise from their seats. Great Forest speaks. Now when Great Sun and Torch Candle return after occupying the naming seat, we will all combine strengths and prepare a trap to bestow an immortal title upon the Mountain Divine Spirit. Until then, each of you, return to your own residence and prepare. After Great Forest's words, the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord clasps their palms together and bows toward the seat of radiance shining brilliantly above them. Glory to the Radiance Supreme Deity. Glory. With those words, the 8 immortals each return to their residences at the speed of light. The council hall of the 8 immortals falls empty. But after a while, a cluster of light gathers. Patst. Great Forest, Flower Plant, Pearl Jade, Great Sea, Rain Dew, Great Sun, and Torch Candle, who have gone to occupy the immortal domain of naming. All except the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, who has gone to their dwelling, now gathers separately. You have seen it. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord speaks coldly. At their words, all the Heavenly Lords let out silent sighs. Sword Spear is bewitched by the Mountain Divine Spirit. Even this time, wishing to cling stubbornly to the Mountain Divine Spirit, they contributed their own power into the immortal title that can exert the greatest influence on the Mountain Divine Spirit. Now, they must be executed. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord particularly looks toward the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who governs metal, Jean, as Sword Spear does. All the evidence this immortal speaks of has been laid bare. Though Sword Spear represents martial force, with a great battle imminent, they have meddled needlessly in matters that other heavenly lords should do, even consuming their own martial force, showing an irrational appearance. Furthermore, look at Sword Spear's light. Is it not gradually diminishing? Above all, that strangely emotional demeanor. The sense of incongruity about Sword Spear that comes as memories of past timelines return. All of it shows that whether they are bewitched by the Mountain Divine Spirit or have joined hands with the underworld and betrayed us, it is showing proof that they are a traitor. Even having come to this point, will you still oppose the execution of Sword Spear, Pearl Jade? O Executor Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, Sword Spear and I are one body. I symbolize the yin of metal, jin, among the five elements, and sword spear symbolizes the yang. We as Taiji, have always moved as one body, and we have always together repelled the enemies of Radiance Hall. O Pearl Jade, that is emotion. It is true that we must understand emotion, but we must not be consumed by it. We must judge with reason. This immortal is rational. Rather, to begin with, Rain-Dew, is not the very fact that you do not unilaterally execute sword spear, but instead seek our opinion because the evidence of sword spear's betrayal is insufficient? Has it not already been confirmed that the will was used to tamper with our memories of other timelines? The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's eyes gleam. The timeline in which the sword spear Heavenly Lord slayed the mountain divine spirit Seo Un-hyun with the filling the heavens sword ring. From that timeline onward, it is felt that the underworld has twisted their history in a subtle way through the wheel. Because of that, the Radiance 8 immortals have still yet to fully recover their complete memories. At the center of that manipulation of memory is sword spear. To begin with, even the so-called other timelines are due to the strange authority of the Ender. Are we not still seeking a way to determine whether it is real? This immortal believes that only after the decisive battle with the great mountain supreme deity is over, and before we deal with the weakened sword mountain devil lord, should that matter be investigated. And if sword spear betrays us before then? If at the crucial moment they put a blade to our throats? Sword spear will never do so. I have walked with the sword spear of that era since our mortal beings' days, so I know Yang Jihuang well. Pearl Jade, that is, I know. I do not harbor emotion beyond what is necessary, but it is true that the evidence of sword spear's betrayal is insufficient, and until decisive proof is found, I will defend her. If, even after decisive proof comes forth, you still shield sword spear, then I will have no choice but to execute you as well, Pearl Jade. I know. If I witness decisive proof, then I will seize the sword spear Heavenly Lord with my own hands and deliver them before you, Rain-Dew. Surik, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord removes the mask covering their face, lifts their gaze to the seat of radiance, and makes an oath. I, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, upon the true name of Pal Huang, Babaoth, swear before the Radiance Supreme Deity. Outside Mount Sumeru, the outer sea, in that sea of chaos, someone is creating something. What looks at times like a spirit of pale pink, or like a huge spool of thread, is tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of pale pink cloths gathered and fluttering. At the center of those fluttering strips of cloth, there, a woman is moving the cloths, creating something. It is a domain existing outside Mount Sumeru. That domain, comparable to several heavenly domains, is gradually coming to completion in her hands. Its name is Artificial Gandhara. The being creating it is the one known as the successor of Vast Cold, Kim Yun. Kim Yun, with her eyes closed, ceaselessly manipulates the cloths and weaves a dimension through them. Then, she suddenly feels a certain resonance ringing in her chest and half opens her eyes. You are Suit. Before her eyes, silver-white light appears to gather, and someone in a pure white silver robe and a silver mask appears. It is the fifth seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the sword spear Heavenly Lord. Resonating with the paper flowers blooming within Kim Yun's full blossom, the sword spear Heavenly Lord thus arrived before her. I have something to ask of you. What shall I help you with? There is no small talk between the two, since they both already carry the same paper flower and are so closely connected to the owner of that paper flower. Trivial small talk and curiosities and the like are things they can know just by looking into each other's eyes. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord has, bit by bit, caught my tale. But perhaps they are not yet certain, as they seem to be in discussion with the other 8 immortals. The sword spear Heavenly Lord, Jiwa, looks at Kim Yun and takes off her mask. Jiwa's bare face and Kim Yun's face meet. After facing Kim Yun for a while, and briefly looking at Kim Yun's hand, she smiles faintly. Refine me. Pardon. You are an artisan. I am metal. Seo Un-hyun is fire. With his fire, refine me and make me into his sword. Wawoom. Jiwa opens her mouth and vomits out something pure white. Kim Yun realizes what it is and widens her eyes. It is Jiwa's soul. I am soon to be killed by the other 8 immortals before long. I will not even be able to revive with the Heart Dao blooming system. The God-killing spear is a mantra for killing the undying. All means of revival are useless. Therefore, even if I die, Let me be Seo Eunhyun's sword, wielded within his hand, so that I can eat his fire and be born again. Make my soul into a sword. Kugugugugu. Receiving Ji-Hwa's spirit, which radiates an overwhelming presence, Kim Yun looks at her. You have given me 9/10 of your soul. Yes. Do you trust me? Kim Yun asks carefully. Though they have come to know each other through the connection of Seo Eunhyun, the two originally met as enemies. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord has the fate to annihilate Kim Yun. And, even as a friend of the human named Seo Eunhyun, the two are arch-rivals. To call them love rivals is also correct. But Ji-Hwa smiles brightly. I trust you. She knows Seo Eunhyun. Because she has seen everything of Seo Eunhyun. Because she knows with what heart Seo Eunhyun accepted Kim Yun. She knows what kind of person Kim Yun is. Because he trusts you. Step. Approaching Kim Yun slowly, Ji-Hwa continues. Because he loves you. Chiak. At last, having come right before Kim Yun, Ji-Hwa presses her forehead against Kim Yun's and affectionately strokes her head. And because I know him. If it is love chosen by someone as pure as he is, then I believe that you two are surely even purer and more lovable than him. Kugugugugu. Sword Spear's spirit is sucked into Ji-Hwa's hand. Before long, Ji-Hwa's soul becomes a lump in her hand. I will trust in the sword you make. So, with his fire, burn my soul, and forge the sword. I will die later, but my soul will be wielded in his hand, and surely, feeding on his heat, shall awaken again. Handing the lump of steel held in her hand to Kim Yun, Sword Spear speaks. I have heard of your power. They say you inherited part of the power of vast cold. Please, with your power, strike down hard on my soul. Whatever sword it becomes, I will be grateful to you. Yes. Kim Yun trembles. In a way, there's never been interaction between the two. To the point that today is the first time the two of them have talked like this alone. Has she ever received such trust from someone she's met for the first time? Not even Seo Eunhyun did so. At this trust, she grips the soul of iron held in her hand and speaks. Yes, I promise. Her eyes blaze. As one who inherited the talent of the mad Lord Jo Yun. As one who inherited the heart of Bu Qianghua. She will forge this iron into something stronger than any Dharma treasure, stronger than any immortal treasure. I will make the greatest sword, so that Eunhyun Orabioni uses it more than any other sword. Thus, outside Mount Sumeru, one heavenly lord and one heavenly king designate form a covenant firmer than any other, bound in trust. Thus, amidst the conspiracy of the 8 immortals and the secret pact between Sword Spear and Tridacna, at last, the Devil Lord of Sword Mountain begins to raise their sword toward Radiance Hall. It is the outbreak of the first Bright Sword Great War, Mingjian Dajan. Countless Middle Realm sacred masters, immortal treasures, and entering Nirvana quasi-immortals tremble in terror, and within that mythic war, those who inherit the bloodline of myths begin to receive ominous revelations. Hook! Wu Ryong rises from her chamber, gasping for breath. Normally, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, sleep is no longer necessary, but she is different. Sleeping and dreaming is the most effective way to digest wisdom, gained from directly perceiving existences such as the moonlight immortal Wu Wun or the lightning god. So she prefers sleeping in order to absorb the wisdom of true immortals. However, because of what she has just seen in her dream, she has to gulp down cold water and steady her trembling body. What is this? Wu Ryong steps outside her cave residence and reads the celestial energy. The celestial energy is not visible. In her dream, she saw 8 immense lights clash with a wicked mountain god, and she understands that some great event has befallen this world. Right away, the fact that the celestial energy has become invisible is the first sign. The celestial energy has vanished, and immediately, she finds the answer revealed by her fate. Some transcendent existences are contending with each other above the heavens. Sensing that all the celestial energy she can read is being severed by the steps of those transcendent beings, Wu Ryong bites her lips tightly. I am still weak. Far too weak. She looks back at Seo Jiang, whom she dragged into her cave residence and is sleeping soundly, and thinks. The incident with the Mad Lord's puppets not long ago. The decisive battle with the lightning god. She is still far too weak. I must become stronger. The world has fallen into chaos. Therefore, she recognizes she must become even stronger. Let's rise, star-shattering stage. There is no time to wait for her master to come. Before her master, esteemed 1 Beck geometry, descends 20 years from now. She firmly vows to reach the star-shattering stage with her own strength alone beneath the sky, to protect Seo Jiang, and to stand before Beck geometry and place her hand proudly on Seo Jiang's shoulder. Wu Ryong enters her cave residence, ceases her sleep of digesting the wisdom of true immortals, repentantly enlightens on what she has, sits in a lotus position, and enters cultivation. Thus, 20 years pass in an instant. In the human race territory of the vast cold realm, heavenly human island. There, at last, the descent formation to summon esteemed 1 Beck geometry and the other star-shattering stage esteemed ones of the Radiant Spirit sect is completed. Chapter 757, Devil Lord 2. Kururung. Vast Cold Realm. Chaos Realm Region. There, an enormous storm blows in. Kururung. It is a gigantic storm of heavenly tribulation. Kururung. And inside that heavenly tribulation storm, something spherical rises into the sky. Ururung. Seeing that sight, someone bursts out in admiration. Indeed. So that is advancement to the star-shattering stage. As expected, Ryong is remarkable. Their names are Mu Geometry and Seo Jiang. With Wu Ryong's advancement ritual to the star-shattering stage, she gathered those to serve as law protectors for her, and the ones who volunteered are precisely Seo Jiang and Mu Geometry. In particular, Mu Geometry, now at Grand Perfection Integration stage and having gained enlightenment after getting beaten by the Lightning God not long ago, is to some extent a step beyond the integration stage. So he very much wants to witness a star-shattering stage advancement scene and has come to this place. Kururung. Additionally, Seo Jiang records the scene on a recording tablet and is transmitting it in real time to the Human Race Grand Cultivator Association and to Bai Hua and others. So the Human Race Grand Cultivator Association and Bai Hua are all gaining enlightenment through Wu Ryong's advancement ritual. Through the immortal arts of rain, sunlight, heat, cold, wind, and time, in a state of having become dust, one gathers the dust to make a star and advances to the star-shattering stage. That is the essence. Indeed, so that is why the refining Void Dharma treasure is needed. So that is why advancement to the star-shattering stage has not been easy. A being who has not seen a star-shattering stage advancement even once has no choice but to have a distinct lower probability of success. Mu Geometry, watching Wu Ryong's advancement ritual, seems entranced as he gains enlightenments. But Seo Jiang watches Wu Ryong's advancement with a calm face. After a little while, Seo Jiang opens his mouth. Senior brother. Now, Ryong is gradually grasping the framework. Right. Got it. Let's activate the formation. Mu Geometry and Seo Jiang head south and north respectively. In the north, Seo Jiang forms hand seals and draws up the dragon vein of the Chaos Realm region, and Mu Geometry refines that dragon vein. The ground's dragon vein resounds up into the sky and begins to form pitch-black thunderclouds. It's beginning, senior brother. Right. Now, the true star-shattering stage heavenly tribulation will begin. Ururung. At last, the pitch-black thunderclouds made by the 2 integration stage cultivators completely cover the sky and fill the heavens with darkness. Geo. From the sky, an enormous pillar of light pierces the pitch-black thunderclouds and falls onto Wu Ryong, who is taking on form. The star tribulation begins. Kururung. The stars positioned in the sky of the vast cold realm bestow punishment upon the heaven-defying one and gradually connect to Wu Ryong. Yet, whether fortunately or not, Wu Ryong is attempting advancement in a region of the chaos realm where little starlight shines, and, in addition, asks Seo Jiang and Mu Geometry for a formation that dims the starlight, so the intensity of the star tribulation is on the weaker side. That is the star tribulation. Mu Geometry breaks into a cold sweat at the brutish strength of the star tribulation, and that image transmits in full to the Grand Cultivator Association and Bai Hua. Among the Grand Cultivator Association, Gol make looks at the star tribulation with an expression as if it is nothing special, and Hanjin chuckles and begins to close his eyes. All the other integration stage Grand Cultivators, including Du Ryok, have slightly tense expressions. And lastly, Bai Hua lets out a faint laugh. Foolish Wu Ryong. You still don't know since you never received that one's wisdom. The star tribulation is, in essence, to take in all the starlight of the astral realm into your body and thereby link the star veins. She looks at her own palm with a sneer. Of course, such a deranged method is by no means easy, but Baiwa can now do it, because she has the power given to her by the great mountain divine spirit. Uduk. When Baiwa puts strength into her hand, her fingers instantly transform into glass swords. Since it happens so suddenly, she flinches in surprise and quickly hides the fingers with her other hand. It is still not perfectly under control, but, hoo-hoo, I am satisfied. I have accepted the power of a higher race. Now I am not inferior to you. She mutters as she glares at Wu Ryong, the half-blood of the celestial dog race, and Mu Geometry, the half-blood of the heavenly fox race. She, too, has lived well in the Radiant Spirit sect as an integration stage cultivator of equal standing. Yet she has always secretly envied her peers who inherited the true blood of heaven immortals and possess special abilities. If they had been pure demon races, she would not even have felt envy. But half-bloods who can draw on the advantages of the demon race when needed and still have the inherent advantages of the heaven race. They progress in cultivation by leaps and bounds, and compared to those at the same realm, they become stronger without much effort. Baiwa has always harbored jealousy toward them. But now I have it too. Humph, so you advance to the star-shattering stage? How foolish. To advance through such a shortcut only makes you weaker than those of the same realm. Just wait, Wu Ryong. I will definitely surpass you through the orthodox advancement method. She looks at the completed descent formation beside her and smiles. For, very soon, that person will arrive. The realization of her dream is not far away. Kugugugugu. Star veins crash down. Heaven and earth tremble. Because it is the Chaos Realm region, especially an area where starlight does not reach well, only 10 star veins descend. Kururum. And at last, after receiving all 10 star veins, within the cloud of dust, a pure white star appears. It is a silver-white star. On the surface of the star drift sharp gaseous metal clouds, and inside the star, silvery liquid metals like mercury flow, forming a strange ecosystem. Before long, the circulation of that ecosystem begins in earnest, and within the circulating ecosystem, heaven and earth spiritual energy begin to be produced. Wu Ryong, who has now properly risen into the producer class of the universe, soon begins to compress the star. Uduk, ududududuk. Kugagum. What then appears is a star compressed to the size of a palm, and Wu Ryong's transformation form covering the surface of that star. Ryong-e. Seo Jiang runs to Wu Ryong, and Wu Ryong pats Seo Jiang's head. You finally reached the star-shattering stage. How does it feel, Ryong-a? Only now do I truly feel I have set foot on the path of immortal cultivation. Wu Ryong mutters as she looks up at the sky. It feels like she has stepped onto the proper heavenly path. The cultivation she has done until now feels like mere play, and the harshness of the remaining immortal cultivation system pierces her to the bone. Just moving beyond the early star-shattering stage will take hundreds of years. It is something she must accumulate slowly, living through countless years she could never have imagined until now. That is the cultivation of the star-shattering stage. What is more, she cannot even fathom what the sacred vessel stage will be like. From now on, it will be even harsher. But she takes Seo Jiang's hand and makes a vow. Even so, it's fine. I will overcome everything, and without fail, protect it all. Answering Mu Geometry's endless questions about the realizations of the star-shattering stage, Wu Ryong draws Seo Jiang and Mu Geometry into her attraction force and stomps her foot. Kuwang. With a single step of her foot, space itself bends. Her ground-shrinking technique now reached the level of crossing light years, and Wu Ryong instantly moves from the Chaos Realm region to the Stable Realm region. After that, with just a few more uses of the ground-shrinking technique, she reaches the Human Race Grand Alliance's territory. Oh, astonishing. So this is the ground-shrinking technique of the star-shattering stage. It seems things like teleportation formations are no longer necessary. Not entirely so, senior brother. For traveling between other middle realms or astral realms, or between different heavenly domains, even I must rely on teleportation formations. Haha. Well, ordinary integration cultivators live without even imagining the level of movement you speak of. Mu Geometry chuckles and praises Wu Ryong's realm, and she approaches Baiwa, who is preparing the descent formation. Senior sister Baiwa, I heard you are ready to summon our masters, right? The descent formation is now complete. Originally, we would borrow the power of the Grand Cultivator Association to activate it, but now we have you. A single star-shattering cultivator can wield attraction force greater than the entire Grand Cultivator Association. so you alone can activate the formation. Bai Hua points toward the front of the descent formation, and Wu Ryong nods. Thank you for your hard work all this time. Hard work? Huh. At that phrase, which sounds like praise from a superior to a subordinate, Bai Hua's eyes twitch, but she only keeps smiling sweetly. Yes, thank you for recognizing it, junior sister. Let us quickly activate the descent formation and welcome our masters. Senior sister Bai Hua. Wu Ryong's eyes twitch. Since earlier, something's been feeling off. Only after reaching the star-shattering stage does she realize it. She even considers interrogating her about the strange sense of alienness she suddenly feels from Bai Hua. A sense of alienness as if not human. But she soon shakes her head. She must have cultivated some special divine power. I must just be overly sensitive after reaching the star-shattering stage. In truth, for 20 years now, they have been unable to read the celestial energy. Because not long ago, the clash of colossal existences severed the celestial energy, and the Heaven Tribe entirely lost their greatest source of their intelligence capability, celestial foresight. As a result, in the vast cold realm as well as in the vast majority of middle realms, astral realms, and decaying corpse realms, Heaven Tribe cultivators are being pushed back by the Earth Tribe. As soon as possible, I have to reach a level where I can read that distorted celestial energy. Wu Ryong, hoping to reach a level where she can read the celestial energy despite the clash of great beings, begins to activate the descent formation that Bai Hua has devoted 20 years to making. The attraction force of a star-shattering cultivator activates the descent formation, and light bursts forth from the array. It's been a long mission. 20 or 30 years is a short time to cultivators, but to Wu Ryong, who is not even 100 years old, it is a considerably long time. It is enough to account for most of her life so far. I wonder if Master is well. I want to see her again after so long. Wu Ryong, at the thought of seeing her Master Beck geometry again after a long time, naturally feels her mood brighten. Chua! A dimensional gate opens, and the descent formation unfolds. Is it because she has grown stronger, or is it simply because it's become beautified in memory? Even Beck geometry, whom she used to just dislike, now feels strangely welcome when she thinks of seeing her again. The descent formation expands, stretching into a long dimensional passage. And at the end of that passage, Wu Ryong sees three figures standing. They are Beck Jean, Beck Un, and Beck geometry. Both Beck Jean and Beck Un look at Wu Ryong with visible disbelief. Crazy star-shattering stage at that age? Could it be that time flows differently in the vast cold realm? Does one have to be at that child's level to reach true immortality in the future? Wu Ryong, feeling their reactions after such a long time, unconsciously notices her shoulders rising. If it is to this extent at least, no matter how indifferent she may have been toward her, her master is still Beck geometry. If she shows this much growth in such a short time, then even Beck geometry will give her praise, right? With that hope, Wu Ryong looks at Beck geometry with shining eyes. And finally, Beck geometry opens her mouth. You've reached the passing line. Well done. An extremely trivial line. Yet, to Wu Ryong, with that single phrase, feels all the years of neglect she has suffered from Beck geometry somehow compensated. Because this is the first praise she has ever heard from Beck geometry. You may now move on to the next stage. The three esteemed ones, including Beck geometry, begin crossing over through the dimensional gate, and Wu Ryong, thinking she will now receive a different kind of treatment from her master than before, waits for Beck geometry just like that. And then, Wu Ryong suddenly feels as though she hears some kind of whisper from beyond the silver mask that Beck geometry always wears. What is this? For some reason, the words seem to pass only by her ear, unheard of by Beck Jean, Beck Un, or anyone else. Spoken so faintly that it seems not even meant for her to hear. And in those words, she feels an inexplicable and powerful foreboding. It is enough now. Start coming. Whom is she speaking to? And why does that tone carry such chill at the end? Is she not even glad to see her disciple after such a long time? As countless thoughts flow, it happens. Flash. A flash bursts. And within that flash, an arm shoots out. For a moment, Wu Ryong feels that sound disappears from this world. An arm covered in glass-colored dragon scales crosses the dimensional passage and strikes at the three esteemed ones coming through. With power at least of the sacred vessel stage, that arm flings Beck Jean and Beck Un far away to somewhere beyond the dimension and then slices Beck geometry's transformation form clean in half. inside the have transformation form of Beck geometry. Beck geometry's true star. That star, shining in silver-white light like Wu Ryong's own, is crushed to pieces at the mere gesture of the arm. Taking in that sight, Wu Ryong feels as though time freezes. Karung. Then, Jiwing. The arm that suddenly shoots out from the dimensional passage reaches the place where Wu Ryong is, stretching toward her as she stands blankly. Dodge. Seo Jiang barely manages to grab hold of Wu Ryong's body and leap away, and thanks to that, Wu Ryong escapes from the arm that shoots out of the dimensional gate. Karurung. And starting from that arm, something begins to emerge from the descent formation. It is a gigantic dragonoid, dragon human, their whole body shimmering with glass-colored aurora, bearing glass-colored dragon scales. Kagugugu. At the appearance of that dragonoid, at least of the sacred vessel stage, Wu Ryong's mind freezes. Her body moves faster than her mind. Wu Ryong suddenly realizes that she is screaming. Her master Beck geometry has always been stern and showed favoritism only towards Seo Jiang. But she is still her master. Unknowingly, she has been revering her. I actually liked master. Sound disappears as she feels as if all the colors of the world have disappeared and become black and white. And Wu Ryong holds the Radiance halberd and charges at the dragonoid. But in an instant, clang, clang, countless glass-colored chains begin to bind her. They are heavenly being stage disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect. The character's supervision, Jan, is engraved in each of their eyes, and the chains they summon bind her with a strength so great one cannot believe it is from the heavenly being stage. They have arrived. Bow and worship. Now the vast cold realm shall receive their touch. She recognizes that power. The power of the mountain god who always extends a hand to her. Yes, that is the authority of the mountain god. At last, she realizes the true identity of that dragonoid. Realizing where the hateful dragonoid who killed her master Beck geometry in a single blow comes from, she sheds tears of blood. Sword Mountain, Huarong, and slammed into the ground by the hands of the fanatics who revere the divine spirit of Sword Mountain, Wu Ryong madly spews hatred. I will not forgive you. And so, gazing at the dragonoid rising into the heavens of the vast cold realm, without sparing her the slightest attention, she weeps blood and swears. If someday, she stands at the same eye level as the being called the divine spirit of Sword Mountain, she will surely take revenge for this day. Isn't that too much? Interdimensional void. Inside that darkness world, seeing Beck geometry pulling together her shattered body, a glass-colored ray approaches her and asks a question. If I suffered something like that at her age, it would not be strange if I went mad. TSSSSS. While casually restoring Beck geometry's body, the someone who is possessing Beck geometrical answers. I do feel sorry, but it cannot be helped. Our 8 immortals have always grown generation after generation through trials like this. And only at the end do we realize that this world is a playground of the true immortals, and that the life I have lived is nothing but a board game laid down by the 8 immortals of the past. The process of realizing that the world is a play and casting away emotions is the regular trial course of the 8 immortals, so it cannot be helped. Cruel. You all are. On the surface, you look the most cruel. You are the one who killed that girl's master, Mountain Divine Spirit. She isn't dead yet. The glass-colored light, Seo Eunhyun's split soul, speaks to the being possessing Beck geometry. It speaks to the split soul of the sword's spear heavenly lord. That, even if it is cruel, it cannot be helped. We have to become like iron. And as long as true immortals and beings with power exist, the world is no different from a play. In order to deeply instill the ideology of the Radiance 8 immortals, that those who climb the immortal cultivation system must be stopped, we always have to experience the death of someone precious in childhood. To Ryong, I always end up feeling sorry. There is no need to feel sorry. From here on, it will only grow more cruel. But what you intend to do for that child will be salvation for her. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord looks at Seo Eunhyun and speaks. Do not hesitate and move forward. Move forward and save another me of the future, just as you save the me of now. Teach them that life is not a play. Understood. Hearing those words, Seo Eunhyun's split soul flies off somewhere. For Ryong's peace, and for the future Enders, and the future 8 immortals who must continue to kill their hearts, and also for the coming battle with Guak Am, who was a former Radiance. he mutters while watching the dragonoid in the distant vast cold realm begin inhaling the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm. The earth boundary heavenly domain shall come great chaos. Thus, within the secret pact between the divine spirit of Sword Mountain and the heavenly lord of Sword Spear, there, the great chaos of the earth boundary heavenly domain is decided. And, amidst the prologue of that great chaos, the echoes of a star-shattering stage girl who lost her master begins to spread. Chapter 758, Devil Lord 3. Do-do-do-do-do. A strange heaven and earth spiritual energy fills the surroundings. Instead of the usual power of heaven and earth spiritual energy, something peculiar that evokes twilight, gongyin, light, and shadow completely fills the area. Due to that peculiar energy, among the cultivators of Heavenly Human Island, the cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the heavenly being stage, and the four-axis stage, who are most affected by heaven and earth spiritual energy, collapse in place and can only gag and gasp. Urarung, a dragonoid whose body is covered in glass-colored dragon scales, rises into the sky and inhales the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm, converting it into peculiar twilight, true energy. Soon, after devouring a certain amount of power, the dragonoid begins to shine resplendently, and across the entire vast cold realm, the shadows of countless existences struck by the light spewing out from the dragonkin transform into the dragonoid's form. In an instant, all living beings of the vast cold realm experience the strange sensation that the dragonoid is burrowing into the depths of their heart essence. Deep within Penglai Palace, inside a bedchamber further within, Han Jin clears his throat. Outside his window, peculiar glass-colored rays shine on him and are altering Han Jin's shadow. Han Jin looks at his altered shadow. That shadow has changed into that of a young man familiar to Han Jin. I am sorry I cannot meet you directly. Haha, what is there to apologize for? Even if I face Elder's main body, I cannot withstand your rank anyway. That is not so. If I control my rank, I can very well come see you. Do not blame yourself. How could I not know you are busy? Heh. Han Jin smiles faintly as he looks at the glass-colored rays outside. Are you plotting something that looks wicked on the surface like back during the Wuji religious order days? I am preparing to fight the divinity known widely as the Amateus Buddha. In the course of that preparation, I need this kind of confusion, so I have ended up doing these things. Ahaha. If I had followed along, I would have seen many interesting things. How unfortunate. Is Hamjin doing well? Were you and Hamjin acquainted? When Elder was advancing to true immortality, he once briefly came to Penglai Palace. Are you not a bit too uninterested in your subordinates' pasts? Even though you can read history. No. If one goes around reading history just because one can, what about privacy? True. Hamjin was a bit of a promiscuous fellow. Even though he is younger than me, he didn't discriminate between women, men, elders, and beasts. Who? I will stop here. Well, it does not matter. I have met many who are far worse anyway. Thinking back, someone like Hamjin is a gentleman. There are those worse than Hamjin? Yes. Someone named Yeo Y, for example. No. To begin with, the immortal beast Glass Peacock is. For a while, Han Jin and the Shadow chat about various miscellaneous topics. Ha, I see. Is Hong Fan doing well again? If you think about it, Hong Fan and I are in a senior-junior brother relationship. Indeed. Come to think of it, you were among those who witnessed when Hong Fan first reached the transformation stage. Right? In fact, if Hong Fan had at least transformed into a cute woman or man, I planned to pursue him. The ancestor kept nagging inside me. It was hard and also lonely, but I did not expect him to come out as such a shriveled old man. You plan to pursue Hong Fan? Yes. As you know, Hong Fan and I are not on bad terms. From the start, including ancestor Yun Wei who switched between male and female, our family is not particularly bound by human, beast, insect, and such categories. You all seem even more outrageous than Hamjin. The two sometimes speak of serious matters and sometimes chuckle heartily. Before they know it, what sits in the bedchamber no longer looks like a dying old man and a suspicious shadow. They look like a youth in white and a young boy with black and white hair. However, as time passes, Han Jin's breathing grows rough. So then, where did we leave off? Unlike the appearance of an old man, Han Jin speaks to the shadow before him as if a young boy is asking a question. The shadow also laughs heartily and responds to Han Jin's words. We were giving each other counsel, were we not? Did you not say you worry over which of your sons or daughters you should pass Punlai Palace on to? Ah, that is right. So, Elder, could you not hand me some divine descent great method to pass down to one of my children? It is not something I cannot give. Here, the shadow takes out something like a jade tablet from its hand and places it beside Han Jin. Good. Then I just need to leave a will that whichever child masters this great method for divine, descending elder's power perfectly shall be the next palace lord. Wu Wong. Han Jin seems to leave some record on the jade tablet through a ritual, and the shadow speaks as it watches. Will you really not rise to the star-shattering stage? Yes. I know well enough that living long is not always good. Above all else, I am a descendant of ancestor Yunwei. As a human, I want to close my eyes while feeling pride in that bloodline. To reach the star-shattering stage and become a divinity regardless of bloodline or race is something that does not suit me. Do not make such a face. Elder, you should unburden yourself of your troubles. I am about to fight the mountain god who harassed your family. May you win. Is that all? What more do you expect? For a while, the sound of quiet chuckles passes between them. Before fighting the mountain god, I may die, so I plan to leave arrangements so my later generations can live in a slightly better situation. It is the work of putting a bridle on the being of light called the Amateus Buddha. But, in the process, I must toy with the life of one person. Just like the mountain god who toyed with the lives of Han Wen and Yun Wei. When I grant that person happy times, I too feel joy. But sometimes, I have to cause misfortune with my own hands. At such times, I feel this is not something I should be doing. I really do not know what I should do. Must you truly do it? It is the foundation for defeating the mountain god who toyed with the lives of Yun Wei and Han Wen. And it is the justification for which I must stake my life. By this, I can make arrangements that are worth my life. So you must truly do it. Then, is that the best method? From what we can think of now, yes. Well, Han Jin faintly moves his lips. He moves his lips as if to draw in even a little more of the spiritual energy in the room, then speaks in a weakened voice. Then there is no helping it. Do it. When living and bearing responsibility for others, there are times when one must act even knowing it is not right. I felt that bitterly when I married Han Wei. You married Han Wei, senior brother Myung, and even visited me in a dream then to give his congratulations. But Elder, you did not even congratulate me. I am sorry. At that time, I may have been in the outer sea and unable to enter a dream. Ha ha ha, it is a joke. It was a political marriage, so I do not mind. In the first place, by genealogy, Han Wei is practically my ancestor, so it always felt burdensome. I always thought that marriage was not right. But, at that time, it had to be done to unite Punlai Palace. Even beyond that, among the darker affairs of Punlai Palace, there were numerous things I had to handle myself. To be one who bears responsibility means to permit with one's own hand the dirty and the dark. You say you are toying with one person's life? Seated as the palace lord of Palace Punlai, one decides and toys with the lives of tens, hundreds of millions of humans. Though not on the level of a true immortal, the position of an integration stage grand cultivator is fully sufficient for such a thing. Han Jin exhales and continues. Gradually, he begins to close his eyes. If it is needed for yourself, and if it is needed for those who follow you, then even plundering and exploiting others is needed. Life, immortal cultivation, is not solely plunder, but plunder is certainly a part of it. Even if you do not plunder, someone else will. Someone else will toy with that person's life. So, if you wish to hold guilt, then hold it. But do not, because of that guilt, let go of the work you are about to do for yourself and for all. But, the shadow's voice trembles. Clearly, the shadow is a transcendent being and has lived countless lives. It is an existence far older than the old man before its eyes. Yet right now, Han Jin gives off an even more strange dignity. Even so, if the resentment and the screams of the one whose life I try to toy with are too painful to hear, what should I do? Han Jin hears those words and smiles as he closes his eyes. Even after so much time has passed, you are still truly clear. Clear and pure. Well, it must be because you are that clear that you saved us. Elder, your way is not wrong. So, if you truly cannot shake off that sense of sin, carry everything through, then go to the one whose life you toyed with, reveal the whole truth, and ask for forgiveness. Sincerely, ask for forgiveness. At those words, the shadow smiles bitterly. Would one whose life is toyed with by a true immortal forgive the true immortal? Of course they won't. If everything is forgiven with a single bow, why do wars exist? Why is Elder even fighting that mountain god in the first place? So, do not think of being forgiven and just prostrate yourself. Whatever that one does to Elder, whatever resentment and screams they pour upon you, accept it as is. Only that is the way for a being toyed with by a true immortal to feel, even a little, at ease. Thump, thump, thump. Gradually, the sound of Han Jin's heartbeat weakens. Even if the path you now take is mistaken, if it is for everyone, proceed firmly, and later, cast away everything, apologize, and seek forgiveness. Thank you. Having listened to the shadow's worries, Han Jin smiles with a peaceful face. And right after, Han Jin shouts loudly, "Is anyone there?" There is no answer. Everyone in Palai Palace is bewildered by the glass-colored rays that suddenly illuminate the world and by the change in their own shadows. But amid that chaos, Han Jin again shouts in a ringing voice that tears his throat, "Is anyone there?" Seeing that, the shadow waves a hand. At the shadow's touch, the rope beside Han Jin is pulled, and the bell tied to the cord rings. Jingle jingle. Is anyone there? At that sound, his attendants and maids enter Han Jin's room. At that sound, Han Jin's page and maids come into his room. Elder Han Jin. Palace Lord, did you call? Han Jin smiles at the attendants and maids who come to him. Lifting the jade plaque the shadow gave with a hand trembling from lack of strength, Han Jin lets out his last breath. The next Palace Lord shall read what is written inside. It was a good life. Everyone, I am grateful. Thud. With those words, the hand holding the jade plaque falls, and Han Jin's breath completely stops. P. Palace Lord. Punlai Palace Lord. Father. Father. Grandfather. Soon, Han Jin's children belatedly enter the room and surround Han Jin, and the shadow, after watching the final moments of his old friend, slowly looks upon his soul as it slowly descends into the black shadow. Go well, my friend. Thus, sending off his first human race cultivator friend, Seo Un-hyun turns around. Kurung, Kururum. The sky of the vast cold realm ripples. And beneath that rippling sky, Wool Ryong grits her teeth and looks around. Release me, she mutters while glaring at the heavenly being stage cultivators binding her with chains. Every one of them bears the character supervision, Jan, in their eyes. What she feels from them is the same fanaticism she felt when fighting the lightning god in Thunder Resonance Valley. Junior Sister Ryong. Junior Sister, don't do this and come join us. They will send us to an ideal world where all are equal. If you return to them, you can reach an even higher realm. Even if Wu Ryong was in the heavenly being stage and not the star-shattering stage, she is still young by heavenly being standards, so those currently binding her are mostly her senior brothers and senior sisters. But right now, Wu Ryong has not the slightest intention of respecting them. If you do not release me, I will kill you. Ahaha, Junior Sister. Don't be like that. In Junior Sister's current state of being bound by these chains, you can never break free. If you do not release me. Quaduk. The chattering heavenly being cultivator bursts apart and dies. Their spirit does not fall to the underworld, but instead drifts off toward some distant world. That sight looks similar to the cultivators of Thunder Resonance Valley who returned to the lightning god. I said I would kill you. And then, the other heavenly being stage cultivators burst apart in the same way. Quadudaduk. Once all the heavenly being disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect who restrain her are dead, she is able to become free from the chains and rise. Clang. With cold eyes, she stares at the chains that once bound her. Her chest burns hot, but having once been slammed into the ground by those chains, her head is able to remain cool. Fiercely cool, to the point even she is surprised. In the end, breaking the chains with brute force is impossible. Even with my star-shattering strength, once caught by the chains, using attraction force became impossible. So if I had not rewritten the world through the immortal art Various Omens with only my consciousness, it would have been dangerous. Normally, immortal arts are activated through attraction force. Rain, sunlight, heat, cold, wind, time. All of these are activated only through a cultivator's mind and attraction force, and all higher immortal arts likewise activate in a similar way. There are some claims that immortal arts can be activated purely by the heart alone without attraction force, but as far as she knows, none have been proven. However, since she has always relied less on attraction force than others, mixing consciousness in, and since she reached the verge of the paper flower when fighting the lightning god, she could borrow some of its power. With the paper flower's strength and the power of consciousness together, she was able to use immortal arts. They called it Heart Dao blooming. I am still far off, but it's fortunate I can borrow at least some power. And it is also fortunate that immortal arts can be activated by mixing Heart Dao blooming and the strength of the consciousness. In many ways, her luck is good. Clatter. Wu Ryong presses her foot against the chains and contemplates their properties. Since childhood, she has strangely been able to discern the substance and abilities of Dharma tools and Dharma treasures of the metal attribute. But, for some reason, she cannot read the composition or the abilities of these chains at all. It is as though this is not a material that exists in this world. It seems like a metal from a completely different other world. It is when Wu Ryong galres at those metals. Ryong, are you all right? Baiwa approaches Wu Ryong with a worried face. My goodness, what is going on? Why did those monsters come out of my formation? Do you have any clue? More than that, those heavenly being stage disciples just now, didn't it look like their souls flew off somewhere when they died? Chiak. And Wu Ryong aims the Radiance halberd at Baiwa as she approaches her. Senior Sister Baiwa. Wu Ryong's voice is nothing but ice cold. It is Senior Sister Baiwa who set up the descent formation until now. Wu Ryong. Don't tell me. You are suspecting me? Get a hold of yourself. Our Radiant Spirit sect is not divided merely by realm. No matter that you are now at the star-shattering stage, I am still your senior sister. Mind your manners. And that energy Senior Sister Baiwa is hiding, that energy and the energy filling heaven and earth right now are the same. It is also the same as the energy coming from that dragonoid. You really. Lastly, Wu Ryong's eyes shine an icy blue. When I suffered at the hands of the heavenly being lower stage disciples, why did Senior Sister Baiwa not stop them? Why did you not help me? That was because it was too sudden. Why did you not help me? And instead go to Xiao Jiang and subdue him? Suat. Her gaze erodes the surrounding space. For a moment, the heaven and earth spiritual energy Wu Ryong generates pushes out the twilight true energy, overturning the surrounding scenery that seems peaceful. The illusion formation made by Baiwa breaks apart, revealing Xiao Jiang, who is restrained by Baiwa's binding art with his body nailed through with a multitude of stakes. Xiao Jiang has pure white stakes driven all over his body and is tied with a pure white rope tethered to the ground. Seeing that, Wu Ryong's eyes shine even colder. And at that sight, Baiwa gives a faint, helpless smile. Amazing. Illusions unfolded through twilight true energy are not easily seen through unless one is familiar with twilight true energy, and you saw through it this quickly? The star-shattering stage is indeed the star-shattering stage. Seeing Baiwa, who now even loses the appearance of wanting to make excuses, Mu Geometry shouts out loud. Baiwa, what on earth are you doing? Are you betraying the great Radiance Spirit sect? Betrayal? I am only trying to lead the Radiant Spirit sect to a new beginning. What nonsense are you? To you both, it must be nonsense. You are the direct blood descendants of heaven immortals. A human like me, with no bloodline at all, who reached the grand perfection integration stage on nothing but my own talent. Do you even know how hard I had to struggle to follow after you? Badoodaduk. Baiwa grits her teeth. I studied formulas every single day as if my life depended on it. Though breakthrough before understanding is our sect's doctrine, to catch up with you, I even learned understanding before breakthrough as well. But even so, I could not catch up to those of you born with bloodlines. Senior brother Mu Geometry already reached the step beyond the integration stage, and Wu Ryong became a star-shattering esteemed one before even turning 100. But I alone, even after living 500 years, am still only at the grand perfection integration stage. Other integration stage cultivators would snort as if it's absurd if they heard it, but Baiwa grits her teeth as if she is truly aggrieved. But now I have obtained a way for even an existence like me to head toward a higher realm. Through that being's grace. If you accept that being's grace, you can grow even more. This is a blessing. A blessing. No, not only you. She points at Xiao Jiang. Inside Xiao Jiang's body, the pure white stakes she stabbed in are slowly sinking deeper. Every one of the Radiant Spirit sect can receive that being's blessing and grace. If you receive that being's baptism, everyone can rise together to the highest realm by effort alone, without being bound by things like innate talent. I have become that being's envoy, and from now on I will arrive at the Radiant Spirit sect and deliver that being's teaching to all seniors and juniors of the Radiant Spirit sect. In Baiwa's eyes, the pure white character of supervision, Jan, is embedded. Join hands with me, senior brother Mu Geometry, junior sister Wool Ryong. Before, I have been jealous of you, but now I no longer am. I only want you to come along with me. For all of us, to gain salvation through that being. Junior sister. Wool Ryong stays silent, and Mu Geometry lets out a silent exclamation. After a while, Wool Ryong opens her mouth. I will give you one last chance, senior sister. Stop spouting nonsense. Throw away the power given by the mountain divine spirit, and help me. If you do, I will forgive you. Badudaduk. At those words, veins bulge on Bai Wa's face. I am your senior sister, Wool Ryong. I see that clearly. This bitch, I've never liked that about you since long ago. Because your future is bright, because your talent is overwhelming. You always smile on the surface, but never care for those inferior to you. And since your master favors only Seo Jiang, you only try to take Seo Jiang as if he is some sort of collection piece. That attitude of yours, I have always found it disgusting since long ago. I am giving you a chance because you are my senior sister. It's noisy, so decide before I count to 3. 1, 2. Fine. I understand. I surrender. I surrender, and I will do as you say. 3. Quong. At the count of 3, Wool Ryong mercilessly thrust the halberd into Bai Wa's face. Tukwong. With just a single thrust, Bai Wa's upper body and her integrated Dao domain, along with the western part of heavenly human island, directly collapse. Wool Ryong, who killed Bai Wa in a single blow, frowns. Wereruruk. It is because glass-colored flames surge, and Bai Wa's naked body instantly regenerates. I tore apart even the integrated Dao domain in one strike. Yet she survived unscathed, an anomaly that surpasses the ordinary domain of the integration stage. I surrendered, so why attack? You just approached acting worried while hiding the fact you were driving stakes into Seo Jiang with an illusion. How could I believe your words? It's obvious it is a lie, so there is no reason to believe them. I truly hate you, Wool Ryong. Clang. In that instant, Bai Wa's fingers transform like swords. The breath she exhales turns into glass-colored flames, and above her head sprouts coral-like glass horns. I have evolved into the higher race, the sword glass race, Jinliju. Kugagugagu. Wool Ryong and Mu Geometry frown and step back at the energy bursting out from Bai Wa. She surpassed the integration stage. This isn't even the quasi-star shattering stage. This energy is. I will show you the power bestowed by God. Esteemed one. Thus, Bai Wa, sponsored by the god of Sword Mountain, and Wool Ryong, sponsored by the Fate of Light, begin to clash on the island of heavenly humans. Chapter 759, Devil Lord 4. Pying. The one who makes the preemptive strike is Bai Wa. Conventionally, a preemptive strike is the move of a disadvantaged opponent. It is not some implicit unwritten rule or a formal rule. It is a method to survive. If the weak are not allowed to take the initiative against the strong, then the weak have no chance at all. Even though Bai Wa obtained such power, she knows her place well. Setting aside things like innate talent or constitution, Wool Ryong's comprehension utterly tramples someone like me. Wool Ryong's innate divine powers, combatability, senses, and instincts, built upon that very comprehension. In every aspect, she falls behind Wool Ryong. Even if a god permitted her strength at the star-shattering stage, Wool Ryong is not an opponent she can defeat. Do not get careless. Send the strongest blow as the very first attack. Bai Wa pours all the power she can muster into the first attack, aiming at Wool Ryong's dantian. Majestic flying scenery, Feijingyan. 17 folds of petals. It is the strongest move she can create as someone who has pursued blessing, purification, and healing. Chwat. 17 petals, condensed with the power of healing and purification, touch Wool Ryong's dantian. At the same time, the power of healing and purification directly converts the material flesh into pure and clear qi and begins to vaporize Wool Ryong's body. Chwerarak. In an instant, Wool Ryong's transformation form vaporizes, and her true body inside is revealed. Karurum. A silver-white star rises above heavenly human island, and the attraction force emanating from the star distorts the surrounding space. However, Bai Wa's attack still does not end. Her blessing aims to vaporize Wool Ryong's main star as well. But immediately after, she notices that something is wrong. Why does the star-shattering stage main star not keep growing, but instead shrink? And as soon as she feels the strangeness, she quickly stamps her foot and flees from heavenly human island. That is the one moment that saves Baiwa's lifeline. Skak. In the spot Baiwa leaves from, thousands of silver weapons are driven in, and Wu Ryong's main star gradually compresses and begins to change into a humanoid shape. Combat technique form. Remembering the star-shattering stage transformation that her masters occasionally showed her, Baiwa bites her lips. Do. The star compresses and takes on a human form. It is different from a simple transformation form. That is, literally, a form that turns all the star's capabilities toward combat. It means Wu Ryong is using her power in earnest. As a member of the Sword Glass race, Baiwa raises her power to the extreme and assumes a state of alert. Kururong. From far away, wrapping herself in a faint glass-colored aurora, Wu Ryong looks expressionlessly at Baiwa, who begins taking out glass soldiers. Junior sister, I will go with you too. Let us apprehend Junior sister Baiwa together. Standing at Wu Ryong's side, Mu Geometry begins to faintly reveal his integrated Dao domain. But Wu Ryong casts a brief glance at Mu Geometry and speaks coldly. Senior brother Mu Geometry, please look after Xiao Jiang. Those stakes currently seeping into Xiao Jiang look dangerous. I would like you to go and check it. What? Junior sister, but... Senior brother. Senior sister Baiwa is at the esteemed 1 level right now. Frankly, at this point senior brother will only get in the way. At Wu Ryong's cold words, Mu Geometry lets out a silent sigh. In the end, Mu Geometry speaks with a darkened face. If so, junior sister Wu, I will leave Baiwa to you. Yes. Finishing her words, Wu Ryong charges straight at Baiwa through the flying escape technique. Kugagum. And the glass soldiers guarding Baiwa's surroundings begin to block her. Wu Ryong recalls Baiwa's combat style. Her only methods of real attack are mere divine powers that maximize the power of healing and blessing to vaporize the opponent. Aside from that, she uses puppet soldiers, spirit beasts, contract beasts, or pet beasts as summons, strengthening or healing them while she fights the enemy from the rear. She is probably going to keep summoning whatever she can bring out and keep supporting from the back. As Wu Ryong expects, Baiwa unceasingly takes out one thing after another. Come forth, 7 treasures, true soul scrolls. 7 scrolls she pulls from her bosom spread out in the void, summoning the souls of strange otherworldly beasts. Come forth, Reaper Tower. Kun. For white glass towers are summoned around Baiwa, amplifying and converting the glass flames she exhales, supplying them to her summoned beasts. Build a fortress to guard me. White origin bees. A swarm of white bees appear from her peach garden painting and begin constructing a fortress of pure white wax around her. That white wax fortress instantly encircles Baiwa and begins turning the area around her into an impregnable sky fortress. At the same time, Baiwa's divine blessing powers settle throughout the sky fortress, reinforcing it. At last, perhaps thinking she is prepared enough to face Wu Ryong, Baiwa begins condensing power inside. Through that symbol, Wu Ryong fills the entire human race territory with Yin energy and begins cutting down the power of blessing surrounding Baiwa's fortress. Her fate whispers to her without rest, teaching her how to win this war. I am war. She instantly thinks of a way to break that fortress of glass soldiers and summon beasts, and grips the Radiance spear hard enough to crush it. Immediately after, she starts throwing spears. Tomb. The Radiance spear created by the Radiance Spirit Sword formula slams straight into the wall of Baiwa's fortress. However, it only rams in and does not pierce through, and the glass soldiers, perhaps knowing this, do not panic and begin intercepting with Wu Ryong as their main target. Tukwang. Baiwa's bombardment, shrouded in glass true fire, grazes Wu Ryong's back and then buries itself into one patch of ground in the human race sky island area, and then explodes with an immense mushroom cloud. It is not originally that powerful, but each and every divine power is growing stronger. Thinking it a nuisance, Wu Ryong keeps circling Baiwa's fortress and attempting spear throws. But at some moment, tuck, thinking the sound of the world cuts off, Wu Ryong shudders. She feels an instinctive danger. She completed the great divine power. Baiwa has completed the powerful move she has been preparing inside. Chorora. Snow-white petals begin to surge above Baiwa's fortress. Soon the wave of petals descends and crashes over Wu Ryong. Kwaong. The apex of blessing that vaporizes the opponent upon mere touch. Recalling the time she faced the star tribulation, Wu Ryong emits repulsive force toward that waterfall of petals. However, as petals scatter through the world, the surroundings gradually begin to transform into the strange twilight true energy that disadvantages Woolryong. If I keep enduring like this, I will ultimately lose. She must escape the waterfall of petals. Yet because of the very waterfall of petals, the surroundings fill with twilight true energy. That, too, twilight true energies heavily mixed with Baiwa's will. In places where these strange true energies are present, the combat strength of Baiwa's summoned beasts will probably leap by 100-fold. Escaping the waterfall is no different from falling straight into Baiwa's grasp. I have to pierce through head-on. Woolryong takes up her spear. She normally uses the halberd, but for this battle the spear suits better. She grips the spear and recalls the finest spearman she knows. Lightning God. The red god of lightning who fought her is truly the strongest spearman. Let's recall that being's thrust. The thrust of lightning, where the body and spear are one. Woolryong assumes the same stance as the lightning god. In that moment, a paper flower shimmers before her eyes. Here I go. Woolryong style. Imitation. 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. For an instant, Woolryong becomes light. Though for a very brief instant, she feels as though she becomes iron itself. And in that fleeting moment, Jiuing, she thrusts, piercing straight through the waterfall of petals, and arrives atop Baiwa's fortress. Tremble. Still, in terms of completeness of the thrust, I fall behind the lightning god. Woolryong calmly suppresses the trembling combat technique form caused by the strain and looks around. Baiwa's summoned beasts charge. The otherworldly beasts who emerged from the scrolls, and the strange beings with faces made of candle flames swarm over Woolryong. Tukwang. Through the attraction force of the star-shattering stage and her spear techniques, she tears them apart, but receiving Baiwa's blessing and healing, they revive instantly and cling to her again. Glass soldiers and swarms of white bees latch onto her. Each one is merely on the level of being a nuisance, but with Baiwa's support, they do not die, and they keep coming at her like berserkers without end, sometimes even putting her in a difficult spot. But Woolryong calmly deflects the glass soldiers, rips through the bee swarms, and moves towards somewhere. And at last, the place Woolryong arrives is the wall of the fortress where earlier she had thrown her spear, where her radiant spear is embedded. I have thrown enough spears, and by attaching to the fortress and listening to the sounds it makes, I have roughly grasped its structure and composition. Preparation is complete, and sufficient information is in her hand. Though Baiwa is casting blessings on the summoned beasts and once again completing a great divine power, Woolryong is not impatient. For victory is already in her hands. It is my win. Tomb. Woolryong kicks the spear embedded before her eyes. The spear, formed through the Radiance Spirit Sword formula and mixed with the liquid metal of Woolryong's main star, begins to hum as it remains lodged in Baiwa's fortress. Wung, wung, wung. That hum begins to resonate with the other spears embedded elsewhere. That resonance gradually grows, and little by little it begins to cover the entire fortress. Like tuning forks resonating with each other, emitting strange, buzzing tones, those spears cause the inside of the fortress to ring. You must have thought hiding inside makes you safe. Wrong. Analyzing the nature of the twilight true energy filling the fortress, Woolryong vibrates the spears according to its frequencies. The twilight true energy vibrates in resonance with the hum of her spears, spreading immense tremors throughout the interior of the fortress. Have a taste at a concentrated barrage of sonic attacks inside that cramped place. Ye Thiring. The structure of the fortress, designed to amplify the power of twilight true energy, and the Reaper towers attached to the fortress that magnify the twilight true energy, amplify even that resonance, vibrating madly until, at some moment, Woolryong breathes her own sharp energy into the resonance. With sharp energy infused into the wave that is amplified to the peak, the entire fortress suddenly begins to split as though struck by countless slashes. Geom. Fortress capture complete. Within the fortress that collapses in an instant, Baiwa finally appears, having once again completed her divine power. Swa. This time, Baiwa's petals take the shape of a dragon whose face is of candle flame. 10 billion petals dragon flower. The cluster of petals in the form of a dragon fly towards Woolryong, and Woolryong once more recalls the knowledge she obtained from the lightning god. She steadies her breath, sets up a foundation that will not cause her to return to thee, concentrates the entirety of her will, and utters a single phrase. Red Pearl cycling Heavenly King John Myung-hoon. Flash. An attack through the name of a governing immortal. At those words, Baiwa fails to endure the true name of a true immortal, and the divine ability she is about to reveal collapses entirely as she lets out a scream. Kyoaf. Seizing that instant, Wool Ryong's thrust once again descends from the sky toward Baiwa. Jiuk. Starting from the wax platform upon which Baiwa stands, her integrated Dao domain tears apart, and Baiwa's body begins to scatter. It's over, senior sister. Wool Ryong mutters as she looks down at Baiwa's crumbling flesh. Memories with Baiwa momentarily brush past her, but strangely, Wool Ryong feels no stir. Emotion itself seems to be becoming attraction force. It is a strange feeling. At the same time, the closeness she felt from the paper flower she just received seems to recede endlessly again. Chworik, Chwererarik. Baiwa's body regenerates. Amid the regeneration, she laughs, exuding an even more powerful momentum. Chwererarik. Now, having become a very spurt of glass true fire, Baiwa cackles. Kukik. How am I to repay this grace that led me into sword glass reincarnation? Jie Dunshang. An even stronger spiritual energy and attraction force. So, is it a structure where when one receives a great shock, the power of God condensed inside is released, leading one to obtain it? Wool Ryong grasps that structure at once. It is a formidable power. However, Wool Ryong looks back and mutters coldly. Rather than blindly pursuing upward, it would have been better if you had reflected upon yourself and practiced repentant enlightenment. Ha ha ha, what are you spouting now? I now have the power of go. Hu-hee-yak. Kugagugagu. However, from Baiwa's body, which has strengthened in an instant, bizarre lightning begins to spew out. What is this, Heavenly King? J.E. John asterisk and. Myong asterisk 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 asterisk. Hoon asterisk and percent asterisk. Did you not just hear the true name of a god? That is not a power one can digest at once with strength accumulated without repentant enlightenment. What? And no. Power is overflowing. Stop, no. You may have thought that you yourself worked hard, and we are those who relied on talent without effort, bearing inferiority. But in truth, the one who neither practiced repentant enlightenment nor worked hard was you alone. Disappear. Kugagugagu. As lightning and glass true fire boils simultaneously across her whole body more and more, Baiwa soon cannot contain that power and shines brightly. And what follows is an explosion. Qualong. An enormous blast sweeps the surroundings and even wipes out all of Baiwa's summoned beasts. In that explosion, Wool Ryong watches the end of Baiwa, who has turned to dust, and feels a complicated mood at her own lack of any emotion. Enough. Now is not the time to bother with that. What Wool Ryong needs to care about right now lies even higher above. Wool Ryong watches with gleaming eyes as the Dragonoid, after transforming the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm into twilight true energy and piercing a great hole in its sky, passes through to depart for the earth boundary heavenly domain. Wait for me, God of Sword Mountain. I will reach you without fail. Wool Ryong vows that she will with her own hands tear apart and kill that apostle of the evil god who will bring great chaos to this earth boundary heavenly domain, and begins returning to Seo Jiang on heavenly human island. Kurung, Kururum. Within the battlefield of myth where countless divine spirits burst apart and die. There, countless ropes of light bind a single existence. And to that bound being, the seals of 8 existences fly in like arrows and embed themselves. Jiaowang, Jiaoyang. Each seal carries a certain meaning, and those meanings link together to form a name. That name is Devil, Mo. In the name of the Radiance Supreme Deity, in praise of your great feats as the divine spirit of Sword Mountain and the immortal beast King So Unhyun, you are hereby in theft as the envoy of Radiance Hall, conferred the name Devil Lord. The attribute and status carried by that name are bestowed upon the faceless divine spirit bound in ropes. As the attribute of Devil, Blow, attaches in full, the divine spirit of Sword Mountain begins to have their strength helplessly suppressed by the power of radiance unleashed by the 8 divine spirits of light. At last, even the divine spirit of Sword Mountain, who seemed to boast of endless strength, kneels down before the power of the Radiance 8 immortals. All the comrades of this devil have fled. Somewhat surprising that this one would be captured so easily. The merit lies largely with the sword spear Heavenly Lord. Even though we have not yet granted them the full immortal title of Sword Mountain Devil Lord, and only attached the designation of Devil, to think they would be captured so easily. Could it be that they allowed themselves to be captured on purpose? Yet, at that strangely helpless sight, the Radiance 8 immortals only feel worry. There must be some scheme. Such a thought is all that comes to them. If concern remains, let us first bring them into the inner grounds of Radiance Hall, grant the complete immortal title, and perform the 10 Heavens seal. Once the heavenly domain sealing is finished thereafter, even the Sword Mountain Devil Lord will be sealed entirely. At the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's proposal, the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord and the Great Forest Heavenly Lord hesitate. As the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord says, if we take them to the inner hall, grant the immortal title in full, perform the 10 Heavens seal, and even place the heavenly domain seal, there will be no problem. However, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord senses a subtle ominousness that even celestial energy cannot reveal, and gazes at the Sword Mountain Devil Lord caught by them. With what intention do you so obediently allow yourself to be caught, you wretched devil? Chapter 760, Devil Lord, 5. Dimensional Confinement complete. 10 Heavens Sealing complete. Radiance Rope Binding complete. Heavenly Domain Imprisonment, 5 parts complete. How ready is the conferment of the immortal title? We can start right now. Where the communication of countless beings come and go, the brightest place in the Sumeru 3 Heavens Great Thousand World. Within the Radiance Hall, farther inside, in a cavern there, a gigantic existence is bound by sealing arts and immortal treasures numbering in the thousands and hundreds of millions. That existence, whose whole body is impaled with innumerable spears of light, swords, and other weapons, is what the immortals of light call the Devil God of Sword Mountain, or a wicked mountain divine spirit. While we do this, the underworld is not going to run rampant again, will they? Impossible. Even the underworld is currently accumulating strength to prepare against the power of the great mountain supreme deity. They cannot intervene. The wills of countless great existences go back and forth. Having succeeded in shackling the wicked mountain divine spirit, Seo Un-hyun, the Radiance 8 immortals stand at the center and look down on him. Your merit is great, Sword Spear. I only did what was natural. No, if you had not taken the lead, accepted sacrifice, and driven the sealing ritual into their immortal body, we would not have been able to capture them. Thanks for thinking kindly of me, Pearl Jade. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord keeps praising the merit of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, and the other 8 immortals look indifferently at that Pearl Jade, then turn their gaze back to the mountain divine spirit below. We acknowledge that Sword Spear's merit is great. Above all, from now we will confer the immortal title that suppresses their rank, so the merit will only grow further. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord speaks calmly and forms hand seals, and the 8 immortals, including the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, begin to form a ring around the divine spirit of Sword Mountain. Then from now, we shall enfeoff the mountain divine spirit, the immortal beast King Seo Un-hyun, who has been the great adversary of our Radiance Hall, as our Radiance Hall's envoy of the final age of Dharma and faithful subordinate, as a Lord, Jing, who bows to us. Wong, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord begins to pour out their power. And toward the power poured out by the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, the faces of other powers begin to gather. Before long, the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord and the Great Sun Heavenly Lord each raise their left and right hands. Between their palms, something like a small universe rises. Within that universe, instead of stars, names whirl and surge, forming galaxies and Milky Ways. The seat of naming. The origin of the immortal Tao, also called the origin essence of names. As the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord and the Great Sun Heavenly Lord draw power from the origin of names, the authorities clustered around the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's power begin to take shape one by one. They are certain characters. Sword Jan, Mountain, San, Lord Jin. As the 3 characters are born within the light, they become sharp stakes by the will of the 8 immortals. Go. At the same time, those 3 stakes fall toward the divine spirit of Sword Mountain. Puk Pukwak. At last, the stakes driven into the divine spirit's body melt straight into them and bind their spirit and flesh. Now, in addition to the character of Devil, Woe, they have previously driven into them, the characters Sword, Mountain, and Lord are added, and thus they become the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, Jinsangin. Kaguguguk. An immortal lord level immortal title that is affixed to a governing immortal level existence forcibly suppresses their rank and authority, and combined with the seals the 8 immortals have so far attached to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, drops their grade and authority down to the level of a Vestige Liberation Immortal. Moreover, those seals are gradually becoming stronger as they assimilate with them over time. It is done. As long as 10,000 years pass like this, all seals and the immortal title will assimilate into them, and that one will lose even their immortal rank, becoming an imbecile whose every memory and authority are sealed. If only the 10,000-year seal is completed. If it comes to pass, their very personality will change, so even if they accumulate strength again, they absolutely cannot rise above immortal lord level, bound by the immortal title of Devil Lord we have attached. Gradually, even their rationality will thin out by the seal, and they will become a beast. When that time comes, we will be able to educate them to have us as masters. Now the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is our slave. What we must be wary of now are the other comrades of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. They and the Sword Mountain Devil Lord will surely plot yet another scheme. There is no way they will leave the Sword Mountain Devil Lord alone for 10,000 years without incident. At the words of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, all the Heavenly Lords look at her. Sword Spear, that is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. According to the decision of Great Forest and Rain Dew, a perfect grand stratagem to capture them is prepared, so you must devote yourself to fostering the next Sword Spear. Is it a grand stratagem that only Great Forest and Rain Dew must know? That is so. I understand. I accept. Then I will take my leave. As the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord finishes speaking, she disappears somewhere, and the other 8 immortals mutter as they look at the place she stood. They sense something strange. It seems they realize they are under suspicion. If truly they have done nothing worthy of suspicion, they will obediently accept it and retrain themselves. But if not, then they will surely plot something. They may not reveal it openly, but Sword Spear knows they are in a situation where they are suspected, so they may indeed scheme something. At such a time, we must expand surveillance thoroughly, for their sake and for ours. At the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord's words, all the other 8 immortals nod. After Rain Dew Heavenly Lord finishes speaking, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord looks down below. That aside, can we truly not fathom the scheme of that Sword Mountain Devil Lord? It is impossible, but it does not matter what scheme they are plotting. So long as they are sealed inside Radiance Hall's inner sanctum, escape by their own power is absolutely impossible. The Flower Plant Heavenly Lord, who is in charge of the sealing within the Radiance Hall, shakes their head. Innumerable envoys of the final age of Dharma are on constant standby to suppress the Sword Mountain Devil Lord should they attempt to escape, and until the 10,000-year seal is complete, all 32 envoys of the final age of Dharma are forbidden from leaving. Moreover, Sword Spear, who might possibly aid in the escape of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, has been sent outside Radiance Hall for the time being. Our 7 immortals will guard this place for 10,000 years while watching over the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's compatriot, so there is no problem. Furthermore, once the exclusive heavenly domain for sealing them is completed and the heavenly domain sealing is finished, it will be the end. The stern gaze of the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord looks toward the center of Radiance Hall. Even the power of the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity, which in theory can move anywhere inside Mount Sumeru. Even the power and revisions of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, the Wheel, and even the power of the Heavenly Venerable of Time, who governs space-time and dimensions, none of them can ever take them away. Beneath the glory of the Radiance Supreme Deity, they will never escape. There, beneath the Radiance Seat's power that directly beams down and strengthens the seal in the Radiance Hall, they all raise their hands in prayer while gazing upward at the Radiance Seat. Glory to the Radiance Supreme Deity. Thus, shouting the slogan of the Radiance 8 Immortals, they continue to strengthen the seal of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord and begin to surround them with countless prophecies. They never think to let down their guard, even though they have captured them once. Perhaps after 10,000 years, they might, but not yet. For the Sword Mountain Devil Lord has not yet sunk into complete sealing. Especially the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who is both the quartermaster and strategist, together with the Flower Plant Heavenly Lord, searches for methods to strengthen the seal, and unceasingly keeps their gaze fixed upon the bound Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Even though the Radiance 8 immortals have found a way to capture and enslave the Sword Mountain Devil Lord and are executing that plan, the being sits in a lotus position with their main body without the slightest movement. Somehow, that sight looks as if they are asleep. It must be because they have leisure that they can sleep. We must not let our guard down for even a moment. Whether it is the bizarre authority unique to an Ender or whatever else, we must bind them so they cannot flee into another timeline or parallel dimension, into a dream world or a painting or into a story. Looking at that figure, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord makes such a resolve. It seems like an absurd imagination, but all the Enders whose records the Radiance 8 immortals have read are all bizarre beings for whom such things are possible. Yet somehow, the figure of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord sitting in a lotus position and sleeping. It keeps drawing the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's gaze. What dream does that one dream? To look so peaceful. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord glares at the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, who is suspected of having connections with the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, and prays inwardly that the dream that being dreams becomes the most wretched nightmare possible. Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. Since Wulryong has become a star-shattering esteemed one, 1,500 years have already passed. Kurung. On the outskirts of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, while receiving the baptism of countless heavenly tribulations, the one who stabilizes their final stage. Wulryong half opens her eyes. Before she knows it, by spending a mere 1,500 years, she has reached the grand perfection star-shattering stage. And then, Wulryong looks at her same-sect fellow disciple who, right before her eyes, has reached the grand perfection integration stage. Ryong, you finally reached it. Kugugugugu. She compresses the true bodies of the grand perfection star-shattering stage and transforms. Soon, he and Wulryong face each other. Yeah, Seojiang. You are also grand perfection now. Aha. Unlike you, my aptitude isn't that outstanding. It took me as long as 1,500 years for me to barely reach grand perfection. Don't worry too much. In fact, that pace is considered normal among ordinary beings. But, Seojiang, looking a bit dejected, gazes somewhere. At one side of that far-off galaxy. From there, someone flies over. Wulryong, Seojiang. It is Pal Jin, who entered the sect alongside Wulryong and Seojiang. Pal Jin's refining Void Dharma treasure gave enormous help for the star-shattering stage advancement, so he has already advanced to become an esteemed one like Wulryong. Although Pal Jin is only at the early star-shattering stage rather than grand perfection. Just in time, you two also finished your advancement. Unfortunately, senior brother Mu Geometry once again failed to advance from the quasi-star-shattering stage and resurrected, and is now reaccumulating his cultivation again starting from the early integration stage. Well, stopping a star tribulation isn't easy. Clicking her tongue, Wulryong looks toward the star system Mu Geometry went to. Pal Jin also speaks with a regretful expression. That aside, the elders are calling us now. Let's go. All right. With those words, Wulryong starts moving through outer space together with Seojiang. Before long they arrive at a large nebula. And above that nebula, countless beings have gathered and are holding council. Pat it. As Wulryong and her party appear in the hall, those in conference look toward them. Pal Jin steps forward before them and speaks. Radiant Spirit Sect Disciple Pal Jin brings the Radiant Spirit Sect Disciple Wulryong as requested. They are the entering Nirvana stage and Sacred Vessel stage beings of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, the Radiant Spirit Sect Master Baekhyang, and the Radiant Spirit Sect's elders at the Sacred Vessel stage and above. You have come at just the right time. I apologize for summoning you so urgently right after you advanced to the Grand Perfection Star-Shattering stage. It is nothing. The Radiant Spirit Sect Master Baekhyang pats Wulryong on the shoulder and speaks. However, as you know as well, this incident is one that befell our Radiant Spirit Sect's esteemed ones. It is also a major affair that can affect not only the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, but other heavenly domains as well. Therefore, your testimony is indispensable. I understand. Then, show us the memory of that day. Wulwum. At Baekhyang's words, Wulryong directly uses a basic illusion art and shows what happened that day. Within the illusion, seeing the moment when the nightmare of that day reappears through Baiwa's descent formation, Wulryong breathes heavily. Although she no longer needs air, it is behavior that remains because of the lingering habit from her mortal beings. At that moment, Seo Jiang grasps Wu Ryong's hand. Only then does Wu Ryong's breathing return to normal. Wu Ryong looks at Seo Jiang for a moment. You really are a mysterious child. From the early star-shattering stage to reaching grand perfection, 1,500 years of time have passed. During those years, Wu Ryong experienced the heart's transformation into attraction force. What tormented her the most as she underwent that conversion was the emptiness that made it feel as if everything was losing its meaning. In that emptiness, where even the pain, the hatred, and the anger from losing her master Beck geometry seemed to be forgotten, Wu Ryong even harmed herself, trying to remember those feelings. If Seo Jiang had not been there, Wu Ryong's self-harm would likely have continued until the late star-shattering stage. You held on to me. Strangely, even as her heart converts into attraction force, she experiences the bizarre phenomenon in which only her feelings towards Seo Jiang do not convert. She does not know why, but whenever she thinks of Seo Jiang, she feels as if the paper flower is drawing closer within her heart, letting her endure. Because Seo Jiang is there, Wu Ryong can preserve the feelings and memories of that day without having to abuse herself. And, having leapt beyond the heart's conversion into attraction force, and now being able to control that phenomenon, even when the nightmare of that day drove Wu Ryong toward chi deviation, Seo Jiang let her endure. Now, Seo Jiang is no longer a mere friend or fellow disciple to her. He is a pillar that firmly supports her heart. She grips Seo Jiang's hand tightly as she once again faces that day's nightmare. The nightmare of the dragonoid ripping Beck geometry apart, swallowing the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm, and then leaving for the earth boundary heavenly domain. After some time, at last, the memory of that day ends. TSTSTSTSTSTS. The illusion disappears, and the entering nirvanas and sacred vessels, as well as the star-shattering esteemed ones in the hall, stir noisily. Quiet, quiet. Then, the entering nirvana quasi-immortal of entering nirvana stage who presides over this council, Dai Jin Wook, opens their mouth. Now, we can finally grasp the outline of that existence. The identity of that devil, who since 1,000 years ago, appeared in the earth boundary heavenly domain, spread their wicked energy throughout, bestowed wicked wisdom, plundered the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the earth boundary heavenly domain, and even coiled itself within the palace of the God and Lord of the earth boundary heavenly domain, the owner of liberation, feeding off that power while preparing to advance to true immortality. The identity of that fiend. Oh, as expected of Dai Jin Wook, truly fitting of the quasi-immortal closest to true immortality. At Dai Jin Wook's words, countless quasi-immortals and sacred masters let out silent sighs and exclamations. Then their words continue. Judging by its power, its form, and the scenes and techniques drawn from this child's memory, that one is the wicked mountain divine spirit, the god of Sword Mountain, whom the recent gods of light named as the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Each time words like owner of liberation, gods of light, or Sword Mountain Devil Lord leave Dai Jin Wook's mouth, many beings flinch. No matter how much quasi-immortals try to strip the power from the words, a part of the fundamental energy contained in them cannot be restrained. The only ones who remain unaffected in that place are Seo Jiang, who arrived here hand in hand with Wu Ryong in the body of the integration stage, and Wu Ryong herself, who has some resistance after hearing the true name of John Myung-hoon, a holder of one heavenly seat. You mean the main body of that god of Sword Mountain? If that evil god who compressed the earth axis heavenly domain, exterminated all beings inside, recreated it, and renamed it as the Axel heavenly domain has descended directly. Calm yourselves. Surely that is not the case. Surely it is but the evil god's immortal treasure. Do not spout nonsense. For an evil god of that level, even their immortal treasure would still be of upper immortal level at minimum. What calmness are you telling us to have? Shouts and uproars ring from all sides. And watching this, Dai Jin Wook, the eldest entering nirvana of the earth boundary heavenly domain, lets out a thunderous roar. Gal, enough already. The true nature of that devil spirit is nothing more than a terminal part of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's divine body. It appears to be their body. If it is a terminal part of the divine body, is that fortunate? As a sacred vessel sacred master still fails to grasp the situation and tilts their head, the Radiant Spirit Sect Master Baekyong steps forward. As you know, those in the Radiant Spirit Sect who bear the surname Beck by, are directly supported by the gods of light. Because of this, we can closely contact the Beck surnames of other heavenly domains, borrowing the power of immortals. I myself have a sworn sister who bears the Beck surname, named Sacred Master Baekwon. At Baekyong's words, everyone's gaze turns to her. All of you present here surely know of that lightning immortal of the Yang surname. At those words, the faces of all the entering nirvana quasi-immortals present simultaneously turn rotten. That dog fucking insane Dege. No, that lunatic you mean? The madman who refined my children into pills and ate them. Why bring up that one? My sworn sister Baekwon said that with just that one's ring finger, all the quasi-immortals of her heavenly domain combined nearly suffered defeat. Therefore, even if it is only a terminal part of the divine body, it must not be underestimated. At those words, Dae Jin-wook speaks in a troubled tone. Yet, from this immortal's perspective, that dragonoid, that devil spirit's identity, is not something like a pinky. Then what is it? A strand of hair. That devil spirit is understood to be just a single strand of the mountain divine spirit's hair. At those words, much of the tension among the entering nirvanas and sacred vessels present begins to relax. Then it is nothing much. Chapter 761, Dreams and Growth, 1. It is a needless worry. If it is just a single strand of hair. In an instant, the mood in the conference hall loosens, and the faces of the earth-boundary heavenly domains entering nirvana quasi-immortals noticeably brighten. However, watching that, Woo Ryong feels an unknown unease. And Baekyong seems the same, frowning as she speaks. To the quasi-immortals of the earth-boundary heavenly domain, I apologize, but this is quite a major incident. Even if it is but a single strand of hair, it is clearly a terminal part of the body of a powerful great immortal. Sacred Master of the Radiant Spirit Sect. We, rather, do not know why you make such a fuss. However, at Baekyong's words, one quasi-immortal snorts and speaks. Think of the time of the lightning immortal Yang Sujin. That one reached the very limit of true immortality. Even so, with only his ring finger, all the quasi-immortals and sacred masters existing in the heavenly domain stepped forth and could only come to a draw with the ring finger. But, according to what this immortal heard from a true immortal elder I know, the realm of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is one step lower than Yang Sujin's. It is a single strand of hair from an immortal of a realm lower than Yang Sujin. Moreover, the quasi-immortals look at Woo Ryong and laugh. I heard that one of the upper immortals of the Heavenly King heavenly domain shall also come to aid us. They say they are that child's progenitor, is that right? That is correct. Indeed, though they do not know the hidden inside story well, the law-protecting immortal Woo Woon of the Heavenly King heavenly domain is set to participate in this subjugation of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's strand of hair. Frankly, I think it is overkill. Why must even an upper immortal descend just to seize a single strand of hair? At the words of an entering nirvana quasi-immortal of the earth-boundary heavenly domain, one existence among the Radiant Spirit Sect's Elder Council opens their mouth. It is a being with their entire body wrapped in pure white garments, their face covered by a silver iron plate. Did someone like that originally exist among the Radiant Spirit Sect's Elder Council? Woo Ryong, suddenly thinking she has not read any record about that existence, looks at them. The affairs of the immortal family are not for those of you to meddle in. Though quasi-immortals are treated as part of the immortal family, in the end those of the entering nirvana stage are but the terminal part. I advise you not to even dare to burrow into the true interior of the immortal family. You are true person, ungeometrical, silver sword, of the Radiance Spirit Sect. I have never heard of such a Taoist in the Radiant Spirit Sect. I have just newly risen. Do you have a complaint? And no. At the appearance of the true person, ungeometry, the entering nirvanas of the earth-boundary heavenly domain seem to somewhat guess their identity, and one by one they fail to meet that existence's gaze and turn their eyes away. It is a figure that is plainly strange to anyone, and indeed, many star-shattering esteemed ones attending there feel the strangeness in that sight. Those who do not sense the strangeness are only three: Woo Ryong and Pal Jean, for whom recognition of the strangeness is refused by fate itself, and Seo Jiang. Woo Ryong simply looks at that being and has only one thought. Why is it that the way they dress feels similar to Master's? She is in a state where the very act of feeling the strangeness is refused by the unit of fate, and only wonders about the outfit of the true person Ungeometry. Be that as it may, the devil spirit composed of that single strand of the Sword Mountain's hair is now in the palace of the owner of liberation, drawing in power and attempting something. We must not only think of the hair's intrinsic power, but also consider the case where that single strand of hair has obtained something in the palace of the owner of liberation. To have obtained something means, it is obvious, either it obtained a divine artifact of that heavenly craftsman, or it obtained a portion of that existence's power and gained a powerful divine ability, or else it may even have gotten power at or above the sacred vessel stage. Such a thing. At the words of the true person Ungeometry, they finally seem to realize the weight of the matter and let out low murmurs. The law protecting immortal Wool Woon will soon arrive. Until then, we must at least lay out a plan to destroy that existence. Everyone, put forth your opinions. Thus, the subjugation plan to confront the strand of hair of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord begins to take form in earnest. The strategy meeting ends. Then, when Wool Woon arrives, I shall deliver the plan. Let us conclude today's subjugation strategy here. The next strategy meeting will be held in 100 years, so until then carry out your assigned duties well. The strategy meeting is carried out in an instant under the command of the true person Ungeometry, who seized the meeting at once, and none present opposed her plan. And, after the meeting ends, the true person Ungeometry descends below the nebula where the star-shattering esteemed ones are seated, and lands before Wool Ryong, Pal Jean, and Seo Jiang. Good to see you. I am the true person Ungeometry. I serve as an elder of the Radiant Spirit sect. I have just recently risen, so this will be your first time seeing me. We greet the true person Ungeometrical. Wool Ryong and her group politely bow to the true person Ungeometry, and Ungeometry chuckles heartily as they stroke Seo Jiang's head. Wool Ryong dislikes the sight, but since they are an elder of the sect, she endures for now. By the way, did you say that your master suffered defeat at the hands of the Sword Mountain's apostle, that devil spirit who descended into the earth boundary heavenly domain? Yes. Humph, pathetic. Even if they were only of the esteemed one level, to fall to such a devil spirit. Moreover, I heard that at the time of the descent it was only at the sacred vessel stage. If it had been captured right then, the matter would have been resolved without fear of its strengthening. A waste that does not know how to seize an opportunity. Ungeometrical harshly disparages not only Baek Geometry, but also Baek Un and Baek Jean, before Wool Ryong and Seo Jiang. At that tone, Wool Ryong cannot help but grit her teeth. Forgive my rudeness, true person Ungeometry. Is the true person then saying that they themselves could have captured such a being when they were at the star-shattering stage? If it were I would have captured it. Do you have a problem? Your false boasts are excessive. Oh ho, impudent one. Do you know what words you have just spoken to a venerable elder of your sect? At Ungeometry's words, Wool Ryong sneers as she meets their gaze. I know, to cast such words at a venerable elder of my sect is discourteous. But if you are truly a venerable elder of the sect, should you not mourn the juniors who regrettably lost their lives? Ahaha, arrogant thing. Were you not a descendant of Wool Woon, you would already be dead by my hand. Seeing how desperate you are to devour even one junior, I doubt whether you are truly a venerable elder. Are you certain you are indeed a venerable elder? Though you say you have just risen as a true person of the Radiant Spirit sect, your conduct is so arrogant I thought you were not of the Radiant Spirit sect at all. Ha ha ha. At Wool Ryong's words, the true person Ungeometry laughs loudly and speaks. Fine, impudent thing. You wish for me to prove that I am indeed a venerable elder of the Radiant Spirit sect? Then I shall. But if you see it, you may have to pay the price. How about this? Let us make a wager. A wager? You may decide the content of the wager. Instead, if I win the wager, you must acknowledge that I am a venerable elder of the sect and beg forgiveness. I will. But I also have a condition. What? If you lose the wager, you must apologize to my master and my martial elders. Ahahaha, impudent thing. Very well. Instead, I too shall add one more condition. If I win the wager, you shall be taken as my disciples. You must serve me as master and obey my every word. At the words of the true person Ungeometry, Wool Ryong frowns. Why do you drag in Seo Jiang and Pal Jean, who are staying silent? Did you not say the three of you are that Baek Geometry's disciples? Since it concerns the honor of that Baek Geometry, it is only natural that all three of you share responsibility. Then I too will add one more condition. If I were to win the wager, Wu Ryong decides that since everyone's positions are at stake, she will stake for a greater reward. She glances at Xiao Jiang. Please remove Xiao Jiang's curse. If that cannot be done, at least find a way to release it. The day she rose to the star-shattering stage, and Beck geometry died before her eyes. Xiao Jiang fell under a curse. Baiwa. Wu Ryong grinds her teeth, recalling Baiwa driving those pure white stakes into Xiao Jiang. Mu geometry pulled out the pure white stakes Baiwa drove into Xiao Jiang. But the very act of Baiwa bringing the stakes into contact with Xiao Jiang is the problem. From that day on, whether it is an issue with his bloodline or not, Xiao Jiang often fell into endless sleep. The reason why Xiao Jiang, who entered the Radiant Spirit sect with a fairly high score, still remains at the integration stage lies in that. I'm sorry, Xiao Jiang. Wu Ryong thinks that if Xiao Jiang had not fallen under that curse where he sleeps for a long time and can rise and act only for a short period afterward, he would surely have reached the star-shattering stage by now. If only I had noticed Baiwa's trick back then in advance, you might not have fallen under the curse. She is always wrapped in a feeling of guilt towards Xiao Jiang. If she can resolve that through this wager, she must resolve it. And, at those words, the true person, Ungeometry, speaks. Well, it seems like a curse on the illusory dream side. I cannot guarantee it. The more it is entangled with a higher being, the harder such curses are to undo. However, I do know a method that would offset that curse over several thousand years. If you win, I will apply that great method for free. Understood. Wu Ryong also asks Pal Jean what he wants. Pal Jean, seeming to realize that leaving this place is impossible without Ungeometry's permission, likewise puts up a powerful Dharma treasure as the wager's reward and accepts Ungeometry's proposal. Then what bet will you make? Judging by your Dao title, it seems true person Ungeometry has profound attainment in the sword. Not only the sword. I am proficient in all sorts of weapons. Then, that is fortunate. Let us have a contest of thrusting with spears. Huh? Are you insane? You really want to wager on something like that? Ungeometry looks at Wu Ryong as if it is absurd, and Wu Ryong nods. I am not insane, so let us have the wager in that event. The contents are simple. Everyone will lower their cultivation to the level of a mortal, and with a spear each has forged, we will exchange thrusts. The side that inflicts a more fatal wound on the opponent wins. You are insane. TSK. If I become your master, prepare yourself. Instead, since there is a gap between us and the true person in realms and the years lived, all of us will charge the true person at the same time, and the true person must block our attacks simultaneously. If the wounds on the true person's body are smaller than the wounds on each of our bodies, it is the true person's victory. If the wounds on each of our bodies are smaller than the wounds on the true person's body, it is our victory. It still sounds insane. The weapons will not be magic artifacts or Dharma treasures, but just iron weapons, correct? Yes. Then, to give you a piece of advice, entrust the weapon forging to Pal Jean. Only then will you at least have some chance of victory. Ungeometry, as if finding it absurd, sets the date of the wager and leaves, and soon after, Pal Jean and Xiao Jiang ask Wu Ryong with worried looks. Ryong, are you alright? No matter what, a spear-thrusting match against a quasi-mortal confident in weapons is. It's fine. Yet Wu Ryong is confident, at least in spear-thrusting, more than anyone else. Now, I can almost imitate the form of that lightning god's thrust. She still cannot read the meaning contained within that thrust, but it is the thrust of a god. It is hard to imagine any existence that can use the spear better than the god who governs heavenly tribulation. At least in thrusting, that lightning god's spear is above all others. Therefore, my thrust that imitates that existence will not lose. For this wager, at least, Wu Ryong is more confident than anyone. The center of the earth boundary heavenly domain. Inside the Palace of Liberation. Within, something forming a massive cocoon faces a small dragonoid. The dragonoid opens its mouth. Have you considered my proposal, Bong Miao? And from within the cocoon, an answer comes. You mean that before the great mountain supreme deity descends, you want me to deliberately lose to you? That is correct. It must be to remove the northern dipper ceiling immortal flag, I suppose. Those bothersome 7 heavenly lords. It is possible, but why not borrow the power of the swallowing heaven supreme deity? If you make the swallowing heaven supreme deity play rock, paper, scissors, one of the northern dipper ceiling immortal flags would be removed. Swallowing heaven has already lost the rank of supreme deity ever since it became my immortal treasure, and its strength was divided into 5. That is why I need your power. Since it will take 100,000 years to digest my power and leave the cocoon, it is certainly possible to be defeated by you before the great mountain supreme deity descends. However, at Bong Myong's continued words, the glass-colored dragonoid shudders. Strangely enough, it seems your immortal treasures hinder your path. When you deliberately divided your immortal treasure, the 5 desires chain, into 5 parts, was there not someone who deliberately lowered the swallowing heaven supreme deity's rank from supreme deity? Is it not that among you, there is someone who does not wish for you to escape the restrictions on your power? At those words, Seo Eun-hyun lets out a long silent sigh. My foresight catches a traitor in your future. Take caution. Chapter 763, Dreams and Growth. 3. For pun. Translated into Earth language, it is roughly 4%. If we fight 10 billion times, the likelihood is that we can win 400 million times. Seo Eun-hyun wears a somewhat relieved expression at that hopeful figure. Of course, being able to win 400 million times means that before that, you lose 9,600,000,000 times. Even so, the figure of 4 pun makes the future king, who until now felt like an unopposable existence, feel lowered to an existence that can be resisted. Do not be relieved. With that one, it is better to assume the worst than to hope. I understand. Preparing for the worst is exactly what my arrangement is for. Seo Eun-hyun looks somewhere within the dream. His gaze leaves the dream, beyond distant principles and dimensions, and reaches a woman who thrusts a spear against the split soul of the sword spear heavenly lord. Parong, the sword spear who possesses existence called the true person, Ungeometry. The next sword spear that received the name Wul Ryong. The 2 existences, each bursting forth from their hands the apex of the ultimate marital arts they have seen until now, meet each other with thrust against thrust. And as is natural, pa-bang. Just like that, Wul Ryong's thrust is pierced through by the thrust of sword spear's split soul, and Wul Ryong's spear is split in half. She imitated John Myong-hoon's thrust, but the opponent is the goddess of war and iron, of victory and weapons. In skill with weapons, the sword spear heavenly lord, who has held weapons all her life, absolutely does not fall behind John Myong-hoon. Moreover, no matter how outstanding John Myong-hoon's thrusting skill is, and even if Wul Ryong has seen and copied that thrust, GY has seen John Myong-hoon's main body perform the thrust upon the lightning god on the battlefield hundreds of millions of times. Her understanding of that thrust is far higher than Wul Ryong's. Wul Ryong, defeated in her own specialty, kneels before the split soul of the sword spear with a blank face. She who uses the name Ungeometry lifts up Seo Jion's body and speaks. I have won the wager, but I will still resolve the curse on this child. If all of you become my disciples anyway, it is not good to be clung by such things. At those words, Wul Ryong's body trembles with a voice full of gratitude. Thank you. However, the true person, Ungeometrical, glares at her with a sharp gaze and speaks. From today, the 3 of you will wear what I give you on your bodies. Pardon. Ungeometry hands over bandages and white garments to Wul Ryong, Seo Jiong, and Pal Jin. From now on, you will cover your entire body with these bandages, and go about, so that not even a single piece of skin besides your eyes are exposed. From now on, do not reveal your main body's star-shattering stage main star either. If it is not me, your master, then even to your parents or to the senior elders of the Radiant Spirit sect, you must not show bare skin. Among ourselves, I will permit it among yourselves. But keep this in mind. You lost in my wager, and now I am your master. Disciples who do not absolutely obey their master's command, I have no need for them. So remember, from now on, never, to anyone other than me and you, do not show bare skin. If you break this pledge, Wul, the sword spear heavenly lord touches the fates of Wul Ryong and Pal Jin, who are the next sword spear heavenly lord and Pearl Jade heavenly lord candidates. You will, from now on, no longer be able to dream brilliant dreams. Wul, a prophecy of fate that shifts the choice onto the other party is added to their fate. If they break sword spear's words and show skin to another existence, they will be automatically eliminated from their candidacy for the next 8 immortals, and the fate of the next 8 immortals, which had helped them to climb thus far, will leave them, and only ordinary fate will settle upon them. Now, if they break their pledge with their master, they will lose all their talent and fortune. Originally, they are beings who can even subconsciously sense such transcendental movements that touch fate in that way, but this time, they do not sense it. In the first place, the very source of their fate is precisely the sword-spear Heavenly Lord. Sometime later, after using spells to wrap bandages around their bodies, the three of them look at their own bodies with a strange feeling. And from beyond distant time and space, Seo Eun-hyun, who gazes at them from within the dream, smiles warmly. My arrangement will make it so that Radiance Hall can no longer recklessly harm the Enders of later generations. Perhaps, depending on the case, they may even cling to the later generations as their greatest allies. From now on, they will no longer be the eyes and ears of the owner of fate watching us, but our friends. Upon seeing this, Silver Basket seems to lose words for a moment, then opens their mouth. That too, if it only succeeds, will be able to resist to some extent the divine art of the future king. A good choice. Thank you for the praise. Divine arts, in the end, are called by names such as root or original flow. Seo Eun-hyun looks at a fragment of the divine art he has obtained. Divine art is original flow. It may seem similar to the primordial origin immortal cultivation system. However, it is somewhat distinct from the primordial origin immortal cultivation system. I have a question. May I ask, if you pay the price? At those words, Seo Eun-hyun, without hesitation, cuts off one of his arms within the dream and delivers it to Silver Basket through the sword face of the impermanent sword. His arm falls straight into the ashen space where Silver Basket resides and changes into a lump of salt crystal. Part of the authority of the immortal Beast King. Yes, besides the authority I can use when fighting others, I transferred a portion of the authority that comforts spirits. If you hold that authority, then from now on, you can invite the spirits of Mount Sumeru into your world and gain strength from their history. For me, who must hide within Mount Sumeru, this is the best authority of the present. I gratefully accept. Good. Ask your question. As if waiting for those words, Seo Eun-hyun again floats 7 clusters of light above his hand. Please tell me whether my understanding of divine arts is correct. Speak. Are divine arts to be regarded as a type of authority? That is so. Seo Eun-hyun nods. In the end, this power called divine arts is, in a sense, authority over this Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world. But it does not seem to be mere authority. It is authority, but it also seems like enlightenment. That is also correct. Therefore, one who attains that enlightenment can impose the principle of that enlightenment even in other worlds. The primordial origin immortal cultivation system. Seo Eun-hyun asks Silver Basket a few more questions and confirms his hypothesis. And as a result, he comes to understand even more clearly what divine arts are. The primordial origin immortal cultivation system is the fastest shortcut that connects to the authority called divine arts. And beneath it lies various other cultivation systems. The immortal cultivation of heaven and earth Tao engraves one's own principle into the primordial origin cultivation system, making it harder to reach divine arts, yet makes it a little quicker to reach levels below it. Other systems are the same. Heart Tao blooming, cycle of reincarnation, imperial throne circuit, entering heavens beyond the path martial arts, and so on. All are in the end other unorthodox methods that reach divine arts based on the primordial origin immortal cultivation system. And Seo Eun-hyun also comes to understand the reason why he reached the realm called divine arts. There is a saying of a blind man feeling an elephant. The blind man touches only a part of the elephant, unable to properly imagine what kind of creature it is. If he touches the trunk, he thinks it a snake. If he touches the ear, he thinks it a ray. If he touches the tusk, he thinks it a dragon. If he touches the belly, he thinks it a cow. The primordial origin immortal cultivation is the method that, though the road is difficult, reaches the elephant fastest and touches the trunk, the head, and the tusk. Heaven and earth immortal Tao, though it goes around a long and comfortable way, is the method of touching the sides of the elephant's body. Heart Tao blooming is the method of flying up into the sky and touching the back. Cycle of reincarnation is the method of digging down into the ground and touching the belly. Entering heavens beyond the path martial arts is the method of crawling on the ground and touching the elephant's feet one by one. Imperial throne circuit can be said to be the way of going near the elephant and then heading for its rear. Of course, even by such methods, one may still not fully perceive the whole creature. But Seo Eun-hyun, overcoming countless realms, countless hardships and ordeals, reached the ultimate peak by many routes. He finally reached the ultimate of all paths, and by groping around with his hand, reached the white elephant called Divine Arts. Following every path, at last, I have reached this place. Seo Un-hyun recalls, in his distant memory, the teaching of one being, the Tao of heaven, earth, and heart, the Tao of Qi, soul, and fate. Everything flows out from one. He recalls the old man who reminds him of a salt mountain and smiles faintly. I think I have reached it to some extent. Thank you for providing me your precious knowledge. Seo Un-hyun gives thanks to Silver Basket. It is only a trade. More than that. Silver Basket asks Seo Un-hyun a question. Do you truly intend to make an enemy of the great mountain supreme deity? Do you have no thought to join hands with them and subjugate the god of the heavens? If you join hands with him, the possibility of winning will rise by 2 pawn. It will become 6 pawn, a win rate nearing 1 hao, 10%. Will you truly not join hands? At those words, Seo Un-hyun briefly closes his eyes and opens them, then asks, I am curious, is the figure of 4 pawn a figure that comes out with my current state as the opponent? No. It is in the case that you kill the great mountain supreme deity, inherit the origin essence, become a governing immortal, have all your comrades awaken as heavenly kings, and when all the current governing immortals of Mount Sumeru together rebel against him, I lend strength. Even if you alone rise as a true governing immortal, your win rate is only 2 pawn. Know that you are strong only because the connections you accumulated with your companions and friends support you. Strong. We are. Seo Un-hyun smiles faintly at those words. Seeing this, Silver Basket makes a noise of clicking their tongue as if in regret. I see. You truly have no thought of joining hands with Gwak AM. Seo Un-hyun smiles and speaks. The match with Gwak AM must be settled. This is an issue between me and my senior brother, and between my master. Therefore, as an outsider, please refrain from speaking. Do you intend to kill them? That is so. He continues speaking with a relaxed smile. He must be of the same mind. We have no choice but to kill each other. Setting fate aside, the feelings we each hold toward each other can never be resolved by something like forming an alliance against a third enemy. Even if upon that one concession hangs not only you but also your comrades, and the fate of all the countless masses of Mount Sumeru? Will this one step of concession guarantee victory against the future king? If that is certain, I will indeed devote my very body to that cause. However, if even in the eyes of Elder Silver Basket it is not certain and is nothing but a hope that does not come near, I will not lean on that hope. In this very moment, I will follow where my heart goes. Even though the probability of ruin is higher. The probability of ruin, from the moment I came to this Mount Sumeru. No, perhaps from the moment I, as an ender, received this body, has it ever gone below 9 hao? When a person receives a body, they will someday die. I am but a person who merely lives a little longer because various fortunes overlap. Seo Un-hyun's words continue. It is difficult to obtain a human body, and it is difficult still to realize the Tao. If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life, when shall I wait again to transcend this existence? This body and heart, that heart and the connections and ill fates entangled with the heart, I cannot transcend them now. Rather than a hope that may or may not come, there are things that must be done right here and now. Therefore, whether the chances of winning grow higher or lower, I must merely return to Gwak Am the heart he has given me. At those words, Silver Basket does not answer. And after a while, Silver Basket speaks. You. If you were not an ender, I would take you for the reincarnation of Ryan. Forgive this king who dares to try to test you. No, to test the distinguished one. What is there to forgive? After finishing his words, Seo Un-hyun asks them. There must be a reason you try to test me. Is there something you wish to ask of me? This is only what one would call hope, a mere. What if? The distinguished one may win or lose against the owner of the future. But if by any chance the distinguished one truly defeats the owner of the future, then I ask thee find this king's body, which the owner of the future took from this king and absorbed into Mount Sumeru. Your body? This king is a wanderer who emerged beyond this king's world and roamed among the dimensions. Though I went about temporarily creating domains between dimensions, the essence of this king is a traveler. Yet by the future king, this king's domain and main body were torn away, leaving only the spirit, becoming but a hollow deity. Even with only the spirit, this king can exert sufficiently powerful strength but the coordinate by which I may someday return to my original world lies in this king's body, so I would be grateful if you recover that body. If you should be victorious and promise to find this king's body, then this king will bestow my blessing upon the arrangement you intend to leave behind. By blessing, you mean your arrangement will gain the power of the absolute by this king's words. So long as this king exists, your arrangement shall indeed be passed down forever. So long as this I set my gaze upon Mount Sumru, the shackle you seek to hang upon Radiance Hall shall be eternal. Hearing those words, Co Unhyun ponders for a moment. Then he half opens his eyes and nods. I promise. Therefore, by all means, help this arrangement to be repeated so long as you set your gaze upon Mount Sumru. Very well. Thus, with Silver Basket before him, Co Unhyun extends his hand. Originally, I planned to receive the Underworld's guarantee. If I also receive the guarantee of the Creator God of another world, surely my arrangement shall carry on through endless years and make light into the friend of the Enders. He thinks of the arrangement plan he intends to leave behind. He smiles as he recalls the arrangement to fasten the bridle of fate's beginning, development, twist, and conclusion upon the next Radiance 8 immortals. If it is fate that Enders must live only like slaves according to fate's beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, then I shall also put that fate upon the 8 immortals. Only, he is going to make history. He will twist the fates of the 8 immortals candidates and create the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, completing a single history, and forcing the bridle of history repetition where that history repeats onto light as well. That is, Co Unhyun's final arrangement, which shall someday make the 8 immortals the friends of the Enders. The guarantees of the absolute and eternity are complete. Now what remains is, ending his communication with Silver Basket, Co Unhyun again turns his gaze to the distant dimension, beyond time and space, where Wool Ryong resides, merely to twist and toy with that child's fate, and record the history that shall be engraved upon the world. Gazing upon the fate that shall be toyed with by his hand, he closes his eyes. I am sorry. Someday, I will reveal everything to you and beg for forgiveness. Folding that feeling within his heart, he begins to digest great wisdom in his dream. The phenomenon of dreaming usually arises in order to digest wisdom of higher ranks. 9,000 years have passed since Wool Ryong reached the star-shattering stage. It is the year marking 7,500 years since she reached the grand perfection star-shattering stage. By now, she is at the sacred vessel stage. She, performing the duties of Sacred Master and carrying out Sacred Master cultivation within a middle realm body of a great immortal called the Sword Spear Realm, Jjet, that geometry introduced, has raised her realm up to the grand perfection sacred vessel stage. And Wool Ryong now is so used to wrapping her body with bandages that whatever she does, she tends to wrap bandages around herself. Of course, the only exception is when she receives teachings from geometry, who has become her master, like now. Wool Ryong, looking at Seo Jiang who is lying soundly asleep between her and Sword Spear, unwraps the bandages wrapped around her face while listening to the teachings along with Pal Jing. Seo Jiang's curse has recently been much neutralized, but it still erodes the child by a great deal. So even though he has reached the grand perfection integration stage, it still keeps pulling this child into dreams. Geometry strips Seo Jiang's upper body and, kneading all over Seo Jiang's body, continues the guidance about the curse. Each time she does so, 1,000 fires blaze inside Wool Ryong, and for some reason the figure of esteemed One Beck Geometry keeps surfacing in her mind. But since she knows that Geometry's actions are neutralizing Seo Jiang's curse, she has no grounds to stop it and can only tremble all over. Geometry rubs Seo Jiang's shoulders roughly as she continues explaining. As if the touch on the shoulder is uncomfortable, Seo Jiang groans faintly in his sleep, and Wool Ryong, seeing that sight, pretends not to show it outwardly, yet fiercely clenches both fists. Seo Jiang is currently accepting the wisdom of some god in this young body, and that is why he is so deeply fallen into a dream. By a god, you mean? Is it not obvious? Did they not say this child's bloodline is connected to the mountain divine spirit? Could it be? That is right. This child's distant ancestor, the being called the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, is calling to him in his dream. However, Wool Ryong is now at the sacred vessel stage. Thus, having come to know to some extent the movements of true immortals, She asks Geometry in puzzlement. But, Master, previously, did you not say that the being called the Sword Mountain Devil Lord met destruction at the hands of the forces of light? For true immortals, destruction is not simply destruction. When you learn the method of advancing to true immortality at the entering nirvana stage, you will understand as well. A dead being can return to life as much as needed. For true immortals, death is not an eternal end but only a long sleep. Such a thing. The dead Sword Mountain Devil Lord is dreaming in the abode of light, calling forth Jiang-I. Shiver. At those words, Wu Ryong feels as if she beholds an illusion. This is like, inside a vast palace of light, a gigantic mountain of glass seems to beckon to Xiao Jiang. At that terrifying divine vision, she shudders and bites her lip. Then, whether Geometry touching his shoulder has neutralized the curse, Xiao Jiang starts to open his eyes. Xiao Jiang. Wu Ryong reaches out to Xiao Jiang, but at that sight, Geometry fiercely smacks Wu Ryong's hand aside and speaks. Do not touch him carelessly. Do you know how hard it is to neutralize a curse that arises from the call of a divinity? If you truly wish to save Xiao Jiang, do not covet Xiao Jiang's body, but find a fundamental solution by which Xiao Jiang can become better. As expected, what must we do regarding the mountain god? The mountain god, as you know, has been captured, confined, and destroyed by the gods of light. But the reason this child is like this now is, with high likelihood, the influence of that hair of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord that descended on that day. So, kill that devil spirit, and with a piece of that body as medium, you yourself must enter his dream directly. Such a thing, even now, is that mountain god interfering with my fate. At those words she trembles all over. She has heard it once or twice before, but as the battle with that devil spirit draws near, Wu Ryong's body starts to shake. If you cannot do even that, then give up on saying you will save Xiao Jiang. And at Geometry's cold words, Wu Ryong bites her lips. Only then does Xiao Jiang half awaken. Wu Ryong clasps his hand tightly as he begins to wake. Geometry tries to block that touch again, but since the curse neutralization has also just ended, they have no pretext and cannot block that touch. Jiang, did you sleep well? Feeling the warmth of Xiao Jiang's hand, she squeezes it even tighter. I will, without fail, tear free from the grasp of the mountain god. And she will break free from the fate of these wretched, evil gods. Without fail, holding that oath in her heart, Wu Ryong begins to gradually burn her fighting spirit as she thinks of the coming subjugation campaign of the mountain god's strand of hair, of that devil spirit. Kugugugugu. Countless entering nirvana quasi-immortals step forward. The entering nirvana quasi-immortals, in order to keep their dignity befitting quasi-immortals, each transform into their main bodies and reveal bizarre appearances, or else hide and lay their true bodies down within things like cosmic scale carriages or great palanquins. Hundreds of star-shattering stage-esteemed ones also take positions in the nebulae of the Earth-boundary heavenly domain, connect to one another by star veins, and begin to form formations. Since the minimum force qualified to participate in the mythic battle are esteemed ones, they take the role of receiving attacks at the foremost front. And at the very foremost front stands Jean Wu Ryong, who once had a spar with Wu Ryong, and one of the Heart Tribe's 3 great esteemed ones, Ham Rak, who is snorting. Sacred Vessel's sacred masters stand in the rear, drawing on the power of the middle realms to supply the quasi-immortals, or serving as relays between the star-shattering stage and entering nirvana stage ranks to transmit each quasi-immortal's power. And at the forward area of the cluster of so many star-shattering, sacred vessel, and entering nirvanas, there, a divine spirit with a dog's face, wearing a dignified winged garment and clad in beautiful attire, is seated. They emanate gentle moonlight and, as if showing off, lift their canine head. It is the law-protecting immortal of Radiance Hall, Wu Wun. And, looking at such Wu Wun, the entering nirvana quasi-immortals do their utmost to avert their gaze so as not to look straight at Wu Wun. Only Geometry, unlike the other quasi-immortals, reclines their body inside their palanquin and looks at Wu Wun with a slightly contemptible gaze, and in front of such Geometry stands Wu Ryong. Geometry appears not in their usual transformation form, but in the appearance of a gigantic giant close to their main body. So enormous is the size that, Although Wu Ryong in this subjugation battle has also enlarged the size of her combat technique form to be tenfold that of the human race, she is only as big as Geometry's palm. Wu Ryong is standing quite close to the law protecting immortal Wu Wun, thanks to Wu Wun's favor shown to Wu Ryong as their blood descendant. You in this subjugation battle will assist Wu Wun and subjugate that one. Unlike the other sacred vessels, you will stand at the front and subjugate it. Where Geometry points their finger, a gigantic something is lying its body along a nebula. It is a dragonoid whose whole body is covered in glass-colored scales. Around that dragonoid, endless glass true fire blazes, and the nebula boils furiously in that glass true fire. The devil spirit born from the extremity of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's body has by now sucked the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the earth boundary, heavenly domain, and, from the sacred vessel stage, reached the entering nirvana stage. However, though its power is at the entering nirvana stage, the ominousness the devil spirit harbors is out of the ordinary, and countless entering nirvanas shudder at that ominousness. Learn much, and be sure to render merit and bring back a part of that devil spirit's body. The only way to lift Seo Jiang's curse is for you to connect to Seo Jiang's dream through that devil spirit's body. Understood. Wu Ryong answers as she looks back at her master's colossal body laid out behind her. Though the exterior of Geometry's palanquin is silver, the carpet and silks laid within are a bright blood red, giving Geometry a somewhat decadent air. And within that palanquin of the true person Geometry are not only Wu Ryong, but also Pal Jin and Seo Jiang. I will look after Seo Jiang. Even if battle breaks out, I will keep him in the safest place, so go with an easy mind. Yes. And lastly, Wu Ryong, Pal Jin. Geometry looks at Wu Ryong at the sacred vessel stage and Pal Jin at the grand perfection star-shattering stage and speaks. Return safely. At that single sentence, Wu Ryong for some reason feels a pang in her chest. The true person Geometry does not favor Seo Jiang like esteemed one Beck Geometry did, but Wu Ryong always dislikes the true person Geometry because they strangely seem to touch Seo Jiang rather often. Moreover, though not as bad as Beck Geometry, they are always indifferent to Wu Ryong's accomplishments and assign her harsh tasks, so she does not much like Geometry either. But at Geometry's one line worrying about her safety, Wu Ryong feels a strangely warm feeling in her chest. Understood. Please, look after Seo Jiang. Having finished speaking, Wu Ryong and Pal Jin advance straight toward the foremost front, and with Wu Wun's voice resounding throughout that stellar system. At last, the subjugation campaign announces its beginning. In the name of I, the Moonlight Immortal Wu Wun, we shall subjugate the portion of the wicked mountain divine spirit's body. Advance, O mortal beings of the earth boundary heavenly domain. Kugugugugu. Countless entering nirvana, sacred vessel, and star-shattering beings shout their cries at that voice. And, inside Geometry's palanquin, the place where only Seo Jiang and Geometry remain. There, Seo Jiang opens his mouth. Soon, the fate to move from development to twist will begin. Soon is it? It would be good if your arrangement succeeds. I must now focus on the main body, so I entrust my clone to you, Jiwa. Leave it to me. I will keep it in the safest place. Good. Then I will take my leave. Finishing his words, Seo Jiang directly closes his eyes and collapses to sleep atop the red carpet inside the palanquin. Geometry picks up Seo Jiang's body with one hand, opens her mouth wide, puts him straight inside, and after chewing for a while, swallows. I can feel it, you within my belly. Do not worry, Seo Unhyun. I will keep your clone in the safest place. True person Geometry. The entering nirvana quasi-immortal possessed by the split soul of the sword spear heavenly lord, after storing Seo Unhyun's clone in a safe place, begins in earnest to prepare for battle. O wicked fiend, receive this immortal's iron mace. Thus, the battle between the single strand of hair of the Sword Mountain Devil, Lord Seo Unhyun, and all the entering nirvanas, sacred vessels, and star-shattering beings of the earth boundary heavenly domain, and the upper immortal Wu Wun, begins. True martial arts. Second form, Arshu. And the true martial arts of the future king, which Seo Unhyun restored and manifested by tracing back the origin of history, unfolds from the hand of his heir, King Wang. A simple decisive strike that bears but a single character as its name. A downward strike using attraction force. With that single downward strike, the Moonlight Immortal Wool Wound is split in half and killed. Chapter 764, Dreams and Growth 4. Seo Eunhyun's hair clone. Among the beings of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, the one they call Devil Spirit takes a stance. Dash. Moonlight Immortal Wool Wound's scream spreads like mad across the entire heavenly domain. Chua. Soon, Wool Wound's immortal body collapses. At that sight, the entire cosmic space seems to freeze. The entering Nirvanas who were about to support Wool Wound from behind, with good momentum, stare blankly, their heads going rigid at that absurd situation. They probably did not die. Since their prophetic star is in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, they will resurrect near that star. But in any case, death is death. Resurrection also takes time, and they cannot descend again to this spot now. The quasi-immortals assessed the situation quickly. From the beginning, if they could not grasp the situation quickly, they would not have reached this realm. The sound is not loud. Countless entering nirvanas, all at once, hide their bodies in darkness or light, or in the interstellar wind. They flee by means of their respective escape techniques. In an instant, the huge palanquins or carriages the entering nirvanas rode in, or things like their own warships, are left hollow and empty inside. The entering nirvanas on the battlefield, except for true person ungeometry, all withdraw from the battlefield. Less than 1 second passes until all the entering nirvanas flee. The next to grasp the situation, roughly 5 seconds later, are the sacred vessels. Everyone flee. Unlike the entering nirvanas who fled alone, the sacred masters who have many for whom they must take responsibility for. The sacred vessels who exert greater power the more connections they have. We cannot win. That is already a being at true immortality. The sacred masters seize the star-shattering stage belonging to their own middle realms or stellar systems and begin to flee to the middle realms, and the other sacred vessels also begin to take along a few esteemed ones they know and start an escape. Escape. The sacred vessels who cannot manage to bring esteemed ones with them also, mustering their sense of responsibility, start screaming so other esteemed ones can flee, and then madly run using the ground-shrinking technique or the flying escape technique. And lastly, the star-shattering esteemed ones at last begin to grasp the situation. The esteemed ones all tremble in fear, moving away from the monster who, in a single strike, instantly killed a true immortal. Jean Woolryong, Hamrak, and others. Except for 5 or 6 madmen who, having set foot in the Heart Dao blooming system, are already far gone, everyone departs the battlefield. Uhaha, is this a war of myth? This really is the best. Hamrak, the half-human, half-ox of the horned ox race, bursts into mad laughter and takes up his battle axe. Second step, Audiobook. Before the throne, Yurchan. Non-toppling, non-standing, Bujambolit. Neither falling nor standing. Please look, Teacher Jangik. Hamrak laughs heartily and unfolds the domain he has reached. Out of respect for Jangik, he even renamed this realm Second Step Before the Throne. This is the current pinnacle of the Heart Tribe. I have reached it. A manifestation that makes his state neither change nor advance. That is precisely Hamrak's non-toppling, non-standing. It is Hamrak's answer to overcome the star-shattering stage's attraction force transformation. But finally, at the end of a long time, he managed to reach it. Simply, in a brutish way, by widening the domain in which this manifestation called non-toppling, non-standing manifests. For hundreds of thousands of years, stitch by stitch, Hamrak treated the entire region that his attraction force as a star-shattering stage reached as his own body, and covered that region entirely with the domain of manifestation. In a way, it is a very simple method, but sometimes the simple answer is the correct one. And as a result, Haya, Jiuing, the world stops. Inside the Palace of Radiance, Seo Eunhyun, who prepares to awaken in his main body, lets out an exclamation in his dream as he looks upon the earth boundary heavenly domain through the eyes and ears of his hair clone. Remarkable. Is this not Cheon Woon's domain? The domain of time yields its body to Hamrak's power. Even though he is not a disciple of the Source River, Hamrak forcibly draws in the Source River's power with manifestation alone. Time has stopped. Seo Eunhyun looks upon the world Hamrak has developed and cannot help but be impressed. To neither fall nor stand, that is non-toppling, non-standing. That manifestation, which he thought would only forbid a change in one's state, solved its flaw by widening its range. And it evolved beyond merely solving its drawback into a power that freezes the state of a plane. All flows of change stop. The world freezes. Non-toppling, non-standing, which until now only stopped one's own state, now reaches the point of stopping all states across a vast range equal to one nebula. And that means it is no different from time having stopped. My impermanence sword has the worst affinity against it. Looking at Hamrak, one of his old connections, Co Eunhyun falls into reminiscence. If, when he and Hamrak met, Hamrak and Co Eunhyun were in the same realm and clashed only with martial arts, what would have happened? If I did not use Heaven-Earth dual cultivation and the puppet circuit, within the stop time I'd get beaten miserably. I could resist, but at best we would both perish. Unless I manifest sword strikes that transcend space-time, my win rate is unfavorable. The impermanence sword, which symbolizes infinite change, and non-toppling, non-standing, which kills change, have a dreadful hard counter-relationship, assuming the same realm. Of course, conversely, against the surpassing radiant saber, non-toppling, non-standing is at a disadvantage. Before non-toppling, non-standing unfolds, one could cut off the neck, or flee outside non-toppling, non-standing space with the surpassing radiant saber, and then, from long range, ignore space and attack Hamrak. Now, because I can crush by difference in realm, or copy the same power with Sword God Dance, it is not a threat. A pity. If we had met in the same realm back then, it would have been quite fun. Feeling regret that he did not directly cross hands with Hamrak in the same realm, Co Eunhyun looks at his own hair clone within his dream. Hamrak is caught in the hair clone's senses. Hamrak, who wrapped the entire nebula with non-toppling, non-standing, and stop time, is himself in a state where he cannot move. However, within that stop time, a stratagem Hamrak prepared in advance activates. Flash. Something overlays on Hamrak's body. It is non-toppling, non-standing. He blanketed the domain with not toppling, non-standing, and then inside that, to himself, alone, he overlays non-toppling, non-standing one more time. By double layering non-toppling, non-standing, Hamrak begins to open his eyes within the stop time. He freezes the state of the world and restores only his own state to normal within. A manifestation of two abilities, stopping time and moving within the stop time. That is precisely the evolved non-toppling, non-standing. Wawoom. Then, having activated non-toppling, non-standing, Hamrak, with his battle axe in hand, charges straight at Co Eunhyun's hair clone with an excited face. Ha ha. Solid. Dangerous. How dangerous. Chi. Hamrak, clinging to the hair clone's outer skin, contorts his face at the pane of glass true fire felt from the skin, but he does not stop laughing as he chops down with his battle axe. Kong, Kang Kong. Inside the stop time. For quite a while he brings the axe down, and at last succeeds in putting a fine crack in one spot of the hair clone's scales, which possess a body hardness at the entering nirvana level. Watching that sight, Co Eunhyun cannot help but let out admiration. Oh, half a shurchen has passed, and judging by Hamrak's remaining power, he can stop time for about a day. Excellent. And a trace of apology enters Co Eunhyun's eyes. I am sorry, Hamrak. Co Eunhyun left only a portion of consciousness in the hair clone. Not even at the level of a split soul, a level of consciousness that can literally be called a stray thought. A lump of consciousness smaller than even the heart demons Co Eunhyun distributed to the disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect. Therefore, that chunk of consciousness, by any rough estimate, is not going to go easy on Hamrak. You duck, you do to duck. Within the stop time, Hamrak, who is attacking the opponent like mad to make gaps in the scales, looks up at the hair clone with an ominous feeling. And from the hair clone, a certain voice begins to sound. Immortal, cultivation, is repentant enlightenment. Wu-wong. The stop time. From between the hair clone's two hands, a faint attraction force begins to arise. Guck, guguk, guguguguk. The time that had been stopped. By a powerful attraction force, it begins to be forcibly twisted again, like tiny grains of salt. At the same time, Hamrak's non-toppling, non-standing begins to shatter, gathering to form a sea. Kugugugugugu. The jade of Yin-yang and 5 elements gathers. At the same time, the phenomena extinguishing mantra the hair clone unfolds begins to contract the entire earth boundary heavenly domain. From the seat holder of liberation Bong Myong, who is inside the cocoon, protests like screams and shouts come. But the hair clone is not even endowed with the intelligence to answer such things, so it simply carries out the phenomena-extinguishing mantra. Of course, Seo Eunhyun can answer, but he ignores it since it's bothersome. A final pronouncement begins to come to the earth boundary heavenly domain. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. Even with the hand of a clone, I can kill you. Seo Eunhyun speaks with a slightly apologetic gaze toward an old connection. So survive. On the pride of one taught by Jang Ik. The universe contracts. The world gradually begins to brighten and heat up. Damn it. Jean Woolryong grits her teeth and burns the power of one of her 7 horns. Waruru. The power of the immortal beast Azure Pung turns the space around Jean Woolryong into a spatial labyrinth and from inside helps her not get sucked into the shining sphere of attraction force. However, that is not what is important. Kugugugugu. Wawaea. 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 The entering nirvana quasi-immortals who have fled begin to be dragged back again. On top of that, those of the sacred vessel stage and star-shattering stage are naturally dragged back again, and the earth boundary heavenly domain begins to shake. Seeing that, the powerhouses of the earth boundary heavenly domain cannot help but be seized by mad terror. The entering nirvanas look to the heavenly domain's highest grand elder, Dae-jin Uk, and shout, Dae-jin Uk, what on earth is happening? I have never heard that it was a monster that can annihilate even an upper immortal. Of course, it makes no sense, by common sense, that a single hair of an existence known as a great net immortal can defeat an upper immortal. So Dae-jin Uk bears no responsibility. Look, not only the upper immortal, but the heavenly domain is collapsing right now. However, once the entering nirvanas learn that the heavenly domain itself is engulfed by the threat of the end, their reason evaporates in an instant, and they only try to hold Dae-jin Uk responsible. We must escape the heavenly domain. Don't speak madness. Maybe if we were at least of true immortality. But are you saying we, who are merely entering nirvanas, can cross the inner sea between heavenly domains? Are you telling us to swim in that abyss and die? We must find the heavenly domain teleportation formation of Radiance Hall. Go to the teleportation formation. How are we supposed to break free of this attraction force? In an instant, the battlefield turns into utter chaos, drowned in the shouts of the panicked entering nirvanas. Not one speaks with the courage to say they should face that monster. From the start, the realm of the entering nirvana stage is bound to be that way. Those just before becoming true immortals, or those who cling in place because they fear becoming true immortals, without a special connection to a true immortal or the grace of the underworld, or until they meet a fortuitous chance that lets them be safe even in death, those who accumulate eternal years in fear. They are the entering nirvanas. Unless one is an innate entering nirvana who appeared at the birth of a heavenly domain, no one can completely shake off the fear of death. Therefore, the entering nirvanas, feeling not the slightest shame at their ugly state, thrash about madly for life. It is just then. What pathetic elders you are. Woolryong steps forward 1 step. Her words resound to everyone. For a moment, all the entering nirvanas cast their gaze upon her, but no one rebuts her, nor cares. The longer the entering nirvana lived without becoming a true immortal, the more they ignore and dismiss her words. For life is far more precious than such shame. Are you truly going to keep living like that, pitifully thrashing for hundreds of millions of years? If that truly is the life of you elders, then your lives are truly insignificant. All the mighty feats and achievements you have accomplished to climb to that place, what meaning do they have? No one answers. Woolryong looks at those ugly figures and sighs. I see. You choose not to think. Do as you please. Flee like dead mice and live. If that is your fate, if fleeing and turning your backs for your whole lives is your heaven-ordained fate, I cannot stop you. But what exactly is different in such a life from the lives of the common mortals? Now she neither calls the entering nirvanas to return nor mocks them. She pities them. Do as you please. Go, and each guard what is precious to you. Woolryong, pitying them, grips her halberd. And the entering nirvanas, who did not so much as twitch at Woolryong's shouts. Once they become those who receive pity from a much younger junior, only then can all of them feel shame sprouting in their chests. But even so, the entering nirvanas do not look back. Woolryong stands alone, in solitude, and together only with Pal Jean and a few other star-shattering beings, she extends her halberd toward the devil god's extremity that emits attraction force. At least we shall go. Yes. And then, someone appears behind them. It is Geometry. Master? Look, that is the true nature of the entering nirvanas. Gaining excessive power and lifespan, they bully those whose realms are weaker than themselves. Yet when they meet a strong existence, no persuasion or insult gets through, and all they can flaunt is their skill at running away. Geometry. The split soul of the sword spear Heavenly Lord teaches Wulryong, step by step, the teachings of Radiance Hall. All sword spear Heavenly Lords are always passed down through such teachings. What use do you think those have? Such things are useless. Even with strong power, they are bugs who cannot use it in the right place. Unless you capture them, sever their emotions, make them into parts, and use them as tools, they are no different from trash. Wulryong, Paljin. Engrave it in your hearts. Paljin nods, but Wulryong cannot easily nod. Those are precisely what happens when those without qualification possess power. Qualification. Wulryong bites down hard on her lips at those words. If so, do they have that qualification? Who judges that qualification? Geometry looks down at Wulryong, who falls into such worries. Originally, if the next sword spear falls into such worries, it is right to tell them to stop worrying. When sword spear worried like that, the previous sword spear also forced the worry to stop. The 8 immortals are tools of the system. Worry is unnecessary, because their work is always to obey fate for a greater justice. However, sword spear leaves Wulryong, who worries and agonizes, alone. And they raise a hand. Wulwum. The language of true immortals, which Wulryong, Paljin, and the others cannot even perceive, passes through the true immortal realm and reaches the Radiance 8 immortals in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. The remnant of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord shows an unexpectedly strong rampage. The next Sword Spear and the next Pearl Jade candidates are currently undergoing an unnecessary crisis. I request support forces. In the name of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, I require the support of my main body, or at least 30 great immortals at the level of envoy of the final age of Dharma candidates. And the answer of the Radiance 8 immortals, excluding the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, is impossible. Not only your main body, but also great immortals at the level of envoy of the final age of Dharma candidates cannot be permitted for support. To seal the Sword Mountain Devil Lord in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, not only your main body, but also the great immortals must not easily go out. Then I demand the support of the Resplendent Treasure Immortals. The 33 heavenly Resplendent Treasure Immortals are upper immortals, but they are tasked with one axis of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord seal. It is impossible. The hair clone of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is currently threatening the lives of the next Sword Spear and the next Pearl Jade candidates, and is trying to annihilate the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain with the Phenomena Extinguishing Mantra. If the hair clone devours the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain and accumulates power beyond a certain extent, there is even the possibility that the Sword Mountain Devil Lord will abandon their main body and simply resurrect within the hair clone. That possibility is not non-existent, but with a probability of 99.9%, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord will not be able to move their body into the hair clone. The Torch Candle Heavenly Lord connected to the Akashic Records and prophesied it. Do not ignore the probability of 0.1%. The Sword Spear presses the other 8 immortals as if frustrated, and in the end, the 8 immortals, excluding the Sword Spear, reluctantly send back an answer. We will send about 100 law-protecting immortals of Radiance Hall to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. Wait only half a gak, 15 minutes. Understood. However, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, who seems frustrated with the support of the Radiance 8 immortals, smiles the moment the communication ends. Good test subjects to experiment with your new ultimate moves will descend. Wait for it, Seounhyun. Wulwum. Before long, the entering Nirvana quasi-immortals, who are trying to flee and leave the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, flinch and halt in place. The distant Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. From there, gigantic existences begin to target their bodies and begin to overlay onto their bodies. Upper immortals of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain begin to descend into the bodies of the entering Nirvana quasi-immortals of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. Gikikikikik. At the same time, the upper immortals who begin to descend into place all at once utter prophecies and start to cancel the Phenomena Extinguishing Mantra of the hair clone. Not a projection, not a clone, not an immortal treasure. For something that is at most a single strand of hair to use the Phenomena Extinguishing Mantra is admirable. However, with the power of a single strand of hair, to use that mantra before us is not permitted. Kugagugum. At last, the trembling and contraction of the earth-boundary heavenly domain, which seems about to be destroyed, subsides. To annihilate you, receiving the command of the great eight immortals, the law-protecting immortals of the heavenly king, heavenly domain have come. Over 100 upper immortals fill the space. And upon seeing that sight, Seo Eunhyun's hair clone combines the residual thoughts engraved on the hair and begins to take the most appropriate response to the current situation. Wu-wong. Heaven, earth, heart. The three kinds of power begin to draw for strength from behind the hair clone's head. They are the three powers. Those three powers soon intertwine and tangle, creating the three great ultimates. The hair clone, having reached the three great ultimates of the heaven-earth-heart entering nirvana stage, takes a stance in that state. There are quite a few things engraved onto the entering nirvana stage hair clone, but the combat techniques that its master Seo Eunhyun directly engraved are three. The phenomena extinguishing mantra, and the true martial arts of the future king that Seo Eunhyun has uncovered so far. A total of 2 decisive moves. From the moment Seo Eunhyun discovered the future king's ultimate technique, he backtraced history with the authority of the immortal beast king and, at last, restored that technique to a certain extent, engraved it on the hair clone, and sent it along. Swa. A sword of glass true fire appears in the hair clone's hand. Soon, the sword becomes dyed black. What it just used to split Wool Woon in half in a single strike was the future king's true martial arts, second form. And the future king's decisive move that Seo Eunhyun obtained quite some time ago, the first form, is as follows. Ominous devilish energy inhabits the sword. The sword of glass, true fire, instantly transforms into a devilish sword. It is a sword that contains the karma of an existence that killed everything in the world. True martial arts. First form. 0. Like the form called King, Wong. It is a move composed of a single character. That simple move starts to tear the surroundings to shreds. The numerous upper immortals who begin to descend by borrowing the bodies of the quasi-mortals start to be wildly ripped apart by the devilish sword the hair clone swings. The essence of first form, 0, is to render. To tear and rip out is its essence. But the hair clone does not end it there. True martial arts. First form, applied technique. Devil No. The freewheeling devilish sword that backtraces causality starts to grind down the prophetic stars connected to the upper immortals being summoned by backtracking the origin of history. And the upper immortals, who are summoned full of confidence, start to scream like mad. Yu. The upper immortals all at once activate immortal arts and fully descend into the earth boundary heavenly domain. However, the event of the upper immortals reaching the hair clone does not occur. True martial arts first form. Applied profundity. Nameless, Wuming. The claws of principles that surpass causality instantly reach Indra's net and tear immortal arts to shreds at the level of law itself. Upper immortals, who in an instant become like ragged rags, begin to burst into screams. However, that is the end. They can do nothing. Centered on the hair clone, the formlessly revolving, storm-like dark devilish sword exposes its unceasing ominous killing karma in full and begins a full-scale massacre. True martial arts first form. Linked profundity. The true martial arts of the future king that Seo Eunhyun once embedded in the sword god dance in the past. The basic, the applied technique, and the applied profundity all surge at once. 0 Devil, Ling Mo. Nameless rendering. As the hair clone's intent resounds, a black something starts to grind heaven, earth, and heavens above to pieces. To the Radiance 8 immortals of the heavenly king, heavenly domain, I speak. Do you hear? Entering the body of the true person, geometry, and protecting the next 8 immortals, Sword Spear speaks in a low voice. The upper immortals just sent are annihilated. I request additional support. 1 Gak since the Radiance 8 immortals sent the support of upper immortals to subjugate the hair clone. The group of law-protecting immortals have been annihilated. Chapter 765, Dreams and Growth, 5. Do you still suspect the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord? A single remark from the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord rings in the ears of the other 8 immortals. Answer, Raindew. No matter that you are the executor of Radiance Hall and enforcement is your authority. Just this once it must be questioned. As a result of suspecting Sword Spear, suspecting their statement to be a trap, only the blameless law-protecting immortals were massacred. Calm yourself. Pearl Jade. You are agitated. Other than we 8 immortals who choose to become parts of justice, even Law Protector immortals are nothing but tools. Do not waste emotion on broken tools. I admit it. But even if I am agitated, there is no error in my words. Even if they are tools, even if they are beings who someday, after the hunt ends, will be made rid of, right now they are useful available resources to us. It is indisputable that much resource has been consumed on what is unnecessary. Agreed. Later, we shall convene the 8 immortals assembly, and I, taking responsibility for this matter, accept disposal. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord, with a somewhat cowed look, agrees with the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's words. However, their attitude toward the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord does not change. However, this much is certain, Pearl Jade. Sword Spear's method is a stratagem of deception. It is a deception tactic to ease our suspicions and blend into the inside. Explain that deception tactic logically. How is it a deception tactic, from the perspective of a cool-headed strategist, to request support of 30 great net immortals or Sword Spear's main body? Was it not impeccable? I too am a strategist of Radiance Hall. Sword Spear gave an answer to win the war, and from this immortal's point of view that request was reasonable. Even at this very moment we should not be doing this, but accept the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's request and send one of the 8 immortals, or at least 30 great net immortals. At the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's words, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord looks at them. Sending an 8 immortal is impossible. All of our main consciousnesses must watch the seal of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Then, at least send the great net immortals. This is the judgment of me, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, one of Radiance Hall's military advisors. However, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's words are blocked by the will of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord. Apologies, Pearl Jade. For a short while, by the authority of the representative of the Radiance 8 Immortals, I shall temporarily freeze the military operational authority of Jiang and Shin corresponding to Sword Spear and Pearl Jade of the 8 Immortals. Focus on the task you currently hold. What? Do not worry. If truly it does not work, it suffices to discard the entire Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain together with the owner of Liberation. For the greater cause, discarding a single Heavenly Domain is acceptable. Right now it is more important to keep the Enders in check. At those absurd words of Great Forest, Pearl Jade's body trembles. Flower Plant, Great Sun, Torch Candle, Great Sea. I ask for your opinions. Are you truly of the same judgment as Great Forest? At present, you appear to be overcome by feelings toward the Sword Spear, Heavenly Lord, whom you have known since your mortal being days. Pearl Jade, remember the privilege handed down to us from the first Radiance Supreme Deity. At the words of the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord, and the Torch Candle, Heavenly Lord, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord trembles even more. Our privilege. Yes, I remember. The majority judgment of the Radiance 8 Immortals is always unconditionally right. When the majority of the Radiance 8 Immortals resolve, fate unconditionally makes that resolution come true. That is the reason why, though the Radiance 8 Immortals are weaker than the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, they have formed the faction called Radiance Hall up to now. It is the great privilege the first Radiance Supreme Deity obtained by making a contract with this entire Mount Sumeru for the sake of later generations. The entire fate of Mount Sumeru moves to realize the purposes of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Thus they became those who rule life. And, therefore, those whom their majority suspects unconditionally become as their suspicion dictates, and anyone whom their majority judges as evil unconditionally becomes evil. By fate. However, such a thought comes to me. Perhaps the order is reversed. It is not that the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is a traitor, and so you all suspect them, but that because all of you suspect Sword Spear becomes a traitor. Such a thought. Groundless speculation, Pearl Jade. Your thought is a dangerous ideology that the will of an existence can change the world. Do not cross the line, Pearl Jade. If you continue to harbor such doubts, we have no choice but to execute you as well. Continue your mission. In any case, if Sword Spear is truly not a traitor, fate shall reveal Sword Spear's innocence. But if Sword Spear is indeed a traitor, that fate reveals itself as fact. Understood. I shall continue the mission. Since military operational authority is temporarily frozen, sending support to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain is for you all to handle. Having finished speaking, Pearl Jade disappears on the spot. Watching this, Great Forest speaks to Rain-Dew. How is Pearl Jade, Rain-Dew? Not yet. but they have reached a dangerous level. If they cross the line, we may have to discard Pearl Jade as well. Rain Dew. You know it too. The representative of the Radiance Hall, agent of Mount Sumeru's fate, ruler of life. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord, a component of the Philosopher King governance system, sends a sharp gaze toward the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord. When Sword Spear's original sin is revealed, Pearl Jade's treatment is decided, and the generational change is completed. You too, Rain Dew, must be disposed of. I know. Udaduk. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord bows their head, recalling the memories of past timelines transmitted through the seat of radiance. I too have begun to break. As one gazes into the abyss, one too becomes the abyss. After the generational change, I ask for my disposal. Great Forest. Understood, Rain Dew. For the purity of the 8 immortals. Glory to the Radiance Supreme Deity. The 8 immortals' assembly ends. And, although they froze all operational authority of the Radiance Hall strategists, the 8 immortals' assembly nevertheless resolves, with reference to their opinions, to deploy new forces into the Earth boundary Heavenly Domain. We cannot let the forces of the main sector of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain leak out. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord will only wait for such an opening. We shall deploy the strength of our allies. Contact the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords. Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, main bodies. Deploy the 7 Immortal Lords to suppress the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's hair clone. They are not experts in war. Therefore, the 8 Immortals gather their opinions to project not forces for efficient combat, but excessive forces intended to overwhelmingly subdue the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's hair. The Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, you say? Receiving the operation plan handed down from the main session of the 8 Immortals Assembly, Sword Spear feels dumbfounded. Pearl Jade, a war expert, must have protested. Are you telling me a plan that empties the strength of allies and the home base with such excessiveness truly comes from the 8 Immortals Assembly? She feels stupefied not as Jiwa, who has the heart of a person, but as the 5th seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Even though there is the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, who has battle experience with the Enders of previous generations, even though there are those who have experienced Yang Sujin, this was the result? Did they completely forget the time of Yang Sujin? Sword Spear recalls the operation where Radiance Hall excessively projected the main strength of their ally, the Eastern Heaven Flower Field, to catch Yang Sujin. At that time, it was the fault of Sword Spear and Pearl Jade. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord were chicks who had not even inherited the 8 Immortals' position for 1,000,000 years, and since Vast Cold, they had not faced a true ender. At the time when, at the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's request, the forces of the Eastern Heaven Flower Field set out to capture Yang Sujin and the enders of Yang Sujin's faction, Yang Sujin, with that bizarre ender authority, slipped into the Eastern Heaven Flower Field whose home base was briefly emptied, burned a considerable number of its flowers, and stole the flowers he needed. After that, not only did the immortals of the Eastern Heaven Flower Field come to hate Yang Sujin, but the alliance between the Eastern Heaven Flower Field and the Radiance Hall also became rather loose. As the final person responsible for that operation, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord even came close to being disposed of. Jiwa, whose emotional suppression was released with the help of Seo Eunhyun, gnashes curses inwardly as she recalls Yang Sujin. That mad young bastard. Running away and wreaking havoc was his greatest talent and achievement, but there was no one who could stop him. And now, the situation is the same as then. Kururum. In the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, the main bodies of the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, receiving the order of the Radiance 8 Immortals, begin to descend. Though protests are lodged from Bong Myong's side, asking whether they intend to turn the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain into a wreck, no one answers. Since the Source River's home base is empty, it's obvious. Seo Eunhyun's friends will all sneak into the Source River and then execute a surprise drop from the Source River onto Radiance Hall. Kim Yun will start ripping apart the Source River and remodeling it into an artificial Gandhara. If I inform the 8 Immortals Assembly of this intel, they could respond, but then it would be immediately exposed that I colluded. Jiwa lets out a sigh, and within countless thoughts realizes something. I see. The reason Radiance Hall is this irrational. The reason they foolishly do not remember the mistake from the time of Yang Sujin and only obsess over holding Seo Eunhyun and me in place. It is that already Seo Eunhyun's poison is eroding the Radiance 8 immortals. She looks toward the inside of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. She looks at Seo Eunhyun, who pretends to be asleep but is ceaselessly turning the wheel, weaving fate and history. From the standpoint of the Radiance 8 immortals, you are the worst ender, even beyond the vast cold Heavenly Lord. You dragged me in, corrupted and defiled me, and in the end even succeeded in staining all the other 8 immortals with the 5 impurities. After the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, you are the only one to achieve such a thing. Even the former Castle Wall Heavenly Lord, the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, managed to corrupt only one Field Garden Heavenly Lord. But what Seo Eunhyun is now doing goes beyond planting the poison of emotion. In all the Radiance 8 immortals, it is planting poison even in every 8 immortal to come. You revive the dead seed left by the vast cold Heavenly Lord, plant it as poison, and defile us. Excellent, Seo Eunhyun. Ji-Hwa wears a human smile and, beyond the silver mask, looks at Seo Eunhyun's hair clone and at her own successor standing against it in front. With your poison, lead us to an even more righteous place. Already defiled to the utmost by Seo Eunhyun, the sword spear Heavenly Lord Ji-Hwa, whose great sense of justice of the Radiance 8 immortals has been twisted, now sincerely hopes the ideals of light and salt will unite, and begins to support her disciple Wulrang. I understand the decision of the 8 immortals assembly. However, since the next sword spear and the next pearl jade are in danger, I will transmit the power of the main body to the next sword spear candidate using a split soul as a relay. I hope at least this much is permitted. Fortunately, that much is granted. Inside the internal middle realm of her main body in the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, the sword spear Heavenly Lord reconnects Wulrang to the sword spear realm, in which she had made Wulrang perform sacred master cultivation, and begins to turn her gaze toward the end of this fight. Receive it, disciple. Wum. Wulrang receives something that flies in from behind her. It is a silver-white steel with someone's name written on it. On that steel is written the name, Sword Spear. Wulrang immediately understands what it is. It is the symbol of the sword spear realm in which she performed her sacred master cultivation. Master. With that, you can draw up the power of the sword spear realm. With that power, face that thing. Beyond the bodies of dead upper immortals, somethings begin to descend. 7 entities, vast enough to overturn the principles of the entire earth boundary Heavenly Domain, descend. Paljin looks at them and feels confused. Master, is there any need for us to be here? If it is those existences, they can trample the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's hair clone. Enough, Paljin. But Wulrang stops the confused Paljin and steps forward. Wulwum, the owner of the Sword Spear Realm, a heaven immortal whom she has not yet even seen the face of, begins to support Wulrang with power through the symbol. With my will, I shall cut the enemy. Wulrang, if it is me, I can do it. I can pierce those terrifying techniques of that existence before my eyes, reach its heart, and inflict a fatal wound. What kind of madness is that, Wulrang? Then Paljin bursts out in anger. You saw upper immortals dying one after another. No matter if you, as a sacred master, borrow the power of a heaven immortal, you can't beat that. There is a gap in power. And with even 7 overwhelming existences descending, why are you at the front? You know it too. It is our fate. To fight evil existences, to fight the unright. Our fate is to keep the unqualified from abusing the weak. Right? Therefore, all the more we must face that existence. What? By fighting far more mighty opponents, and by fighting those to whom the name devil is attached, we will come to learn even more what that qualification is. Wulrang shakes off Paljin's attempt to stop her, receives the power of Sword Spear, and begins to step forward. The power of a sacred vessel sacred master has no average. The variance is too great depending on the existence that lends that power. Wulwung. Wulrang feels something like a silver-white snake, biting its own tail, rise up behind her head. The existence lending her power is divine, descending, immense power. I'm going. I will win and come back. Wulrang endures the heavenly immortal's power pushing into her body to the utmost limit she can bear, and moves away from Paljin. Paljin, as if unable to understand, bites his lip while looking at Wulrang. Master, what are you doing? Please stop, Wulrang. This is madness. However, Ungeometry only gives a faint laugh. It does not matter. It is that child's choice. Pardon? You will not understand yet, but watch carefully. For that is precisely the way to approach true strength. That child must one day become the representative of martial might. That method is what can draw out true martial strength. Pal Jean does not understand Geometry's words, and only looks at Wu Ryong as she goes ahead. Outside Mount Sumeru, toward the Gandhara of the Source River. There, 6 clusters of light are gathering energy outside the Source River. The Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords have gone out to the Earth boundary heavenly domain. We waited on standby because of the message from Sword Spears saying there is a faint possibility, but I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Looks like Seo Eunhyun and Yun's poison works well. John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hyeseo, and the first seed of Seo Eunhyun's 5 desires chain, Hong Fan, are there. Each and every one is a devil god of a heavenly seed who can make the world tremble in fear. And at their head, John Myung-hoon takes from his chest a red device shaped like a celestial globe. Golden Shaking Bird. Communicate with Yong-sung. Wong. Golden Shaking Bird, dwelling in John Myung-hoon's immortal treasure, the great desolate path, trembles and communicates with the Source River, and then one side of the Source River begins to open. Please come, O heavenly kings. And inside, Yong-sung, who, after receiving the coordinates of the Southern Heavenly Venerable, the true ultimate eternal life, great Emperor Cheon-woon, and began communication with the Heavenly Venerable of Time, greets them politely. I received the Lord's words and have been waiting. The Northern Dipper Fellows are currently out on a commission from the light, so please accomplish what you desire in the Source Riviere. For some reason, Yong-sung's voice sounds bitter. Hong Fan looks at him and asks, as if feeling sorry. You have reached the Heavenly Venerable of Time. Yes, the Lord has told me the truth. Yong-sung, as if he has heard the Heavenly Venerable's truth, answers in a pained voice. Our proud Gandhara, the great Source Riviere, to think it is in truth nothing but the shackles of the owner of the Absolute that bind the Lord. To think our homeland, the Source River, is in truth nothing but some beings left over. Yong-sung looks to be in pain. Seeing this, Hong Fan offers comfort with a bitter expression. Even so, the Heavenly Venerable of Time holds hope. The hope that one day they can escape this bridle. Do not be too disheartened. I know. And yet, that throwing away our homeland is the foundation of hope is just too sorrowful. The Enders enter the Gandhara. And the moment Kim Yun enters the Source River begins to change. Kim Yun's artificial Gandhara, which exists separately outside Mount Sumeru, starts to erode the Source River. If this helps the Lord's liberation, I can only accept it. Yong-sung only looks, with a sorrowful expression, at his homeland as it is eroded upon, changed, and remade. And towards such Yong-sung, Kong Min-hee asks a question. Have you informed the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords of that truth? I have. Those Northern Dipper fellows also know the truth. And at that answer, Kong Min-hee wears a puzzled expression. Why, even knowing, do they not cut ties with Radiance Hall and go at their request to confront the hair clone? Because those fellows cannot sever their attachment to this Source River. They blasphemously deny the truth. Instead of believing the Lord's truth and believing the Source River is the leftover of a transcendent, they decided to believe the Lord developed mania after suffering at the hands of vast cold. At those words, Oh Hyeseo sneers. So the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords think the Heavenly Venerable of Time has gone senile? Watch your words. You are not yet a heavenly king. So if you show disrespect, I might kill you. Yong-sung glares at Oh Hyeseo, but Oh Hyeseo only keeps snickering and mocking the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords. Aside from the harshness of my phrasing, isn't this ultimately the truth of the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords' thinking? Do not deny the truth. They just love the Source River too much. They don't want to abandon their homeland. So they chose to think that the Heavenly Venerable of Time they respect grew old and became demented. Foolish ones, you cannot run from the truth. Oh Hyeseo, for some reason, wears a self-mocking smile and looks up toward the upper side of the Source River. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, wanting to deny the truth by any means, wanting to prove that the Source River is not the leftover of a transcendent, must have taken the orders of Radiance Hall. Because what Seo Eunhyun's hair clone is using now is that of the being Seo Eunhyun calls the owner of the Absolute, is it not? At Oh Hyeseo's insight, which reads history and pierces the mark, Yang Sung only gives silent affirmation. How foolish. The Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords are as well. The very fact that, while wanting to prove there is no owner of the absolute, they all go down to face the hair, is because that is closer to the truth. The very act of trying to prove with their own hands that there is no absolute one proves the absolute one. Oh Hyun-suk looks at such an oh hi-syo with a bit of pity, then asks Yang Sung. She speaks roughly, but she is not wrong. Is that not so? Indeed. Perhaps on the day the Lord was defeated by the vast cold heavenly Lord, and vast cold's power eroded down into the depths of the source river and defiled it, they too became broken. Yang Sung lets out a sigh. The very act of obsessing over the source river and showing affection may be the curse they received from vast cold. His gaze reaches Kim Yun. You intend to reach Heavenly King through the artificial Gandhara, do you not? Yes. Please remember. This is my advice of one who once fought a decisive battle with vast cold. The power of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly kings is like a poison that, through generation after generation, drives everyone mad. Every Tridacna throughout history desired the heavens and utopia, and that utopia was a radiance that blinded everyone's eyes. If the distinguished one wishes to reach Heavenly King, please remember this. I understand. Hong Fan, after looking around at the Enders, then turns to the opposite side of the source river. He looks toward the place where the Heavenly King heavenly domain is. Now we too have finished preparations to raid Radiance Hall. I have just sent a signal to the Lord as well. Now, the Lord will soon move. Right, let us prepare as well. Kwachajijik. John Myung-hoon grips his lightning spear at Hong Fan's words. For the second bright sword great war. As the god of heavenly punishment starts to draw upon lightning, the other heavenly kings and enders who have taken a seat among the heavens also begin to draw forth their respective powers. The moment Seo Eun-hyun's arrangement enters the twist, Seo Eun-hyun will open his eyes. Earth boundary heavenly domain. Wool Ryong, who has received the power of sword spear, rushes toward the dragonoid in front of his eyes. Behind her, 7 gigantic beings begin to assist her. Is that the next sword spear? She is receiving sword spear support. Martial Melody, Breaking Army. You two are the only ones who want to clash directly, correct? That is right. We will, from the rear, besiege it with prophecy. Martial Melody, Breaking Army. You go gain insight into the techniques said to be the power of the owner of fate. Leave the full-scale subjugation only to sword spear. We have only come to prove there is no need for us to sacrifice. Understood. We too will push the next sword spear to the front to minimize our sacrifice. The mass of countless arms that is the martial melody Heavenly Lord and the humanoid breaking army Heavenly Lord step forward. The other 5 Northern Dipper Heavenly Lords, using the power of time, observe and trace back through history, preparing to verify whether the truth Yang Sung conveyed to them is in fact true. They have no intention of obediently suppressing the hair clone with overwhelming force under the orders of Radiance Hal. The breaking army Heavenly Lord, who can be called the general of the Northern Dipper's 7 Heavenly Lords, sends their will to Wool Ryong. Mortal being, I read your fighting will. You intend to reach that thing's heart, do you not? Wool Ryong answers immediately. The interests of the breaking army Heavenly Lord and Wool Ryong align. We shall assist you. Become the sword of us immortals and thrust into that thing's heart. Understood. Linked with the breaking army Heavenly Lord, Wool Ryong converts herself into a sword. Around Wool Ryong gather Jean Wool Ryong, Hamrak, and several star-shattering stage madmen who have learned the Heart Dao blooming system. At the same time, sensing proper dangerous existences, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's hair clone takes a stance to face the Heavenly Lords. True martial arts. First form, second form. Link technique. Zero King, Ling Wang. Linking the martial techniques of the future king, the hair clone dons a black storm-like devilish sword, controls attraction force, and leaps to a position higher than the 7 Heavenly Lords. Immediately after, it drops straight down toward the advancing martial melody Heavenly Lord and the breaking army Heavenly Lord, attempting to smash down with its body while wrapped in a black storm. The martial arts of emptiness wrapped in killing karma fall, tearing apart heaven and earth, and the many arms of the martial melody Heavenly Lord, a martial warrior of the 6th stage of manifestation who reached Heavenly Lord, stretch out long strikes to try to oppose the true martial arts martial discipline with the difference in weight class. The breaking army Heavenly Lord drags back the entering nirvana quasi-immortals of the entering nirvana stage who fled, robs them of their minds, instantly forms an army, arranges formations, and supports the martial melody Heavenly Lord. A black something, at the pinnacle of ominousness, and the powers of the martial melody and breaking army Heavenly Lords collide. Countless long strikes bat away, one by one, the changes that arise within the black storm. The formation the breaking army Heavenly Lord squeezes out braces the rear of the martial melody Heavenly Lord and shifts the impacts dealt to the martial melody Heavenly Lord onto the entering nirvanas. Being. Yet even after going that far, the martial melody Heavenly Lord still has to watch as their hands are torn off by a single strike from an existence at most at the entering nirvana level. Looking upon the ultimate will of that nonsensical attack, the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords in the rear, who are weaving prophecies and analyzing the attack, start to shed tears one by one. It is false. Neither the martial melody Heavenly Lord nor the breaking army Heavenly Lord show tears on the battlefield, but they reveal sorrow. It has to be false. There must not exist some transcendence martial disciple we do not know. The calendrics we have observed, the history of the ages, tell us there is no being who sees the absolute. Therefore it must be false. Even as they watch a devilish sword wielded by a hair clone at best at the entering nirvana level completely dominate attraction force and strike fate, the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords desperately deny the background of that martial discipline and cry out, "Go, next sword spear, next god of light. Prove it. Tell us your Radiance Hall is right." Thus, through the gap where the true martial arts decisive move is offset by the blow leveraging the weight class of the martial melody and breaking army Heavenly Lords, Wu Ryong, sheathing her body in a silver-white sword, starts to fly toward the devil spirit's heart. And the devil spirit starts to take a stance to activate a new decisive move. True martial arts. First form applied technique, second form basic. Linked technique. Devil King Mwang. Chapter 766, Radiance 1. Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. A heavenly domain is originally a world whose inside may be quiet, but the outside is a world of unbroken stillness. All things that occur inside a heavenly domain are, in the end, matters within it. No matter how loud the affairs of the Saha world are, from the viewpoint of the true immortal realm, it is only quiet. From the gaze of the true immortal realm, the earth boundary heavenly domain is likewise a quiet heavenly domain. Like the other heavenly domains, from the viewpoint of the true immortal realm it floats in the inner sea of Mount Sumeru in a hyperspherical form, repeatedly undergoing birth and annihilation. However, the dimensional veil of that quiet earth boundary heavenly domain, at some moment, bursts open. Kugugugugu. Something ominous and black, like claws, like teeth, springs out from the inside of the dimensional veil. And driven out to the outside of the heavenly domain by the pressure of those teeth are a pair of heavenly lords. They are the martial melody Heavenly Lord and the breaking army Heavenly Lord. How? At the level of the entering nirvana stage. Did it pierce a heavenly domain? The two heavenly lords, as if in gloom, stare at the monster that scatters those black teeth. Inside the heavenly domain, there, a monster grips an amorphous devilish sword made of glass true fire, takes its stance once more, and glares at them. This cannot be. However, not only the martial melody Heavenly Lord, but also the breaking army Heavenly Lord do not lose their will to fight. They do not feel shame. They feel only despair. All great incidents of Mount Sumeru are observed by us. Even if not by us, the heavenly lords of the Source River who were loyal to the Lord in former generations have written them as history, as records. An event birthing such an ominous martial discipline, there is no record of it anywhere in this world. The many arms of the martial melody Heavenly Lord pour out together with unceasing long strikes. True martial arts. First form, 0. However, once more the amorphous devilish sword turns black, becomes claws and teeth, and tears apart the arms of the martial melody Heavenly Lord. But the martial melody Heavenly Lord does not give up. Even as blood flows from their immortal body, even as their whole body is shredded to pieces by the black something, they ceaselessly use the martial discipline they have mastered to face the blackness. Only, for the sake of their light that is charging at the chest of that devil spirit. Heaven and earth collapse. Beyond the heavenly domain, a strange abyssal world is revealed. Wu Ryong, who has reached the sacred vessel stage, knows that that is the inner sea outside the heavenly domain, a power that tears a heavenly domain apart as it is. Wu Ryong keeps approaching the dragonoid who unfolds such a baleful martial disciple even while its own flesh collapses. Amid the march of those black things, no enlightenment into any martial discipline can be obtained. As with a mountain peak that is so high one cannot know its end, neither Wu Ryong nor any of the star-shattering esteemed ones whom Wu Ryong protects and accompanies can gain enlightenment from the martial discipline of that existence. Rather, because its level is too high, from that feast of the black thing they obtain only an impression of violence and slaughter, not enlightenment of martial arts. The martial melody Heavenly Lord and the other northern dippers are supporting us. She does not think to obtain enlightenment. Wu Wong. Only by boring into the chest of that existence with a radiance barrier in the shape of a sword of light along with the star-shattering stage esteemed ones does she hope for victory. I can do it. Without fail. Saya. When the black something occasionally targets her, the martial melody Heavenly Lord defends. All that Wu Ryong needs to mind are the aftereffects of those black things being swung. It's coming. Ha ha ha. Sensing that aftershock through transcendental senses, Wu Ryong shouts, and Jean Wu Ryong steps out. Fighting step. Fifth realm. Unlike the other guys, I only managed to reach half a step. But even so, only now do I stand at the same eye level as teacher Jangik. The third great esteemed one of the Heart Tribe, Jean Wu Ryong, begins to burn all 7 of her horns. We are a race that imitates the power of other races, that divine descends the power of other immortal beasts. At the end lies the noble blood true sea radiance body, but I have no thoughts to reach that realm. Soon, Jean Wu Ryong's whole body begins to burn. The clothes that her combat technique form wears all burn away and vanish. But even though she stands completely nude, Jean Wu Ryong acts as if she feels no shame. She exposes her towering 3-chi body packed with muscle, and she further intensifies the flames that burn her entire body. Soon, those flames change into a pure white light. It does not seem to be because of the rising temperature, but as if the essential nature itself has changed. And suddenly, Wu Ryong can see something inside Jean Wu Ryong's white flames. A spiral? Thus, by tracing back up against the extremity of the fighting ghost race's inherent imitation of other races' physical traits, I at last arrived to the being who exists at the apex of the divinities that are the immortal beasts. Jean Wu Ryong's flesh itself turns into pure white flames, and then the air currents rising inside her explosively begin to fill the surroundings. To the power of the immortal beast king. Huaruruk. Jean Wu Ryong's 7 horns seem to merge into one, and she entwines together the spiraling power bursting out from inside her body. Before long, a gigantic vortex begins to rise centered on her horn. The vortex of white flames spreads outwards, tracing countless spiral trajectories. Hururum. Soon, from inside that white flame, lumps of salt crystal come forth, and the spiral trajectories bursting from her body collide with the aftermath of the black things passing by, succeeding in canceling one of the aftershocks that is about to fall on Wu Ryong's party. Gwa Huaruruk. Burning herself, burning all 7 horns of her royal bloodline. Jean Wu Ryong at last begins to burn even her one remaining horn. When her last remaining horn completely disappears, an enormous white flame surges forth and begins to create an even larger spiral storm. Go! Kwon. Wu Ryong senses Jean Wu Ryong leaving the sword's light barrier that protects their party and pushing the barrier forward. I will cancel the aftershock. Go, and save the earth boundary heavenly domain. Wu Ryong, seeing that sight, seeing Jean Wu Ryong turning into pure white fire and sacrificing herself for them, seeing her spiral, is swept by a complex feeling she cannot name. Jean Wu Ryong pushes them toward the chest of the hair clone and smiles. Teacher Jangik. Did you feel this way too? She knows what Jangik's manifestation sought. The manifestation of Jangik, who tried to face the end. Jangik's manifestation was broken by Seo Eun-hyun, who at that time pretended to collapse the sun and moon heavenly domain. Other members of the Heart Tribe were captivated either by Jangik's spirit or by Seo Eun-hyun's strength, but Jean Wu Ryong was different. The feeling of laying everything down, sacrificing to protect all within the heavenly domain. Did you feel like this then too? Recalling that strike, when Jangik burned himself to challenge Seo Eun-hyun, Jean Wu Ryong smiles. Zhang Ik died fighting against the end of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, against Xiao Unhian. Jin Wulryong, seeing Zhang Ik's sacrifice, thought it indescribably beautiful. I too want to burn while blocking the end of a heavenly domain. I too. Jin Wulryong has still not reached the realm that corresponds to the second step before the throne. Even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed since then, perhaps that is why she tries to burn herself all the more. I too want to become like you. Huaruruk. While the martial melody Heavenly Lord receives the very essence of the black things even as their hands rip apart, Jin Wulryong blazes endlessly behind Wulryong, canceling the aftershocks. In the fighting ghost race, the horns symbolize special authorities, but if those horns are lost, the authority to copy the traits of other races is deleted. But instead, the pure strength of the flesh then grows stronger by the cube of the number of horns and of the innate divine power one is born with. And Jin Wulryong is royalty born with 7 horns. The moment she burned her 7 horns, she could tell her power has grown immeasurably strong. I am reaching it. I too into that realm. Feeling as if she has become a moth, she divine descends with her whole body the power of the immortal beast king. The horns of the fighting ghost race that draw in the power of immortal beasts disappear, but the portion of the authority of the immortal beast king that she drew through the horns. Reading the will contained within it, she draws forth that will through the fighting ghost race's fighting dance. The will of the immortal beast king descends into Jin Wulryong's flesh, and following the will, the power also comes along. Jin Wulryong's body, with all horns burned away, becomes the cornerstone that lets her firmly endure that fearsome power and will. I feel it. Is this the will of a transcendent? Jin Wulryong offers thanks to the transcendent existence called the immortal beast king, whom she would never face in her entire life. Thank you for letting me, this once, burn like teacher Zhang Ik. Jin Wulryong, within the pure white expanse, suddenly senses something. It is a sword. The hand gripping that sword belongs to a bizarre god on which masses of white paper flowers bloom. Jin Wulryong instinctively understands that the hand is that of the immortal beast king. Are you lending it to me? She can tell that the immortal beast king is lending her power. This is, O great heart tribe. Feeling herself passing beyond the white flames into a world wholly white, Jin Wulryong blankly reaches out her hand to that sword of all of heaven's natural colors. Honor to that fighting spirit. Fighting spirit. Recalling the fighting spirit of Zhang Ik, the heart tribe warrior she once respected the most, Jin Wulryong grips the sword. And the moment she grips the sword, Jin Wulryong, amidst ecstasy and the heart tribe's madness toward martial arts, smiles to the point of tearing. Jin Wulryong becomes a spark that blooms for only an instant and then fades into the void. But she does not care. For just one instant, even if it is borrowed from someone. The sword in Jin Wulryong's hand is, as a warrior who has mastered fighting dance, the end of martial arts, and the end of being a heart tribe. This is an honor never to come again. Toward that something, toward the zero, ning, that the devilish sword of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord unfolds, Jin Wulryong swings the sword. Not the aftershocks of the black something. She cuts the main body. Jin Wulryong feels as if her entire life pours into this sword, and for a moment, the white sword that contains the entirety of Jin Wulryong's life rips apart the black claws and fangs, and completely paves the path for Wulryong to advance. Sword God Dance. Suat. The fighting ghost race who lives by copying the power of other races and divine descending the power of immortal beasts. Jin Wulryong, who reached the apex of that fighting ghost race and succeeded in divine descending the power of the immortal beast king, who stands at the apex of the immortal beasts. Jin Wulryong unfolds with her own hands the move of martial pinnacle that the immortal beast king lends her, and within the flames, she awakens as a true heart tribe, and thus closes her eyes. Vast cold realms fighting ghost race practitioner. The final heaven esteemed one Jin Wulryong. Truly becoming an esteemed one of the heart tribe, she thus becomes white flames and dies. It's beautiful. Wulryong finds it hard to take her eyes off the death of the one who has the same name as herself. It is not only Wulryong. All the star-shattering esteemed ones present, especially the heart tribe esteemed ones, stare at that final moment as if to bore holes with their eyes. That, too, is a supreme art so high that it is hard to discern it, like the black something. But because that exalted art is unfolded by the hand of the imperfect being called Jin Wulryong, the art instead becomes lowered so that everyone can recognize it. It is an ultimate technique that has reached the ultimate of martial arts. Hamrak is so moved that he even sheds tears. You at last reached it, Wulryong Nunim. Uncharacteristically for one of the Horndock's race, Hamrak finishes in a sentimental voice while holding back tears, then wipes them and fixes his gaze back on the target point. Cultivator Wul. So that Wulryong Nunim's sacrifice is not in vain, I beg of you. Wulryong, feeling the strange sensation that the one with the same name felt, nods at Hamrak's words. Kwarong. At last, thanks to Wulryong who borrows the power of the sword-spear realm, Wulryong's party succeeds in reaching the devil spirit's chest. It is the place where Hamrak first made a gap in the scales with the time stop of non-toppling, non-standing. Huaruruk. When the heat of the glass, true fire bursts out from that gap and tries to engulf them. Hamrak shouts a battle cry. Non-toppling, non-standing. Jiwing. At the same time, in an instant, the gap before their eyes becomes a fissure. What is that? Even I, at the grand perfection sacred vessel stage, cannot grasp it. Unable to grasp the function of time stop, Wulryong only widens her eyes as she sees the gap instantly become a fissure. Wulryong only senses that something tremendous happened in that moment as she sees Hamrak go exhausted in an instant. I made the fissure. I ask you, Taoist Jun. Of the Heart Tribe's 3 great esteemed ones, the last esteemed one who has never revealed their form. The human race esteemed one, matching heaven esteemed one, Jun Eom, inhales. Though I am a Heart Tribe esteemed one, I, like Jin Wulryong Nunim, am only a half step. No, in truth, I can barely enter that stage for only a single instant. Kugagugagu. Wings spread behind Jun Eom's back. Those wings soon fade, becoming a blue radiance, and seep into Jun Eom's fist with the power of a dragon. A single straight punch on which I stake everything. That is the greatest attack I can deliver and the greatest Heart Tribe ultimate technique. So as soon as my attack unfolds, Cultivator Wul, please land a strike at once. A disciple of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect and descendant of Junjae, the former Human Race Integration Stage Grand Cultivator Association leader. Jun Eom, with a solemn expression, recalls the figure of a man he once saw in a dream. That man was said to be the direct disciple of Azure Tiger Saint, founder of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect. The man's name was not left, but the moment Jun Eom saw him in the dream, he knew that the man's straight punch is the goal he, as a disciple of the great Azure Heaven Creation Sect, must aim for all his life. Azure Wing. Do-do-do-do. Space trembles. Wulryong sees a vision as if the esteemed one called Jun Eom before her eyes has entered a world of paper flowers. On one side of that world of paper flowers, there is a silver domain. Jun Eom heads toward that silver domain and throws a straight punch with his whole being. Heavenly shatter. For an instant, Jun Eom's fist seems to be covered in silver, and Wulryong feels an indescribable thrill as she sees that sight. There is no sound. Jun Eom's single punch widens the fissure Hamrak made and pierces the scale armor of the hair clone, reaching the flesh within. Chua. And then Jun Eom, as if he exhausted all the energy of his entire body after that single punch, faints on the spot, and Wulryong stuffs the drained Hamrak and Jun Eom into her internal world and quickly enters the body of the hair clone. And the moment she reaches inside, Wulryong can see something. That something is also something Wulryong knows well. A gigantic sword mountain of glass stands before Wulryong's eyes. I have come to avenge my grudge against you. Wulryong summons the Radiance halberd. Wulong. She recalls the Heart Tribe esteemed ones who, at her side until now, showed her something while sacrificing themselves. The will, the heart, and the principles of martial discipline contained within it that the esteemed ones showed, by Wulryong's fate, are manifested from her hand. Let's end this ill-fated connection. Wulryong sees a vision of the countless people who accompanied her here brush past before her eyes. Jun Eom's heart, Hamrak's heart, Jin Wulryong's heart, the nameless heavenly lords and her master, and Seo Jiang's heart. Thus, thinking of Seo Jiang's heart, recalling her own heart for Seo Jiang, she thrusts the halberd with all her strength toward the hair clone. Heaven, earth and heavens above become wrapped in light. In the next moment, Wu Ryong succeeds in splitting the glass sword mountain that is no different from the hair clone's heart and the something within it. Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Palace of Radiance. Among the restraints that hold the Sword Mountain Devil Lord in its depth are the symbol forms that signify the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's name. Among those symbol forms, in the symbol form of Sword Mountain, a change occurs. It is a faint scratch, and that scratch is shaped as if it is a halberd. To anyone who sees it, it would look as if a tiny little person stabbed a toothpick-like halberd into that symbol. And the moment the crack runs through that symbol, blink. At last, the Devil Lord of Sword Mountain, who was sunk in a dream, opens their eyes. It was a long sleep. They begin to raise their head. Under the seat of radiance, I could at last seize the Radiance mantra. Feeling that the mantra of light they had digested in the dream until now completely enter their grasp, they smile. It's about time to head out. Chapter 767, Radiance 2. Thud. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord slowly begins to raise their head. Hundreds of millions of layers of seals wrap around their whole body, and massive stakes of light are driven into them in many places. Beyond that, their flesh is bound by dozens of chains of light, prophecies, and a certain dimensional veil that appears to be the heavenly domain itself. And within those countless seals, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord exhales and writhes. At that very moment, the one who discovers the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's strangeness is the envoy of the final age of Dharma in charge of their sealing, the Ghost Net Heavenly Lord. Hear me, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord has risen. Inform Radiance Hall. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord has opened their eyes. At the Ghost Net Heavenly Lord's transmission, replies from the 8 immortals arrive in an instant, and numerous vestige liberation immortals, upper immortals, and great net immortals pour into the sealing ground. We will set up a formation on the boundary of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, and come at once. Wait only 10 seconds. 10 seconds. For true immortals, 10 seconds is not a long time, but it is not that short either. The Ghost Net Heavenly Lord, well aware of the seal's radiance has laid upon the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, sits at ease as they look down upon them. If it's only that, nothing much should occur. But immediately after those words end, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord begins to exert force. Kugugugugu. O Ghost Net Heavenly Lord, the Devil Lord is exerting strength. Shall we reinforce the seal or intercept? No need. The barriers upon the Sword Mountain Devil Lord alone are Guawea. Then, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's roar begins to resound throughout the entirety of the Palace of Radiance. The power sealed beneath the name of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord begins to bloom in earnest. Phenomena extinguishing mantra. Flawless mantra. Wheel. Impermanent sword. Authority of the immortal Beast King. Ultimate of martial arts. And Radiance mantra. A total of 7 governing immortal rank authorities, breaking through the hairline scratch pierced in the name of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, begin to overturn the interior of Radiance Hall. You're wrong. The power they exhale spreads in a spiral and begins wildly distorting innumerable seals, and all the seals and prophecies laid upon the Sword Mountain Devil Lord in by Radiance Hall begin to stand off against them in equal opposition. Only then does the Ghost Net Heavenly Lord realize something is wrong and hastily gives orders. Reinforce the seals, pour more prophecies upon them, and intercept that one through immortal arts. The Ghost Net Heavenly Lord draws power from the origin essence of the GWI Celestial Mansion that they seized, which governs the GWI Celestial Mansion, Isushing, Vermilion Bird Constellation, of the Grand Perfection formula at the Chi building stage, and shapes a harpoon blazing with ghost fire. Wu Wong. The Ghost Net Heavenly Lord's prophecy dwells in the harpoon. It is their innate immortal art, Ghost Net Slaughter, Geluasa. He who is struck by Ghost Net Slaughter shall grow weary. Not death, not falling asleep, but simply growing weary. But precisely because the range of this prophecy is so narrow, this prophecy can even take effect upon a supreme deity. Tukwang. The Ghost Net Heavenly Lord hurls the prophecy-laden harpoon straight at the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Now, with the power struggle between the Sword Mountain Devil Lord and the seals that confine them in Radiance Hall having reached a stalemate, if a curse that makes the opponent grow weary is driven into the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, the situation would be reversed at once. Or so they think. Coordinates, the interior of Radiance Hall. Clank, 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 clank. Tukwong. Ripping the space-time of Radiance Hall's interior, 5 chains suddenly appear in place, snatch the Ghost Net Heavenly Lord's Ghost Net Slaughter, and fling it straight back at the Ghost Net Heavenly Lord. The Ghost Net Heavenly Lord tries to block their own immortal art, but because of the supreme deity rank attraction force contained in that art, they are skewered by his own harpoon and are flung out beyond the interior of Radiance Hall. Quagwagwang. The space and dimension within Radiance Hall distort, the power of the 5 chains resonates, and they begin to reach the clear rank of a supreme deity. Immortal Treasure 5 Desires Chain. We come by the Lord's command. Quang. At the same time, the 5 Desires Chain, which has reached the supreme deity rank, combines with the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's attraction force. The powers corresponding to the 8 supreme deities at last rip apart the seals and prophecies entwining the entire body of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord and undo their sealing. Kukwangwang Quang. Numerous true immortals tied into the seals are flung here and there, screaming and shrieking. The 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals holding one axis of the ceiling all fail to endure, and from the shock they are repelled and bounce away, scattering in all 4 directions. And the Chiantian True Lord and the Kunyu Heavenly Lord vomit congested blood and momentarily faint. The time it takes for all of that to occur does not even reach 9 seconds. Pot. Interior of Radiance Hall. There, the Radiance 8 immortals who have come to guard the boundary of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain gather. Great Forest, Rain Dew, what is this? And the 8 immortals, upon arrival, grasp the situation at once, and among them the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord shouts in a near scream. Did I not say that the matter of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is urgent? So at least send Sword Spear? Indeed, when the news about the Sword Mountain Devil Lord came, the 8 immortals foresaw that Seo Eunhyun's comrades will launch surprise attacks inside and out from outside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, and decided to go after firmly fortifying the defenses of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Since no one thought the Sword Mountain Devil Lord would break free within 10 seconds, it seemed to be no problem. Only, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, seeing that the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord was virtually sidelined and staying in their quarters, proposed to have at least Sword Spear go to the interior of Radiance Hall. But that proposal was smoothed over by the Great Forest Heavenly Lord. And on top of that, what are those things, those that are made from the immortal treasure transformation of the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity? What are they? If those can infiltrate the interior of Radiance Hall so easily, then for what did we come after guarding the Heavenly Domain? The Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, as if they have nothing to say, keep silent for a moment. But Sword Spear looks at the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord and soothes them. Calm yourself, Pearl Jade. This is not the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. Above all, the Heavenly Domain defense we have carried out is not meaningless. From the start, is it not well known that the interior of the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity is connected to the center of every Heavenly Domain? In the first place, the sealing formation of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is set to confine even if their immortal treasure appears. But who could have known that they, alone, would equal the entire power of the sealing formation? They are merely out of standard. This is no time to blame our comrades. Understood, Sword Spear. At the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's logical words, Pearl Jade slightly calms their anger, and the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord also lower their heads. I apologize. But now we are all gathered, so let us begin with subduing the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Let us decide the punishment for the mistaken judgment after the subjugation of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. In the name of I, Great Forest, the operational command authority of Sword Spear and Pearl Jade is hereby restored. So begin the subjugation of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Having finished speaking, they all look at the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, looking down at the massive body rising below, joins their palms. We shall go with full force from the start. All divine spirits affiliated with Radiance Hall, assemble. This is a full-scale war. The current Sword Mountain Devil Lord's combat power shall be estimated as Bing-class, being, and all envoys of the final age of Dharma, all Great Net Immortals, all Upper Immortals, all Vestige Liberation Immortals, all at once, shall execute prophecies according to Pearl Jade's command. All across the Heavenly Domain, countless stars of prophecy are born, supporting the 8 immortals and beginning to bind the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. At the same time, the Radiance 8 immortals form a circular formation and, with palms joined, begin to draw power from the seat of radiance. Glory to the Radiance Supreme Deity. The place where they are is inside Radiance Hall, right beneath the seat of Radiance. There is no place in this world where the power of the Radiance Supreme Deity reaches as well as there. Above the Radiance 8 immortals who have drawn a circular formation centered on the seat of Radiance, a gigantic symbol of Hyuk-Sa, Heso, appears. The ominous light of the black snake, biting its tail, begins to pour down toward the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. And the Sword Mountain Devil Lord Seo Eun-hyun begins to exert his power in earnest. The first to appear is the white 3 Great Ultimates. A pure white 3 Great Ultimates appears under Seo Eun-hyun's feet and amplifies his power. Next to appear is the Wheel of Starlight. Receiving the power of the 3 Great Ultimates, the form of the wheel shining with starlight encircles outside the 3 Great Ultimates and appears again beneath Seo Eun-hyun's feet. And the last to appear is the same symbol of the black snake biting its tail as that of the Radiance 8 Immortals. WHAT. The Radiance 8 Immortals, including the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, cry out as if screaming when they see that symbol. Seo Eun-hyun, encircled by the overlapping symbols of 3 circles, sees that sight and, with his faceless pure white head, begins to stretch his hand toward the sky. Chweruruk. The 5 chains wrap around the right arm that Seo Eun-hyun lifts, and their ends each coil around one of Seo Eun-hyun's fingers. Seo Eun-hyun, raising the right arm wrapped in black chains, finally begins to draw up the power of the Radiance mantra that is revealed beneath his feet. Om Amog Verochan Mahamudra Manipadma Jval Pravartaihu. Editor. A Vajrayana Buddhist mantra associated with purification and the wisdom of Vairocana Buddha, can be translated as Om. To the unfailing Vairocana of the Great Seal, blazing jewel lotus, set forth. An ancient tongue whose essence cannot be fathomed resounds all around. Radiance mantra. Authority. Space-time suppression. Shirkong Driya. Wadaduk. The world stops. The state of everything in the Heavenly King heavenly domain freezes as is, and it becomes a place where only Seo Eun-hyun can move and think. It is different from time stop. Time stop merely stops time, but space-time suppression means the entirety of the suppressed time and space falls into the hand of the suppressor. Within the suppressed time, at the center of the 3 circles, Seo Eun-hyun begins to recite the incantation of phenomena extinguishing. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Kugugugugu. Jiok, Jiok. Originally, the phenomena extinguishing mantra should gather the jade of Yin-yang and the 5 elements at the center. But with space-time suppression underway, with Seo Eun-hyun having become the master of that space-time, when he chants the mantra, something changes. The entire space-time of the Heavenly King heavenly domain splits apart, reverts into the jade of Yin-yang and 5 elements itself, and starts to be trapped within Seo Eun-hyun's 2 hands. Not at the usual level of compressing the jade of Yin-yang and the 5 elements, but literally treating the entire heavenly domain as the jade of Yin-yang and the 5 elements and imprisoning it in one's hands. And so, just as the Heavenly King heavenly domain is about to fall into the clutches of the wicked Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Mantra. God-killing spear. Outside the Heavenly King heavenly domain. At the far edge of the Sun and Moon heavenly domain. From the place where the head realm lies, 8 eye-blinding lights fly in and pierce through the Heavenly King heavenly domain, which is frozen and undergoing disassembly. It is the God-killing spears, the ultimate technique of the Radiance 8 Immortals that defeats even a supreme deity. Jung. The 8 God-killing spears fly straight into the body of the wicked Sword Mountain Devil Lord that seeks to devour the Heavenly King heavenly domain. Before that bizarrely overwhelming spear, which does not submit even to space-time suppression, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord has no choice but to cancel the Radiance mantra and take out something else. Wai Yang. The symbol of the black snake biting its tail, fins, and the Wheel of Starlight shines. The true purpose of the wheel that the heavenly venerable of the underworld possesses is the origin of history. Historical excavation to reach the moment of Genesis when the world was created. Even the ordering of causality and the rewriting of history are merely authorities that arise from that historical excavation. And that authority of historical excavation is, for Seo Eun-hyun, who has become the immortal Beast King, the greatest authority. The authorities of the wheel and the immortal Beast King, from Seo Eun-hyun's hand, manifests a golden destruction. The dreadful ultimate technique that once beat Seo Eun-hyun to the point of being sick. Splitting Emperor, Splitting Heaven Ditan. Annihilation Advancement Mu, Meijinwu. 8 consecutive strikes, Ba. The dreadful light of destruction of the great mountain supreme deity that he experienced hundreds of millions of times meets the lights of God killing and cancels out. Flash. The world hums, and the entire heavenly king heavenly domain twists madly under the collision of those forces. As a result, the barrier formations that the Radiance 8 immortals set up on the boundaries between heavenly domains to prepare for the intrusion of the other enders all end up smashed to pieces by that distortion. Kugagagugagu. Unable to endure the collision of those forces, the palace of Radiance crumbles, turning into powder and scattering into the void, leaving only the floor. Within that storm of golden powder, the eyes of the Radiance 8 immortals and Seo Eun-hyun meet. Wu-wong. Within the diagram of the 3 circles, the faceless mountain divine spirit laughs. It was a long sleep. Now then, guk, guguguguk. His right arm wrapped with the 5 desires chain rakes through space. Shall I put an end to Radiance Hall? Chwalok. The next moment, the hand that rakes through space passes straight through dimensions and flings open the gate of the Source River, the dimension adjacent to the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Inside the Source River, the red pearl cycling Heavenly King, John Myong-hoon. The lapis lazuli flower Heavenly King, Kong Min-hee. The silver nameless Heavenly King, Oh Hyun-suk. Ender Kim-yeon. Ender, Oh Hyeseo. 5 governing immortal rank beings reveal themselves. In the name of the great forest Heavenly Lord, I fully elevate the danger level of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's party to Yule grade. They are now dangerous persons on a level equal to the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King. So aid us with full force. Thus, the second Bright Sword Great War begins. Chapter 768, Radiance 3. Not only the Radiance 8 immortals, but all of Radiance Hall falls into great chaos. Hyuksa. That is clearly the symbol of the Radiance Supreme Deity. Yet that sacred symbol is used by the Lord of Devils designated by Radiance Hall. At that sight, everyone present falls into panic. Those whose faith in Radiance Hall runs especially deep are even more so. Because, according to the teachings of Radiance Hall, the symbol of Hyuksa is permitted only to the Radiance 8 immortals who stand at the apex of justice. Only the 8 immortals who are the most righteous, the wisest in this world, can use the symbol of Hyuksa. Yet even the enemy of Radiance Hall, the one called the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, is using that symbol. That is clearly neither coincidence nor bluff. How can that be? Is that one so righteous as to receive the seal of the Radiance Supreme Deity? The fact that the seed of radiance permits its symbol to another being means the claim to being the most just being in the world has passed to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. There is no coincidence in this world, only fate. Because the heaven immortals of Radiance Hall are especially full of fatalists, seeing that sight, the overwhelming majority of true immortals begin to take a step back. The legitimacy of Radiance has passed to that one. We are those who have come for the righteousness, yeep, of Radiance Hall. For the symbol of that righteousness to have passed to that being, is that not evidence that, by fate, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord holds even greater righteousness? O Radiance 8 immortals, we do not participate in this fight. In an instant, the true immortals who see the symbol of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord begin to leave the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Seeing this, the Radiance 8 immortals quickly exchange opinions. We must bring this to a conclusion quickly. The longer the battle with Sword Mountain Devil Lord drags on, the more the legitimacy of the Radiance Supreme Deity will come under doubt. But look at that one. Whatever they have done, they possess a mantra that draws power from the seed of radiance. That power can suppress the entirety of space-time. If the God-killing spear were not prophesied to fly when the Radiance Supreme Deity is in danger, we would be finished. Do we even have a chance to prevail against that one? Seeing the 8 immortals flounder, Sword Spear speaks. First, the most important is to identify the enemy's objective. What the Sword Mountain Devil Lord wants most from us is likely the removal of the Northern Dipper Ceiling Immortal Flag. Do we negotiate with them over the removal of the Northern Dipper Ceiling Immortal Flag, or do we continue the war? The release of the Northern Dipper Ceiling Immortal Flag must not be allowed. At Sword Spear's words, the eyes of 8 immortals all gleam, as if to say that alone must not be permitted. Why must it not? Pulling it out itself is no problem. But one factor. There will come a time when we must make the Sword Mountain Devil Lord move according to our will, and the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag will serve as the bargaining chip for that time. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord answers Sword Spear's question. We conducted a full investigation into that one by bringing in even memories of other timelines. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord's deeds, authorities, immortal arts, everything. And among such immortal arts of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, the immortal art of filling the heavens governing view must be extracted by us and made usable only by the Radiance 8 Immortals. The eyes of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the many Heavenly Lords flash. An immortal art that fixes the outcome value of every being's act to failure. In particular, a power specialized for fixing the results of immortal cultivation to failure. That is, I see. You intend to place that immortal art into the hands of the next 8 immortals and realize our ideal world. Indeed, after the Great Mountain Supreme Deity War, there is a high possibility that the Supreme Deity rank immortal cultivators of this Mount Sumeru will be annihilated. Taking advantage of the gap in which there are no existences above the Radiance 8 Immortals, if we use filling the heavens governing view across all of Mount Sumeru to completely negate the unqualified that crawl up the immortal cultivation system, our true utopia shall be achieved. At the Great Forest Heavenly Lord's explanation, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's body flinches. The utopia of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Even to her, it is an unbearably beautiful ideal. It is also what she once always dreamed and lived for. But all the more because of that, she clenches her fist as she recalls the being with a black Mianguan and the being with a white Mianguan. Understood. Then the release of the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag absolutely cannot be given, for the sake of negotiations with the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. There is never a thought of giving the Sword Mountain Devil Lord compensation in exchange for extracting their immortal art. From the start, they are an Ender, and, as an Ender, they have become both the Immortal Beast King and reached the ultimate of martial arts. And since they reached the standard of the underworld and are receiving the full support of the underworld, there is no price in this world that the Radiance 8 Immortals can offer to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Whatever they give cannot compare to what the underworld grants, nor to what they already have, so there is no reason for the Sword Mountain Devil Lord to part with their innate immortal art that symbolizes their identity. Therefore, what remains to them is only coercion through the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord lets out a bitter smile inside at the miserable state of Radiance Hall, to which she once gave her wholehearted loyalty. Then all prepare. I will set the victory plan on the assumption there is no negotiation with the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, within her inborn talent and fate, quickly compares and analyzes Seo Eunhyun's strength against their own. The true immortals of Radiance Hall have all withdrawn. A war of numbers using the prophecies of true immortals is impossible. Seo Eunhyun is also drawing power from the Seed of Radiance through the Radiance Mantra, so bombardment with power derived from the Seed of Radiance is also impossible. Then what remains is only the stockpile of god-killing spears they have amassed in preparation for the Great Mountain Supreme Deity War. Torch Candle buried countless god-killing spears in the head realm to stockpile them. If we consume every god-killing spear accumulated and sacrifice the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord again to summon the Heavenly Void Furnace for battle, we can defeat Seo Eunhyun. But that will displease the other Heavenly Lords, and will result in killing Seo Eunhyun. That won't do. She knows that if she pursues victory with the method she considers, Seo Eunhyun will die, so she alters her plan. No matter that Seo Eunhyun surpasses timelines, the god-killing spear is the symbolic technique of the Radiance Supreme Deity that kills even supreme deities. Just as Seo Eunhyun suffered beyond timelines at the power of the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity, if he dies struck by the god-slaying spear, the residual power of the god-slaying spear will remain and kill Seo Eunhyun over and over even across the timelines. Seo Eunhyun's history rewrite through the wheel can also be nullified by the Heavenly Void Furnace. Seo Eunhyun cannot be killed. Then what is needed is an appropriate compromise. 66 god-killing spears. And we shall use of the Heavenly King Heavenly Treasures, Timwang Tambok. At the words of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, all the Heavenly Lords are shocked. You mean to use those monstrosities? Then, will you be satisfied only if we squander all 60-some thousand of the accumulated god-slaying spears in this battle and even offer the torch candle Heavenly Lord as a sacrifice to summon the Heavenly Void Furnace? That is, as the wartime commander, I accept no further objections, any further questioning, and by the authority of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord as the Yule-grade wartime readiness commander, that aid immortal will be abolished. In peacetime, when the Radiance Hall is not under threat, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord acts as executor and inspector over the Radiance Aid Immortals. But since the Yule-grade alert has been declared, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord has taken then position of leader of the Radiance Aid Immortals. I order the firing of 66 god-killing spears, and the use of the Heavenly King Heavenly Treasures to annihilate the Enders. In the end, at Sword Spear's order, all the 8 Immortals each form their seals, looking slightly unsettled. Immediately after, the entire Heavenly King Heavenly Domain begins to tremble. The lower reaches of the Palace of Radiance shake as rays of every color burst forth. Seeing that sight, not only the Radiance 8 Immortals, but also Seo Eunhyun and his comrades flinch in surprise. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, finding the startled Seo Eunhyun rather cute, speaks. If they use sorcery to take the symbol of Hyuk-sa, we shall show them that we can do something similar. In the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's grasp appears an obsidian spear with dozens of mouths gnashing endlessly, their black fangs tearing into the void. Into the great forest Heavenly Lord's grip comes a lapis lazuli spear with dark blue eyes that weep blood. Into the flower plant Heavenly Lord's grip comes a golden spear. Into the great sun Heavenly Lord's hand comes a pure gold spear. Into the torch candle Heavenly Lord's hand come a red pearl spear. Into the pearl jade Heavenly Lord's hand comes a silver spear. Into the great sea Heavenly Lord's hand comes an agate spear. And into the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's hand comes a pale pink spear, made of tridacna. And that is not all. The 7 colored spears are not only the one held in their hands. Dozens, hundreds, thousands slip out from the dimensional rifts of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain and fill the surrounding space of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The Radiance 10 Heavenly Lords, over the course of generations, gathered the legacies and arrangements of you Enders. Each and every one contains powers so bizarre that even imagining them is hard. The grave of the Enders that they buried here, that place is precisely the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Together with such words, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord hurls the obsidian spear she holds at Seo Eunhyun. Since it turned out like this, she looks at Seo Eunhyun, Seo, Kim Yun, and the others and makes up her mind. I will help your powers awaken. The complete powers of other worlds fly toward the Enders. The embers of the bright sword Grand War begin to ignite in earnest. Quagwagwang. Outside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, at one of the interdimensional boundaries, one spot seems to twist, and from there 14 great immortals are ejected, entangled. Countless powers of other worlds and bizarre authorities clash among them. The lapis lazuli flower Heavenly King Kong Min sets and manipulates laws, and the great sun Heavenly Lord and the great sea Heavenly Lord latch onto Kong Min using the attraction force between heavenly domains and the inner sea's power to crush those laws one by one. The red pearl cycling Heavenly King John Myonghoon takes up his lightning spear and faces the great forest Heavenly Lord and the flower plant Heavenly Lord, who charge at him with dozens of 7-colored spears on their bodies. The authority of heavenly punishment and the authority of causality induction are halved by the great forest Heavenly Lord who governs wood, and the destructive force is healed by the power of the flower plant Heavenly Lord. Against the silver nameless Heavenly King Oh Hyun-suk, the torch candle Heavenly Lord and the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord rush in. Of Oh Hyun-suk's heaven and earth dual cultivation, the power of earth is received by the torch candle Heavenly Lord, and the cultivation of heaven is met by the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord as they oppose him. Because Kim Yun, the successor of the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King, and Oh Hyaseo have not yet become Heavenly Kings, the two of them together have to face the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who intercepts them while holding 11 god-slaying spears. Though the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is the representative of martial force among Radiance Hall, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord too, in pure combat strength, is outstanding enough to tie for third among the Radiance 8 Immortals together with the Great Forest Heavenly Lord. Kim Yun's attacks, which draw on the power of the vast cold realm, are blocked by the god-slaying spears, and Oh Hyeseo's bizarre authority is blocked by the 7 colored spears forged from the arrangements of previous enders. The laws of other worlds distort their authorities. And, above them, the sword spear Heavenly Lord, carrying 55 god-slaying spears alone, engages the sword mountain devil Lord So Eunhyun in a one-on-one duel. So Eunhyun's sword and the sword spear Heavenly Lord's spear collide outside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. So this is a Heavenly Lord. So Eunhyun meets the sword spear Heavenly Lord's gaze as he receives and deflects the full power of the sword spear Heavenly Lord one by one. Judging by pure martial skill, sword spear cannot match So Eunhyun. But being the representative of martial force of the Radiance 8 Immortals is a position that even one at the ultimate of martial arts cannot belittle. So this is how you use prophecy. Good. Sword spear swings her spear. The trajectory of that spear strike is at a level that So Eunhyun can read completely, let flow past, and can counter, but before the spear reaches So Eunhyun, prophecy is always imbued in it. It shall hit. A simple, narrow-ranged, powerful prophecy. Kwang. The shaft of the god-slaying spear, through that prophecy, strikes So Eunhyun's jaw. The trajectory of the spear's strike imbued with prophecy, together with the attraction force of fate, hits So Eunhyun's body directly, and So Eunhyun, watching the peerless skill of the sword spear Heavenly Lord, who blends the power of the absolute into martial arts, stretches out his right arm wrapped in the 5 desires chain. Beautiful. Immortal art. Swallowing heaven, Kuntan. Clench. By the attraction force of the swallowing heaven supreme deity, sword spear's face is grabbed right into So Eunhyun's right hand. At the same time, sword spear links her will to the god-slaying spears imbued with prophecy and points them at So Eunhyun. Pierce. Tukwang, tukwang, tukwang. Dozens of god-slaying spears pierce straight through the sword spear Heavenly Lord's body and strike directly at So Eunhyun beyond. But both of them ignore the pain and shock entirely and do not let out even a single cry. So Eunhyun's arm grabs the sword spear's head and slams it straight into the dimensional boundary of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Jewing. The dimensional boundary collapses, and the two of them step back inside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain again. Good. So Eunhyun's exclamation rings out, and sword spear likewise grips the god-slaying spears and wraps So Eunhyun's body with her winged garment. Filling the heavens, sword rain. The sword spear Heavenly Lord's ultimate technique, filling the heavens sword rain, is summoned towards So Eunhyun's body through the winged garment that envelopes him. The great heaven-defying technique, filling the heavens sword rain, normally unleashed to destroy heavenly domains, now unfolds aiming at the mere flesh of a single great net immortal. But after a flash of silver-white light, So Eunhyun tears apart the sword spear Heavenly Lord's winged garment and bursts forth, swinging the impermanent sword. Dinjong. The sword spear Heavenly Lord, along with the nebulae stretched behind her, is severed horizontally. Discard the lower body. Shwick. Using prophecy again at the price of her own lower body, sword spear points at So Eunhyun. Shukwang. 12 god-slaying spears fly and pierce toward her and So Eunhyun. A certain hit used at the price of the lower body, is it? Amazed at the accuracy of the god-slaying spears, strengthened by the absoluteness that prophecy holds, So Eunhyun rushes at the sword spear Heavenly Lord once more. Show me more, sword spear. Make me more delighted. Jiwa watches this sight and laughs. Yes, let us dance together. After all, what they are doing now is nothing but mischief between the two. But even within that mischief, confirming the peak of martial arts that they can extend toward each other is, for those who walk the martial Tao, the ultimate bliss. Come to think of it, the reason I carved a sword mark into your shoulder must have been because I knew a day like this would come. She wanted to see an opponent against whom she can cross martial arts and swords with all her strength. High Mu refused to face the Radiance 8 Immortals, and aside from High Mu, the other Severing Heaven Realm True Immortals. White-winged Heavenly Pegasus, the martial melody Heavenly Lord, the underworld 10 Kings, are all ones whom the sword spear Heavenly Lord herself can crush by sheer output. In an instant, gathering nebulae and regenerating her lower body, the sword spear begins to clash with So Eunhyun while breathing prophecy of certain hit into the god-slaying spears. You make me rejoice. Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Thus, the sword spear Heavenly Lord and the sword mountain Devil Lord collide their different techniques together and burst into wild laughter. And in their duel, the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain begins to step into ruin. After cleaving apart the glass sword mountain, Wulryong widens her eyes and stares for a long while at the light spilling out from within. Just what is this? What on earth? For within the light that comes out from inside, she sees Seo Jiang and her master fighting. Chapter 769, Radiance 4. Kugugugugu. Light collapses, and what remains are only the surging foams whirling inside the glass sword mountain. However, Wulryong cannot forget what she saw inside those foams. What was that? Was what I just saw an illusion? But for some reason her instincts speak. They say that was not a simple illusion. And so Wulryong cannot help but tremble. Master is alive? If what she just saw is not an illusion, if that scene where her master, esteemed one Beck geometry, fighting Seo Jiang, is reality, Wulryong feels as if the hatred she kept deep in her heart is about to be washed away, pushing the minion of the evil god into a corner, and in return, confirming that her master is alive. It is such a beautiful conclusion. However, why is it that even as she expects her hatred to be washed away, Wulryong cannot help but feel a strange sense of disharmony? What is this? This is like, is this not an ending that befits only the stories of protagonists in fairy tales? Is reality this beautiful? Let's not get ahead of myself. This is only an illusion. This illusion is not even confirmed as fact, is it? Wulryong shakes her head as she recalls the illusion she saw. But even as she tries to think it is only an illusion, Wulryong's own intuition whispers far too strongly that the illusion is the truth. Because her intuition is usually right, Wulryong becomes uneasy about her own intuition for some reason. Why? Shouldn't I rather be happy if Master is alive? Is it because that scene looked as if Master and Seo Jiang are fighting? Is what I saw a different space in the present, or a scene of the future? Or, Wulryong bites her lip hard. Is it the key that will reveal this persistent sense of disharmony? Lost in many thoughts, Wulryong turns around. The colossal body of the hair clone is collapsing. She goes out beyond the collapsing body of the hair clone and, from afar, looks towards Seo Jiang and the palanquin of Un geometry that greet her. The Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords also send Wulryong friendly looks. But Wulryong does not relax. Right now, I am less than a single hair of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. She would never have defeated even this hair clone made from a single strand of hair if not for the help of others. I must go further. From here on, only by going even further and finally standing at a similar eye level to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord can she properly see the world. Let's keep going forward. After reaching the entering Nirvana stage, Wulryong decides she will properly temper her own immortal art and reach the true immortal advancement. It is at that moment. Flash. Wulryong suddenly flinches as she sees a great force of light pink spew madly from the collapsing body of the hair clone. This, what in the world? She stares at that power in shock, because this is clearly the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the vast cold realm. But before she even has a moment to be surprised, the heaven and earth spiritual energy seems to soar madly, and then it begins to form a path that leads straight to somewhere. Kugugugugugu. This is. Seeing that path, Wulryong cannot help but fall into panic. For along that straight path that pierces the heavenly domain, the very same intent, exactly the same as the intent Wulryong poured in when she struck down with her halberd, is brimming. She knows it instinctively. Sword Mountain Devil Lord. The evil mountain divine spirit used her to complete some unknown wicked plan. Again, are you using me? Wulryong grinds her teeth and summons the Radiance halberd. This time, I will not be taken advantage of. It is a path of intent made by her own hand. She does not know for what purpose it is made, but it is surely a wicked act. Therefore, that wicked act, she shall sever it with her own hands. Please help, O 7 Immortals. In order to use everything she can use right now, Wulryong asks the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords. If they are indeed beings who came to thwart the wicked mountain divine spirit's scheme, they will surely try to erase that path of the wicked mountain divine spirit as well. But Wulryong suddenly feels something strange. Oh, divine spirits? None among the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords answer. They only gaze gloomily at somewhere in the void. Their gaze reaches the end of the path that appears from the hair clone. Wulryong cannot see it, but that path of light pink energy pierces the earth boundary heavenly domain, pierces the Heavenly King heavenly domain, pierces the sun and moon heavenly domain, and then the sun and moon heavenly domain. It reaches the far edge of Mount Sumeru, the head realm. And reaching inside the head realm's ascension gate is the true identity of that path. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords look at that path and the head realm at its end. And finally, they are wailing at the truth that the path reveals. Voila! The light pink energy of the vast cold realm, containing the principle of the vast cold heavenly circle, denies the principle of acceptance at fate's end and shows the cycle of the 4 seasons. Mortal beings cannot see it, but all the immortals of this world, the true immortals, are seeing it. Beginning at the earth boundary heavenly domain and reaching the head realm's ascension gate made by Yang Su-jin, that light pink pillar of light reveals the truth. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. The mantra that begins from that is the phenomena extinguishing mantra. The phenomena extinguishing mantra is an immortal art that brings the end of the universe and at the same time is an immortal art to observe Mount Sumeru. The vast cold heavenly lord heard that enlightenment from the great mountain supreme deity, and from there discussed an enlightenment that goes one step further. Immortal cultivation is progress, and what was born from there was an immortal art that does not end with observing the inside of Mount Sumeru, but an immortal art that lets one faintly peek. Outside, it. Vast cold hall white jade pavilion beam raising ritual, Fenghandangbu, Losong Langshu. Kugagagugagu. In that far astral realm, something enormous begins to be summoned. Vast cold realm. Wu Ryong shudders as she sees that something. The vast cold realm, which should be in the interdimensional void of the earth boundary heavenly domain, is being summoned to this place. At the same time, from one place in the vast cold realm that is being summoned, something surges upward. It is the vast cold realm's heavenly lotus mountain. More precisely, it is the white jade pavilion built at the summit of that heavenly lotus mountain. Shiver. As she looks at that white jade pavilion, Wu Ryong is seized by an unknown terror. Chwak. But before she even has time to feel that terror, she sees the light pink path that leads all the way to the end of the distant universe connect with the white jade pavilion that has risen from the vast cold realm. And seeing that, Wu Ryong realizes what the wicked mountain divine spirit has done through her. Heavenly Lotus Mountain. They made Wu Ryong smash apart the vast cold realm's heavenly lotus mountain with her own hands. The illusion of the glass sword mountain she saw was not a glass sword mountain. It was the heavenly lotus mountain, which the mountain divine spirit altered to show in the shape of a different mountain. Oh, inside the universe. Somewhere. From there, a sound that seems to be made by some ancient being is heard. As that sound resounds, all the beings fighting in the Heavenly King heavenly domain freeze. To the true immortals of the Heavenly King heavenly domain, it is the sound of a nightmare. Because it is the roar of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king. After the roar of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king resounds, the true immortals in the Heavenly King heavenly domain all stare with terrified eyes at the light pink pillar that pierces through the Heavenly King heavenly domain. For the energy coming from that pillar is exactly the same as that of Vast Cold, who declined several 100,000 years ago. Vast Cold has revived. The vast cold heavenly lord has come back to life again. Everyone, flee from the Heavenly King heavenly domain. The monster has opened its eyes again. To-do-do-do-do. Numerous heavenly immortals who survived the vast cold great war start fleeing madly from the Heavenly King heavenly domain, and those who remain stare at the light pink weapons that begin to resonate with that light pink pillar in the Heavenly King heavenly domain. They startle and fright as they look at the things the sword spear heavenly lord summoned under the name of Heavenly King heavenly treasures. The rain-dew heavenly lord lets out a shout as if in a fit. Vast Cold's immortal art. How can Vast Cold's immortal art activate again? It cannot be activated even if an ender with the same fate as Vast Cold presides over it. Unlike the immortal art of cause and connection. Just who? And how did they discover that secret? As they speak, the rain-dew heavenly lord glares at the sword spear heavenly lord, who is fighting Seo Eunhyun. Sword spear, I see. Sword spear. You sold the secret of Radiance Hall to the mountain divine spirit. Originally, even an executor like the rain-dew heavenly lord does not have the authority to interrogate another heavenly lord without complete evidence. In the current wartime situation where command authority has passed to the sword spear heavenly lord, even more so. However, As a survivor of the vast cold Great War, Reindu's reason becomes paralyzed by the terrible authority the vast cold heavenly lord showed back then, and they shout out, "Great Forest! Arrest Sword Spear! Sword Spear is a traitor!" Sword Spear sold the hidden secret of the vast cold heavenly lord to the mountain divine spirit. Geoing. The light pink road stretching from the end of Mount Sumeru to the vast cold realm looks as if it supports the inside of Mount Sumeru like a pillar. While Vast Cold's mantra supports the summit of Mount Sumeru, it spreads horizontally across the upper part of Mount Sumeru, the sun and moon heavenly domain, like an upper beam. Zhanglang. It even looks like a light pink cross. Vidija. It appears as if a light pink cross has burst out from the Vast Cold realm and is supporting the entirety of Mount Sumeru. After Vast Cold's death, the Radiance 8 Immortals, in order to annihilate the immortal art of Vast Cold Hall White Jade Pavilion beam-raising ritual, bound the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion, the symbol of progress, to the mountain that symbolizes looking back. That mountain bounded the activation of the White Jade Pavilion, and the Radiance 8 Immortals seated the believer of Radiance Hall in that White Jade Pavilion as sacred master and defiled the White Jade Pavilion with the name of Radiance Hall. Afterwards, in the name of Radiance Hall, they changed the name of the vast cold realm to one that contains light, gone, and even turned a blind eye to the secret plan of Blood Een to seize Vast Cold's flesh. For if Blood Een reinstated himself in the underworld by occupying Vast Cold's body, the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion, once defiled by light, would have become defiled by Blood Een a second time and turned completely to dust. Even if Blood Een did not bother to occupy Vast Cold's body, it did not matter. If the mountain gods rampaged and grew stronger, the power of the heavenly Lotus Mountain would have also grown stronger, and the power of repentant enlightenment would have completely crushed the power of progress and annihilated the immortal art called White Jade Pavilion. Even if the mountain gods did not rampage, even if the White Jade Pavilion remained simply bound to the heavenly Lotus Mountain, it did not matter. Since Vast Cold is dead, the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion was bound to be annihilated someday. They also did not worry about the possibility of the heavenly Lotus Mountain collapsing and White Jade Pavilion being freed. The heavenly Lotus Mountain itself is structured so that it can never collapse unless it is by one seat among the Radiance 8 Immortals. Flash, however, piercing through the possibility of all impossibilities. The immortal art of Vast Cold Hall White Jade Pavilion beam-raising ritual has activated and illuminates the far end of Mount Sumeru. Beyond, the head realm, Sword Spear. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord, their reason paralyzed, cries out to the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. The essence of the Vast Cold Hall White Jade Pavilion beam-raising ritual is the beyond of the head realm, an immortal art that illuminates the outside of Mount Sumeru. In other words, it is an immortal art meant to prove the existence called the owner of the Absolute, which Radiance Hall most hates and feels uneasy about. No matter how much Radiance Hall oppresses and annihilates immortal cultivators, if there exists an existence that seized fate, history, and the like above all of them, then all their actions are meaningless. Hence Radiance Hall repeatedly denied that the Absolute has an owner and continued proving that such a being does not exist. For the Radiance 8 Immortals, the world is nothing but Mount Sumeru and the outer sea, and in their worldview, the Absolute has no owner. But during the Vast Cold Great War, the Vast Cold Heavenly Lord proved it to the Radiance 8 Immortals, that even if the owner of the Absolute is unknown to exist, the outside of Mount Sumeru and the outer sea exists. If an outside exists for Mount Sumeru, then there is clearly the possibility that there also exists a different existence outside Mount Sumeru, and there is also the possibility that said existence is the owner of the Absolute. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord recalls the days when they desperately tried to erase the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion in order to forget and block that possibility. You spilled the truth to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. What did you do with the half of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's nascent soul? That wisdom carries a danger of Yule grade to Radiance Hall. So if you disclosed it to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, there is no way they would not know. Yes, Sword Spear. After you held half of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's nascent soul in your embrace, you gave away that story in your bosom. Even if the Sword Mountain Devil Lord cannot themselves, if you place half of their nascent soul in your bosom, You could have blocked the ripples from the disclosure of that wisdom. They sob. Rain Dew, though they may have suspected Sword Spear, also believed in her. You truly betrayed Radiance Hall. Sword Spear, and the great forest Heavenly Lord, looking a bit pityingly at the frenzied Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, speaks. Rain Dew, every word you speak has not a single piece of evidence. Though I dislike saying this, Rain Dew, your assertions rely entirely on your imagination. To suspect a comrade, swayed by emotion without clear evidence, is that not against the teachings of the Radiance 8 Immortals? The great forest Heavenly Lord cannot understand the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord. Indeed, they also know the danger of the immortal art Vast Cold left behind. From the beginning, even if there was the advice of Rain Dew, seating a sacred master named Beck Woon in the White Jade Pavilion and inserting light into the name of the Vast Cold Realm were all done under the leadership of the great forest Heavenly Lord. They are also aware how dangerous the concept of the outside is to those who think Mount Sumeru and the outer sea are everything. However, they cannot understand. Calm yourself, Rain Dew. After we put light into the name of the Vast Cold Realm and seated the devotee named Beck Woon as sacred master and placed them into the White Jade Pavilion, the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion has been steadily defiled. Behold, Rain Dew, that immortal art does touch the summit of Mount Sumeru, but it is not revealing that Mount Sumeru has an outside, is it? Clicking their tongue, the great forest Heavenly Lord looks at the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, who is swept up in irrational madness. You are irrational right now, Rain Dew. The one who must be arrested now appears not to be Sword Spear, but you. Great forest, believe my words. Looking at the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, who looks consumed by madness, the great forest Heavenly Lord judges coldly. At present, the immortal art of White Jade Pavilion beam-raising ritual is not activating. It must be because it is too contaminated by light, and yet Rain Dew, consumed by excessive worry and suspicion towards Sword Spear, is irrationally denouncing Sword Spear without clear evidence. This is undeniably proof that Rain Dew has lost qualification. Rain Dew, in the name of I, the great forest Heavenly Lord, representative of the Radiance 8 Immortals, I hereby discard you, who have lost your qualification. Looking at the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, who is self-destructing under excessive suspicion and worry, the great forest Heavenly Lord invokes the authority of the representative of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Vast Cold Hall White Jade Pavilion Beam-Raising Ritual. That immortal art, which observes the outside of Mount Sumeru, was originally developed by the Vast Cold Heavenly Lord and created to awaken the true immortals of Mount Sumeru. However, after Vast Cold's death, that immortal art was thoroughly forgotten by the actions of Radiance Hall. That this immortal art now reveals itself is also because, just as Rain Dew Heavenly Lord suspects, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord secretly sold the secret of Radiance Hall to Seo Eunhyun. However, even though Seo Eunhyun clothed Wool Ryong with Sword Spear's power and liberated the immortal art of beam-raising ritual, the immortal art of beam-raising ritual is indeed far too contaminated. Even though the principle of the Vast Cold Heavenly Circle, which means the beyond, after reaching acceptance at Fate's End that symbolizes the end of Mount Sumeru, activated the immortal art, it is still not properly illuminating the outside. The vast majority of the living beings of Mount Sumeru do not perceive that outside. However, a few are different. Awa. The martial melody Heavenly Lord sheds tears of blood, and all of the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, who lived as siblings with the martial melody Heavenly Lord and share spirit and authority, share the sensations sent by the martial melody Heavenly Lord and shed bloody tears together. The Vast Cold Hall White Jade Pavilion beam-raising ritual, weathered by light, does nothing. Therefore, Seo Eunhyun had to create a medium to let them sense the outside of Mount Sumeru through the immortal art of beam-raising ritual. If there exists a clear medium that resonates with the existence outside, then all beings of Mount Sumeru could sense, however faintly, the outside. That medium is precisely the true martial arts of the future king. By resonating the future king, who exists beyond the summit of Mount Sumeru, with the true martial arts of the future king, though it is only a few, all who can feel the true martial arts can sense, however faintly, the presence of some existence outside Mount Sumeru. Yes, those who can feel the true martial arts. In other words, All beings who learn the power of heart Tao blooming that Co Unhyun scattered. Among those who did not learn it, those who learned triple divinity. All beings whose chests bloom with paper flowers come to know, however faintly, that there exists some existence outside Mount Sumeru. White-winged heavenly Pegasus stares at the summit of Mount Sumeru in terror, and the majority of the underworld 10 kings pant for breath. Even as the martial melody Heavenly Lord sheds tears of blood, they accept that the God they serve and their homeland, the Source River, are the absolute one's leftovers. The higher one's realm is, the more one cannot help but feel the presence of the future king. Beings around the 5th stage of manifestation such as Hamrak and Jun Eolim only feel a distant sense of terror, and Heart Tribe members below merely realize unconsciously that there exists a being who has reached a frightening realm. The more one has bloomed a flower in their chest, the purer the energy of that flower is, the more vividly it is felt. Sword. Spear. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord sobs. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord, sensing the paper flower that blooms in their chest, denies and raves at this reality that proves true the truth the Radiance 8 immortals have been denying. In the name of vast cold, I declare, the Executor Rain-Dew shall doubt their comrades, but also trust them with a heart as vast as the sky. The poison that the vast cold Heavenly Lord implanted in the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord long ago. That poison slowly took root in the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's chest, and in the generation of Co Unhyun's party, was given the environment to sprout by the system called Heart Tao blooming. Doubting the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, yet having the evidence of doubt erased by the power of the Heavenly Venerable of the underworlds. Will, and seeing the trustworthy conduct the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord kept showing, finally caused a paper flower to bloom. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord knows that they must be discarded. The flower of faith that blooms in their chest is proof that they stepped outside the system of the Radiance 8 immortals. But at the same time, they cannot simply be discarded. For the flower blooming in their chest tells them that the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is a traitor just like themselves. For the Radiance Supreme Deity, for the justice they believe in, they cannot be discarded alone. They must expose the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's betrayal and then die. Thus Rain-Dew, at times to an irrational degree, could only obsess over expelling the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and pressing them despite lacking decisive evidence. The driving force behind the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's ceaseless suspicion of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is, in the end, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's own betrayal. All of you, look at Sword Spear, look at Sword Spear. It is Sword Spear, it is Sword Spear who is the traitor of the Great Radiance Hall, of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Sword Spear, Sword Spear. The battlefield of the Enders and the Radiance 8 Immortals falls into a lull due to the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's seizure. There, the Radiance 8 Immortals all approach the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord with hardened expressions, in order to discard the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord who has gone mad, without even needing to present evidence. In the name of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, the first seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, I bring forth the emergency agenda of discarding Executor Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord. All shall state approval or disapproval for the current discarding of the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord. Wu Wong. Within the battlefield that falls into a lull, the voice transmissions of the 8 immortals flow into the Great Forest Heavenly Lord. The Executor Rain-Dew can investigate a suspected 8 immortal and execute immediately, but for the other 8 immortals who do not have the Executor's authority to execute Rain-Dew, they must gather opinions by majority vote. Looking at the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord with regretful eyes, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord reveals the gathered approval and disapproval votes for them. Of the Radiance 10 Heavens, a total of 2 invalid votes. By the unanimous agreement of all other members of the Radiance Supreme Deity, it has been decided to discard the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord who has gone mad. We shall execute you, Rain-Dew. Many of the 8 immortals, feeling at least a little pity, extend their hands toward Rain-Dew. Only the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord rejoices quietly inside at the fact that there is no longer anyone who suspects Sword Spear. It was long, but it is over. Yang Ji Huang, your unjust false accusation shall surely be cleared. Thinking that they can at last finish the Sword Spear surveillance duty they have borne, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord smiles from behind their mask. Chwazit. Wu Ryong can only feel taken aback as she watches the pale pink pillar stretch endlessly beyond the heavenly domain after uniting with the vast cold realm. Why is everyone just shedding tears and staying still? Not a single one of the Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords, even though it is certain they hold a grudge against the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, moves. They only sob in place. I cannot receive their help. Wu Ryong quickly analyzes the situation. I must, with my strength alone, cut it down. Can she do it? Can a small human race, sacred master like her cut this endlessly unfolding gigantic light? It is a question. But Wu Ryong puts the question away. Recalling the sacrifices that the star-shattering esteemed ones showed. Recalling Jean Wu Ryong's charge toward the martial arts she showed. Wu Ryong begins to wring out every bit of a life's worth of concentration. No, it is rather a resolve to die. Wu Ryong, firming her do-or-die resolve, concentrates essence energy spirit into the Radiance halberd. I must cut it down, even if she must stake all of herself. Her Radiance halberd, which is white, begins to be dyed silver white. Wu Ryong's hair begins to turn silver. Wu Ryong's fate begins to veil her face with silver white energy. Among the substances drifting in the universe, iron particles concentrate on Wu Ryong's face, and a silver mask similar to those of Beck geometry and Un geometry covers her face. Feeling her fate enveloping her, Wu Ryong feels herself becoming complete iron. Yes, to save the world, and to block the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's evil plan, I am fine offering both this heart and body. Wu Ryong thinks of Seo Jiang. Only you. She recalls Seo Jiang's soft shoulders, Seo Jiang's clear heart and gentle chest. If only you can remain in my dream. Clench. Just then Wu Ryong suddenly feels someone large wrap their hand with hers. Huh. Humph. Seeing you again. It looks like you plan to die gloriously while indulging in lewd thoughts. And master? It is Un geometry. True person Un geometry, who always treated her coldly like Beck geometry, stands behind Wu Ryong, holding her hand together and gripping the halberd. Is your heart turning to iron? How did you? No. Why is master? Humph. It is natural for a master to step out to save their disciple. You think me a good-for-nothing, you brat. Of course, playing the master of the 8 immortals does require behaving like a degenerate during one's mortal days, but the one who annoyed me is gone, so I can grant you this much favor. Consider it luck. Wu Ryong wears a puzzled expression, unable to understand what Un geometry means. Simply having your heart turn to iron is not your end. Even if the heart and the body turn to iron, what is contained within does not simply disappear. Huh. At the words of Sword Spear whispering behind her, Wu Ryong widens her eyes. Sword Spear corrects Wu Ryong's stance. She teaches the method of circulating energy, and, body to body, she passes on a warm heart. Even if a sword melts in fire and loses its form, it is born in a new form. Martial arts, the heart, even oneself, are the same. They only lose form. They do not vanish. Remember, even if there is something called impermanence that changes unendingly, the essence of that impermanence never changes. She sees a paper flower. Together with her master, clutching the silver-white Radiance halberd, Wu Ryong begins to thrust. A thrust to transcend all realities before her, to reach the utterly unreachable paper flower that lies beyond, unfolds from Wu Ryong's hand. I am reaching it. Feeling herself step into the domain of that paper flower she has only ever held before her eyes all her life, yet never reached, Wu Ryong unfolds the greatest thrust from within Un geometry's embrace. Somehow, Seo Jiang also seems to be close by. Flash. Light explodes. Within the subsiding light, Wu Ryong can see something. It is a hand. Huh. Someone's hand is blocking Wu Ryong's Radiance halberd. What are you doing? She asks as she looks at the one who blocks them. The name of the one who blocks their thrust with one hand is Pal Jean. Pal Jean. And Pal Jean, with a gloomy face, casts his gaze beyond Wu Ryong to Un geometry. Pal Jean opens his mouth. It is the exact same question as Wu Ryong's. Right now, what are you doing? Un geometry, who until just now seemed about to become Wu Ryong's absolute support, for some reason is rigidly frozen. I asked, what are you doing right now, Sword Spear? I'm asking you. Right now, why are you pushing the next Sword Spear into the domain of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord? And why are you strengthening Vast Cold's immortal art with the power of the next Sword Spear, Yang Jihuang? The 6th seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord Pal Huang, who until now hung on Pal Jin's neck in the form of a Dharma treasure and accompanied him while taking on the duty of surveilling the sword spear Heavenly Lord. Witnessing the scene of their faith being betrayed head-on, they call to the sword spear Heavenly Lord in a voice full of pain. And, within the preordained catastrophe, the sword spear Heavenly Lord's answer is not what the pearl jade Heavenly Lord desires. My name is not Yang Ji Huang. Chapter 770, Radiance, 5. Wu Ran, the pearl jade Heavenly Lord who occupies Pal Jin's body. The sword spear Heavenly Lord. And everyone present holds some degree of confusion. What on earth are they saying? Pal Jin and Master? Wu Ran looks at the boundary. That differs by only a hair's breadth. The boundary of the paper flower. She can enter if she takes just one more step forward. The domain the Heart Tribe calls Heart Dao Blooming. If she takes just one more step. No, if she merely leans her body a little more, she can enter this very close domain of paper flowers. From the day she first came to know the existence of the Heart Tribe, Wu Ryong has wanted to reach the domain called paper flowers. That domain of paper flowers cannot possibly be unrelated to Wu Ryong's fate. Hearing the words Pal Jin spoke just moments ago, Wu Ryong trembles. The paper flower domain is the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's domain. It cannot be. That beautiful realm of martial arts she dreamed of all her life is the domain of the wicked mountain divine spirit who clung around her all her life? No, even setting that aside. Master tried to push me into that place. Her master, her guide whom she gained after esteemed one Beck geometry, tried to push her into the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's domain. And true person Un Geometry's reaction, stiffening and stepping away from Wu Ryong, is, please say it is not so, Master. Proving those words are true. Please, tell me that you are not the minion of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord who killed my former master, esteemed one Beck geometry. And true person Un Geometry stretches out her hand. Master? With a handful of hope, Wu Ryong wants Un Geometry to deny Pal Jin's words, who seems to be in an abnormal state for some reason. Authority, Wartime Commander Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. I demand full descent of the over 60,000 accumulated god-killing spears. Suot. And Wu Ryong's hope shatters to pieces. For Un Geometry's touch before her eyes strengthens the immortal art of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord to the utmost, while beginning to summon something. Master. Gritting her teeth, Wu Ryong trembles all over. Her arm holding the Radiance halberd turns toward Un Geometry. You all, killed my master. Recalling the day esteemed one Beck geometry was ruthlessly killed by the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's hair clone, Wu Ryong takes the stance to unleash the thrust at Un Geometry that was taught by Un Geometry herself. All of you, the wicked mountain spirit, killed my Ryong ah. And at Un Geometry's voice that follows, Wu Ryong freezes on the spot. Why is it? The voice coming from her mouth now is exactly the same as the voice of the being she remembers. I am sorry. Clank. True person Un Geometry begins to remove the iron mask she has never once taken off until now. The face hidden behind Un Geometry's mask reveals itself. What are you saying, Sword Spear? No, more than that. What are you doing to the next Sword Spear right now? With the decision to discard Rain Dew Heavenly Lord made, and with Sword Spear's betrayal right before their eyes, the war clouds of the second bright Sword Great War completely die down. No, perhaps the flames and anger of that warfare are condensing even further. Your name is what the Radiance Supreme Deity bestowed upon you. Although since the day you came to be called Sword Spear, that name lost its meaning. That is the name that raised you up to Sword Spear. What on earth are you saying? Answer me. Sword Spear? The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's painful outcry reverberates through the entire Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. And, seeing such a pained reaction from the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord slowly, yet surely, treads the void and begins to approach Xiao Unhyun. I will say it again, my name is not Yang Ji Huang. Thus, having at last turned her back on her comrades and come to Xiao Unhyun's side, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord grips Xiao Unhyun's wrist hard. My name is Jiwa Zhihov. Jiwa, after removing the mask covering her face, forcibly pulls Xiao Unhyun's wrist and sets it on her own shoulder, then declares toward the remaining Radiance 8 immortals. The one who decided to become the sword of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord Xiao Unhyun. At that declaration, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who thinks they have been robbed of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord whom they believed without doubt to be their lifelong friend, begins to howl madly. Let go of that hand, of that dirty, filthy hand. From behind the pearl jade heavenly lord's back, a gigantic image of pearl jade that evokes the sun rises up. The light of that pearl jade emits a flash that divides heaven and earth and flies towards Seo Eun-hyun, and in that instant, red lightning cuts across between them. Hworum. It is John Myung-hoon. Give it up. She now belongs to Seo Eun-hyun. Hworum. John Myung-hoon raises a single banner. Just as the heavenly lightning banner in the end fell into my hand, was humiliated, and became loyal to me, just as it became mine in the end, she too shall become the Sword Mountain Devil Lords and become loyal only for his sake. And oh, face reality. She belongs to the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Do not speak of Sword Spear like an object. Hworum. John Myung-hoon laughs as he looks at the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who has gone mad with rage. It seems your poison has worked quite well. Seo Eun-hyun, Kim Yun. Yes. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, without releasing her fierce grip on Seo Eun-hyun's wrist, who tries to pull his arm away because of the numbness, looks at her. Former comrades with a bitter gaze. You all succeeded in learning the heart, in one form or another. Though Vast Cold died, his spiritual successor Seo Eun-hyun germinated the foundation for Vast Cold's curse to sprout the bud of the heart through heart Dao blooming. Although all of the previous generation upon whom the curse was placed perished, the underworld steadily projected the power of history repetition onto Radiance Hall and has been transplanting the sprouts. And Kim Yun, Vast Cold's authority successor, at last watered those sprouts. Lastly, with the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord Ji Hwa opening her heart to Seo Eun-hyun for the first time as the trigger, the other Heavenly Lords likewise began to let their hearts grow, like bamboo shoots after the rain. It is not only the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord. Great forest, flower plant, great sun, torch candle, great sea, rain dew. All of them, knowingly or not, have become poisoned by the venom that Seo Eun-hyun and Kim Yun deliberately sowed. Dium, Kuwum. And at last, from the source river, a sound like a Brahma bell resounds through heaven and earth. Flash. The sky shines bright. As if the black cosmos brightens, a phenomenon begins in which the entire universe seems to fill with the light pink afterglow of sunset. The arbiter between heavenly domains, the great sun Heavenly Lord, and the administrator of the inner sea of Mount Sumru, the great sea Heavenly Lord, flare their eyes red and roar with rage. Northern Dipper, have you betrayed us too? Beyond that source river, Yang Sung, and, with tears of blood and looks of agony, the Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords who control the source river by Yang Sung's order come into the sight of the Radiance 8 immortals. Those who descended to the earth boundary heavenly domain, by the immortal art Vast Cold left behind, came to recognize at last that they are wrong, agreed with Yang Sung's view, and are throwing themselves in to help the entire source river be eroded by something else. And the name of that something else eroding the source river is the artificial Gandhara. Dium. It is the work of Kim Yun, the holder of the liberation law talent that was created by the heavenly craftsman yet surpasses the heavenly craftsman. Kugagugagugu. Kim Yun's whole body seems to blaze with light pink flames, and she steps forward. Unlike when both Kim Yun and Oh Hyeseo engage the single Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, she, receiving the power of the artificial Gandhara, now looks different. And at a certain moment, where Rurik, Kim Yun's body, blazing with light pink, rosy flames, begins to grow gigantic. This is nonsense. You are saying she inherited Vast Cold seat? You say she reached that origin essence? It cannot be. But whether the Radiance 8 immortals are aghast or not, Kim Yun unifies the authority that originates from her own seat and from her own fate. Her innate authority. She could only come to know of it after she directly met the lingering thoughts of Vast Cold. So this is my authority. Until now, except for the liberation law talent, Kim Yun has never once ever wielded anything that could be called her own authority. It is not because Kim Yun lacks talent as an ender. It is because Kim Yun's authority itself is an authority which cannot be wielded until she completely seizes it. It is a contradiction. One must wield an authority and grow accustomed to it to master it. Yet this is an authority that she can only wield after mastering it. But only now that she completely controls her authority can she fully accept its meaning. My successor, your authority is weaker than anyone's, yet is an authority stronger than mine. The lingering thought of the vast, cold, heavenly lord she met in the peach blossom garden marveled at Kim Yun's authority and spoke such. That authority being expressed as a consciousness domain at the plane of Qi must be because that authority can be explained only as a broad heart that recognizes others. Remember, your authority is solely for others. I want you all to know it too. Praying for the Radiance 8 immortals, Kim Yun keeps growing vast, goes beyond the Heavenly King heavenly domain, and assimilates with the whole of Mount Sumeru. She loses her form and becomes a single will that drifts across all of Mount Sumeru. Yes, that is a power that guides people to heaven. Authority. Paradise guidance, Guanyinda. What is called heaven, what is called paradise, is not in some far place. If one believes a place to be paradise, then that place is heaven, is paradise. Just as Kim Yun felt she was saved by Seo Eun-hyun and felt his side to be paradise, arriving at the place one desires, at the side of the person one desires, at the time one desires, that is paradise. Her authority does not apply to herself, but exists solely to realize others' ideals. Those who are by her side someday all arrive at the ideal land they truly desire. Just as the Mad Lord obtained salvation, just as Bong Myong, the source of her liberation law talent, regained his name, under the artificial Gandhara, feeling that the predecessor Radiance 8 immortals obtained a seed of the heart due to Vast Cold's curse, and that the current Radiance 8 immortals are making it sprout, Kim Yun prays with all her strength. Please, may the peace of heart come to them as well. Dium. At last, the sound of the Brahma bell rings thrice. And, at last, not only Pearl Jade but the other Radiance 8 immortals too begin clutching their chests. The most primal function of the heart is affection. That power of love settles fully in the 8 immortals. That affection will manifest from each of the 8 immortals in its own form. For someone as joy, for someone as anger, for someone as sorrow, for someone as pleasure, for someone as the same love, for someone as hatred, for someone as desire. They will become confused, but one thing is clear. Now that they have come to have a heart, compared to up to now when they were used as tools, they will draw much nearer to salvation. And the moment she plants a heart in the Radiance 8 immortals, Kim Yun's consciousness becomes light. The light pink afterglow of sunset spreads over all of heaven and earth. All heavenly domains are dyed by her. Swawat. Kim Yun feels the lingering thought of a being from the distant past look at her and smile. My successor. Please, you must succeed. I pray for you. Please obtain freedom. Ding. Once more, the great sound of a Brahma bell resounds. It is not a sound from the artificial Gandhara. At the base of Mount Sumeru, the black sky, one among the heavenly seats begins to be engraved. Kim Yun germinated and brought to sprout the seed left by the predecessor, Vast Cold. And Kim Yun, having reached the peak of the immortal Tao of acceptance at fate's end, finds the path she must take. I see. She feels, however faintly, how Vast Cold was defeated. And she feels she knows what Vast Cold desires. For the sake of granting at least Vast Cold's prayer, Kim Yun suppresses her own potential. Until now, she received everything from Vast Cold. From the position of one who always only received, she suppresses herself to repay Vast Cold's grace. Her name as a governing immortal, which should originally be engraved upon the heavenly seat, becomes distorted by that self-suppression. Originally, it should rightly be a name bearing her own symbol, but Kim Yun forcibly maintains the predecessor's name and puts it upon herself. Tridakna Vast Cold Heavenly King. Chochugung, Han Wang, Kim Yun. This is the possibility that can save the Vast Cold Heavenly Lord as well. In the state where she has become consciousness itself that blankets Mount Sumeru, Kim Yun senses beyond the summit of Mount Sumeru and thinks. Now that she bears the name of Heavenly King, she sees clearly. Above the summit of Mount Sumeru, the being in the audience chamber, and the things that being hides, I will fulfill your deepest wish. Thus, having become a heavenly king by preaching heart to the heartless, Kim Yun falls into sleep to digest the memories from other timelines that she obtained upon becoming a heavenly king. And those who remain begin to be at a complete loss over the blessing she has given. Great forest glares at sword spear. Flower plant glares at sword spear. Great sun glares at sword spear. Torch candle glares at Seo Eun-hyun. Great sea glares at the rain dew heavenly lord. Rain dew looks at everyone. What is this? What is this pain? What have you done to us? You accursed breed, why is it so? I hate you, sword spear. If you had not betrayed us, if you had not sold us to that accursed breed, we would not even have to suffer such pain. Sword Mountain Devil Lord, it is you. It is you. It is you. You are that wanderer in the dream. Great forest, flower plant, great sun, and torch candle howl like mad. Oh Hyasio sneers. Yeah, cry? You cannot escape from it anyway. You cannot even avert your eyes away. Even I, who was born with it only faintly by nature, could not get out of it. Rain-Dew, get a hold of yourself. Rain-Dew. I am sorry we doubted you. I am sorry. No, do not apologize, do not worry. Do not hate. Do not panic. Do not be angry. Rain-Dew, whose life was saved when the falsity of the sword spear Heavenly Lord was revealed at the moment they were about to be executed, sobs even more bitterly than when their execution was finalized. So it is in my generation that Radiance Hall perishes. O mountain divine spirits. Seeing Great Sea and Rain-Dew with panic mixed with rage, O Hyunsuk bitterly gives them advice. Just be honest instead. Doing so is rather the path to be freed from that pain. Shut up. I do not listen to the likes of you. I hate you. I hate you filthy ender accursed breed bastards. Among you I hate you the most, Sword Mountain Devil Lord. You took my Yang Ji Huang. You took my Jiang Ai away. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord screams like the mad. I was with Jiang Ai first. From our mortal being days. Until we became Sword Spear and Pearl Jade. Until we took charge of Yang and Yin of Radiance Hall's martial force. We were always together. You who appeared later. You dare defile my friend. Watching Pearl Jade, who loses their mind with rage and goes mad, John Myung-hoon shakes the heavenly lightning banner and smiles bitterly. Quorum. Vent. Other than venting all that rage and releasing your anger, there is no path to salvation. You. Driven mad by the mountain divine spirit stratagem, the 8 immortals stagger to their feet and begin to draw on the power of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. However, immediately after, Chwerarik, from the direction of the vast cold realm of the earth boundary Heavenly Domain, summoned rays of light pierce the sky and appear. They are 60,000 some god-killing spears. Using the immortal art of the vast cold hall white jade pavilion beam-raising ritual embedded in the head realm, the sword spear Heavenly Lord smuggled off all the god-killing spears accumulated in the head realm. Quaching, and the authorities of those god-killing spears, so painstakingly smuggled, are crushed and turned into powder by sword spears single hand. Without even a gap to reclaim control over the god-killing spears, the 8 immortals see their efforts of past days shatter and turn to powder, and once more fly into a rage. Suiyot. Because the power of some 60,000 god-killing spears, powdered and returned to the essence of light, begins to be absorbed into Seo Unhyun. Sword spear, sword spear, sword spear. You cannot be forgiven. Kugagugagugu. In the end, driven completely mad by sword spear's provocation, the 8 immortals rampage and begin to commit taboos. The Heavenly King heavenly treasures summoned by sword spear are absorbed into the bodies of the 8 immortals and begin to infuse them with bizarre authorities and powers, strengthening them. Wool Ryong cannot grasp what is happening right now. After True Person Geometry pulled out 60,000 some terrifying things called god-killing spears from the vast cold realm, she transported them to another heavenly domain. Immediately after, the suddenly crazed Pal Jean attacked Geometry. Geometry and Pal Jean thus perished together. Wool Ryong stares blankly at the corpses of her dead master and her dead senior brother, not knowing what to do, and can only stare vacantly into the void. And then, when Geometry's corpse transforms into a nebula and Seo Jiang's body emerges from inside it, Wool Ryong now cannot understand anything at all. Rather, if everything is all a dream, that would be good. A terrible nightmare. Please. Wool Ryong clutches her head and, with trembling hands, strokes the shell of Seo Jiang from which no soul is felt inside. Please, someone tell me this is a play. Please. Wool Ryong, in a confused state, recalls Geometry's bare face. The face she saw for the first time that day resembled the face of Beck Geometry far too much. Though she has never seen Beck Geometry's face, Wool Ryong can tell instinctively. Geometry and Beck Geometry have been one and the same from the very beginning. Aoak, what is truth and what is falsehood? Wool Ryong, unable to know anything, buries her face in Seo Jiang's body that has become a shell with the split soul gone out. It is then, Wulong. Something familiar shimmers behind her. It is the apparition of Sword Mountain. Want it? And at last Wu Ryong explodes at that one sentence. I do not want it. Even if you give that filthy power of yours for 100 days, I absolutely do not want it. Just disappear. Please disappear. Please, please leave me alone. Please. I hate you. You took away everything of mine. You kept toying with my life using your subordinates. And now you even took Seo Jiang's soul, didn't you? I hate it. I hate it now. Please get lost. Please, please just leave me alone. Wu Ryong turns around and pours all her pain into a scream toward that apparition of Sword Mountain. Please disappear. And the apparition of Sword Mountain speaks. If you do not want power, then how about this? The apparition of Sword Mountain begins to change. Wu Ryong suddenly realizes something. Do you want the truth? It is a colossal and tyrannical black mountain that seems to crush the entire universe. That mountain is piled up with countless corpses, and the corpses accumulated up in that place weep tears of blood with faces stained with pain and resentment. Those tears of blood gather and fall as red waterfalls in places all over the Black Mountain. Wu Ryong realizes that the being that truly reveals its essence before her eyes is the one who all this time pretended to be the Sword Mountain Devil Lord while asking whether to lend her power. The truth? Wu Ryong, even though she is relieved that the being before her eyes is not the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, shakes her head. I hate it. I know who you are. You are the god of Great Mountain, aren't you? You are an evil god too. There is no guarantee you will not toy with me as well. You too will tease and toy with me. Why would I further toy with a pitiful plaything whose entire life is already toyed with and ruined by that fellow? O defective sword spear who does not even know you are broken. Whether being told the truth will be greater pain for you, decide. Will you accept pain and truth? Or will you keep spacing out here, knowing nothing at all? Pain and truth. Wu Ryong feels as if she is being bewitched by those words. It is as if those words are drawing her in. This is the last time. With today as the last, I will no longer ask you whether you want power. So answer. Will you know pain, or will you turn away? And to the question from the being on the summit of that mountain of corpses, Wu Ryong slowly opens her mouth. The price is none. Nothing at all. Lies. Flash. However, Wu Ryong cannot help but freeze before the golden radiance standing before her eyes. The former fifth seat of the Radiance 9 Heavens Heavenly Lords swear before the name of the Field Garden Heavenly Lord. Unless you desire it, I will take no price from you. It is light. A light so very similar to the light that came from her master. Before that light, so very similar to the light she followed all her life. Wu Ryong at last completely collapses. For even if the being before her eyes is false, this light at least seems true. For at least the warmth and comfort this light gives seem true. Tell me the truth. At those words, beyond the golden light, figures she sees for the first time, other than Seo Jiang and Beck Geometry, are confronting each other. The great mountain supreme deity Guak Am carefully adjusts the rank of wisdom so that their far distant junior does not go mad, and begins to pass on cruel truths to Wu Ryong. The transmission of wisdom is instantaneous. And, receiving all the wisdom and truth, Wu Ryong looks up at the sky. Wag. A scream begins to burst out of Wu Ryong's mouth. She wants to have that truth confirmed by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, but the Great Mountain Supreme Deity who approached her has already disappeared. No, so are the Northern Dipper's 7 Heavenly Lords. At some moment, the beings of the true immortal realm can no longer be felt. Survivors among the entering Nirvana quasi-immortals who were used for the subjugation of the hair clone begin to awaken and panic. The connection with the immortal realm is cut. The connection between the true immortal realm and the Saha world is severed. All demigods at the star-shattering stage and above feel that abnormal phenomenon, and Wu Ryong resolves herself. This world is all false. Therefore, I cannot trust even this that great mountain has given. I will, with my own hands, verify it directly. She sheds tears of blood, rises from her place, and looks to the sky. Looking up at the true immortal realm whose connection is suddenly cut, Wu Ryong grinds her teeth. I will become a true immortal and come to you. So wait. I will surely reach the truth. Surely. Thus, Even after confirming all truths, Wulryong denies the last possibility and vows to herself that she will become a true immortal and verify all the truths herself. Kugagugagugu. Abnormal phenomena appear all across Mount Sumeru, the planes of Qi, Soul, and Fate, and the plane of true immortality that transcends all of them. The true immortal realm is cut off from the lower realms. For mortal beings at the integration stage and below, it is of no concern that a little bit of celestial energy is severed, but all those at the star-shattering stage and above who aim for true immortality fall into despair. What is going on? The true immortal realm. The true immortal realm. The true immortal realm is severed. How are we supposed to advance to true immortality? Aya, countless beings of demigod rank and above sob and wail. However, the true immortals are just as taken aback. Kugagugagugu. The Radiance 8 immortals, feeling the sudden disconnection from the Saha world, glare at the ferocious Sword Mountain Devil Lord who ravenously devours the god-killing spear fragments. Sword Mountain Devil Lord. What wicked deed is this? Wu-wung. Their eyes fix on the emblem of the black snake biting its tail that rises proudly behind the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's back and intensifies the heart demon of the Radiance 8 immortals. I asked what you were plotting. The 7 heavenly lords, having absorbed the remnants of former enders to strengthen themselves, vomit rage at the enders and likewise summon the emblem of Hyuk-sa. The 2 symbols of the black snake begin to face off against each other, and then Seo-un-hyun, from within the 3 circles of the white 3 great ultimates, the Wheel of Starlight, and the black snake biting its tail, raises a hand wrapped around the swallowing heaven supreme deity. Attraction force begins to converge into his hand. The great plan is already complete. The artificial Gandhara, which until now did nothing but amplify Kim Yun's power, finally begins to move. The artificial Gandhara that eroded the source river that is the domain of time and the Radiance mantra that suppresses space-time resonate. And only then do the Radiance 8 immortals suddenly notice. How? The world has become strange. This is the galaxies belonging to the Saha world, excluding the true immortal realm. All the phenomena of the Heavenly King heavenly domain begin to speed up. I noticed the great mountain supreme deity interfering with the arrangement of Wulryong in the earth boundary heavenly domain. The sinister light might have been pointing to the great mountain supreme deity. A sinister mountain god indeed, but it does not matter. The arrangement of Wulryong is already complete whether the great mountain supreme deity interferes or not. With his power alone he cannot twist it now. He too must have only realized that after intervening. I only ended up feeling sorry to Wulryong. I am sorry, but I too have something I must accomplish even if I must use you. When everything is over, I will reveal the entire truth to you and apologize. I turn my gaze back to the flustered 8 immortals and begin to properly activate the power of the Radiance mantra. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords of the Source River, whom I preemptively won over through Yongsung, and who completely submitted with the proof I showed this time, and everyone else begin to help me. Kugagugagugu. The movement speed of galaxies to galaxies accelerates. Attraction force gradually strengthens and the world contracts. The Heavenly King heavenly domain draws ever faster toward the end. The important point here is that I do not use the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Time speeds up, and the world becomes the optimal state for mountain divine spirits to exert their greatest power. All of this is for the decisive battle with my senior brother. Radiance mantra. Authority. True immortal realm deceleration. Junshan Jit Jiangsu. Keithiying. As I madly accelerate the time of the Saha world, I slightly twist the explanation of the power of the Radiance mantra that affects the entirety of Mount Sumeru for the Radiance 8 immortals. From now on, time shall accelerate. Chapter 771, My Friend. Kugagugum. The world moves quickly. As countless seas of stars and galaxy clusters rush by, repeatedly condensing and expanding under attraction force, the sight looks as if blood is circulating through the veins and a heart is beating within some beast. Seeing that sight, we can tell that this entire heavenly domain is alive. We all are living inside the body of a colossal animal called the universe. Time is accelerating. The great forest heavenly lord looks at me as if they cannot understand. Even the source river. No, even if the heavenly venerable of time personally drags down their Gandhara and descends, they cannot accelerate all of Mount Sumeru to this level. What have you done? However, no matter what Great Forest says, I pay it no mind and keep strengthening the Radiance mantra. Fragments of the god-killing spears that Jiwa brought charge the power of light and provide the foundation for the Radiance mantra to activate. Time in the true immortal realm slows even more, and as a reaction, the true immortals must feel the Saha world is rushing by like mad. On the underworld side, because the speed of reincarnation becomes insanely fast, screams and wails are heard. Moreover, as the eastern heaven flower field collapsed and all the workload of the flower field was dumped onto the underworld side, the reapers of the underworld are practically on the verge of going mad. Still, since all true immortals possess at least the cognitive ability of instantaneous perception, sure, no matter how fast time flows in the Saha world, there is no problem interfacing with the lower realm. But the problem is the living beings of the lower realm. Because a time gap has arisen between the true immortal realm and the lower realms of the three planes of Qi, Soul, and Fate, no mortal being in the lower realm can undergo true immortal advancement right now, and they are struggling. In particular, the sacred masters who have been cultivating normally inside the bodies of true immortals, or those carrying out missions in various places under the orders of Radiance Hall, all have their connections to the true immortals and Radiance Hall severed and fall into confusion. At least those who possess nether perception, star vein eye, fetal movement, and void perception still retain some linkage to the upper realm, so they can push their minds into the true immortal realm in accordance with the slowed time of the true immortal realm. Such existences, even amidst this chaos, at least possess the qualification to undergo true immortal advancement. Both the Netherworld and the Source River are dimensions in which true immortals dwell. Therefore, even now, those places become the connection between the lower realm and the true immortal realm. Since each Gandhara is, in the end, within the body of each heavenly venerable, it is practically no different from the true immortal realm. And, Kugagugagugu. In this moment, I watch spirits as they rapidly undergo birth and annihilation, cross to the Netherworld, and then come to the Saha world again from the Netherworld to be reborn. They go back and forth between the Netherworld, a kind of true immortal realm, and the Saha world, and they look upon the scenes we are watching. Time passes in an instant. The universe narrows, fills with light and heat, and contracts to meet its end. And the next moment, borrowing the power of the seed of radiance, the universe is reborn in an explosion within light. In countless heavenly domains, such a phenomenon repeats, and the spirits repeating life and death behold that majestic spectacle together with us as they move to the Gandhara of the underworld. The creation and annihilation of the universe, the swift flow of stars, the movements of heavenly domains like living organisms, all of it engraves itself upon them, and begins to engrave upon them the essential principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. If they reincarnate in the Saha world, they will end up forgetting those principles, but the principles of the universe will remain in their unconscious, and they will spend their entire life thinking about what repentant enlightenment is. That's right. Right now by applying the Radiance mantra, joining hands with the underworld, and engraving the principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra upon the souls of all mortal beings who go in and out of the netherworld, I am teaching them repentant enlightenment. Are you watching Guak AM? Wu-wong. I bring my two hands together and begin converging yin-yang and 5 elements to one within my hands. Watch closely. This is my interpretation of the mountain. With the true immortal realm slowed, and the Saha world of Mount Sumeru currently perceived as endlessly accelerating, it is the optimal situation to unfold the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Because of the accelerated creation and end of the universe, the present Mount Sumeru becomes the best battlefield for mountain divine spirits. On the battlefield I lay out for the decisive battle with Guak AM, I feel the power of the yin-yang and 5 elements gathered in my hands and, with Jiwa's help, begin to fuse them. Now, the crazed Radiance 8 immortals no longer even enter my sight. Wu-wong. The yin-yang and 5 elements gathered in my hands intertwine and return to the primeval form of yin-yang and 5 elements. The primeval state of yin-yang and 5 elements is none other than radiance. Just as the Radiance 10 heavens divide the 5 elements into yin and yang as great forest, flower plant, great sun, torch candle, castle wall, field garden, sword spear, pearl jade, great sea, and rain dew. In the end, If one converges yin-yang and 5 elements to one, what emerges is their essential form, light. Even now, the light held in my hands, thanks to the power of the Radiance mantra and the help of Jiwa, who was one of the Radiance 8 immortals, strongly resonates with the seat of Radiance itself. The realm formula for Immortal Lord is yin-yang and 5 elements returning to one, yin-yang, wuxing, gei. The existences who preside over the Immortal Lord's realm formula are the Emptiness Supreme Deity and the Radiance Supreme Deity. Originally, the Radiance 8 immortals might have interfered with my Immortal Lord advancement ritual. However, having seized the Radiance mantra and turned the Radiance 8 immortals all into that state, I can now begin the Immortal Lord advancement ritual without anyone's interference. To-do. From the realm of heaven and earth dual cultivation, great net immortal, I begin to step toward Immortal Lord. I push my interpretation against the great mountain supreme deity, who currently holds the seat of repentant enlightenment. The words of Radiance Hall that say, "The origin essence of the first light is the third absolute," is blatant false propaganda. However, at least the statement, "The first light is the beginning of all origin essences," is true. The Immortal Lord's realm formula, yin-yang and 5 elements returning to one, is, ironically, to feel the power of radiance and to fill the origin essence one seizes with their own light or wisdom, thereby filling the whole origin essence. And the method by which a great net immortal advances to Immortal Lord by usurping a seat, is likewise the same. Either breathe the light and wisdom formed by your interpretation into an emptied seat, or with that light and wisdom push away or kill the Immortal Lord or Supreme Deity who sits in that place. I relentlessly pressure the great mountain supreme deity, who is seizing the chaos of the outer sea, by sending the light of the Radiance mantra and my wisdom and interpretation. Anyway, he cannot descend before he seizes the outer sea. And since the deceleration of the Radiance mantra also affects him, he too will only descend after 100,000 years in the decelerated time of the true immortal realm. Within that time, while pretending to usurp the seat of the great mountain supreme deity through the Immortal Lord advancement ritual, I will send my interpretation to his corpse mountain blood sea and inspire them. And, through Wu Ryong, I will grant the Radiance 8 immortals the same fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion as the Enders, and I will make that beginning, development, twist, and conclusion undergo history repetition for all future candidates of the Radiance 8 immortals who are to be born. Lastly, I will also overlay that beginning, development, twist, and conclusion upon the great mountain supreme deity who is wearing the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord and partially recover his identity of light, and force upon him the same beginning, development, twist, and conclusion as ours. If I can do so, only then can we fight on equal terms with the great mountain supreme deity who activates the splitting heaven mantra and has seized the outer sea. My grand plan is complete. All that remains is to wait for Wu Ryong's completion, guide the mad Radiance 8 immortals for the remaining 100,000 or so years, and make them undo the Northern Dipper Sealing immortal flag, defeat the Liberation Supreme Deity immediately after they awake, and undo the final Northern Dipper Sealing immortal flag, and fuse all the powers I have gathered so far into 1. The moment all powers perfectly fuse into one, I will properly reach the domain of divine arts. If only it happens as so, victory will be visible in the fight against the great mountain supreme deity. I have finished all the preparations I can make. Seize chaos, and let us clash properly. Guac AM, the comrades of the Wuji religious order who died back then, and Yun Wei and Han Wan, whose entire lives were toyed with by the great mountain supreme deity, and the life of their descendant, Han Jin. Holding all that resentment and retribution in my hands, I grasp Jiwa's arm and greatly activate the Radiance mantra once more. Jiwing. The origin essence of light seems to tremble, and then around the origin essence a total of 10 imperial thrones begin to shine. Among them, 2 imperial thrones are dim, having lost their light. They are the imperial thrones of the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord and the Field Garden Heavenly Lord. And with the Radiance mantra activated, I yank Jiwa's hand sharply toward me and begin to sever the principle. The 5th seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. As of today, I proclaim your departure from the seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Jiung. With my proclamation, the light of the imperial throne of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord grows faint and becomes the same as the seats of the castle wall Heavenly Lord and the field garden Heavenly Lord. Mountain Divine Spirit. At last, I finally achieve with my own hands a feat equal to the mountain divine spirits of the past generation. Your light is now mine. From Radiance Hall, from the owner of light, I have stolen the light. If Jiwa had remained in Radiance Hall as a spy, this would not be necessary, but now that she is exposed, there is no longer any reason to leave Jiwa and her light in Radiance Hall. The white light tinged with silver flies into my hands and transforms into my light of all of heaven's natural colors. Just as the yellow light my master stole was contaminated into a salt-like white, now the light that symbolizes sword spear becomes defiled in my hands and begins to shine with all of heaven's natural colors. I pass that light to Jiwa. Since Jiwa, unlike my master, does not abandon the power of light itself, she does not completely lose her immortal title and realm as the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. However, perhaps because she loses the power supplied by the Seed of Radiance, which is 10 times greater than other origin essences, she now cannot, as before, produce supreme deity-level power with the power of a single immortal lord. Jiwa is no more than an ordinary immortal lord of quasi-supreme deity rank. Of course, since I do not tear out the origin essence itself, unless Jiwa throws away her realm entirely and accumulates anew in a new immortal Tao, she cannot become a supreme deity. What I tore out is merely one of the lights of Seed of Radiance. Now, from the Seed of Radiance, that silver-white light of sword spear will never shine again. You are now the Radiance 7 Immortals, Gongming Qishan. I, who has changed the very concept of the Radiance 8 Immortals, only mutter toward the Radiance 7 Immortals, glaring at me with terrifying eyes. Maintain your reason. And, because the rage toward me condenses far too greatly, in the end they manage to regain their reason. Do not panic. Panic is what the mountain divine spirit desires. Never let it go their way. Oh, the Radiance 7 Immortals place their palms together and rain dew, who ironically regained their reason the fastest because they hold my paper flower in their chest, commands them. In this very situation, the fact that the Executor Rain Dew leads Radiance Hall in place of Great Forest is practically proof that their system has completely collapsed. But even collapsed, they are the Lords of Light. The snake's tail that commands the Radiance 7 Immortals, Rain Dew, shouts. We lost Sword Spear, but there is no problem in deploying the 8 Immortals formation. Unfold the true title, Junhao. Junhao. Kugugugugu. At the center of the symbol of Hyuk Sa that rises above them, the name Radiance Supreme Deity appears. True title, huh? So you could use it too. True titles are the true immortal titles of supreme deities. Because the rank and authority of supreme deities have grown far too vast, an ordinary immortal title cannot contain their authority and rank. Therefore, they always receive immortal titles from the naming supreme deity that are much longer than other true immortals, such as the High Spirit Grand Tao 9 Heavens Overseeing Fate Preserving Life Celestial Great Emperor, Shangling Galdao, 18th, Hing Baosheng, Tenshang Dadi. Or the Red Summit Great Mountain Life Phenomena Extinguishing Great Emperor, Tong Yut Taosan Tenshi, Basheng, Mirfadadi. Or the 9 Heavens Origin Responding Thunderous Sound Universal Transformation Great Emperor, Ithin, En, Leisheng, Platindi. These long immortal titles are otherwise called true titles, Junhao, among the supreme deities, and they serve to the role of assisting and managing all beings who receive the grace of the supreme deity's authority. When those true titles are compressed to contain only simple symbols, the resulting immortal titles are the ordinary ones like Naming Supreme Deity, Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity. As I look at the Radiance 8 Immortals who released their true title, I begin to prepare countermeasures against the true titles. For those at Immortal Lord and below, the immortal titles bestowed by the naming supreme deity serve as usable immortal treasures to true immortals. But for those at the supreme deity level, immortal titles do not help much in battle and the like. Since they are already far too complete as beings, the power of an immortal title does not add to their combat strength. Therefore, supreme deities all use their true titles for only one purpose: true title unfolding. As the voice of the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord resounds, the immortal title of the Radiance Supreme Deity at the center of the black snake biting its tail begins to change. Most Supreme who illuminates dawn, wielder of seals, ruler of brightness, truth-embracing Tao embodying black heaven radiance supreme deity. Tai Shanti, Tai, Ain't, Agent, Yao, Ain't, Hang Shangdi. Kugagugagu. As the true title of the Radiance Supreme Deity activates, the seed of radiance begins to tremble. Weak shall reclaim sword spear. And the true authority of supreme deities begins to activate. Dead enforcement, Jaichan Drushing. Kugagugagu. Just as Haiyan Mu tried to exact the payment with interest from all of the Heart tribe who used the interdimensional void, the Radiance Seven Immortals, through the authority of the Radiance Supreme Deity, begin to exact payment from all who have received the grace of light. Until now, as expected, the Radiance mantra can't block that. Since the legitimacy over the seat of Radiance itself lies with the Seven Immortals, it is impossible even for me to block the dead enforcement of light. Chua. We all have a portion of our power taken by the Seven Immortals. However, we pay it no heed and breathe our authority into them even more strongly. As it is, to face us, the Seven Immortals took the Heavenly King heavenly treasures into their bodies and become all the more deranged. The more they accept our power, the faster their madness will seize them. Perhaps they realize this fact as well, as they try to accept our power as late as possible and pour their main effort into sucking in the power of others. All the powers of light across the Saha world converge upon them, and the greatest of these are the Heaven Immortals of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, who have been using the immortal crown of the Radiance Supreme Deity all this time. No. O Radiance Supreme Deity, how can you do this to us? This cannot be. Then what has all our loyalty to Radiance been for? Countless Heaven Immortals scream and begin to have their authorities stolen by the suction power emitted by the Radiance Seven Immortals. At least the envoys of the final age of Dharma and the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, by communicating with them and not fleeing but rather joining them, do not have their power stolen and, by rejoining on the side of the Radiance Seven Immortals, reinforce their strength. The authorities the Radiance Supreme Deity gains by opening the true title gather together and begin to lump up beside the Seven Immortals. They are in the form of a total of 3 immortals. Those immortals each are shrouded in yellow and silver-white light. They are the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord, Field Garden Heavenly Lord, and Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, temporarily manifested by seizing the power of the debtors. At the pitiable sight of dragging in every shred of power, regardless of strength or no strength, any power at all, in order to reproduce the might of the Radiance 10 Heavens, Jiwa turns her head, as if she cannot bear to watch the downfall of her old comrades. We will take back Sword Spear, and you will not be able to undo your Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag. For your Sealing Immortal Flag can be undone only by 8 owners of light. Even though we reproduce the power of the Radiance 10 Heavenly Lords, unless it is the true owners of light, no matter what attack we make on you, you will not be released. Wong. A god-killing spear is gripped in their hands, not of the Radiance 8 Immortals, but a god-killing spear deployed by reproducing the power of the Radiance 10 Heavenly Lords. In addition, I noticed the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, who is forcibly drawing forth power and assimilating with the Heavenly Void Furnace, is on the verge of collapsing. It seems they intend to draw in the power of the Head Realm and the Emptiness Supreme Deity through the Heavenly Void Furnace to face me. However, I stride forward toward the power of the god-killing spear they are about to throw. Do as much as you like. I no longer fear attacks from the likes of you. I see. However, as if the rain-dew Heavenly Lord saw through my intention at once, they look outside Mount Samaru. They look toward the source river that is eroded by the artificial Gandhara and supplying the power of time to the Radiance mantra. Perhaps because they too hold a paper flower, they seem to faintly read my heart essence and infer my intention. Inside the source river, there, the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, who have come to know of all truth, each summon a great flag and are concentrating their power. Northern Dipper, even you betray us. All the allies of Radiance Hall are leaving us. The source river, there, the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, shedding tears of blood, pour all their authorities into the flags under Yang Sung's command. Oh Lord, our Lord, all this time, we have lived clinging in vain. Lord, O God of time, hence please forgive us. At least now, we will atone by answering your will. The breaking army Heavenly Lord sheds bloody tears and begins to wave their flag. Soon the other flags also sway exactly like the breaking army heavenly lords, and this creates a certain flow. The Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag is our half-body, made by us Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, forever forfeiting the possibility of becoming supreme deities, splitting our spirit, body, and origin essence in half. At the same time, it is both an immortal treasure that clings to the opponent and, by fusing with the opponent, grows ever stronger the stronger the opponent becomes, and a mantra we created. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, weeping tears of blood, begin to weaken the binding cast on the being of nightmare into which they have embedded the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag. I, greedy wolf. I, giant gate. I, preserving wealth. I, literary melody. I, integrity chastity. I, martial melody. I, breaking army. Because the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag, created to seal an out-of-rank existence like the vast cold heavenly lord, is a growth-type mantra wearing the shell of an immortal treasure. Even they cannot change its release conditions arbitrarily. All they can do is change the original condition as indirectly as possible. That is the greatest action they can take. In the name of the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, Baidu Shi Tenjin, we command you. Let the release condition of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag be altered. Ding. From the source river. The power of the flags they raise ring the bell sound of the source river. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords and Co Unhyun's Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags resonate, and among the 2 sealing immortal flags embedded in him, the condition of 1 is relaxed. Suat. From. Taking the attacks in sequence without resisting from the 8 owners of light. 2. Taking the attacks in sequence from 8 immortal lords who come from light. Dium. The request I asked Yang Sung beforehand to pass to the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords resounds. The condition of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag relaxes. And this means, now not only their attacks, but Jiwa's attacks will also affect me. Jiwa, whose light is stolen and drawn out from the seat of the 8 immortals, also counts as a heavenly lord who comes from light. So if I simply take the attacks in order of Great Forest, Flower Plant, Great Sun, Torch Candle, Jiwa, Pearl Jade, Great Sea, and Rain Dew, my seal will release. In addition, now the restriction of without resisting, when being struck, has also disappeared. Not only counterattacking, but even standing against their attacks becomes a release condition. The Rain Dew heavenly lord also seems to notice that fact, and only glares at me in silence. I see. You plan to induce our attacks to release the sealing immortal flag. Feudal, do you think we will go along as you wish? No sooner do Rain Dew's words end when the Torch Candle heavenly lord presses their hands together and begins to burn themselves. Unfolding true title. Emptiness supreme deity. The Torch Candle heavenly lord links with the heavenly void furnace and starts borrowing the power of the head realm. At the same time, they start to unfold even the true title of the head realm. That distant sun and moon heavenly domain. The head realm seems to tremble, and the true name of the emptiness supreme deity that the head realm hides is revealed. True title, Junhao. Unsurpassed emptiness, Earth Mother Supreme Imperial Venerable, Wusang Shi King Judizun. Juk. At the same time, one of the head realm's eyes flips over. That eye shines with moonlight. That is something all too familiar to me. It is the head realm's moon, yet. Suddenly, I become curious why only one of the eyes of sun and moon, not the whole, opens, and for some reason I get the feeling that the emptiness supreme deity is not simply a single existence. Overlapping? What is this? But without even having time to ponder such a thing, I feel the Akashic records draining our wisdom. Return to your filthy homeland, that is the head realm. You filthy enders. With the roar of the Radiance 7 immortals full of anger, we start to be slowly sucked toward the sun and moon heavenly domain. Did you expect to be struck by us in order? Never. Never will we follow your will. We will surely destroy. Sword Mountain Devil Lord. The Rain Dew heavenly lord's shout full of hatred continues, and they let go of the god-killing spears from their hands. 10 god-killing spears rise into the void, then, by Torch Candle's control, are driven toward the emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon. Right after, Torch Candle controls Myong Woon and, through Myong Woon's attraction force, aims the god-killing spears at us. If it goes like this, the god-killing spears become those thrown by Myong Woon, so the sealing immortal flag will not be released. However, I instead turn my back to them and look at the Saha world. Now, they are no longer my match. I have no interest in you now. I turn my back. Now my comrades will face them. Kiyuit. With a ghastly shriek, a giant bird mixed with azure and glass colors beats its wings and descends to the spot. To be able to violate the Radiance supreme deity. I dreamed of this day all my life. It is the glass peacock, nameless one who kidnapped Azure Pong, repeated copulated to the point of half-mixing with Azure Pong, and rose to the position of ecstasy true lord, Wanjinjing. Azure Pang's personality did not disappear, but it seems the Azure Pong is trapped in Glass Peacock's heart essence world, copulating within in a mentally dazed state. Led by Glass Peacock, countless immortal beasts land around us, mix among my comrades, and start to glare at the Radiance 7 Immortals faction. They are the immortal beasts whom Ohio has drawn to our side with tainted soul filling the heavens until now, and whom Glass Peacock, joining forces with her, violated and brainwashed. For a while the 7 Immortals will boast the power of the 10 Heavenly Lords, but in the end, when the power seized by debt runs out, they will have to face us as the Radiant 7 Immortals far weaker than in the era of the 8 Immortals. I have no more business with them. If you will not attack me, I can simply ask a friend. Wong. Having completely taken my attention off the present Radiance 7 Immortals, I, with the authority of the Immortal Beast King, resist the suction force of the emptiness supreme deity and look to my friend beneath the Saha world, who at last pries open the distortion of time and attempts to enter the true immortal realm. Within the hastened time of the Saha world, Wo Ryong, who finally reached the entering nirvana stage and completed her innate immortal art, is attempting true immortal advancement. Minhee. All right. At my request, Kong Minhee forms a hand seal. Wong. A vast otherworld of dark heaven, Ankin, opens its mouth behind us. It is the arrangement space she weaved by intertwining law until now. It is Kong Minhee's arrangement, made so that all future enders can place their arrangements inside it. A flower garden of black and blue. Inside that garden are also the arrangements left by John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hye-seo, and others. And the arrangement I left is engraved as well. Woo Wong. The beginning, development, twist, and conclusion I engraved inside her arrangement. In the beginning, or spring, one meets a being from another world. In the development, or summer, one exchanges connections with the being from the other world, become closer than ever, and learns fate. In the twist, or autumn, after losing the close friend, one suffers and receives pain to the point of losing the heart. And in the final conclusion, or winter, after reaching the ending, obtaining true enlightenment. This is precisely the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion I forced upon Ryan. This fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion engraved upon Ryan will also engrave upon all future candidates of the 7 Immortals, making them become friends with the enders of later generations. And this history, powered by the vast cold heavenly circle, will repeat forever as history repetition through the 4 seasons, forever placing a bridle around the necks of the Radiance 7 Immortals, and someday making every one of the Radiance 7 Immortals the best friend and lover who helps the enders. As we are slaves of fate, you too will become slaves of the heart. So from now on, as fellow slaves of Absolute, let us live as friends. This is the punishment I leave you, and the arrangement for later generations. This arrangement does not apply only to the future. It reaches into the past as well. This arrangement also puts the great mountain supreme deity, who wears the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord, inside this beginning, development, twist, and conclusion so that he too, before me who is an ender, must obtain enlightenment, accept my interpretation, and spit out the seat. This is my arrangement for later generations and the move to face the great mountain supreme deity. And it is the karmic retribution I must bear. After entrusting the Radiance 7 Immortals, who pour attacks at me from behind, to John Myung-hoon, Kong Minhee, Oh Hyun-suk, Oh Hye-seo, Glass Peacock, and the Immortal Beast Party, I gaze ahead at my friend who begins to reach the true immortal realm. She does not go to the underworld, a death deeper than the underworld, the orthodox advancement method before the underworld existed. She falls into the domain of purity just like I had, accepts death, and resurrects. Life and death seem to mix, drawing Taiji, and soon within it a silver divine spirit is born. Wu. Soon, the silver divine spirit, receiving the gaze of Guak Am who sits in the far outer sea, meets the advancement heavenly tribulation and begins to take form. TSDSDSDSDSDS. A familiar face appears. Wu Ryong, who forms an immortal body, compresses the immortal body and begins to settle in a human form within the true immortal realm. I too approach Wu Ryong and compress my true body into a transformation form. Jiwa also leaves the battle to our comrades for a moment and, together with me, transforms into a human form. The two of us stand before Wu Ryong in familiar appearances. Soon Wu Ryong regains consciousness and looks at us. For a while, silence falls between us. And the one who breaks the silence is Wu Ryong. It's Xiao Jiang's face. And it's Xiao Jiang's soul. After looking at me, she looks at Ji Hua and Wu Ryong's eyes tremble. I see. So that is how it is. After observing Ji Hua's bare face, her energy and spirit begins to laugh. Drop, drop. Tears of blood begin to flow from Wu Ryong's eyes. My life was completely toyed with by you. Sword Mountain Devil Lord and Master, aha. Bursting into wild laughter, Wu Ryong wildly scratches her own face. At her gesture, that face tears as it is, and the immortal body begins to scatter. My life, my heart, my pain, all of it was toyed with by you all. Everything. My life, all of it is a lie. Now, this is the last step. Here, if I only complete her path of fate, the part corresponding to winter, my arrangement will be complete. And what I need to take that single step is, Ryong. I will tell you the truth. To end everything, to beg her forgiveness, I take one step toward Ryong. The reason all of this happened is, I slowly approach her and begin to explain everything that has happened until now. About the Enders, about the Radiance 8 Immortals, about the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and the reason for which I toyed with her life. Given the difference in realm between me and her, I can inject wisdom into her all at once, but I put on a human body entirely and explain, word by word, by mouth. Ryong, even as she claws at her own face, does not run or tell me to stop and listens to me on the spot. So as not to deceive her, I shut entirely both the Araya consciousness that reads Indra's net and the vision that sees intent, and facing only Ryong with human senses I continue the explanation. Whatever her feelings are, I do not read her with transcendent senses. Jiwa does the same. After laying everything completely bare, I kneel before Ryong. I want to apologize to you, Ryong. For all of these things, I toyed with your life and pushed your feelings and soul into chaos. So please let me apologize to you. Neither I, Ryong, or Jiwa. None of us speak. In silence, Jiwa and I kneel to Wu Ryong and beg forgiveness. And then, Wu Ryong's body starts to twitch. She starts to laugh. She starts to laugh like she is mad. That wild laughter is the saddest laugh I have ever seen. Soon, the laughter becomes the sound of a scream. Wu Ryong then collapses on the spot, clutches her head, and wails. Hate you. I do not feel the emotion of hate. What fills Wu Ryong is only the look of anguish and grief. Even without reading intent, the look of Wu Ryong that I have faced through the years living as her friend Xiao Jiang reads itself to me. With a single apology, there is no way I would forgive you. I will apologize again and again. Even if you apologize only with words 10 billion times, do you think this feeling will disappear? Wu Ryong lifts her head. Her face is full of a pained smile. The eyes of Wu Ryong that always shined with confidence are completely sunken into panic and grief. Xiao Jiang. I am listening, Ryong. You also suffer for me, just as you toyed with my life, just as you rolled my life in your palm and made fun of it. You too, be stripped of all control over your life and suffer for me. She points to the sky, the black sky of the true immortal realm, the symbol engraved on that heavenly throne, the mountain exuding darkness. Be eaten by the great mountain supreme deity. If it is not to that extent, I cannot forgive you. At that one line, I shake my head. I cannot do that, Ryong. The grace and resentment with the great mountain supreme deity comes before Ryong's. Therefore, that alone is impossible. And at my words, Wu Ryong laughs with eyes filled with madness, panic, and grief. Right. In that case, I do not forgive you. Wu Ryong rises from the spot, tears falling. I do not need a chance at forgiveness that you toss to me as if you were granting it. I will seize with my own hands the chance to forgive you. With my eyes of seeing Araya consciousness intent shut, I cannot grasp any intention in Ryong's words, and I only lower my head to her. After I tear apart and kill your real beloved and your real comrades and end their lives, I will put you in my grasp, and then we will speak again, Seo Jiao. And Master, when you thus arrive at a situation perfectly the same as mine, only then will I be able to forgive you. How is it? Is that fine? Ryong, I cannot say any words to her. The only words I can say are just, you are right. I am sorry, but I will protect my comrades. And you are also my comrade, Ryong. If, at any time while you pursue revenge, your anger is relieved, I want to be with you again. I close my eyes. Because I can guess her feelings just by seeing her expression, to respect her choice, I close my eyes and beg forgiveness. Wu Ryong's sobbing bursts out. Why do you speak like that? Why do you speak as if you will not resent me even if I take everything from you? When you speak like that, it's as if you really consider me a true comrade. I cannot hate you, but I also cannot forgive you. So my revenge for you is. Her tear-mixed voice thus does not aim at me, and instead aims at that faraway sky. I will borrow your power. Wool. I hurriedly open my senses, including Araya consciousness that I close to apologize, and only then can I feel an appalling ominousness. An ominousness that only I, who pursued the Tao of the mountain up to this realm and clashed several times with the great mountain supreme deity, can feel. This is, from the moment I met Ryong, he has been in contact with Ryong. It is the energy of Guak Am's wicked scheme. It wasn't just a while back when he made contact with her in the Earth boundary heavenly domain. Splitting Emperor, splitting heaven. Annihilation, advancement, Mu. The sky collapses. Golden waves collapse all of Mount Sumeru, and together with the chaos of the outer sea begin to shake heaven and earth. In the golden waves, the entire world collapses, and I see Wu Ryong's spirit and flesh being absorbed into those waves. Kugugugugu. Twin holding heavenly domain. Axle heavenly domain. Bearing tree heavenly domain. Good sight heavenly domain. Horse ear heavenly domain. Elephant nose heavenly domain. Earth boundary heavenly domain. All those heavenly domains collapse in a single flash, and the heavenly king heavenly domain also cannot endure the golden flash and shatters, scattering in pieces toward various places of the chaos of the outer sea. The fragments of the fallen heavenly domains are absorbed, as they are by the golden something that descends here by the flow of chaos. It is an immense mountain of radiance that seems to burn this entire Sumeru three heavens great thousand world. At that sudden descent, the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong, who is recovering their rank of Supreme Deity within the cocoon, is, before they can do anything with me, flung beyond the far chaos of the outer sea and disappears. And at the appearance of the tyrannical mountain of radiance, the Radiance seven immortals, the Enders, and all the divine spirits gathered here, freeze. Before that tyrannical mountain that seems to crush all of heaven and earth, I rise, transforming into my true form, and take a stance to deliver a single strike. Severing heaven's sword form. Derived ultimate move. Sword God. Mantra. Impermanent sword. From within the golden mountain, a rugged golden authority in the form of an arm shoots out and grabs my skull. To the act of that arm, I fail to mount any resistance. Retribution enforcement. That golden forearm, still gripping my head, detonates golden light. Geo. As the golden flash explodes again, I am flung straight out to the sun and moon heavenly domain. The sun and moon heavenly domain shatters from the aftermath alone and begins to be absorbed by that god of radiance. And I am flung all the way to the far edge of Mount Sumeru, to where the emptiness supreme deity, Myong Woon, opens the eye of the moon. My entire body bursts with immortal beast true blood, and I just barely hold on to my consciousness that is about to drift away. At the very edge of Mount Sumeru, before the gate of the audience chamber that pulls in this world, I look up from the worlds below and let out a hollow laugh. Just 1 second. That was all it took for Mount Sumeru to perish and be absorbed by that bastard. All that remains is the artificial Gandhara that remains outside Mount Sumeru in the underworld. The Sumeru three heavens great thousand world in the form of an inverted cone that consisted of heavenly domains disappeared in a single strike. And I, recognizing what hit me, rise from my place. Right? So that is what it is. You have been waiting only for this moment. I let out a hollow laugh as I realized what vicious scheme my senior brother, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Gwak Am, plotted. Just as I used the phenomena extinguishing mantra that was in the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's grasp by receiving recognition from the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, and the phenomena extinguishing mantra, Gwak Am likewise used the impermanent sword that is in my grasp by receiving recognition from the impermanent sword. Since Wu Ryong entrusted to Gwak Am the authority over the retribution and karma she must pour onto me, the moment he descended in ambush and swallowed Wu Ryong, he thereby gained the qualification to wield the retribution of the impermanence sword. The retribution of the impermanence sword has always applied to me as well, for a sword is double-edged. Yes, perhaps he has been aiming for only this moment. You gave up fully activating the splitting heaven mantra, gave up completely seizing the chaos, and aimed only for this one moment, throwing a surprise attack before the arrangement is completed. Kugagagugagu. Kung, kung, kung. I rise from the remains of Mount Sumeru that perished in an instant and begin to make my body gigantic. Immortal Beast King Authority. The enlightenment of martial pinnacle that began from entering heavens beyond the path. Wheel. Phenomena extinguishing mantra. Flawless mantra. Radiance mantra. Impermanent sword. Heaven Earth Great Net Half Step Immortal Lord. Heart Tao Blooming. Imperial Throne Circuit. Primordial Origin Cultivation. All those authorities circle around my body, then materialize and are absorbed into me. My white round collar robe seems to shine pure white. The more it does, the more the 5 chains wrapped around my right hand contrast in black and emit darkness. Coom, coom, coom. My body grows larger and larger. Before long, my body becomes a size that rivals a true Gandhara and stands before the golden mountain of radiance. Even after I enlarge my size to the level of a Gandhara, that mountain divine spirit of light still stands a head taller than me. The 2 mountain divine spirits stand upon the remains of Mount Sumeru, which perished in an instant, and face each other. I speak toward my senior brother and my mortal enemy, who I cannot exist with under the same heavens. Spit out Wu Ryong. Gwak Am. But that god of radiance only looks down at me and only spits out a single line. You failed again. You cannot protect anyone. War is deception. In the end, I fell one move behind in the contest of deception, thinking that he will seize all of chaos and then come, that he will descend only after fully activating the splitting heaven mantra. I acted with ease and ended up confronting him without even drawing the Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flags. I even let him seize a partial stake in even the impermanence sword. In other words, I handed Wu Ryong's retribution into his hand. Bow to me. Lower your head. The one who inherits masters will across heaven, earth, and heavens above, is I alone. Hawum. The corpse mountain blood sea, wrapped in golden light, takes the form of an arm and swings toward me. Jianing. In each and every one of those actions, the principle of annihilation advancement Mu is imbued. Quaching. And I raise an arm wrapped with the 5 desires chain and seize his wrist. Golden light sparks from my hand. My whole body shudders at that fearsome, giant strength. However, not as lofty as before. I look up at the true body of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, now at best only about a head taller than me, and speak. Kwung, 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 kwung. Familiar presences appear one by one behind me and reveal their true bodies. The red pearl cycling heavenly king John Myung-hoon with a Gandhara like the Vajra that removes filth. The lapis lazuli flower heavenly king Kong Min he with a Gandhara like the medicine Buddha. The silver nameless heavenly king Oh Hyun-suk with a Gandhara like the benevolent kings. The tridacna vast cold heavenly king Kim Yun with a Gandhara like the Mahistamaprapta Bodhisattva. Oh High Seo, together with glass peacock and other immortal beasts, lays out a defensive formation and reveals herself. Spit out Wu Ryong. Yuduk, Yudududuk. I grip the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's arm and begin to apply strength. A sneer tints Gwak Am's eyes. With just a rabble of heavenly kings that cannot even reach the tip of vast cold's toes in their prime, and a rabble of immortal beasts, you dare stand against me? Spit out Wu Ryong. Yuduk, Yudududuk. But the next moment, Gwak Am looks at my arm engaged in the test of strength with a slightly surprised gaze. Jeek, Jojojojijiok. Because my right arm, in which the swallowing heaven supreme deity is embedded, begins to directly yank out Gwak Am's left arm. Jium. I tear off the left arm of the great mountain supreme deity Guac Am and deliver what I have to say. Spit out Will Rhine. Unlike before, the summit of the mountain is no longer out of sight. I must beg that child for forgiveness. Choking. And at that moment, instead of a sneer or a flicker of surprise, a proper competitive spirit finally begins to enter Guac Am's eyes. Because he wears the mask of light, thinking that if my arrangement is completed it will be threatening, aimed only to seize the impermanence sword and ambushed me without even completing the splitting heaven mantra, without even fully seizing chaos. By doing so, he seemed to think he could block the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate. But he is wrong. The beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate that I stake upon that child. The final section corresponding to winter is originally a prophecy I granted on the assumption of failure. The conclusion of the prophecy I granted, winter, is not simply to obtain enlightenment, to know all truth, to accumulate a mountain of failures, and at the end to meet again, share enlightenment, and become free. I could not protect anything all my life, and in my whole life I only failed. I am a failure, a loser. Therefore, I can only pave the road with failure as the bedrock. But my apology to that child alone, I will not fail. The arrangement does not fail. For this an arrangement made of failure. Failure cannot fail. To the great mountain supreme deity Guac Am, who has come wearing the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord and bearing the splitting heaven mantra, I succeed in imposing the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, and I begin to infuse my enlightenment into him. Spit out, my friend. Senior brother. Sword God Dance. The will contained in the white sword extends toward Guac Am, and Guac Am in turn detonates a golden flash, executing in Wu Ryong's stead retribution for the wounds and pain she received. Annihilation Advancement Mu. Sword God Dance and Annihilation Advancement Mu collide, and chaos recedes. Across a long and longer span of time. At last, I commence war to settle the grace and resentment with the great mountain supreme deity, Tenenchangdith, Guac Am, Ga, who has taken everything from me. The great mountain battle, Tao Sanjan, begins. Chapter 772, Great Mountain Battle begins. The world perishes. Only three things maintain form in the destroyed world. First, the underworld and the spirits the underworld holds. Since they are in the embrace of the soul heavenly venerable who remains and possesses a normal Gandhara, they are safe. Second, the true immortals. Since they are existences that transcend Mount Sumeru to a certain extent, even as the entirety of Mount Sumeru undergoes annihilation, they can generate prophecies within their bodies and maintain their lives. Third, the mountain divine spirits. Kagugugu. A golden torrent rampages centered on the great mountain supreme deity. That appearance looks as if, centered on Guac Am, dozens of gigantic golden wings flutter. However, that mass of light that looks dazzlingly bright seems to be sucked and centered on Guac Am, and the surroundings start to grow dark. The strongest light emits the shortest wavelength, so it is not visible to the eyes of lowly creatures, and thus looks dark. To the eyes of humans, to the eyes of mortal beings, the universe looks dark, but to the eyes of true immortals, the universe is rather bright. For true immortals can perceive even the wavelengths of light that mortal beings cannot not perceive. But I feel that the light gathering around the great mountain supreme deity gradually passes through white, blue, and purple, and becomes a dusky light, and then I witness it become complete darkness. I am now the prime radiance 10 heavenly lords itself. The great mountain supreme deity, who turns the surroundings into a complete darkness world, seems like a god of darkness wrapped in endless darkness, rather than the golden radiance shown just before. Yet apart from that appearance which seems dark, I can feel from him a power of light stronger than anyone else. It isn't visible. All the origin essences of Sumer Mountain, the primordial of myriad seeds, the very first origin essence, like radiance itself. No, rather, it is a power of light even purer than that. As the great mountain supreme deity says, mortal beings cannot see overly strong wavelengths. But ordinarily, true immortals can perceive wavelengths that mortal beings cannot see. Even I, who have reached the level of a true immortal, a governing immortal, am I unable to perceive the wavelength of that light. The source of all things in the world, light. Compressing and devouring everything born from light and fusing it, he manifests again the first light. That is the power of the great mountain supreme deity. Moreover, due to my karma, the retribution of the impermanence sword ended up even passing over to the great mountain supreme deity. Is this what Bong Myong's foresight meant? Impermanence sword is a mantra, a true immortal without intellect, and a system of power. Therefore, not only the creator, but all who satisfy its conditions have the possibility to use it. In the end, my greatest traitor is. It is my conscience. The way to take back the impermanence sword is simple. As the creator of the impermanence sword, I can discard my conscience and rewrite the acquisition conditions of the impermanence sword. In short, to defeat the great mountain supreme deity, I just need to kill the humanity within me. Kang. I also draw the impermanence sword into my hand and stand against the great mountain supreme deity. However, Wawoom, as expected, the side of the great mountain supreme deity is instead drawing out the power of the impermanence sword even better. Just like when, during treading heaven beyond the path, I sheathed my whole body in the impermanence sword and fought. The great mountain supreme deity likewise wraps his whole body with the impermanence sword and thrusts a fist toward me. Quong. The first exchange comes and goes. My sword is blocked by him, and his fist, overlaid with the impermanence sword, drives straight into my waist. Even by the size ratio of a governing immortal, at the massive punch that feels like the size of a pot lid, I am sent flying as I spill immortal beast true blood. Quagwagwang. Leaving the place where the original Mount Sumeru exists, the place I reach is the underworld's Gandhara. The dimension of vast darkness, through attraction force, stands outside the Mount Sumeru where only its form remains and observes us. The great mountain supreme deity has descended. Will you truly not take part? In an instant, I ask briefly, and a reply comes from the underworld side. Keying. The underworld's wheel is spinning like mad. An immense cycle of reincarnation forms, and the spirits the great mountain supreme deity just killed are seen circulating within the underworld. It is a wordless answer, but I understand. The moment the underworld moves to help anyone, the overwhelming majority of the spirits whom the great mountain supreme deity killed will be flung out to the sea of chaos outside Mount Sumeru and become lost children of chaos. A powerful great compassion toward the living beings of Mount Sumeru. That great compassion, like Yu Hao Ti's, that venerates even a single mortal being like an insect or microorganism, is instead holding back the underworld in a situation like now. No, Great Mountain aimed for this and made a surprise attack, so there was no time to prepare, and let go a considerable number of spirits. With a single surprise attack, Great Mountain gained a quite significant advantage. I was discourteous. Please take good care of the spirits. Beginning to draw forth power, I offer a word to the underworld, and I face the great mountain supreme deity who walks through chaos wreathed in a dark light that even I at the level of a governing immortal cannot see. Behind the gigantic mountain divine spirit walking with Master's mask on, the Radiance 7 immortals naturally join. We will kill you. Enders. Beyond their masks, they shed bright red heaven and earth spiritual energy of hatred and anger like tears and pour upon us an unbearable fury. And behind me, my Ender comrades, and the true immortals they summoned begin to form ranks. No, it is not only the true immortals they summoned. After the sudden destruction of Mount Sumeru, the vast majority of true immortals originally belonging to Radiance Hall, including heaven immortals who quickly gauge the situation, begin to come to our side. Kim Yun activates the artificial Gandhara that devoured even the domain of time. Many among the true immortals knock on the gates of the underworld, but as the heaven immortals are not accepted, they take refuge inside Kim Yun's Gandhara. Is it only refuge? Radiance Supreme Deity. To join hands with the great mountain Supreme Deity. No matter how heinous an enemy the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is, to join hands with. That Mountain Divine Spirit. What in the world are you doing? O light that guards justice, why are you with the existence that has destroyed the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world? Are we now to be together with the great mountain supreme deity? They, having a fit at the Radiance 7 immortals who have joined hands with the great mountain supreme deity who has destroyed the world, attach themselves to us. Even the envoys of the final age of Dharma are the same, accepting faithful existences like the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals. The forces flip over in an instant, and in terms of faction, we become superior. And, as the Radiance 7 immortals put their palms together, they still begin to call forth the symbol of Hyuk-sa, though it has become a little unstable. Trash that has gained power without qualification. All of you have never once differed from the mountain divine spirits. On this day, we shall annihilate you all and open a new world. The situation from when the great mountain supreme deity recited the splitting heaven mantra before is reproduced. The chaotic situation in which the Radiance 8 immortals betrayed all their own forces and, joining hands with the great mountain supreme deity, waged war against them all. In the waves of chaos, a cluttered, all-out war begins. In the name of the Radiance supreme deity, we prophesize. The Radiance 7 immortals step forward, and inside Mount Sumeru that the great mountain supreme deity annihilated, they simultaneously raise their fingers. Let there be light. And then there is light. Centered on the 7 divine spirits, a vast light erupts and begins to create a heavenly domain. Immortal lords, if they draw on the power of the origin essence excessively, are devoured by the origin essence. The only ones who can escape that law are supreme deities. It is the same for the Radiance 8 immortals. They are ones who slowly get eaten by the origin essence. And they too, if roughly 10 trillion years pass, are existences that get devoured by light. That also is the driving force that makes the Radiance 8 immortals undergo a generational change. That is, if they draw only within the normal range of power, unless about 10 trillion years pass, they have no reason to be slain or to undergo a generational change, because they will not be devoured at once by the origin essence of light. However, seeing the 7 immortals of this era whose eyes have gone mad with hatred, realize what they are doing. Burnt offering. They, feeding all of their own existence to the origin essence of light, are summoning power. Is this the proper power of the Radiance supreme deity? If the Radiance 10 heavenly lords were truly alive and made themselves a sacrificial burnt offering to draw forth power, that power seems to have been literally comparable to the Gandhara of the underworld. Kugugugugugu. As a heavenly domain is created, lights flicker again on Mount Sumeru, which has lost light and become only a shell. They are heavenly domains. Yes, with the self-burned offering of the Radiance 7 immortals as the main axis, thousands, tens of thousands of heavenly domains are created and lights are surging. Furthermore, with my Radiance mantra still activating, the radiance of those heavenly domains moving as if quickly pulsing inside Mount Sumeru is an indescribable spectacle. At that astonishing authority of the Radiance 7 immortals, the true immortal alliance simultaneously hesitates. And seeing that sight, John Myung-hoon in his true body pushes my back. Go and come back. Kim Yun also gently strokes my shoulder and smiles. Go and come back. Having finished speaking, the two walk forth before me and cry out. In the name of the owner of heavenly punishment, command. Kurung, Kururung. John Myung-hoon swings the heavenly lightning banner and declares, the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals shall duly assemble. Seize the chance to release that retribution. Kurururung. Zhongli, who always resisted in John Myung-hoon's hand, at least this once properly responds with power to John Myung-hoon's order and scatters lightning. And within that rumbling thunder, 48 lightning immortals begin to reveal their true bodies. They all glare at John Myung-hoon with eyes as if displeased. But, this time at least, there lies a will that says they will listen to his command. We shall receive the command. Not only the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, but some true immortals as well are seen gathering under John Myung-hoon. Reading history, they seem to be those who had claimed themselves to be disciples of Yang Soo-jin. Heeing, Kim Yun's artificial Gandhara hums and draws the attention of the heaven immortals who originally belonged to Radiance Hall. I am the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King. That single name. With that alone, the vast majority of true immortals begin to tremble and panic like aspen trees. True immortals who will not fight out of fear, and true immortals who will not fight because they worry about the middle realm inside their bodies, all come into this Gandhara. Suat. At the light pink radiance that's spilling from Kim Yun's eyes, the heaven immortals who groan under the remaining power of the Radiance 7 immortals begin to gain hope. I will embrace you. Numerous heaven immortals enter the artificial Gandhara, and, using that Gandhara as a shield, they begin to fire a barrage of prophecies that snipe the Radiance 7 immortals, and they begin to infuse their power in as the energy source for the artificial Gandhara. Clank. Artificial Gandhara activation. Learning time observation data of the source river. And, as a strange voice rings out from the artificial Gandhara, using the power of the true immortals as the power source. Something begin to pour out. Astonishingly, they are true immortals. More precisely, true immortals who died in the past. The innumerable existences within history that the source river observed. As the source river observed time and history, the innumerable existences recorded by the calendrics within history start to pour out. Projections of true immortals numbering in the millions appear in reality and glare at the Radiance 7 immortals. A true immortal-grade puppet cannot exist, because a puppet cannot accept life and death. Therefore, the Mad Lord did not bother to design puppets at the star-shattering stage and above. From the star-shattering stage and upward, there are aspects of power that a puppet cannot follow. Instead, he created a magnum opus to replace puppets of the star-shattering stage and higher. Immortal art Yun's play. An immortal art that uses puppets to draw in space-time of the past. If the role of a marionette is for the sake of a play, this was his final masterpiece to puppeteer space-time itself, reenact it, and stage the play. Except for her. The Mad Lord did not bother to design puppets of the star-shattering stage and above. For once he conceived Yun's play, once he harbored the ambition to puppeteer space-time, there was no reason to design puppets beyond that realm. Kuga-guga-gugu. Immortal art. Yun's play. With the power of the true immortals sheltered inside the artificial Gandhara as the power source. Based on the observation information of the domain of time, the source river, that the artificial Gandhara devoured. By activating the immortal art Yun's play, she puppeteers the space-time of the past and reenacts it into this space-time. An army of true immortals numbering in the millions begins to move like marionettes and charge toward the Radiance 7 immortals. It is the emergence of a true immortal puppet army. Oh Hyunsuk and Oh Hyaseo stand to my left and right. We also have a personal grudge against that guy. The two reveal their true bodies and show visible anger toward the mountain divine spirit. We can fight together, right? I nod. Of course. Kong Min he meets my eyes within the world of chaos. Things developed suddenly, but can you find it, Min-hee? I ask Kong Min he regarding what I asked her in advance, and Kong Min he nods. With your authority and my status of being my master's disciple, and with my talent, I can definitely find it. I'll trust you. The final move to defeat the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. In the end, Kong Min-hee's role is the most secret, but it is bound to become the most lethal poison. Lastly, I look at the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. I look at Jiwa. There is no need for many words. Let's fight together. Yes. Jiwa and I, each gripping our swords, steel our resolve, and Yujik. Jiwa explodes and dies. Rambling this and that before a fight. Is such rambling your strength? The Great Mountain Supreme Deity tears apart Mount Sumeru, plants the Gandhara as his foothold, and descends before me. Right now, I am on par with the prime vast cold in strength. Wu-wong. The mountain exuding darkness lifts its fist. Know your place and focus. Jiuing. His single strike. Because the retribution of the impermanence sword clings upon it, a must-hit strike from which only Seo Unhyun cannot evade slams me straight down beneath the foothold. Tukwang. I pierce straight through the Gandhara of the underworld, shoot out the opposite side, and stare at the god of the corpse mountain blood sea who sheds tears of blood. In a brief instant, advice from the underworld comes in through the domain of Indra's net. Be careful. That arrogant god lowers himself in comparison to Vast Cold. Indeed, no matter how strong Vast Cold was, if it is the usual Great Mountain Supreme Deity, he would express himself with something like he has surpassed Vast Cold, so to use an expression like on par with his temperament is strange. Since I know well that each and every mountain divine spirit are all lumps of pride, the expression on par bothers me more than great mountains blow that pierce the strait through the underworld's Gandhara. Splitting emperor, splitting heaven. Annihilation advancement mo. A dark red light bursts out. Not a golden light, but seeing that unique dark red energy of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, I can tell that he has instantly digested all the fate and origin essence amounting to one Mount Sumeru. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Chaos recedes. At the same time, a spear of dark red light that pushes back chaos shoots up, pierces me once again, and hurls me beyond the chaos. I see. I vomit immortal beast true blood all over my entire body, and I understand what this is. He truly devoured all of the Sumeru 3 heavens' great thousand world. What Gwak Am consumed was not merely the heavenly domains, the fate and life dwelling within those heavenly domains, and the numerous origin essences. Gwak Am, quite literally, is in a state of having become the owner of all origin essences. By using the immortal Lord-level consciousnesses in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, and concurrently serving as the immortal Lord of those origin essences, he alone exerts authority beyond the Radiance 10 heavens' heavenly lords. Tukwang, Tukwang, Tukwang. From the Gandhara of the underworld, 10 black somethings shoot up and slam into me. Of the black things that lodge in me, the Yama True Lord Yen Luo conveys the will of the underworld. The Imperial Venerable commanded to aid you despite shouldering the fatigue of tending to the spirits all alone. Underworld, 10 kings. The 10 great kings have been dispatched to help me. The voice of the underworld transmits into my consciousness through Indra's net. The generationally arrogant mountain divine spirit is showing humility. I have seen such a thing only once before. When Salt Sea prepared for the decisive battle. Just once. When the most arrogant is the most frightening, is when they show humility. Use the 10 great underworld kings as immortal treasures. The great mountain supreme deity Gwak Am is only showing humility. At present, for just that single moment when he uses that annihilation advancement mo. Kugagugugu. Flung into the sea of chaos, I glare at the dark red light charging me from afar and raise the impermanence sword that manifests only faintly. He surpasses vast cold at their prime. Pakwagwagwang. Chaos is driven back by that spear of dark red light. That is a light more terrifying than the god-killing spear. And it is an obsession and grudge more tenacious than John Myung-hoon's 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. That dark red spear is a light of hatred that resents all things in the world. Facing that light with the now faint impermanence sword, I look straight at that resentment. This place is. The moment I come to my senses, I realize I passed out for a moment. And I realize where I am. The boundary of Kakravada? The end of this world. A fence that confines chaos, and an eggshell. With just 2 shots of Gwak Am's annihilation advancement mo, I was pushed along from the sea of chaos and flung all the way to the end of the world. Please live. Are you coming to your senses? Inside my body, the 10 great kings, whom the underworld transformed into immortal treasures, keep generating life and bestowing it upon me as they forbid death. Seeing that fact, I realize I died for a moment. This is the might of annihilation advancement mu. It is utterly incomparable to the incomplete annihilation advancement mu I received countless times before in the outer sea. If that then was the simplified form of the splitting heaven mantra, the annihilation advancement mu now seems complete as the mantra that is annihilation advancement mu itself. I realize that and notice something. So it was not that you did. Not. Seize and come down in ambush, right? Kugagugagugu. Pushing back the chaos and at last following me to the boundary of Kakravada as if flying. I look at Gwak Am and let out a faint smile. So you also cannot seize the splitting heaven mantra. The original owner grips it too tightly and does not permit it. In Gwak Am's hand, a dark red radiance coils once more. No, calling it dark red is a misunderstanding. It is just that his momentum is so full of pain and hatred that, by the power of that resentment, the illusion that is seen seems to emit a dark red light. In reality, Gwak Am now is black, and even more black. Unlike a certain mantra whose owner is loose and permits its body even to an enemy. Kwaong. The radiance of the annihilation advancement mu falls again. As expected, because of the retribution of the impermanence sword, evasion and the like are impossible. And as I take the annihilation advancement mu once more with my whole body, I come to see an astonishing sight. Reality collapses, and within that terrifying destruction, the eggshell, the boundary of Kakravada begins to ripple. With a single annihilation advancement mu, a crack has been made through the boundary of Kakravada. Recalling the scar of the boundary of Kakravada where the heavenly venerable of time resides, I realize that the present great mountain supreme deity has become an existence comparable to the main body of the prime silver basket. Tukwang. Then, struck by the annihilation advancement Wu whose might smashes reality itself, I am flung away somewhere again. Kugagugagugu. In the far distance, a baby comes into view. The outskirts of the Akashic records. It is the world that I, together with Kim Young-hoon, reached exactly once in the past. In the distance, my previous cycles stand in rows. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And as a dark red light dyes the surroundings like lava, the great mountain supreme deity chases all the way here again. Rushing at me like an evil spirit, the great mountain supreme deity directly grabs my neck and makes a motion as if to smash me down again, then begins to charge together with Annihilation Advancement Wu toward the place where the form of baby lies. Reaching the outskirts of the Akashic records is only for a moment. We pierce down into reality again, to where the Bai-we of the baby is, indeed, the edge of Mount Sumeru, the entrance of the audience chamber. We reach the head realm. Geoing. I slam into the space-time near the head realm, and, with Underworld 10 King's prohibition of death in there, remembering of me as the foundation, I use the authority of the immortal beast king and barely avoid dying. Like a bug. The great mountain supreme deity looks down at me and tosses out a mutter. There is no need to waste time against a bug like you. Come. Okay. Kugugugugu. In the far distance, something begins to fall from the outer sea toward Mount Sumeru. The way it falls looks just like a shooting star. Soon, the thing that falls from the outer sea, piercing through Mount Sumeru as it drops, is something familiar to me. Its name is Punlai Island. Inside that world is the star that manifests the world of the head realm. Wawoon. Punlai Island rotates. And by the power of the rotating Punlai Island, the head realm starts to resonate. And as the fate between Punlai Island and the head realm resonates, the something that exists in the head realm starts to reveal itself. Its shape is beyond what one dares to guess at, and it is rather right to call it formless. However, one thing is certain. It is a gate. Some kind of gate, because of the Punlai Island that Guak AM has brought. I feel it slowly opening. Its speed is visibly slow, so it does not seem likely to open quickly, but clearly it keeps opening steadily. Guak AM is opening the gate of the audience chamber. There were only 2 times when the audience chamber was opened without the fate of the enders being used. The first was when Master manifested the key and opened it, and the second was when Vast Cold directly opened it by force. You do deduct. A feat comparable to Master. A strength comparable to Vast Cold. You achieved none of them. And yet you dare. Kugugugugu. Strength enters the hand of Guak AM that grips my neck. With what qualification do you dare falsely claim to be Master's disciple? Quam. Once again, the radiance containing Annihilation Advancement Mu explodes, and Guak AM drives me straight into the head realm. By the power of Annihilation Advancement Mu, part of the head realm's skull caves in. I have a greater power than you. I have a greater purpose than you. I have a greater anger than you. Kururum. As if it gurgles like lava, the river of bloody tears of the corpse mountain blood sea falls onto my immortal body and sears me hotly. And yet you, who cannot compare to me in anything, think you can inherit Master's robe and bowl, and dare to stand against me. A war is taking place. Countless thunder and lightning, and the numerous melee charges of immortal beasts. The attacks of the true immortals' puppets. The prophetic assaults of heaven immortals. And the innumerable heavenly domains wielded by the 7 beings who stand against them. Urarung. When the 7 lights that burn themselves gesture, gigantic heavenly domains fall down onto the opposing beings like raindrops. The Radiance 8 immortals, while burning themselves, stand against the whole world. Kururum. Thunder rumbles, and out of the red lightning, a 3-headed 8-armed lightning, each face having 3 eyes, rushes at them holding a lightning spear. However, the great sun Heavenly Lord bursts with red radiance and manifests the God-killing spear to oppose him. As the God-killing spear and the 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear collide, heaven and earth tremble. Before the power of John Myung-hoon, who awakened the power of Heavenly King, the great sun Heavenly Lord seems pushed back for a moment, but soon the heavenly domains that appear around them fall onto John Myung-hoon, and gradually achieving a stalemate. Because the origin, essence, and fate of Mount Sumeru was devoured by the great mountain supreme deity, and the spirits that were inside were collected by the underworld, is that why? Even though they are heavenly domains, they can fling them so lightly, without the slightest hesitation? John Myung-hoon clicks his tongue as he looks at the heavenly domains they are throwing. They are the Radiance 7 immortals who create thousands and tens of thousands of universes. By breathing, And in those universes there is neither the fate exhaled by true immortals, nor the hearts of the spirits, nor the lives of the living beings. And because the power of the origin essences does not exist there either, they can instead throw or shoot them far more lightly than before. Of course, because the power that the heavenly domains themselves hold has weakened by that much, he can endure even when hit, but the mass attack itself is burdensome. If not for Kim Yun calling forth the true immortal's puppet offensive from past spacetime through Yun's play, they would have been completely pushed back by the Radiant 7 immortals. At least, since the chief eunuch white-faced golden-furred nine-tailed fox, the two bluebird siblings, and other true lords who borrow the power of the underworld lend strength, the side of the Enders is not merely evenly matched, but even holds a very slight advantage. However, John Myung-hoon cannot help but feel anxious. That is because of one immortal lord placed beneath the feet of the Radiance 7 immortals. It is the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. After being struck by the great mountain supreme deity in a single glow and being thrown by the supreme deity toward the Radiance 7 immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is pressed beneath the god-killing spears of the 7 heavenly lords and cannot move at all. John Myung notices that they are not merely pressing down the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, but that by pressing with the god-killing spears they are erasing the prophecies within the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and the prophecies she hid. If time drags on like this, the Radiance 7 immortals may not win, but the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord will die. John Myung-hoon's eyes gleam with red. I will not let that happen. To him, he does not particularly have a relationship with the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. He certainly received help quite a few times, but that is because there is a friend named Seo Eun-hyun, and it was by the circumstance of being a friend of a friend that he received help. Therefore, John Myung-hoon has little interest in Ji-hwa herself. However, John Myung-hoon knows that Ji-hwa holds Seo Eun-hyun in her heart. He also guesses there are many words she still could not say to Seo Eun-hyun. I cannot let you die like that. John Myung-hoon grits his teeth, recalling the owner of the hand that has become ashes and even within his heart completely flew away. I will not let my friend ever suffer the same pain as mine. Quarrurum. The 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear reddens even more and gradually starts to push away the god-killing spear. Ji-hwa sees this and smiles. Behold, my friends. As the former sword spear, she speaks toward her old comrades. What is called the heart is to be used like so. Even if you eliminate me, this present history will not disappear. Be silent, traitor. Be grateful that, instead of annihilating you with the god-killing spear, we are merely erasing your prophecies and will conduct the funeral quietly in accordance with the honors of a sword spear. Conducting a funeral for living friends. Conducting a funeral by forcibly killing living hearts. My friends, now even you know, do you not? Though we are the Radiance Hall that represents and protects life, just why are we suppressing life so much? Ji-hwa appeals as she looks at her old colleagues with regretful eyes. Please, see the truth. How long do you intend to keep wearing that mask and turn your eyes away from the truth? The truth, such a thing, is no longer important. The Radiance 7 immortals glare at Ji-hwa and mutter. What is important is that you dragged us into corruption together and that you will soon die by our hands. Quarung, Kurururum. Thunder and lightning crashes around them, but even John Myung-hoon, who has become the owner of heavenly punishment, finds it impossible to reach Ji-hwa, who is suppressed at the center of the Radiance 7 immortals. Quietly, accept your predestined fate. Our old friend. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, pressing Ji-hwa even harder with the god-killing spear, speaks painfully. And Ji-hwa opens her mouth. So that is your will. In that case, I too will depart with an easy heart. Do you think you can depart? In a war of attrition, those ones may be superior, but right in this moment you cannot stop us from killing you. Wrong. You should have killed me directly with the god-killing spear. Because, Quarrurum. At last, John Myung-hoon's lightning spear pierces the great sun Heavenly Lord and throws the 7 immortals' battle formation into disorder. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord looks at that sight and snorts. What you trust in is that greenhorn owner of heavenly punishment, old friend. He succeeds in disorganizing the 7 immortals' battle formation, but that is all. John Myung-hoon is once again bounced beyond the formation by the combined attack of the 7 immortal. In the end, he fails to rescue Ji-hwa. However, John Myung-hoon smiles. Ji-hwa also smiles. Because this promise is more important than predestined fate. Come, Kim Yun. What rushes in at the same time as John Myonghun shout is a consciousness domain that engulfs all of Mount Sumeru, including them. A vast consciousness domain, at the speed of consciousness, embraces the entirety of Mount Sumeru, and Kim Yun's will unfold something before the seven immortals. Open. Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Chua. A world manufactured solely by Bong Myong's own law, now hanging scroll inherited by Kim Yun, opens its mouth. Chwerarak. Authority. Paradise Guidance. The Liberation Peach Garden Painting that sucks in the desired beings, and the Paradise Guidance that makes the surrounding beings reach their ideal. The two authorities combine, and Jiwa begins to be strongly sucked straight toward Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Of course, naturally, everyone here knows that it is only called the Liberation Peach Garden Painting in name, and beyond it is merely an entrance that leads to Kim Yun's artificial Gandhara. Sword Spear. To the end, you go while fallen, without receiving even the honors of a sword spear. And the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, shedding blood-colored spiritual energy like tears from beyond the mask, cries out, "Are we truly no longer friends?" At those words, Jiwa looks back at them and speaks. "We are still friends. Only, I am no longer Sword Spear. Yangjji. HWANG. In the end, every one of the seven immortals, including the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord whose anger reaches the heavens, throws a god-killing spear at her. They forego the honors due as a seven immortal and decide to annihilate her completely. Seven spears fly and embed into Jiwa's flesh. Having severed her connection with the origin essence of light, Jiwa, now reduced to the level of an ordinary Heavenly Lord, begins to be annihilated where she is stabbed by the god-killing spears. Yet even within that annihilation, she does not fear. She only stretches her hand forward farther and farther. The god-killing spear that ignores all prophecies and means of resurrection and annihilates the opponent. Even struck by those spears, she moves forward and seizes what is within reach. It is Kim Yun's hand. Take it. Chua. The mask of Jiang, Gung, that the sword spear Heavenly Lord wears turns into a silver-white light and falls into Kim Yun's hand. One of the 10 lights of the Radiance Supreme Deity now rests in her hand. That silver-white light then transforms into the form of a paper flower and is placed in Kim Yun's hand. SWORDSPEAR. Seeing Jiwa place the Radiance Supreme Deity's light into the Ender's hand, the seven immortals rage once more, but there is nothing they can do. They can only watch beyond the Liberation Peach Garden Painting as Kim Yun, gripping the light of Sword Spear, steals her resolve. Even with the god-killing spear, she will not die. Kim Yun looks at the silver-white paper flower held in her hand and speaks. "For I will remember Sword Spear." Her authority of paradise guidance ignores the annihilation authority of the god-killing spear, and she takes in her hand a single remaining strand of Jiwa's wish. "You asked me to make a sword, didn't you?" Kim Yun closes Liberation Peach Garden Painting and turns her back. Originally, she planned to leisurely refine Sword Spear into a sword after slowly grinding down and killing the Radiance 8 Immortals. But now that the Great Mountain Supreme Deity made a surprise attack and they became the Radiance 7 Immortals, she has no choice but to make it a little hastily. But it does not matter. Woong. Inside the artificial Gandhara, activating the power of the domain of time, Kim Yun begins to light the fire in her workshop within Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Time inside the source river accelerates by hundreds of millions of times. Inside the Liberation Peach Garden Painting, it is a time applied only to Kim Yun, but it does not matter. "I will make you into a sword." Woong. The silver-white paper flower hums faintly, as if pleading to be made into the finest sword. For the first time in a very long while, Kim Yun personally takes up the hammer as a craftsperson. Since awakening the Liberation Law talent to a certain extent, she hasn't personally taken up a hammer to forge anything. After all, even moving with just a bit of hand-waving, the things she wanted came out one after another. But in this moment, Kim Yun decides to forge a weapon with all her essence, energy, and spirit. For Seo Eun-hyun, the finest sword. "Help me, Yanghua." Embracing in her chest the heart of the greatest craftsperson she knows, Kim Yun begins tempering the strand of Jiwa's spirit. And that sight is visible to all the Radiance 7 Immortals. For despite it being stolen, Sword Spear was originally their light. Kang Kong. The Radiance 7 Immortals completely lose their reason as they watch the soul of their old comrade being tempered in the dirty hands of an ender. To them, Kim Yun's act is nothing more than an area-wide provocation. ENDER. In the end, the Radiance 7 Immortals, who until now maintained a defensive position and faced the Ender's Party and the True Immortal Alliance, at once abandon their advantageous defense and begin unleashing an offensive straight at Kim Yun's artificial Gandhara. Kwarung Kururuang. Seeing that, John Myonghun swings the Heavenly Lightning Banner. Yururung. The Heavenly Lightning Banner covers John Myonghun's body and transforms his true body. The origin essence of heavenly punishment temporarily descends the visage of its previous master. John Myonghun becomes a wall, a gigantic wall of crimson thunder and lightning blocks the space between the artificial Gandhara and the Radiance 7 Immortals, transforming into a fortress for the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals. Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, first seat. The 10,000 Law Spiritual Lord sneers. City defense was originally our specialty. Come at us. It is a defense we couldn't do back then. But this time we will guard them. O corrupted light. Quarrerum. The head realm crumples once more, a little bit more. Clutched in Guak Am's tough grip, vomiting immortal beast true blood. I answer Guak Am's question. Why I stand against you, is that what you want to know? I look up at Guak Am. Uduk. I reach my hand to the arm that is strangling my neck and begin to steadily apply force. Duck, duck. Gradually his arm is pushed back, and in the end, the hand gripping my neck loosens. Because they have not forgiven you. There is only one reason I do not die for Wu Ryong right now. Solely because the debts of grace and resentment between Guak Am and my friends come before the debts of grace and resentment between Wu Ryong and me. It is simply that one thing. I perceive the friends of the Wuji religious order inside Guak Am's corpse mountain blood sea. Because I must be angry at you with theirs included, you say my anger is smaller than yours. Don't make me laugh. I shove Guak Am hard and throw a straight punch into his abdomen. The great mountain supreme deity passes by the Radiance 7 Immortals and the Ender comrades who are fighting a decisive battle inside Mount Samru, then is flung back all the way to the outer sea. My anger is the same as yours. There is no difference. Kugagum. Then, a dark red light cluster seems to flash again in the outer sea, and once more the spear of annihilation advancement move falls down. You say your anger is the same as mine? Don't be ridiculous. Exuding a dark red energy like an evil spirit, Guak Am shouts. What you lost is, at most, some ghost scraps, a few bugs that have no effect whatsoever on the flow of the entire universe. What I lost is the one who was supposed to give hope to the Sumeru 3000 Great Thousand World. The only friend of the Heavenly Venerable. The one who first raised opposition against the light. The one who taught me a new truth. The one who raised me since I was a child. Someone no different from my own parents. How can the pain of one who lost the salt of life be the same as one who lost mere dust? Kururuang. And for the first time, my faint impermanence sword and the spear of annihilation advancement Wu overlaid with the impermanence sword collide, and I do not get pushed back. From the edge of Mount Sumeru, I glare at Guak Am. The same. What? Because every mountain is made by accumulating dust, even if from your standpoint they are dust, I, seeing my friends who still suffer inside Great Mountain, shout, are the foundation stones of my mountain. Kaon. And at last, I swing my sword and, for the first time, deflect the light of annihilation advancement Wu. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity flinches and retreats. Even if from your standpoint they are dust, to someone they are no different from a foundation stone. Therefore, in the end, the pain a bug feels as it dies and the pain a Supreme Deity feels at losing kin are essentially no different. The pain of thrashing after losing what is precious is not something you can dare judge. Woong. Even with my body as well, a dark red light blooms. All this time, I diligently took the blows of annihilation advancement Wu solely for this moment. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 24th move. Foolish old man moves mountains. Absorbing the opponent's power, my power, and even the rebound force that comes between them. The martial discipline that grows gradually stronger while confronting the opponent bursts forth from my hands. The impermanence sword that is the ultimate technique of transcendence, and the severing heaven sword form used to wield it, are blocked. If so, what I can do now only is the ultimate technique of mortality, the severing mountain swordsmanship. From the start, the only martial art that can truly face him is the severing mountain swordsmanship. Quang Quang. Annihilation Advancement Mu and the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship collide. Between the exchanges, heavenly domains are born and annihilated. It is a phenomenon that occurs because the magnitude of the power we each possess is too great. Though powers such as origin essence, fate, life, and spirit are not within it, because the magnitude of the colliding power is too immense, by power struggle alone, the physical universe repeatedly disappears and perishes. But in the end, what the great mountain supreme deity holds in his hand is the impermanence sword. It is my immortal art and mantra, but also a martial discipline that reaches transcendence. It is also a martial doctrine imbued with the severing heaven sword form, the higher form of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Quang. The enlightenment of severing heaven blocks the sword of severing mountain. You say the pain and anger of a bug and a supreme deity are the same? Because the supreme deity is made up of those bugs. Haha, then I ask you this. The great mountain supreme deity's blood-red eye gleam shoots at me. Along with a fearsome authority of light, the surroundings begin to darken. You and I are no different in mocking bugs, toying with their lives, and inflicting pain. Yet you dare think you could be forgiven? The corpse mountain blood sea that covers the great mountain supreme deity's body. On a part of his forehead, Wul Ryong appears. Wul Ryong, having become part of the corpse mountain blood sea, suffers and, in the midst of pain, sheds tears of blood as she single-mindedly engages in repentant enlightenment. Seeing that, I feel the strength drain from my whole body. Look closely. This is the sin you committed. You are no different from me. Somehow, the great mountain supreme deity's voice seems to be mixed with self-mockery. The only difference between you and me is color. We are merely mountain divine spirits who mock life and scatter pain and anger. Therefore, even if you defeat me, you also have no chance of victory. The retribution of the impermanence sword activates to the maximum, and I, by my own power, am pushed straight back. The dark red light of annihilation advancement Mu bursts forth, and I again fall down near the head realm. You did not inherit Master's robe and alms bowl. What you inherited is only my robe and alms bowl. Under the retribution of the impermanence sword overlaid upon that annihilation advancement Wu, upon the single lifetime I made a toy of, born beyond that retribution. This time I cannot help but sense a premonition that I will truly die. Calm. And, making that premonition meaningless, I live. Someone stands in front of me. It is a blue-haired beauty in a dark blue robe. Who? A blue nebula streams from her pipe. It is Kong Minhee. She, raising one hand, is blocking annihilation advancement Mu and the impermanence sword. Co Eunhyun will not inherit a robe and alms bowl like yours, filled with pain and anger. The authority of the immortal beast king I lent, the connection possessed by the heavenly venerable of the underworld, and the authority Kong Minhee possesses as a heavenly king, and her innate talent. Adding all of that together, she at last found it in time. Wawong, a strand of golden radiance that Kong Minhee found stands firm, blocking annihilation advancement Wu and the impermanence sword. It is a mask, because we will protect him. It has a form similar to the mask of Mu, Wu, that Guak Am wears, but it is a mask on which He is written. Guak Am's annihilation advancement Wu, struck by the image of his own past self, glances away and pierces a hole in the head realm. Chapter 773, Unsightly Fight. A mere fly. Jiung, the great mountain supreme deity, looks down at Kong Minhee and waves his hand. Splurt. Blood bursts from the corner of Kong Minhee's mouth. However, she does not get torn apart in a single strike. Rather, she simply hands me that mask and calmly endures before the great mountain supreme deity. Do you know how I withstood your strike just now? Do you know why I found your mask? She speaks while looking at the great mountain supreme deity. Kong Minhee's clear voice spreads across the battlefield. The source of my authority is sorrow. I can hear the laments of all grieving existences in all phenomena. If this authority combines with Co Eunhyun's immortal beast king authority, I can even hear the wailing of existences already perished. I heard the grieving of your master's lingering will, and I, receiving their help, found this. O mountain divine spirit, who was once great, is this truly what you desire, to hope for your master's will to grieve, so that you may find an offering to dedicate before your master's spirit hall? Kugagugagugu. At Kong Minhee's words, the great mountain supreme deity's whole body flushes a deep red. Your will does not uphold their meaning. All it does is cause them sorrow. The fact that I, who preside over sorrow, could find that mask you hid so carefully, perfectly proves it. Fine. It is time to obtain the third absolute. The great mountain supreme deity, once again, waves his hand toward Kong Minhee. Quagwagwang. She attempts to form a defense, but the great mountain supreme deity's authority pierces through all of it and strikes her. It is a strike of the great mountain supreme deity that dented the head realm and put cracks in the boundary of Kakravada. Kong Minhee collapses under his attack. That she can even endure until now is likely because she has the symbol of Gi. That is the great mountain supreme deity's past self. She looks back at me and smiles. This time too, you will save me, right? Of course. Then, I'll head in and have the arrangements set in place. Let all your grace and resentment be resolved. Kwajijijing. At last, when the great mountain supreme deity's strike once again directly hits Kong Minhee, she completely collapses and is absorbed into the great mountain supreme deity. I feel Kong Minhee get swallowed into the inside of the corpse mountain blood sea. She could have avoided it. Even if she only called the name of the underworld, she could have fled to the underworld, and even if not that, with her skill alone, she would have been able to escape. The only reason she did not flee was to buy me a moment of time, and to seep into the interior of the corpse mountain blood sea, become the most lethal poison to him, and become the starting point that relieves my pain. I am only being protected by you all. From friends who fight together with me everywhere, I gain indescribable gratitude and courage. I now have one more reason to defeat you. Watching Kong Minhee seep into the great mountain supreme deity, enduring pain through repentant enlightenment within the corpse mountain blood sea, while slowly reaching out to Wul Ryong, I melt the great mountain supreme deity's mask in my hand. At Kong Minhee's maneuver, as if to provoke me, he takes Wul Ryong, which he placed upon his forehead, and swallows her back down into the depths of his body. He seems unwilling to show me even the possibility of Kong Minhee informing Wul Ryong of something, and Wul Ryong forgiving me. TSDS. The golden mask that transforms in my hand soon changes into something else. It is a handle, the hilt of a sword. The sword has no edge, with only a bare hilt and guard, but I feel satisfied with just that and raise the sword. Because for a stupid swordsman who had his own sword taken away, it is the most fitting sword. How unsightly. Yeah, I am unsightly. I readily admit it. A monkey who only grabs a blade and makes a fuss about protecting them only after those that are precious are already taken. That is me. I am ugly. I always am. That I have come this far is entirely thanks to the friends and teachers who led me. Kim Young-hoon, my disciples. Chong Mun Rao, Seo Ran, Hanghua, Yun, Azure Tiger Saint, Gyu Ryan and Gyu Beck, Hongsu Ryan, Seo Li, Kong Minhee, Wuji Religious Order, Yun Wei, Mad Lord, Daoist Seo, Bloodine, Glass Peacock, in Yun's clan and in Yi, the king of the forest who acknowledged me as the king of deer, the swallowing heaven supreme deity and comrades, the sword spear heavenly lord Jiwa, my child, Oh Hyunsuk. They kept pulling the inadequate me forward, and only then did I arrive at this place. So, even if I am unsightly, I cannot retreat a single step. We will win. Team. Clearly, it is a bizarre chunk of an ornament with only a hilt and guard and no blade. However, the moment I swing it into the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea, a clear sword cry rings out. I will show you now the steps toward the final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Take it. This is the ultimate I created to kill you. It is a martial art, yet a technique of transcendence that surpasses martial arts. Walking step by step to unfold it, I keep making the sword cry resound. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 35th move. Mount Cedarwood. The sword will that contains the hearts of all the heart tribe I have met until now manifests from my hand and pounds great mountain supreme deity infinitely. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 34th move. Mount Kunlun. A single thrust. That thrust, carried out within the domain of triple divinity, in an instant pierces the great mountain supreme deity's chest, and seeking the energy of Kong Minhee that is inside his chest, stabs inside. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 33rd move. Mount Sumeru. As the sword draws a circle, a sword dance appears. Within the sword dance, I begin borrowing power from this very space-time, from reality itself. It is not only reality. Through the authority of the immortal Beast King, the sword dance also begins to draw power from the past. To the magnitude of power accumulated by foolish old man moves mountains, my skill that reaches the ultimate of martial arts is added, and I gradually begin to shake off the great mountain supreme deity. Gripping a strange, formless sword with no blade, where only the ring of the sword cry exists, I thus begin to revive and bloom the swords of past days toward the great mountain supreme deity. Transcending mountain ridge embedment. Accumulating dust forms a mountain. Deep mountain, emerging Tao. Boundless Tao to the other shore. 12,000 peaks. Guiding to the summit. One annihilation to the near shore. Sea of righteousness and mountain of grace. As the severing mountain swordsmanship goes toward the latter half, the part that applies the heart itself to the sword grows. The later techniques of the severing mountain swordsmanship formed of sword cries begin to resonate with the heart of the great mountain supreme deity. And, while unfolding that sword in reverse order, the opponent's heart and soul that begins to resonate with my sword will. I drag it down to the lower realm. Foolish old man moves mountains. As the sword cry resounds, at last the final chess piece to unfold the final profound technique is complete. The final profundity that was unfinished during the time of the Hyenmu battle, and thus did not have very great effect. A strong against strong, weak against weak technique that works only on an enemy who has a mighty power, like the great mountain supreme deity. Ting, ting, ting. The sword cries I scatter begin resonating ever more strongly. Gwackim's gaze wavers. The final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship is for unfolding the phenomena extinguishing mantra as a sword. However, unlike the phenomena extinguishing mantra that compresses the universe into a single point, its power is not so destructive. For this is solely the domain of the heart sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Final profundity. The great mountain supreme deity, whose whole body is suppressed in an instant by the sword cry, cannot dare evade this technique. Because just as he applied a certain hit to me with the impermanent sword, the sword that uses this technique is one I have refined from his past. Uduk, Ududududuk. Moreover, for an instant, the small hand of Kong Minhee, who was swallowed by the great mountain supreme deity, bursts through his chest and even provides us with the optimal stage. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Only before the flowers fall does one remember the spring. Mantra, fallen flowers. Her rule interferes with our battle, and within that rule I, with all my strength, unfold the end of the severing mountain swordsmanship. A single downward strike. Great mountain pressing down, Tai San Yading. Ironically, the final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship is the downward strike posture that the martial world evaluates as the most basic of basics. It is the move of great mountain pressing down. At that single downward strike, our hearts begin to resonate and amplify to the utmost. Me and the great mountain supreme deity. The minds of the two of us amplify to the max, and all the hearts we have accumulated are maximized. The essence of the phenomena extinguishing mantra is the peak amplification of the heart. Advancing the end by compression through the maximization of the heart is nothing but a side effect. With the tip of the descending sword, the mind of the great mountain supreme deity begins to be amplified and to be compressed. He notices what is about to happen and tries to resist. It must be because he realizes that, if the move of great mountain pressing down is completed, it will become quite disadvantageous to him. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Kugugugugu. He recites the phenomena extinguishing mantra and resists my great mountain pressing down. It is useless. This is a decisive technique created solely to corner the great mountain supreme deity. If, by applying the principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra, one uses it simply and destructively, great mountain pressing down at most merely ends in annihilating one universe with one sword. However, if one does not stop at merely manifesting the phenomenon of the phenomena extinguishing mantra with this great mountain pressing down, and goes beyond that, if one puts the true meaning of the phenomena extinguishing mantra into the sword, then it does not end with merely destroying a single universe, but becomes the starting point to toppling the great mountain supreme deity named Gwak Am. You dare? Gwak Am, exhaling a roar full of anger, and with the light of annihilation advancement Mu wrapped around one hand, thrusts a spear of light toward me. I can't dodge. Because I am concentrating my whole mind on the completion of great mountain pressing down, I must endure that one strike. Block it. Bracing for the bombardment of the dark red spear, I draw forth all my authority. But what arrives is not his annihilation advancement Mu, but a tranquil silver light. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Transcendence Technique. Zero Wing. Nameless One Fist Thrust. Unable to keep up with our battle until now and hiding, waiting for the most optimal situation. Oh Hyunsuk's one fist lands precisely on Guak Am's elbow that is about to release Annihilation Advancement Mo. Geo Eneong. The Annihilation Advancement Wu glances aside, and through that once-in-a-thousand-years chance, I finally complete the Heart Sword. Our hearts are amplified to the peak, and the maximized hearts contract, like the compression of the universe. We experience the omnipotent sense of the spirit that seems to cover the whole universe being forcibly compressed to the limit and smashed into the mud, rolling down to the lower realm. Kururung. I open my eyes. Before me stands a giant in a blood robe wearing a golden mask. This place is the upper side of some nebulae. There, facing each other in the bodies of mortal beings, I open my mouth to Guak Am. Seeing you with the body of a mortal being, you've also become unsightly. Or is it not so? The result that comes out when unleashing Great Mountain pressing down not as physical force, but only as the Heart Sword. It is a technique that forcibly compresses the spirits of my own and the opponents, reducing transcendence into mortal beings. I look outside the sun and moon heavenly domain that Kong Min he manifested. There, the main bodies of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and I faintly show. Leaving our main bodies as they are, only the main personalities have tumbled down to the lower realm and are in a state of having generated fleshly bodies. Moreover, the lower realm is currently in a state where time flows much faster due to the Radiance mantra. Let us unsightly things fight. In this battlefield of madness that will take at least tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of years, I point my sword at him. In the end, the foundation of every transcendent is immortal. If one deems the will of a mortal unsightly, even as a transcendent, they will be an unsightly existence. Therefore, as two unsightly beings who toy with the fate of people, it is right that we clash in an unsightly form. Feeling our realm that has compressed, separated from the main body, and fallen down to the entering nirvana stage, I begin to continue making my sword cry resound.